Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 72. To be honest, Roja really doesn't like taking out books. But in many cases, language seems too pale, and this is not a speech, it is to convince others of your identity. All Roja can do is come up with this collection of ideological guidance. There are two reasons. First, as long as those who read this collection of thoughts carefully will be able to understand that the things recorded in it are true and useful, of high value, and are definitely not forged. Second, as long as it is not forged in advance, some of the deeds about the kingdom of Goa recorded in this book can easily arouse people's resonance. Especially resonates with non-aristocratic celestial dragons, people with good hearts and righteousness. So this book has been successful until now. With the blessing of this book, Roja tells the purpose and mission of their revolutionary army, their efforts in the kingdom of Goa, and their current efforts in the kingdom of Lubani. Overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons? Do you want to start a war around the world? Upon hearing about Roja's armed struggle, Tom instantly became excited. And Roja just looked at him and said calmly, but the words he said were enough to silence anyone. Have you ever seen garbage dumps that are like mountains and endless, and people live in them like garbage? Mr. Tom. I have seen it. I lived there for half a year and transformed it into fertile farmland. The people there have overthrown the tyranny of the Goa royal family. Have you ever seen a country where you inhale a bunch of dust when you breathe in, and the sky is covered with thick smoke? I have seen it, it is the Lubani kingdom in North Blue. Have you ever seen the simple, dark coal mines? Have you ever seen the tens of thousands of workers in ragged clothes, emaciated, exploited and oppressed who are not human? I have seen, and I have actually worked with workers there, doing high-intensity manual labor and eating food like pig food that cannot fill their stomachs. Have you ever seen the despair in a country's people's eyes after they were suppressed after more than 30 uprisings each time? I have seen it, and I promised them that I will definitely save them. As long as you have truly witnessed these hell-like tragedies on earth, and seen those people being exploited and oppressed like cattle, horses, livestock, and untouchables because of the interests of the nobility, you will know that armed struggle is necessary. If you think that I am a pure careerist and a war maniac, then please go out and see the world more. Roja's eyes were deep and calm. For a moment, Tom didn't dare to look at the boy. Those eyes seemed to contain the boy's ups and downs and efforts along the way, as well as the power given to him by something deeper. Everything he said is true, Tom. At this moment, a deep and heroic voice sounded from behind Roja. Roger. Tom was a little surprised at the visitor. He didn't expect Roger to come here. Sorry, I really couldn't let go of my curiosity about this boy, so I followed him secretly, and accidentally overheard all your conversations. However, I can indeed vouch for this boy. Roger said with a hearty smile. I have been to the kingdom of Goa before. There is indeed a huge garbage dump there, and I heard recently that there was a new king there. I have also been to the Lubani kingdom. It was much worse than the Goa kingdom. I once thought about taking action, but later I became very clear that the people there did not need people like me. People like me cannot be saved. That countries. Of course, the most important thing is that I heard the voice from that boy. Roger looked at Roja and said. Sound. Just think of it as an ability similar to devil fruit. Roger said with a smile. I understand. Tom nodded. He knew Roger's strength, so Roger stood up and endorsed Roja, and Tom believed it. But based on the premise that everything Roja said is true, what he said is already very shocking. Tom and Aspagu beside him couldn't help but look at this young man with calmness in his chest. He actually had such a great goal, and walked down to earth today, slept in endless garbage dumps, and worked and ate with tens of thousands of slaves. His will and character. It's really admirable. Sorry, Roja, I apologize for my suspicion. Mr. Tom is also an extremely generous person and apologized for the misunderstanding he had just made. It's okay, these are all trivial matters. Compared to this, Mr. Tom, would you like to join us? Roja looked at Tom with a smile and asked. Of course. Mr. Tom laughed. Being able to research technology with North Blue's top scientists is also an opportunity for me. How about it, boy? No, Roja, for the sake of me helping you, do you want to go have a drink together? Roger stepped forward and put his arm around Roja's shoulders. Roger's approach frightened Nagli, who was beside him. He wanted to distance himself, but he was worried about Roja. Roger was very curious about the young man in front of him. There were very few people he could like, but the young man in front of him was definitely one of them. Although from his conversation, Roger knew very well. They are not the same people. Forget it about the wine, you can have some drinks. Roja coughed slightly, his body is still small, drinking alcohol can easily harm the body. Ha ha ha, no problem. Roger laughed boldly. Then he pulled Roja to the open space in front of the warehouse and said boldly and loudly, my friends are here, let's have a banquet, friends. Oh! When the members of Roger Pirates heard this, they all raised their wine glasses vigorously and cheered loudly. The party lasted until night. Under the influence of alcohol, most members of the Roger Pirates became drunk, and then they lay down directly to sleep. Water 7 has a mild and suitable climate all year round, so even if they fell to the ground to sleep, there would be no problem. Not to mention the Roger Pirates, a group of people whose physical fitness has reached monster level. Fujitora was also tipsy, and Nagli was already drunk. Only Roja stayed awake. Also staying awake are Roger and Rayleigh. The drinking capacity of these two people can basically be said to be that of starfish. After drinking so much wine, except for their slightly red faces, there is basically no sign of drunkenness. Would you like to go for a walk together? The moonlight shone like frost on the ground. Roger stood up and said to Roja. Rayleigh on the side also got up, and Fujitora, who was slightly drunk, wanted to follow him, but Roja stopped him and told him to have a good rest. The group of 3 people passed through huge ruins under the moonlight, and finally came to a slightly dilapidated medium-sized 3-story ship on the seaside. The hull had obvious cracks, and the mast was wrapped with iron sheets several times. In front of the ship. Let's go up and have a look. Roger looked at the ship with a slightly sad look in his eyes, and then jumped on the ship. Roja and Rayleigh also follow. This ship is the ship I used when I first went to sea. It seems that it was the ship you stole from a nobleman, not Rayleigh. Roger laughed. Yes, he is the richest nobleman in my hometown. Rayleigh also smiled and said, the day I stole the ship was really fun. That was more than 20 years ago. I miss you so much. Time flies so fast. Good times are always fleeting. Roger touched the mast that was entangled with iron sheets and cherished it. It seems like yesterday that I first went to sea. In the blink of an eye, this ship has come to an end. Roger. Rayleigh looked at his old friend and hesitated to speak. I'm sorry, Roja, for letting you listen to so much nonsense. Roger looked away from the mast, looked at Roja and said with a smile, I have had doubts, Roja, can you help me clear them up? But it doesn't matter. Roja said calmly. From the perspective of the revolutionary army that liberates the people at the bottom, how do you view us pirates? Is he a BD who burns, kills, and loots? Is he a criminal who violates the laws of the world government? Or is he an idiot who only talks about the dream of freedom and adventure? Roger asked with a smile, looking at Roja closely in anticipation. In my opinion, there are 3 types of pirates. Roja didn't hesitate much. Pirates are an increasingly larger group in the world and cannot be underestimated. Like celestial dragons, marines, and nobles, Roja has studied them in depth as early as the Kingdom of Goa. So at this moment, he can answer Roger's question without much thinking at all. Category 3. Roger was a little surprised. The first category is pirates who mainly take risks, never plunder, abide by local order, have basic moral concepts of good and evil, and use personal assets and treasures obtained from electric insurance as funds. This type of pirates are friends of the Revolutionary Army and are recognized by the Revolutionary Army. This is true even if they have violated some world government laws and are wanted by a bounty. The second category, pirates who do not engage in production, whether mainly adventure or pleasure, and who use robbery and killing as a means of survival, are the key targets of the Revolutionary Army. The third category, the big pirates who occupy the island, establish order and exist as a ruling class, mainly analyze and judge the quality of specific matters such as the living conditions of the residents in their territory, the policy order they implement, etc. Captain Roger, which type do you think you are? Roja said after talking about the three types of pirates, looking at Roger with a smile. Three types of pirates. Roger carefully felt the concept of the three types of pirates mentioned by Roja, and the same was true for Rayleigh next to him. What a third category pirate, ha ha ha. Roger couldn't help laughing, and he laughed very happily. In my words, it should belong to the first category, but I'm not quite sure. Roger said with a smile, I mainly take risks and never plunder. If I want to defeat the incoming pirates and seize their if the treasure does not count as looting. I think I have basic moral concepts of good and evil, but there is a question mark about obeying the local order, whether it is when I was young or now one. Generally, if I encounter some rubbish nobles somewhere, I will still take action directly, but generally speaking, they are still the first category. Roger laughed heartily. He had not laughed so heartily for a long time. Roja's three types of pirates were really to his liking. But smiling, he suddenly coughed violently and covered his chest with his hands. Roja did not underestimate the will of the legendary pirate at all, but Roger was so painful that he broke into a cold sweat. One can imagine the pain he felt at this moment. Roger! Rayleigh shouted nervously, I'll call Crocus. No, Rayleigh, I know my body. Said, it passed quickly. Roger stopped Rayleigh, then turned to Roja and smiled. Actually, as you can see, Roja, I am almost dead. Terminally ill, even with Crocus's superb medical skills, I can only live for a few more years, maybe 2 years, maybe 3 or 4 years. Roja, I am an orphan. I have never had any goals since I was a child. Until one day I came to the seaside and saw the vastness of the sea. I knew. Tao, my life should not be spent on a small island. Adventure, freedom, and partners are what this sea has given me. Before I was terminally ill, I felt that I would sail slowly on this sea with my friends. Then return to the sea. Before this, time seemed to have always been the same, but after I became terminally ill, I locked myself away for 2 days. I thought about it for 2 days and decided to do 3 things in the last moments of my life. The first thing is to fulfill your dream and find the end of the legendary Grand Line, the final island. 11 years ago, we arrived at the last island on the record pointer, Shuxiangxing Island, but we all knew that that was not the end of the Grand Line. 050. Only the island recorded in the historical text of the 4 road signs is the real final island. This is my goal. This is the first thing. The second thing is that I want to pass on my personal will. This has been done. I gave the straw hat to Shanks. The third thing is, I want to change this dull, decadent world. To be honest, after sailing for so long, I have seen a lot of things in this world. There are many beautiful things in this world, but correspondingly, how many beautiful things there are. There are so many disgusting things. Roja's eyes are like swords, so sharp that he seems to be cutting open everything in front of him. The domineering nobles, celestial dragons, inactive officials, corrupted marines, everything, there are too many things in this world that people can't stand. It's funny to say that, not many people on my ship had a wonderful childhood. Roger chuckled. But the more I experience, the more I feel how insignificant I am in this world. I know very well that people like me basically have no possibility of changing the world. Roger laughed at himself. How many nobles can you kill? The world government cannot be overthrown by just my crew, but you are different, Roja. I see the future in you, an extremely broad future. Roger looked deeply at Roja. What he didn't tell Tom during the day was that he listened to the sounds of all things and heard the sounds in Roja. Grand, only grand as a wave that can sweep across the world and swallow everything. It is a huge wave formed by another ocean. No one can. Organizations can block it. Okay, basically you listened to me tonight. I haven't talked so freely in a long time. Roger smiled and turned his head to the side, which is the direction of the vast and unblocked sea. Looking at the moonlit sea in the distance, Roger seemed to be saying to Roja, but also to himself. I will definitely find the final island and become the pirate king. When we meet next time, I will probably laugh and share my experiences on Raftel with you, ha ha ha. 1. I'm looking forward to that day. Roja responded with a deep look. The conversation between the two ended here. Roja didn't know why Roger talked to him so much like he was an old friend for many years. Maybe he heard what he said. The voice of the times. He looked at Roger's back and said, it was as if he saw the end and beginning of an era. When getting off the boat, Roja stopped, turned his back to Roger, and asked. Hey, Roger, if one day you really have a chance to change the world, but what you bring will be a new era of more chaos. I will change without hesitation. Roger said decisively. That's it, I understand. Roja didn't say anything more, turned around and left. Roja knows that the next time they meet, Roger may be about to die. Chapter 73. The moonlight is like frost, falling on everyone. One stands on the boat, facing the sea. The other is based on the earth and faces the city. This scene seems to symbolize the different ambitions of the two people and also foreshadows two completely different eras. In the chat room, everyone looked at this scene blankly. It was as if the conversation between Roger and Roja just now was still in my ears. Needless to say, Roger, the Pirate King, whose words before his death set off the era of great pirates, is almost unknown to everyone on this sea. As for Roja, almost no one will underestimate Roja after watching the movie. This is a man destined to stand on the top of the sea and open up a new era that has never been seen before. In the hearts of most people in the world, those who can rival Roja are no longer the pirates' marine, 5 elders, or any king. It was the 20 kings from 800 years ago who could rival Roja. It's not because the people know how well the 20 kings are, but because the current world government's promotion is at the level of the 20 kings. And these two people, who are already on top of the world to some extent, are talking under the moonlight at this moment. It also made everyone understand them a little deeper. Whether it's Roja's on Pirates' 3 types of subdivisions. Roger is terminally ill and wants to do 3 things before he dies. Or maybe it was Roja's last question to Roger that touched his will and soul, which left a deep impression on everyone. This is Roger's inner confession, and it is also the collision of the 2 top figures, Roger and Roja's understanding and will of the world. Roger, this is the kind of painting style I want, ha ha ha, 2 top figures talking freely under the moonlight and leaving with their respective wills. Copper Jabba, Captain, this is the only time I don't want to hear you speak. This scene was originally very epic, but your appearance completely broke this feeling. Really? Haha, I agree with what Jabba said. Roger, please shut up first. Golden Lion, what is there to be proud of? Roger, if it were me, my exchange with Roja would be more shocking than yours. Garp, you are a second-class pirate in Roja's mouth, and you are still talking to each other. When Roja gets up, the first person to be killed will be a BD like you. Whitebeard, I should be a 3rd category pirate, gula la la, but I am still very good to the people in my territory. Big Mom, speaking of which, Roger, what on earth did you see on Raftel? Kaido, they are already dead and imprisoned anyway, so let's just tell them about Raftel's coordinates. Roger, ha ha ha, do you really want to know that much? Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, but if I refuse, are you worthy? Only people I truly approve will I tell him the secrets of this world. You two are still 100 years apart. Roger's words instantly made Kaido from Wano Kuni and Big Mom from all over the world furious. At the same time, the 5 elders breathed a sigh of relief. Although they are also very curious about what is buried on Raftel, it is obvious that it is best to keep this secret buried for a lifetime and never reappear in the sun. After talking to Roger, Roja thought a lot. To be honest, he is not interested in the so-called final island in this world, although there are rumors that the secrets of this world are buried there. Chu knows what secrets are needed. As long as he can develop the revolutionary army step by step, sooner or later he will overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons. This time is the most important thing. Unconsciously, Roja has returned to the warehouse, and Fujitora is still waiting. You seem to be in a heavy mood. Fujitora opened his eyes full of whites and asked, what happened? Roja sighed softly, I saw an era of chaos that was about to sweep the world, but I couldn't stop it. An era of chaos sweeping the world. Fujitora was a little confused. Yes, the base of pirates will expand several times the current number, and the order of the world will be impacted indiscriminately, whether it is a good order or a bad order. Roja sighed. From an objective sense, this coming era will have a strong impact on the world government, and it will be relatively beneficial to our cause of overthrowing the celestial dragons. It's just that when a speck of dust of the times falls on the shoulders of the people, it is like a big mountain. I don't know how many people will fall in the disaster of this changing era. Luo Qing sighed. Can't it be stopped? Fujitora asked. Can't stop it. Roja shook his head. Just like the world government cannot prevent Roger from finding the final island and becoming the pirate king, Roja's last question clearly felt this man's crazy will one. He would rather burst the dike than let the decaying dike of celestial dragons continue to stand. Then, let us end that era of chaos as quickly as possible. Fujitora tightened the sword in his hand and said seriously, it is like we are establishing a new order at the terminal of uncertainty. Didn't you say that? We revolutionaries are not only good at destroying the old order, but we are also good at establishing a new order. Roja looked at Fujitora. Fujitora could always wake him up when he was slacking off, and could always rekindle his fighting spirit with some simple words. You are right, Mr. Yuxiao, we revolutionaries are best at establishing a new order. Relaxed, Roja also smiled and said, maybe the situation will not be as bad as I imagined. At least the town, island, and village strategies we formulated before have a strong resistance to pirates. Goja and the others have already begun activities in East Blue. If they can be promoted to all parts of the world as soon as possible. Roja is thinking, we need a large number of manpower. The liberation movement of the Ruble Kingdom is imperative. Roja said firmly. Some workers in the Lubuni Kingdom want to stay and negotiate with the world government, while others want to leave. The trade union movement is in full swing, and ideological and political education is also unfolding. According to Roja's plan, after the struggle is successful, they will be able to gain at least tens of thousands of determined revolutionary comrades. This will be a team that far surpasses the Kingdom of Goa. Based on them, Roja will begin to develop all over the world and expand its secret strategic advantage. It seems you have recovered. Fujitora smiled. Sometimes, Fujitora can also feel that Roja is still a human being after all, not a god. He will also be tired and sometimes confused. Along the way, Fujitora knew that the burden on Roja became heavier and heavier. More and more people gave their hopes and lives to Roja. They became relaxed, while Roja became heavier. But Fujitora admires Roja even more because of this. He can be depressed and confused, but at the same time, he will be indomitable, immediately regain his fighting spirit, and continue to carry out the revolution with high spirits. Thank you, Mr. Yuxiao. Roja smiled and thanked him, then stretched hard and yawned. It's already so late, it's time to go to bed, good night. Good night. Fujitora cried. When I woke up the next day, it was another sunny day. Roja washed up, and then followed the clanking sound to the Hulk Island dock. Here, Ace Bagu had already woken up and began to collect some materials from the scrap ship, knocking them and transforming them into usable materials. This process was so smooth that Roja could feel that this 12 or 13-year-old boy's craftsmanship was very good. You're awake, Roja? Faced with a boy younger than himself, Ace Bagu didn't want to use honorifics, but his tone still respected Roja. After all, from the conversation between Roja and Mr. Tom yesterday, he deeply felt that this boy has great experience and personality. You're up so early. Where is Mr. Tom? Roja asked. Master, go buy some materials. Isn't your ship broken? It's not too late to at least build a new ship before leaving. Ace Bagu replied. Besides, the Oro Jackson has been completed, and Roger and the others are leaving. Master is going to buy some souvenirs to see them off. Roger and the others are leaving. Yes, they have been in Water 7 for a long time. If Hulk Island wasn't hidden enough, they might have started fighting with Marine. Ace Bagu also said with a headache, covering his forehead. These troublesome guys are finally leaving. Unlike Tom, Ace Bagu feels that if the master mixes with Roger, a group of pirates with such a high bounty, there will be problems sooner or later. So he hopes Roger and the others leave as soon as possible, so that the master will be safe. Mr. Tom came back within an hour. He walked into Hulk Island carrying a large bag of sea salt, water, meat, and a large amount of wood. Then he handed the water, meat, and sea salt to Roger with a smile. Roger's departure was not too high profile. He just silently patted the old ship, and then boarded the Oro Jackson with his friends. Standing on the boat, Roger smiled at Roja, then waved his knife and laughed loudly. Partners, let's set sail. The red sails are bulging, and the brand new Oro Jackson sets off from Hulk Island and begins a new voyage. Not long after Roger left, Fujitora and Roja felt the strong conqueror's collision aura coming from the distant sea. This should be Roger and Marine's fight. Roger left in the morning, Mr. Tom started helping Roja build the boat in the afternoon, and Ace Bagu started to help. The requirements for Roja are not high, just a ship that can accommodate hundreds of people, and the hull is strong. As for money, Roja is really not short of money. He has already made a fortune by reselling coal. The berry he earned from selling coal, even after buying research materials for scientists like Vegapunk on the black market, there is still a lot of money left. If these are the only requirements, then I can build you a strong ship in 3 days. Tom laughed. In these 3 days, you can take a stroll in the Water City. Tom suggested. Roja accepted this good suggestion. He gave all the revolutionary soldiers a holiday, and then got rid of Granny Cockalow to help take care of the old ship. With Fujitora, Naga rented a local special vehicle in Water 7. This is a kind of bullfish with a seat installed on its back. It can sail quickly in the waterways of the 7 capitals of water, which is very convenient. Roja and the 3 of them also bought the specialty here, water and water meat, which is a kind of meat that looks like an upside-down balloon filled with water. It is very soft and tastes very good. However, after only about half a day of playing, Roja's occupational disease improved and he began to investigate information about the 7 water cities along the way. When I returned to the warehouse at night, I discovered that the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army who went out more or less conducted some investigations. After the final information is summarized, my dear, we have got all the information about the 7 water capitals. First of all, 7 Water City is in a special situation. Because it is not far from an ice lobby, it is not affiliated with any franchise country. It is an independent member and is protected by the world government. A special city to protect. Secondly, there are basically no fields for farming in the 7 water capitals. This is not a feudal society, but similar to a capitalist society. The entire island relies on the shipbuilding industry as its main revenue. There are a large number of shipbuilding companies on the island. Mr. Tom's shipbuilding company is considered the smallest one. Due to pirate attacks and a large tsunami called the Water Gods that sweeps through the 7 water capitals every year, the situation in the 7 water capitals is not very optimistic. The gods of water last year caused great danger to the 7 water capitals, so until now, the residents of the 7 water capitals are distraught and fearful that one day the city will be engulfed by a tsunami. The bottom was swallowed up. The situation of the shipbuilding company is not very good either. Pirates are rampant and passing merchant ships are often robbed. The materials purchased by the shipbuilding company from outside are also often robbed. The costs are rising and mutual exchanges are occurring. Competition among sectors is also becoming increasingly fierce. Of course, in addition to the shipbuilding industry, the catering industry in the 7 water capitals is also very developed and can be regarded as a pillar industry. Because every time the water goes out, the gods of water will leave a large amount of high concentration sea salt on the roof. Adding water and meat, it can be said to be a unique thing. Every year, a large number of chefs come to the house. Come and buy. No wonder Mr. Tom wants to build a sea train. The 7 capitals of water really need a sea train to save their lives. Roja looked at the summarized information in front of him and thought to himself. The sea train can transport materials back and forth without being affected by the weather, and the connection with other islands will be closer. However, it is still very difficult to complete the sea train, and there are still many technical problems. 3 days later, Mr. Tom completed the boat building as promised and decided to go to North Blue with Roja. Granny Kokolo doesn't plan to go with her because her family is in the 7 capitals of water. The ones who are going with her are Aspagoo and an unruly young man named Frankie. 1. Frankie showed up at the scrap shipyard a day ago. He used the broken materials in the scrap shipyard to actually build a small boat, Wang Zhao Zhao, and built a small boat on it, carrying a wide variety of weapons. Mr. Tom was shocked by his talent. After learning that he was an orphan abandoned by his parents because of his personality, he recruited him into Tom's company. Roja has no objection. A talented boy like Frankie can be trained by Vegapunk, and he will become a top scientist after training. 1. With Tom, Aspagoo, Frankie, and dozens of craftsmen hired with high salaries from major shipbuilding companies, Roja and the others called a new ship and set out on the road back to North Blue 1. It's been 10 days since I returned to North Blue's Scientific Research Base number 1. After being away for about a month, Roja found that a series of scientific research bases had basically taken shape when he came back. As you can see, there is still a lot of waste here waiting to be renovated. There is wood on the island, and steel and other things will be shipped later. As for the requirements, they are very simple. I need you to build a dock on this island. Roja said. After finishing speaking, he took away Tom and several top shipwrights and told them that they could contact and discuss more with the scientists in Bakimo to strive for an early date. Develop technology to cross the Com Belt. The arrival of top shipwrights like Tom and others can be regarded as making up for the last piece of Roja's development puzzle. The revolution in the kingdom of Lubunny will ultimately be impossible to defend the island itself. Evacuation is inevitable, requiring a large number of ships, and the subsequent development of the Revolutionary Army must also. It must be supported by a fleet of ships. Remain. Mr. Tom's shipbuilding skills are very necessary. More than 3 months have passed in a flash. On this day, Vegapunk suddenly came to Roja with a glass of black liquid in his hand. What is this? Roja asked curiously. The new energy source I just researched. Vegapunk said proudly. New energy resource. Yes. Vegapunk drank the liquid in the cup and said with a smile, I named it Coke. Chapter 74. How is the taste? Outside the research base on Science No. 1 Island, Roja and Vegapunk each had a cup of Coke. It tastes pretty good. Roja's face looked very strange. Is this the energy you just mentioned? Roja asked, pointing to the Coke in the cup. He knows that one of Vegapunk's key research projects is energy. Because in this world, energy is still very scarce. The reason why the coal of the Lubunny Kingdom is precious is because it is already considered the largest fossil energy mine discovered in the world today. What Vegapunk wants to invent is a renewable energy source that is large in energy, easy to store, and can be produced infinitely. This is naturally difficult. But Roja didn't expect that what he ended up inventing was Coke. It can be used as both a drink and an energy source. It can only be said that this is a very black technology. Yes, that's it. Vegapunk is obviously very satisfied with Coke. He took Roja to the inside of the laboratory. A machine that looks very sci-fi style appears in front of Roja, and Vegapunk pours a large bucket of Coke into the machine. What made Roja unable to believe his eyes was that as the Coke disappeared little by little, the huge machine in front of him also began to rotate. This level of power is enough to serve as a power source for general ships and vehicles. How about it? Vegapunk said with a smile, according to my calculations, a large bucket of Coke can probably sail about 5 or 6 nautical miles for a small and medium-sized ship driven purely by turbines without the help of wind. What about the cost? Where are the raw materials? Roja was a little surprised. The energy contained in this cola is very good. Just use sugar, caramel, and some carbonated water. Vegapunk took a glass of Coke and said, it's not difficult to prepare, the raw materials are not scarce, and it tastes good. It can also be sold as a drink to make money. Actually, the most powerful thing is not Coke, but this machine. Not just Coke, almost all liquids poured into it can play an energy role. However, after my comparison, Coke still has the highest energy density. 6. Apart from saying 6, Roja had no other comment. Vegapunk is really top-notch. It can even invent this kind of machine, a machine that turns all liquids into energy. And the energy density is quite good, the cost is relatively low, and the raw materials are very easy to make. In the chat room, everyone was shocked. Can Coke also be used as energy? I really have to admire Vegapunk's technological creativity. He can actually use a drink like Coke as energy, no, or rather, his terrifying black technology can use all liquids as energy. Enter Thousand Sunny. 173. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but look at Frankie, especially Frankie's belly. Isn't this Frankie's device? Usopp said curiously. That device is really interesting. Chopper remembered the time he was at Nice Lobby. Different drinks placed in Frankie's stomach can produce different states. Vegapunk's machine is much more powerful than mine. Frankie shook his head and said with admiration, I am a semi-reformed person. There is flesh and blood in my body. My power room only provides a part of the energy conversion, most of which is the energy conversion provided by the body. Vegapunk, on the other hand, is completely mechanically performed, and looking at the energy utilization, it is also very scary. It is worthy of being a Vegapunk. The person Frankie respects most is Mr. Tom, and the scientist he admires most is Vegapunk. He once observed the drawings left by Vegapunk on Bakumo and benefited a lot from them. Each of them was a black technology that surpassed the current era. And that was just Vegapunk when he was young. Vegapunk, who is now serving the Revolutionary Army, has been at sea for almost 20 years, and his level is stronger than before. It is not surprising that this level of black technology can be invented. If the energy is created, it will be the last piece of our puzzle. Somewhat excited. Their research on ships crossing the Com Belt has achieved a breakthrough 2.5 months ago. The noise frequency band that can most effectively expel sea kings has been tested, coupled with this power source and new energy cola. Next, we only need to let Mr. Tom design a ship based on this power machine and conduct experiments. If the ship across the Com Belt is really built, then the development of Roja will be even faster. There is no need for Fujitora to take action at all. A steady stream of raw materials will be transported to this scientific research base from South Blue and North Blue via merchant ships. Great, I will contact Mr. Tom right away to start the construction of new energy ships. Drive. Vegapunk, during the recent period, you have arranged for someone to be responsible for the construction of this Coke energy machine. Roja said, taking something out of his arms. There is a phone bug to contact Mr. Tom. Even if the ship experiment is unsuccessful, there are too many uses that Roja can think of for this machine, such as miniaturizing it to build island vehicles, or small marine vehicles such as sea motorboats, etc. In a short time, Master Tom, who has short legs, rushed into the laboratory and shouted excitedly, "The engine has been manufactured." Tom can't help but be excited. If the ship can cross the Com Belt, the sea train experiment can continue. Yes. Roja smiled and said to Tom, "Mr. Tom, I also hope that you can design a ship with this engine as soon as possible. 10 days, within 10 days, I can definitely complete it." Mr. Tom looked at the sci-fi style engine in front of him, and the inspiration in his mind was unlimited. 10 days later, at the dock of the Scientific Research No. 1 Marine Base, a sailboat loaded with a Coke engine and 2 paddle wheels appeared at the port. When traveling in normal sea areas, the paddle wheels on both sides of the hull can be retracted. When sailing on the Com Belt, the Coke engine can drive the mechanical paddle wheels through Coke energy, allowing it to sail in windless waters. Moreover, the sea surface of Com Belt is particularly suitable for sailing by paddle boats. There are no winds and waves, and there are basically no big waves on the entire sea surface. I'll leave this experiment to you. At the port of the island, Roja said as he looked at the experimenters boarding the ship. For this experimental team, Fujitora is a must-have. Even if he encounters sea kings and is angered, he can escape instantly with his ability. Next is Mr. Tom, as well as a scientist responsible for recording data, and an engineer ready to repair the machine at any time. Their route this time is to pass through the Com Belt from Scientific Research Base No. 1, arrive at New World, and then return from New World. It must succeed. Roja's eyes looked expectant. This is the technology that can truly enable the Revolutionary Army to develop rapidly. With this technology, for the Revolutionary Army, there will be no such distinction as the front and rear halves of the Grand Line. 1. The 2 huge sea areas separated only by the Red Line, North Blue and West Blue, East Blue and South Blue, together with the Paradise and New World sandwiched in the middle, will all be connected. The defeat was that scientists from Mads and Bakimo knew the significance of this technology and came to the port to witness it. According to the calculations of these top scientists, the success rate of the voyage is very high. The noise technology to expel sea kings has been researched very maturely. The Coke engine is enough to support the ship sailing in the Com Belt. In the end, it was just loaded onto the ship for final testing. This bare ship looks really uncomfortable. You should listen to me and load more weapons. Quinn said with some dissatisfaction while holding a cigar in his mouth. If this technology is successful, the development of my Germa will be faster. Judge on the side looked at the ship going away with a deep look. His biggest goal in this life is to rebuild the glory of Germa. Now, if the cross-com belt technology is really successful, then his kingdom of Germa may be able to expand its territory to the New World and West Blue. Soon, in the next few years, my cloning technology will definitely be able to achieve a breakthrough. Judge thought secretly in his heart. In the next few days, Roja was waiting for Fujitora and his companions to return home. At this time, a call from Coal and Iron City came directly to Roja. "Mr. Roja, a stranger has entered our place." The crow's words made Roja's expression condense. After a brief exchange, Roja learned that strangers had recently sneaked into Coal Iron City to inquire about information. However, unlike Roja and the others before, these people who joined later, under the observation of Crow and the others, clearly came with malicious intentions. To be honest, fortunately, in the past 3 months, the trade union has already developed. The trade union is a team-based union with detailed hierarchical information, which is completely different from the previous loose worker groups. A few people came in, and they were basically discovered on the same day. They don't look weak. I suspect they are people sent by the world government. I have urgently notified the captains of each trade union team and asked them to temporarily put aside their trade union activities for the past few days. You did a good job. Roja praised. It will take some time for my side to prepare. Once my side's preparations are completed, I will notify you as soon as possible to prepare for the uprising. The development of Scientific Research Base No. 1 has been going on for nearly half a year, and the weapons production line was the first to be built. Guns simply modified by Vegapunk that perform better than Marine standard weapons, as well as some simple artillery. Judging from the current speed of weapon production at the base, Roja will be able to basically arm all Union workers in the Coal and Iron City with the weapons produced here in 2 months at most. Are they from the CP organization? I finally found out. It seems that people from the world government are not considered as losers. Roja thought secretly in his heart. Actually, in the past 3 months, the No. 1 scientific research base has been developing at an extremely fast pace and requires a lot of resources, so Roja has sold a lot of coal to support the development here. If we really want to say where it was exposed, I'm afraid it's the sale of coal that has aroused the alarm of world governments. However, I am only slightly vigilant so far, and I am not taking it seriously. Otherwise, instead of sending people to investigate, I would directly suppress it with a large army. Sure enough, the world government will not be stupid enough to give us more time to develop. Roja originally thought of delaying it for another 1.5 years, waiting until all the weapons and ships on the Scientific Research No. 1 were in place before launching an uprising. Looking at it now, we can only prepare for an uprising at any time. When Mr. Fujitora comes back, immediately send the existing weapons that have been made to the underground cave of Coal Iron City to prepare for the battle at any time. 8 days later, Fujitora took everyone back and returned to the base. Just follow him. The result of this voyage can be seen in the joy on their faces. Sure enough, the accompanying scientist who recorded the data handed Roja an almost perfect report. This voyage lasted 8 days and consumed a total of 200 barrels of energy coke. The noise expulsion device of Sea Kings is feasible and the effect is very good. During the 8-day voyage, I was only attacked twice by Sea Kings, and each time it was just one. If there are more voyages in the future, a fixed voyage will form. Channel, then the possibility of this channel being attacked by Sea Kings will be infinitely close to 0. This is the judgment of the scholars of Bakimo. There are a large number of Sea Kings in the Com Belt. If only one Sea King is attacked at a time, ships equipped with artillery can definitely deal with it. You must know that most of the future voyages will be conducted in fleets. A single Sea Kings can completely play the role of expulsion under the salvo of artillery. Based on this report, it can be basically confirmed that Com Belt navigation technology has achieved complete success. Mr. Tom, I need your team of shipwrights to build this kind of ship as quickly as possible. The more numbers, the better. Roja said. No problem. Mr. Tom laughed. You are responsible for producing this coke engine. The more, the better. Roja looked at the team of scientists in Bakimo. As for you, you are responsible for mass-producing coke and forming a caravan across the Com Belt to purchase raw materials. Roja looked at the Revolutionary Army soldiers aside. Quinn, Frankie, I need you to mass-produce ship-based weapons for use with Com Belt ships. Dr. Vegapunk, you should continue to be responsible for researching sea train technology. Roja looked at Vegapunk and thought for a while. Vegapunk's wisdom is to let him be responsible for production, which is a waste of his time. Let him conquer technology, which is what he should do. After everything was arranged properly, the entire island of scientific research number 1 started its rapid and methodical production like a huge machine. It is hard to imagine that this island developed like this in less than half a year. Bakimo's top scientists and engineers, plus top craftsmen from the 7 water cities, as well as hard-working Revolutionary Army soldiers, and the unique talents of the coal and iron city outside Com Belt. Sources and support from the steel industry. Only in this way can this number 1 scientific research base develop at the fastest speed. It can be said that this is a God-given opportunity. Looking at the whole world in the future, it will not be possible to develop in such good conditions. However, soon, Feiya will break this God-given condition with his own hands. Wait 3 more months at most, and the Lubunny Kingdom will launch an uprising in 3 months at most. Roja looked in the direction of the Lubunny Kingdom with deep eyes. He has spent too long in the Lubunny Kingdom, and if it drags on any longer, the world government, no matter how arrogant and corrupt it is, will have to respond. 3 months. It's time to contact Dong Quixote family. Roja thought, Dong Quixote family has grown stronger in the past 6 months. This is just a move, and it must be their first move to be effective. Once we have contacted the Dong Quixote family, we will be ready for an uprising at any time. Thinking of this, Roja found Fujitora, who had just returned, and Nagli, who brought his grandson Rosinante every day. Mr. Yuxiao, Mr. Nagli, please accompany me to the headquarters of Dong Quixote family. Roja smiled and said, I am going to give Doflamingo a big gift. Why do you feel a little sinister when you smile, Roja? Nagli looked at Roja and couldn't help but said with a strange expression. Really? Roja rubbed his face, you can't be too obvious, otherwise you won't be able to trick Doflamingo. You want to cheat Doflamingo? Yes, he has been keeping this move for a long time. Pirates of their nature will not cheat unless they cheat. Roja said. Moreover, it is time to prepare for an armed uprising. Roja's words made both Fujitora and Nagli look condensed. I have been working around the Lubunny Kingdom for half a year, and now is it finally time to start. Chapter 75. In the chat room. Everyone clearly heard what Roja said. Are preparations finally underway for an uprising? Within 3 months. A large-scale uprising involving more than 100,000 people is about to begin. It is hard to imagine an uprising of more than 100,000 people. If the average joining country is slightly smaller, the total number of citizens in the country will not be so many. Cobra of Alabasta didn't want to talk, he thought of the rebellion 2 years ago. Under the secret instigation of Crocodile, the rebels at that time numbered 700,000 rebels. However, that number of rebels did not have suitable weapons, let alone unified dispatch. They were an army of 700,000 including the elderly, children and women. If we really compare the combat power, I'm afraid it may not be as good as Roja's army that is about to be armed with Vegapunk weapons. Saint Peter, hey, do you want the uprising to succeed? Let's first ask if we agree. As long as the world government can detect the anomaly here, even an uprising of 100,000 workers launched by the Revolutionary Army will be suppressed in an instant. The 5 elders at the bottom of the chat room rarely speak. The CP organization in the image has infiltrated into the coal and iron city. As long as an abnormality is discovered here, given the importance of the coal and iron city, the world government will soon dispatch a large number of troops. The personnel of the CP organization have arrived and basically explained that the world government's intelligence system has noticed this place, and it is only a matter of time before Roja and the others are exposed. The 800-year rule of the world government does not mean that it will only stay in Mariejois and enjoy itself. Of course, this is another world after all, and the world government in another world has not yet realized the terror of Roja and the Revolutionary Army in the dark. If it were the 5 elders who had watched the movie until now, they would have already used island-destroying weapons to wipe out Scientific Research Base No. 1, along with Roja and their core cadres, directly from history. Long, the world government is so powerful, how come so many years have passed, and even our revolutionary army has not been able to get rid of it? Long couldn't help but sarcastically said, even our revolutionary army, which basically has no detailed ideological program, no advanced struggle methods, and has taken many detours, can develop into what it is now. Do you still hope that the world government in another world can stop Mr. Roja and his revolutionary development? Long's words instantly raised the five elders' blood pressure. This sarcasm is simply a critical hit. Yes, the Dragon's revolutionary army is far behind the revolutionary army led by Roja. Even the Dragon's revolutionary army cannot eliminate it, let alone the world government of another world. Long, so I boldly speculate that this battle will be a great victory for the workers' uprising, and the world government will be completely defeated in this battle. Saint Satan, words are meaningless, workers win? You ask, do they dare to stay in the Lubunny Kingdom? Where can they go after leaving the Lubunny Kingdom? Saint Satan, as the most calm and rational being among the five elders, directly pointed to the crux of the problem in one sentence. After the great uprising in the Lubunny Kingdom, this group of workers will definitely be focused on by the world government. It is simply impossible for them to operate on a large scale within the scope of the world government. The Calm Belt is not a place where so many people can live. Most of the islands in the Calm Belt have a harsh climate, and most of them are not suitable for farming. It's okay to use it as a research base, but it's basically impossible to use it to feed so many people. Long, I believe Mr. Roja must have already planned it. Now, Long just believes in Roja. Along the way, everyone has seen his ability. Even the five elders can think of this kind of problem, and it is impossible for Roja not to deal with it. And now, in Dressrosa. Doflamingo had no interest in the uprising at all. Originally, he could have watched the uprising as an outsider. But now, he really couldn't be happy anymore. Because in the image, Roja had clearly stated that he was going to trick him. Although he was not his real self and was from another parallel world, Doflamingo still felt a little irritated. But now, he has no choice but to hope that he in the other world can be a little smarter and not be fooled. Mr. Roja, I heard from Grandpa Nagli that you are going to negotiate with Doflamingo. This is the information I have compiled about the Donquixote family. When Roja was about to leave, Rosinante brought a notebook and said firmly. You don't have to go to this point, Rosinante. Roja knew that Rosinante still had some feelings for Doflamingo in her heart. In the garbage dump of the far north kingdom, Doflamingo also took great care of this younger brother. No, I believe you, Mr. Roja, you will make good use of this information. Rosinante shook his head and said to Roja, actually, I have always wanted my brother to be arrested. Those four Donquixote family are not good people. They are cultivating their brother, and they are also bringing out the devil in his heart. I know. Roja took the notebook from Rosinante's hand. Boarding the Calm Belt ship, the paddle wheels on both sides were started. Roja took Fujitora, Nagli, and some revolutionary soldiers to sail outside the Calm Belt. On the ship, Roja looked through the information recorded by Rosinante. Because the kind-hearted Rosinante escaped from the Donquixote family when he was 8 years old, only the original members of the Donquixote family that he knew were recorded. In the beginning, they met an organization headed by Torbil in a country in the far north. At that time, Doflamingo had just killed his father. His ruthlessness attracted the attention of Torbil, the leader of the local powerful organization. After learning about Doflamingo's celestial dragon's identity and awakening conqueror's haki, Torbil decided to train Doflamingo to become a king. Actually, they took a fancy to Doflamingo's potential and wanted to train him to become a leader. At that time, Torbil, Pika, and Diamante Virgo were already an organization. After electing Doflamingo as the leader, he expanded rapidly in North Blue. This is how the Dongquixote family started and expanded its power. Following this, Doflamingo's string fruit ability and the appearance of the 4 core cotters were also recorded. However, Rosinante was not very familiar with the corresponding strengths. That's enough. Roja closed the book. This basic information was completely enough for him. One day later, the ship built with Mr. Tom's excellent craftsmanship arrived at Urok Island at an extremely fast speed. Then Roja took Fujitora and Nagli to the island where the Dongquixote family is. After easily defeating several younger brothers, Roja also successfully met the top person in charge here, Diamante, with a sinister smile on his face. I wonder why my friend came to visit. Diamante had a smile on his face, but his eyes were serious. He clenched his sword tightly and stared at Fujitora and Nagli. 1. He could feel the undisguised aura of terror on Fujitora and Nagli, which was so strong that it almost made him feel suffocated. Let's talk about a big deal. Roja said. Oh, you're talking about business, then come in and talk. Diamante is also a smart man. He knows that he is no match for the 3 people in front of him, so he might as well change his attitude. 1. The 3 of them entered the house before Diamante asked about the specific business. Coal. Roja looked at Diamante and said with a smile. Coal. Diamante's eyes grew hot when he heard this. Coal is a good thing in North Blue. There are many Dong Islands in North Blue. Moreover, coal is a basic energy source, which is needed by all forces. Otherwise, Diamante would not have sent people to test the Lubunny kingdom before, because he was just greedy for the amount of coal on the island. However, the ending was tragic. That test directly attracted 10 warships and almost trapped him there. Coal is a good thing, we can accept as much as we have. Oh, I'm just afraid you won't be able to eat it. You underestimate our Dongquixote family too much. Diamante said with a smile. We still occupy a lot of islands like Urok. We have basically accounted for 30% of the entire North Blue underground market. If we can't eat it, there won't be anyone in North Blue who can eat it. Diamante is extremely confident. Although they are just an emerging force in North Blue, they are very powerful. In addition, Doflamingo does have the qualifications of a king. He is very skillful at a young age, especially in business. They annexed the underground market very quickly. Oh! Roja's heart moved. He didn't expect that Dongquixote family had underestimated it. In such a short period of time, it has become the leader of the North Blue underground market. It is indeed amazing. But the more powerful the better, if not, Roja will have no effect in tricking them. More than 100,000 tons of coal, I don't know if you can eat it. Roja looked at Diamante and threw out his bait. 100,000 tons. Diamante's voice rose a lot, but he quickly calmed down again. How can I believe that you have 100,000 tons of coal? I have a connection in the Lubunny kingdom. I can secretly transport a large amount of coal from the coal mines in Coal Iron City. This coal is buried on the edge of the island of the Lubunny kingdom. Furthermore, with the capabilities of your Dongquixote family, you should be able to find out that in the past 6 months and a few months, the amount of coal produced in the underground market has been much higher than before. Roja said in a relaxed tone. Did you do that? Diamante did know this, his eyes flickered. If this is the case, the credibility of Roja's words will be greatly improved. If you don't believe it, we can do a transaction first. How about 1,000 tons of coal, and start a scandal transaction in rubles? Roja said with a smile. This sentence also completely dispelled Diamante's doubts. He nodded. In 3 days, the transaction will be carried out. After the transaction is completed, I will contact our leader to conduct a transaction of 100,000 tons of coal. If Roja and the others really have this ability, 100,000 tons of coal, and he really asked Brother Ming to come, would be enough for the entire Dongquixote family to take action. Asking for flowers. No problem. Roja stood up, stretched out his hand and smiled brightly, happy cooperation. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Diamante also smiled brightly. By the way, for this coal transaction, it's okay to give priority to grain settlement. Roja said. This is a little difficult. Diamante looked confused. We will give you an extremely favorable price. Make a deal. 3 days later, Diamante arranged for a fleet of ships to come to trade with Roja, dig up the ground, and transport piles of coal onto the ship. 2 days later, Roja received a call from Doflamingo, and they would continue the transaction. In order to avoid attracting too much attention, Doflamingo asked for a transaction of 2,000 tons every 3 days, and Roja agreed. Doflamingo and Dressrosa looked at this scene and wished he could get into the image and beat up the young man in that world. This is clearly a trap. However, Doflamingo removed the god's perspective, and when he brought it in, he couldn't help but get a chill down his back. He found that even if he encountered such a thing now, he would probably have to get into it honestly. A coal transaction that has lasted for half a year, with such loose transaction conditions and such generous benefits, he couldn't refuse it now. Not to mention the Dongquixote family, which was in desperate need of development funds at that time. Although I don't know what methods Roja will use to trick him, but based on Doflamingo's understanding of Roja from watching the movie, what awaits the Dongquixote family must be a big one. The big one is coming. The video continues, while Roja's revolutionary army develops in an orderly manner. Even everyone in the chat room can feel the tense atmosphere. The feeling of storm coming. Roja's good luck seems to have ended, or in other words, from the kingdom of Goa in the east blue to the kingdom of Lubnai in the north blue, his luck has always been so good, and now it has officially ended. The world government did not give Roja 3 months. It has been 2 months since the last time Crow reported to Roja that he discovered a spy suspected of being CP. The lurking spy found an opening in the mine. During the incident, a worker was kidnapped and tortured to extract a confession, and some information about the Union was obtained. If Mori hadn't discovered it in time and killed the CP spy, their information might have been spread out by now. What to do? Mr. Roja. There is anxiety in the crow's voice. Don't be anxious. Roja's calm voice instantly calmed the crow down. Although we don't know the reporting time of the CP organization, at least we still have a few hours until CP discovers something is wrong. If they come to investigate, there may still be a day or two, and the CP organization directly serves the 5 elders, and the matter will be reported to the 5 elders, and then back to Marine. Here again, time is needed. Don't panic, follow the plan, arrange the captains and vice-captains of each trade union team, as well as absolutely trustworthy workers. First bring up the weapons from the underground hollows, and use the team as an individual. Position, be ready for battle at any time. Keep an eye on those people who are suspected of being spies, and report to me at any time if there is any situation. Yes. With Roja's order, the crow seemed to have found its backbone. After hanging up the phone on Crow, Roja dialed Doflamingo's number again. We have something urgent to do and have to leave the Lubunny kingdom. I have to complete the remaining transactions at once, whether it's food or settlement on site. You send people to the Lubunny kingdom to receive it, I will only give you 1 day. Remember to contact me when you arrive. Roja didn't give Doflamingo a chance to bargain, and hung up the phone directly after saying that. He knows very well that with Doflamingo's character, this piece of fat is absolutely impossible to give up. Sure enough, Doflamingo on the other side of the phone wanted to say something, only to find that the call had been hung up. After thinking for a moment, Doflamingo decided to complete the transaction. On the one hand, it was basically impossible for the transaction with Roja to be Marine's fault. On the other hand, this transaction was indeed of great benefit to him. Although it didn't go exactly as planned, it's still acceptable. Roja hung up the phone on Doflamingo. Although there is no guarantee that Doflamingo will be able to come here in time to share the pressure on the world government, the large amount of grain and berries obtained from the transaction during this period can be considered to have played a role. Immediately afterwards, Roja called Jimmy, a Revolutionary Army cadre located at Scientific Research Base No. 1. Inform all warriors that the fleet is setting off and preparing to fight. Roja said in a calm voice. Understood. Jimmy on the other side said, immediately hung up the phone and began the battle mobilization that had been planned several times. More than 20 paddle-wheel sailing ships carrying more than 10 cannons sailed out of the dock and headed towards the kingdom of Lubni at full speed. The war has begun. 1. Chapter 76. Do you think they can succeed? Vinsmoke Judge said with complicated eyes on the island of Scientific Research Base No. 1. On the one hand, he hopes that Roja can succeed, because this will indicate that the world government's control over North Blue has been reduced to a very low level. This is also conducive to his plan for the restoration of Germa. However, on the other hand, he knew very well that based on what he had learned during this period, the thoughts of Roja and his revolutionary army were definitely not the same as Germa's, and were even in an antagonistic relationship. Once they succeed, Germa will have a very strong opponent in North Blue in the future. And this opponent is extremely advanced, united, has a unified ideological program, and a strong will to fight armed with advanced ideas. There is a certain success rate, it depends on how winning is defined. Vegapunk also looked deeply. They have been preparing for so long, so they can only do their best and obey fate. At the same time, Fujitora and Nagli, the port cities of the Lubni kingdom, all looked at Roja. They didn't speak until Roja hung up all the calls. What are we going to do now? Fujitora asked. Mr. Fujitora, go to the sky above the largest marine base we have investigated before, observe the actions of that marine base at all times, and notify me at any time if there is any abnormality in that base. Roja looked calmly and said after thinking. The current situation is not that bad. The CP spies who obtained the information did not pass the information on. We are still in the dark. The world government knows nothing about our power. Based on this premise, if the world government treats this matter as a simple workers' uprising like before, there is a high probability that the Marines from the nearby marine base will be sent to carry out routine suppression. 1. On the one hand, we can judge whether the world government has received the news based on the movements of marine base. On the other hand, we can also based on the news we have received, stay put and wait for the arrival of our fleet. Of course, no matter what the situation is, once our fleet arrives, an armed uprising will begin immediately. Roja's eyes are deep. We have been preparing for so long, it just depends on how the world government is going to play its cards. After this time, no matter what, our revolutionary army will completely enter the world stage. 23 Fujitora left. In order to avoid vision problems and uncertainty about the situation, he also took Rosinante with him. Mr. Nagli, you go to Coal Iron City secretly now. I will ask Mori to pick you up. If there are strong CP spies who infiltrated Coal Iron City, you and Mori can take them down directly. Understood. Nagli nodded. Take Betty with you. With her fruit ability, this is the right time. Roja said, then added after a brief pause, protect her. Don't worry, Roja. Nagli turned and left. When Nagli left, Roja put his hand on his forehead and closed his eyes slightly. There was a row of phone bugs in front of him. At this moment, Roja's pressure is also extremely high. Unlike that time in the Kingdom of Goa, they have taken the initiative in the Kingdom of Goa from beginning to end. After the development of the uncertain terminal, they even have the power to end the aristocratic rule of the Kingdom of Goa at any time. That was an absolute victory no matter how they fought, but this time the Lubni Kingdom uprising was absolutely different. Even Roja didn't know what they were going to face. Under this kind of pressure, Roja felt that his thinking became clearer and his spirit seemed to be sublimated. Some people will collapse under high pressure, and some people will become stronger under high pressure. There is no doubt that Roja is the latter. Having experienced the disaster that destroyed the country, lived in a smelly garbage dump, lived and ate in the mines with exploited and oppressed workers, and witnessed the light and darkness of the world, there are basically few things that can destroy Roja's heart. It is not a flower that grows from a greenhouse, but a weed that grows from the muddy soil exposed to wind and rain. Its vitality is extremely tenacious. Sitting at the desk, facing a row of telephone bugs, Roja took out a paper and pen. At this moment, his mind was like lightning and his eyes were like gods. There are about 2,000 royal troops on the walls of Coal and Iron City. Their response time when they discovered the riot was within 20 minutes. The Brunei Kingdom's nearest marine base has a support speed of within 3 hours, a strength of about 7,000 people, and more than 20 warships. There is also a marine branch in the distant sea area that can provide support. The support speed is within 12 hours. The combined strength is approximately more than 10,000 people and more than 30 small and medium-sized warships. 1. The response speed of the world government is unknown. If troops are mobilized from other sea areas or the Grand Line, the time required will greatly increase, and it is estimated to be more than 7 days. The support speed and strength of the branches in the sea farther away in North Blue are unknown. We have 27 paddle steamers at our disposal, which can carry up to 500 people. It can be reached from the Scientific Research Base No. 1 to the Lubani Kingdom in one day. It can transport up to 13,000 people at a time, one round trip. At least 2 days. Among the union workers, about 70,000 are willing to leave, and they need to stay for at least 10 days. Roja's eyes narrowed. This is considered a more dangerous time. At this time, reinforcements from the world government can easily arrive. Wait a minute, a large number of merchant ships in the 4 major port cities can be commandeered and settled with a large amount of berry traded from Doflamingo. In this case, the shipping capacity will be greatly improved. Beep 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 beep. While Roja was thinking, Fujitora called. He told Roja that he had arrived at Marine Base. There was no intention of large-scale operations here. The world government should not have given them instructions yet. This is good news. The longer it is delayed, the better it will be for Roja and the others. Immediately afterwards, Nagli reported on the affairs of Coal and Iron City. The spies of the CP organization are currently not abnormal. Good news comes one after another. When dusk falls, on a small island outside the Lubani Kingdom, this is the contact center of the CP organizations around the Lubni Kingdom, responsible for summarizing information about the Lubni Kingdom. It was not until nightfall that the person in charge discovered that the spies who went to Coal Tai Cheng to inquire about information did not report the information on time. Obviously, as they had speculated before, there might be an uprising inside Coal and Iron City. Do you want to report it to the 5 elders immediately? A member in a black suit asked the person in charge. As early as 2 months ago, they discovered something amiss through the large-scale coal transactions on the black market. And 2 months later, due to the disappearance of the spies, it was basically concluded that an uprising was being prepared within Coal Tai Cheng 1. Forget it, it's so late, let's report it tomorrow morning. The person in charge was not too anxious. The internal uprisings in Coal and Iron City have occurred not once or twice, but dozens of times. Each time they were easily suppressed. This is considered the norm in Coal and Iron City, and it is not a too urgent matter. Anyway, at the speed of the nearby marine base, we can reach the Lubani Kingdom in a few hours. At this late hour, it's not too late to bother the 5 elders with this kind of thing. The next morning, the person in charge of CP called Mariejois and informed them of the possible uprising in the Lubani Kingdom. The Mariejois guards reported this matter to the 5 elders. Have those untouchables started causing trouble again? Peter Saint looked impatient, asked the nearby marines to dispatch and take a look. The other 5 elders didn't care either. Just as the person in charge of the CP thought, there have been dozens of uprisings in Coal and Iron City. Now in the world government, it is a neither big nor small thing, nothing more. I have to say that habit is a terrible thing. Dozens of uprisings and subsequent suppression not only reduced the workers' resistance, but also paralyzed the surveillance and suppression system that the world government had set up in response to the uprising in the Lubani Kingdom. This gives Roja nearly a day to prepare. Outside the chat room, the revolutionary army was filled with excitement. And 5 elders made my blood pressure rise. A bunch of trash, just the more than 7,000 marine soldiers nearby, that's enough. What they are about to face is an armed revolutionary army composed of more than 100,000 workers that has been prepared by the top team for nearly half a year. It is different from any previous uprising. However, the 5 elders here can only act in a hurry. After all, the 5 elders in another world do not have a god's perspective and can see all the preparations made by Roja and the others. When the sun shone on Roja's face the next day, even he didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. In other words, the world government has reacted so slowly and has not responded yet, but this is also a good thing for him. We are about to arrive at the Lubani Kingdom, Mr. Roja. The phone rang. It was Jimmy's side. The paddle wheel warship was moving at full speed and was about to arrive. We are almost there, where can we trade? Just after hanging up, another phone call rang. This time, it was actually Doflamingo calling, requesting a transaction. See you at the port. Roja said and hung up the phone. To be honest, Roja had basically given up on Doflamingo, but unexpectedly, he hurriedly caught up with the last train. Roja feels a little embarrassed if she doesn't cheat him now. Informed Mori and Nagli to come here to support the situation, Roja called Fujitora directly. Mr. Yuxiao, the preparations are almost complete. Let the people in Marine Base move, give them an intelligence report, saying that the Dongquixote family is preparing to incite workers to revolt, quietly plunder a large amount of coal, and let them go to this location to the west of the Lubani Kingdom. Roja was smiling. If the world government does not respond within a day, it will be a big advantage for the revolutionary army. All other operations will be pure profits. I understand. Fujitora responded. After a while, Marine Base's top officer, Branch Commander Nak Vice Admiral, received a piece of detailed information about the Dongquixote family. Dongquixote family? Workers' uprising. Jonik looked at the information in his hand and was confused. One was a pirate organization and the other was a workers' uprising. How did the two get mixed up? But before he could doubt it for long, a marine soldier rushed in anxiously and conveyed the 5 elders' instructions. A moment later, the Marine Army, which was originally intended to suppress the uprising in the Lubani Kingdom, directly dispatched a large number of troops to the Lubani Kingdom to suppress the uprising. The uprising has begun, we should go back. Fujitora felt. The marine troops that came out in full force said to Rosinante next to them. After some time passed, Nagli and Mori arrived. Roja just took Nagli to the port for the appointment. When he came here, Roja only saw one boat, and on it was a blonde boy about 13 or 14 years old. This is the first time Roja has met Doflamingo. He is different from Rosinante, or should be the complete opposite. His brother Doflamingo exudes a kind of unruliness from the inside out. A proud feeling. Behind Doflamingo, there is a tall and sloppy uncle, a diamante whom he has already met, and another who looks young but has an abnormal figure. A majestic young man, and a pot-headed boy with a poached egg on his cheek. It can be seen that Doflamingo still attaches great importance to this operation. He may also be worried that Roja will take advantage of others, so he brought all 4 core cotters with him. Have you brought anything? Roja asked. And Doflamingo also waved his hand, and a group of boys took out 10 boxes, each of which contained 100 million berry. This is the deposit. When we see your sincerity, the remaining balance will be paid little by little. Doflamingo smiled and said 530. Come with me, you will see our sincerity. Roja also smiled meaningfully. He took Nagli and a group of Revolutionary Army soldiers onto the ship in the port, and then took Doflamingo and the others to the place where coal was originally stored. Mori! Roja shouted. The ground in front of me instantly opened a large hole, revealing the extremely rich coal mine inside. How, although I haven't calculated it carefully, the coal here is conservatively estimated to be more than 60,000 tons. Roja said with a smile. Doflamingo arranged for Pika to land on land for inspection, and after receiving Pika's confirmation, Doflamingo showed a satisfied smile. If this is the case, then you can settle the remaining balance. As soon as Roja finished speaking, he turned his head slightly. The next moment, a stream of mucus-like snot passed past Roja like a sharp arrow, and hit the mast behind Roja. Easily penetrate. What does this mean? Doflamingo. Roja's expression remained unchanged and he asked calmly. I want the goods, but I don't want to give you the money. What do you mean? Nagging, nagging, nagging. Doflamingo laughed. On the sea not far away, a dozen ships carrying a large number of artillery were approaching at extremely fast speeds, and their target was Roja and the others. Doflamingo looked at Roja and the others with a smile. From the beginning, when he first conducted the coal transaction, he had already thought about how to swallow Roja and the others. It's just that they haven't found a suitable opportunity. Although I don't know why this time, they are suddenly so eager to get rid of all the last coal. But this is an excellent opportunity for Doflamingo. Use berry to eat this coal. The price is too high. How could he deal so honestly? Point 1. Pirates are indeed pirates. Roja looked at Doflamingo and just smiled softly without any panic. Looking at Roja's calm expression, Doflamingo had a very bad premonition for no reason. Boom! A cannonball exploded in the sea not far away. Dover, something seems wrong. Torbil was the first to notice something was wrong. Their ship didn't seem to be surrounded, but it seemed like they were running for their lives. As the roar of artillery fire got closer and closer, Doflamingo and the others finally saw the whole picture. Behind their pirate fleet is an extremely large marine fleet, at least 20 marine warships, chasing them. You're actually a marine. Dolfram Mingshu's forehead veins popped out. He didn't expect that Roja was actually marine, coming to deal with him. What he just couldn't understand was how it was possible for Marine to spend so long on dealing with them, a North Blue force, to make such a big fuss, and to pay so much for so little value. Philippine coal, just to get rid of their small force? Unfortunately, we are not Marine. Roja said with a calm smile on his face, we are, the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 77. What is the Revolutionary Army? Actually, at this point, neither the Revolutionary Army nor the Marines have any meaning to Doflamingo. The reality is that they were completely fooled by Roja. Their pirate fleet is currently facing a comprehensive attack by the Marine elite fleet. Catch him! Doflamingo was very angry at this moment, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. Beside him, Torbil and Diamante were the first to take action. One shoots out slime like a sharp arrow, and the other bursts out at an astonishing speed and attacks Roja and the others. However, for pirates of their Shikai level to attack Roja, it is really a fantasy. Facing the oncoming attack, Roja's expression did not change at all, as if there was nothing in front of him. Boom! A thin figure instantly appeared in front of Roja. With a loud noise, Diamante was directly stepped into the deck by Negli. Cough! Diamante's eyes turned white on the spot, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He now fully realized the terrifying strength of Nagli, a thin old man. Several streaks of slime flying in the air were easily defeated by armament haki who shot out of his body like air waves. How is it possible for you to attack our leader directly? Nagli stepped on Diamante and gently knocked on the pipe in his hand. His white eyebrows cover his eyes, and he looks like a kind-hearted little old man. His aura at this moment is simply frightening. What? Doflamingo and Toribel didn't have time to be surprised. Two figures appeared in front of them from the deck of the opposite ship in an instant. It's Roja and Nagli. 5 color strings. Doflamingo's reaction was not slow, and he stretched out his hand to attack with string fruit's ability, and beside him, the younger Virgo was also not slow in his attacks. Facing the attacks of Doflamingo and Virgo, Roja only felt that their movements were too slow. Since his spiritual sublimation last night, his observation haki has become even more powerful. His observation haki talent was already extremely strong, but now it is completely sufficient. Turn sideways slightly, and the two attacks have already passed by. The slightest difference is like the end of the world at this moment. The fist hit the two people's Adam's apples. With just one blow, the two fell to the ground in an instant. Dover, Virgo. Toribel wanted to take action. However, Nagli has appeared behind him in an instant. You should worry more about yourself. As the voice fell, Armament Haki's fist, entangled with terror, had hit Toribel's body hard. Any disguise in front of the tyrannical armed man had no effect. Toribel was knocked unconscious by a punch. All this happened between lightning and flint. Pika on the island had just merged into the earth at this moment, preparing to transform into a rock giant. However, at this moment, there was already a giant ability user waiting for him underground. Get up to Mori. Mori, who is over 100 years old and has reached the peak of his strength, has a huge harpoon inserted into the jelly-like ground, with the powerful armament haki attached to it. With a loud bang, Pika was knocked out of the ground. The gravel flew and he lost consciousness in the air. This is the Revolutionary Army. Roja looked at Doflamingo lying on the ground calmly and said. There is not much emotion in his eyes, because solving a Shi'ai-level pirate group is nothing to the Revolutionary Army. The enemy in the eyes of the Revolutionary Army has always been the decadent ruling class. It is the world government led by the Celestial Dragons, a powerful institution that has ruled the world for 800 years. Even if the Revolutionary Army is in its infancy, no matter how weak it is not something that a pirate group like the Don Quixote family can fight against. Without another glance at Doflamingo, Roja looked at the sea where a naval battle broke out in the distance and took out the phone. Jimmy, come over and finish it off. Roja told the phone bug his current location. A moment later, further out on the sea, when Marine was about to wipe out the Don Quixote family's pirate fleet, another fleet with a larger number had already appeared in Marine's eyes. These ships look extremely weird, with huge sci-fi style paddle wheels on both sides. With full power, they sail at an astonishingly fast speed. Fire the gun! Jimmy stood on the bow and said loudly. Boom 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 boom. The improved artillery developed by Bakimoan scientists and top scientist Judge Quinn exploded with astonishing range and power at this moment. Cannonballs exploded around the marine warship, causing a large number of waves. Damn it, how could the Don Quixote family have so many pirate ships? Vice Admiral Jonik, the supreme commander of the branch base, couldn't help cursing at this moment. A fleet composed of more than a dozen pirate ships is already a very powerful combat force for a pirate organization. And now, more than 20 ships have arrived, seemingly larger and more advanced, which is really unacceptable. Fire, fire, fire. Boom boom boom. The accumulation of dormancy for half a year now turned into the roar of artillery fire. The marine fleet itself has focused all its attention on the encirclement and suppression of the Don Quixote family. At this moment, it can be passively beaten in the face of the Revolutionary Army's warship attack. What makes Jonik Vice Admiral most desperate is that the opponent's fleet's range, speed, and artillery power are stronger than theirs. Even if they want to prevent a counterattack, it is difficult. Mr. Nagli, you are responsible for persuading people to surrender. After several rounds of artillery fire, Marine has suffered heavy casualties. They still have to prepare for the counterattack of the Dongquixote family fleet. It can be said that they are attacked from both sides and are extremely uncomfortable. Damn it! Jonik Vice Admiral is stepping over Moonwalk. Now that the fleet is blocked, he can only find a way to open up the situation with personal force. He is very fast, has Grandmaster 6 styles, and has strong physical skills. It is obvious that his strength is much higher than the core cadres of the Dongquixote family just now. If he is really allowed to board the Revolutionary Army's ship, maybe he can really display amazing destructive power. However, there is someone faster than him. Nagli, as a physical expert, is not comparable to the Vice Admiral of the branch base. Even the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral is far from him. In just a moment, Nagli came from the distant island of Lubunny Kingdom to the top of the head of Vice Admiral of Jonik. What? The experienced and calm Vice Admiral had a look of disbelief in his eyes. Nagli punched out instantly, punching back Vice Admiral, a powerful member of the branch, and punching a huge hole in the warship deck. We are the rebels of the Lubunny Kingdom. You have been surrounded by us. Surrender, Marine. Nagli stood on the mast of the warship and said loudly. If they were pirates, this group of Marines might be very resistant to surrender, but it would be different if they were rebels. At least the rebels and Marines are absolutely in opposition to each other and are natural enemies. Rebel army? How is that possible? Vice Admiral Jonik, who withstood Nagli's punch, did not faint. He covered his chest and sat up reluctantly. Hearing Nagli's words, he looked in disbelief. How could it be the rebels? Jonik was transferred to the marine base on the edge of the Lubunny Kingdom 15 years ago. In the past 15 years, he has suppressed at least 10 uprisings in the Lubunny Kingdom. He really couldn't connect the organizations in front of him, which had a huge advanced fleet, and top powerhouses, with the thin rebels in his impression who only had mining tools and couldn't even get old-fashioned muskets. When did the slave miners in the Lubunny Kingdom become so powerful? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if you let him believe that this is the Dongquixote family, he would rather believe that this is a huge pirate organization than believe that this is the rebel army. However, immediately afterwards, the fleet from the distance approached, roaring, and several rounds of artillery fire came down. The sea area where the Dongquixote family's fleet was located suddenly became a sea of fire. And this scene also completely told Jiang Nak that the group of strong men they faced were probably really rebels. Surrender or continue to resist. If you resist, there is only one end: be annihilated by us all. Nagli's tone was very cold. It's not like they haven't wiped out armies before. The royal guards of the Kingdom of Goa, they almost annihilated them all. From the beginning, Roja has said that class struggle is irreconcilable. If the advanced class wants to obtain the power and means of production in the hands of the backward ruling class, armed struggle is necessary. Looking at the powerful Nagli in front of him, and the well-formed, more advanced, and huge fleet in the distance, he then turned back to look at his own fleet that had suffered heavy losses. After many considerations, Jonik was finally able to say this sentence with difficulty. We surrender. The Supreme Commander has made a decision, and it is even more impossible for the marine soldiers who have been frightened by the gunfire of the Revolutionary Army to resist. Soon, the Revolutionary Army's fleet came over, tied up, and imprisoned one marine soldier after another, and took over the warship. Roja's ship also moved over and waited to board the warship. You have so few people. Jonik looked at the personnel on the Revolutionary Army warship and couldn't help but regretted. 27 warships, the total number of people on board probably does not exceed 1,000. And their marines dispatched an army of more than 5,000 people. Young master. Roja heard what he said, looked at the regretful Vice Admiral and said with a smile, Here, we only have 400 comrades responsible for fighting, but in the Lubunny Kingdom, we have more than 100,000 a comrade. 100,000. Jiang Nak was instantly suffocated by this number. With 100,000 rebel army, I am afraid not all the workers in Coal and Iron City have united to revolt. Even in the history of the Lubani Kingdom, this is definitely the largest uprising. And what frightens Jonik even more is, they have no idea about the true strength of the Lubni Kingdom's rebels. Not to mention this advanced fleet, even if the rebel army of the Lubani Kingdom can have 1 gun per person and an army of 100,000 people, what a terrifying combat power it will be. At this moment, the experienced Vice Admiral deeply realized a terrible fact. Whether it was them or the world government, everyone underestimated this uprising. I don't know how long this was planned. An uprising led by an excellent leader, I'm afraid Marine and the world government will suffer a big loss this time. I can only hope that the news has been passed on and the world government can take this matter seriously as soon as possible. Jonik Vice Admiral sighed in his heart. He was seriously injured at this moment. He is a prisoner again, there is nothing he can do. Time is urgent, the Revolutionary Army cleans up the battlefield very quickly. Report, a total of 4,000 Marine soldiers were captured, and 22 warships were captured, 12 of which were intact and did not affect navigation, 6 needed to be repaired, and the other 4 were basically scrapped. 1. The Dongquixote family's site has basically been destroyed, and 800 people have been captured. A revolutionary soldier handed over the statistical harvest to Roja. Leave some people to repair the warships, and others to take the warships that can sail. They are divided into 4 teams to take marine prisoners and head to the 4 port cities immediately. We must move as quickly as possible. Control 4 ports. Roja said loudly. Understood. The roar shook the sky, and Jonik on the side couldn't help but be surprised by the fighting quality of this group of warriors. After observation, he found that although the number of these soldiers was small, each one was of very high quality, executed orders perfectly, and was very efficient. He felt more and more that if these people were rebels, it would be a big deal. Nearly 40 warships were divided into 4 teams and quickly sailed towards the 4 port cities of the Lubani Kingdom. By the time Roja and the others arrived at the port, some merchant ships had already started to run away. After all, the sea area where the battle just took place was very close to the Lubani Kingdom. The roaring sound of the cannons had already reached the island, causing quite a commotion. Roja arrived with people and quickly took control of the port. The merchant ships that had fled were left alone. As for the ones that were still there, Roja couldn't let the ships leave. After the uprising was successful, the rebel army needed a large number of ships to leave here. In extraordinary times, Roja stopped being polite. He shouted loudly at the port with a loudspeaker, "We are a rebel army, an army that resists the oppressive rule of the world government and the Lubani Kingdom. We will never kill innocent people indiscriminately. Please rest assured. It's just that we need a large number of ships now. We will conduct a compulsory collection of all ships here. If there are goods, I will give you, okay, 1 day's time. Time to unload the goods. As for the ship itself, we will buy it at the market price." Roja repeated these words loudly 3 times, and the businessmen dispersed in a hurry. For a new violent organization that had just been established and had no prestige, he hoped that the people would. It is basically impossible to believe them directly. However, Roja didn't care. He gave Jimmy instructions and asked him to do what he just said. It doesn't matter if no one comes now. There will always be people who will test and take risks to come. And if the first one succeeds, there will be a second and a third one. In each interaction, trust will come. It will be established naturally. As for berry, the Revolutionary Army is not very short of berry at the moment. There are a lot of berry left behind from selling coal before, as well as the treasure berry brought by Doflamingo this time. Buy these common berries. The merchant ships that can pass through are definitely enough. After arranging things at the port, Roja took Nagli and Senor and rushed to Coal Iron City without stopping. Half an hour ago, most of the troops had been dispatched, leaving only a few hundred soldiers at the Marine branch base. I received a shocking piece of news from the front line. What? The soldier in charge of communication couldn't believe his ears at all. Vote. The whole army was wiped out? Who is the opponent? Lubni Kingdom Rebel Army? More than 20 warships. The communications soldier felt that his worldview was constantly being refreshed at this moment. 22 searches of warships, more than 5,000 marine soldiers, plus the base's supreme commander, Vice Admiral Jonik, were all captured by the rebels. Is this still the rebel army he knew? Of course, despite being shocked, the communications soldier quickly passed the news to the marine headquarters. How is this possible? Like the communications soldiers, Marine Marshal Sora was also shocked when he saw this report. The rebel army of the Lubni Kingdom, which was suppressed dozens of times by thousands of marines, captured a fleet of marines. Chapter 78. In the chat room, everyone has turned into a happy person at this moment. Roger, I wanted to laugh when I saw Sora's expression. He probably never dreamed of how powerful the revolutionary army that Roja had spent half a year preparing was. Whitebeard, one side is in the light, the other is in the dark, calculated mentally and unintentionally, and his opponent is that Roja. Sora probably wouldn't have thought of it. This will definitely not be the last time he gets a big surprise. Golden Lion, that's it, revolutionary army, let these marine bastards suffer. Kaido, ha ha ha, this time the face of marine and world government will be completely trampled under their feet. Not only Sora, but also the expressions of the 5 elders in a while are really exciting. Shanks, speaking of which, it's really an exaggeration. When the video is accelerated, I don't feel it at all. Only when the war actually starts can I feel what kind of armed force Mr. Roja has created in the past 6 months. Big Mom, have you forgotten that there are still 100,000 revolutionary troops in Coal and Iron City? Even if they only have 1 gun per man, this kind of power is extremely terrifying. Marine may be in big trouble this time. The pirate bosses all jumped out to deal damage, but Marine and the 5 elders really had nothing to do. As these pirates said, without God's perspective, who would have thought that Roja could actually pull out such a group of troops? In just half a year, the strength turned out to be so strong. That's Roja, what a dangerous character. In the office of the Navy, Army, and Air Force headquarters, Commander-in-Chief Kong, who was very old but still majestic and powerful, couldn't help but say. Look at the subordinates below. Sora couldn't help but sigh, I am also very impressed by this uprising. There was a great uprising of more than 100,000 workers in the Lubni Kingdom. The result of that uprising was that Sakazuki took action and easily suppressed the uprising. Did Jonik Vice Admiral also be defeated that time? A subordinate asked. No, not really. After all, Jonik has a large number of warships, but the rebel army doesn't have that, and they don't have many guns. They just rely on the 2 captains of the Revolutionary Army, Mori and Crow, to win a small victory. Field. At that time, I immediately ordered Sakazuki, who was returning to his hometown in North Blue for vacation, to go and bring a total of more than 10,000 marine soldiers around to suppress the uprising easily. Sora recalled. The uprisings in the 2 worlds happened at about the same time. At this point in time, I in the other world should also ask Sakazuki to suppress it. After saying this, Sora sighed, it's just that Sakazuki will definitely fail miserably. I hope that I in that world can pay more attention to the fact that Jonik's army was completely defeated and captured. Who would have thought that with just a few more people, or in other words, with just a teenager named Roja in another world, an originally normal uprising would be exaggerated to this extent? And why is such a young boy so thoughtful? The method of letting the Donquixote family and Marine fight, and then taking the opportunity to complete the encirclement, simply calculated the time, place, and people's hearts. In the chat room at this moment, almost all pirates and revolutionary troops are praising Roja. But there was only one pirate who was extremely unhappy at this moment. That's Doflamingo. He really didn't expect that himself in another world would be out of the game so early. When they were still young, they encountered the Revolutionary Army, and were easily defeated by this organization, which had also not developed for a long time. Especially the look in Roja's eyes at the end, calm and without any emotion, deeply hurt Doflamingo's extremely proud heart. He was actually defeated and ignored by a pariah who had subjugated his country. In addition, he in another world was captured by the Revolutionary Army early, and the Quixote family was completely destroyed. There was a bad feeling in his heart. After the subsequent interaction between the two worlds, he didn't know what impact this would have, but no matter what, it would definitely be an extremely bad impact. But what Doflamingo didn't know was this. At this moment, Rosa, who knows how many toys there are, looked at the video of the Don Quixote family being defeated and cried silently. If only they lived in another world too. When will the darkness shrouding this country finally dissipate? Countless civilians are praying in their hearts. Song clenched his fists, and the air was squeezed loudly. He read the information in his hand 2 or 3 times. This level of exaggerated record. It's as if a group of ordinary civilians holding farm tools captured a well-trained marine army. And the difficulty is higher than that. After all, they are marine and they have a fleet. When will the rebel army be able to act in front of warships? Either the marine commander is a fool and his extremely wrong operation led to a big mistake, or the rebel army this time is different from the previous ones and is extremely powerful. Is Jonik a fool? Definitely not. How can a person who can command a large marine branch base and achieve the position of vice admiral of the branch base be an idiot? Sora is very aware of Jonik's level. In the 15 years since he has been in charge of the branch base, there have been basically no problems. It seems like there's really going to be a big problem this time. Kong's eyes were solemn. Expedite this report to the 5 elders, and then help me find who is in North Blue now. Kong said to the communication soldier on the side. Fighting pirates normally, they marine can decide on their own. But what they are facing now is a franchising country. In any case, marine must obtain the consent of the 5 elders before it can use troops there. Just like this morning, the 5 elders asked them to arrange a visit to the marine base near the Ruble Kingdom. It's just that now the marine base has basically been wiped out. A moment later, the order from the 5 elders was also passed down, asking Marine to quell the uprising in the Lubunny Kingdom as quickly as possible. The power of a marine branch base has been completely captured, which is already very embarrassing. The world government does not want to accompany Marine to be embarrassed. Let Sakazuki be responsible for unifying the Marines on the North Blue side. He is qualified to call all the Marines in the sea area around Lubunny. Let him immediately go to the Lubunny Kingdom to quell the war. Kong immediately gave the order. Before the messenger left, Kong thought for a while and added, let Porisalino and Kuzan Vice Admiral go together, and we must solve it as quickly as possible. He remembered that Jonik and the others were all captured. This time the rebel army was unusual, so Sora also increased his support. And this is already considered the strongest force he can send to North Blue at present. Although these 3 people are still relatively junior among Marine, in terms of strength, they are definitely the strongest existences under Admiral. It can be said that they are Admiral seeds. Thankfully, Marine's admirals, who were out recently, came back to the headquarters to rest, and they followed back. Otherwise, I'm afraid there wouldn't be enough manpower. In the chat room, the 5 elders looked at Sora's decision and immediately panicked. Saint Maz, why not send Admiral there? This idiot! This is definitely a good opportunity to eliminate Roja and the Revolutionary Army in one fell swoop. If the Marine Admiral is sent, Roja will not be able to compete with the current strength of the Revolutionary Army. Although Sakazuki and the others are not weak in strength, there is still a big gap between them and Admiral 27 years ago. The 5 elders don't think so much now. They wish that the Marines from another world could put all their power on them and completely wipe out the Revolutionary Army. Sora, because 27 years ago was the time when the pirates were at their most rampant, and the Battle of Atval took place in that year. Admiral was on standby at the headquarters at any time, and it was impossible for him to go on a mission to the four seas. This sentence is just to save face for 5 elders. It's enough that he didn't point at 5 elders and call them idiots. No matter how powerful North Blue's uprising is, it's impossible to send Admiral there. Unless the 5 elders issue a buster call and deal a devastating blow to the Lobunny Kingdom, then Admiral will be allowed to lead the team. Without a god's perspective, sending Sakazuki and the 3 of them had already given the rebels enough face. Of course, Sora can also understand the 5 elders. After all, even now, from a god's perspective, he feels that even if these 3 people are together, they are a bit unstable. However, no matter how unstable the outside world feels, it will not help. In the giant screen, Aokiji and Kizaru boarded a warship respectively and set off from the naval headquarters towards North Blue as quickly as possible. Cole Tai-cheng, the uprising here has not yet completely occurred, and is in a state of confrontation. A few hours ago, the royal guards outside Coal and Iron City had received news from Marine that the workers might revolt. Different from Marine, who has experienced hundreds of battles and conducted many large-scale uprisings and suppression wars. The royal guards outside Coal and Iron City, CDFF, are not so relaxed. Their strength can only suppress some small uprisings. When encountering large uprisings, they are the ones who are afraid. After all, the hatred between them and these workers is not low. Every time there is a large-scale uprising, many of them will be beaten to death by the workers with crude tools. 1. Of course, they also have their own methods. Whenever they encounter an uprising, they just climb onto the city wall and wait for Marine to come over and suppress it. But what surprised them was that the workers who would have charged directly at the risk of their lives when launching an uprising in the past did not make any movement at this moment. The entire Coal and Iron City was eerily quiet. If the iconic chimney hadn't been under construction, the soldiers would have thought that no uprising had occurred and everything was normal. The quieter it gets inside, the more terrified these soldiers feel. What is that? On top of the city wall, a soldier with sharp eyes saw what seemed like a stone flying through the sky. Then it fell into the Coal and Iron City and disappeared. In Coal and Iron City, although everyone is not fully armed, they still hold a long gun in their hands. The workers' army of more than 100,000 people, divided into teams of 100 people, under the leadership of more calm, rational and capable trade union cadres, is ready to attack at any time. The steel plant, a huge factory building, hundreds of supervisors have been controlled and imprisoned here. The supervisors who used to show off their power now look at the workers with firm eyes and long guns in their hands. They feel strange and at the same time extremely frightened. The body is trembling. The whip that seemed to bring them power in the past is now like a soldering iron in the hand, and the palms of the hand are tingling. When faced with the united workers, these overseers, who were bought off by the ruling class at the slightest benefit, are all paper tigers. Crow didn't do anything to these overseers. Compared to half a year ago, he has grown a lot. Looking at problems is no longer dominated by various emotions as before, but can be viewed more objectively and rationally. Look at the problem. He learned from Roja how to distinguish who is an enemy and who is a friend. These overseers are only bribed by a little profit, and they themselves are also exploited and oppressed classes. There is no irreconcilable conflict with the working class, and they are targets that the revolution can win over. More importantly, it has been basically determined that not all workers will leave, and some unions will still stay in their hometowns. Mr. Roja. By the time Roja arrived at Coal Iron City, the place was almost completely ready, and Crow greeted him. The port has been completely controlled by our people. Inform each team to pick out those in the Union who can drive ships and operate artillery. Roja ordered. Understood, Mr. Roja. Crow immediately left the arrangement. After a while, Roja took Fujitora and Nagli to the city wall. Here, standing above were fully armed royal guards. Go back! As soon as Roja and the others approached, a soldier shouted loudly and aimed his gun at this place. We are a workers' insurrectionary army. If we lay down our weapons and surrender now, it is still too late. Roja said loudly. Behind him, the team that was closer came out with guns raised. You are destined to be suppressed. There is nothing to talk about between us. The captain of the escort led the group, although it was unclear why this group of workers had guns in their hands. But this does not prevent him from finding it very ridiculous. When did the revolting workers actually persuade them to surrender? Isn't this what they have always done? The guard captain glanced at Roja below with disdain. Although they were not nobles themselves, this did not prevent them from looking at this group of workers in shabby clothes. Create a sense of superiority. Boom! There was a gunshot, and the guard captain shot Roja without any care at all. The bullet was instantly cut open by Fujitora. It seems there is nothing to talk about. Roja's eyes were calm. From the beginning, you were not qualified to negotiate. The guard captain's eyes in the protective suit were terrifyingly cold. Although the opponent has a large number of people, they have a solid wall and marine support behind them. But, slowly, the captain also panicked. He looks at the number of workers behind Roja increasing. The workers are like a stream flowing into the sea. Teams of workers come one by one from the low-rise and dense residential areas, clustering around, in front of, and behind Roja. Like a silent torrent. Roja stands in this torrent with calm eyes. Workers do not have the right to negotiate. Kill! I don't know which worker shouted a long repressed roar. In an instant, all the workers who had been oppressed for a long time broke out in silence and let out that earth-shattering roar. This roar contains too much. The pain and anger of being oppressed, exploited, and bullied all exploded at this moment. Like a thunderbolt, it exploded in the dark sky above the Lobunny kingdom, shattering all the backward and decadent order. The blood in Fujitora's body was stirred up, and he drew out his staff and sword. He followed countless workers and charged. In the sky, meteorites fell, and under the earth dragon roared. The solid city wall seemed to have turned into a piece of brittle paper. The high-ranking royal guards had lost all their previous arrogance at this moment, and were submerged and swallowed up by the torrent of workers. 1. A moment later, with the surrender of the last royal guard, the revolutionary army completely occupied this city full of bloody exploitation and oppression by the nobility and the world government. This may not be the first time in the history of the Lobunny kingdom's uprising that they have occupied the coal and iron city, but it is definitely the fastest, with the smallest casualties, and the biggest victory. After 8 months and 15 days, the revolutionary army finally achieved an initial victory in this country that was suffering from exploitation and oppression. The workers, who have been oppressed for a long time and have almost lost their blood and resistance, took up arms and once again let out the roar of the workers. And this time, they will not fail again. Chapter 79. This is the victory of the revolutionary army. Nagli said excitedly as he looked at the scene in front of him. Thank you, Mr. Roja, you saved this place. The crow was extremely excited at the moment. This was everything he had dreamed of. He has never had such strong hope for an uprising. It was Roja who brought it all. The arrival of Roja allowed them to win the uprising with overwhelming success, and they will continue to win. Revolution is never about one person, but the hard work of a class. This is not the victory of the revolutionary army, but the victory of the people. Roja shook his head gently and said softly. Struggle, fail, fight again, fail again, until victory, this is the logic of our people. Speaking of this, Roja said loudly. Comrades, never be afraid of failure in the struggle, always fight with the backward nobles and celestial dragons for our own rights. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Sounds from all directions converged into the loudest sound. Fujitora, Nagli, Crow, Mori, Rosinante, Bello Betty, all looked at Roja. There is no radiance on his body, and he does not look dazzling. His simple clothes may be because he has worked too hard in recent days and his face looks a little haggard. The only thing that attracts people is his firm and pure gaze. This is an ordinary person who has merged into the wave of the people. An ordinary person held high by the people. Who can avoid death when meeting such a person? At this moment, Fujitora and the others only have this firm and pure idea in their hearts. The People's Carnival did not last long, because the union had told the workers a clear course of action a long time ago. After the uprising is successful, they will gradually move out of the Lubani kingdom. Some people who want to stay will try their best to win the second war with the world government and then negotiate with the royal family and the world government. The first time it was fought was just Marine's regular suppression force. The second time, usually, it was Marine who took the real action. Only in this case can there be people with enough influence who can respond accordingly. Of negotiations. Although Roja was not optimistic about this so-called negotiation from the beginning. Because no matter how you say it, the world government is absolutely strong. Even if there is a short-term concession after negotiations, it will soon return to its old ways and reoppress and exploit. But he can't change the minds of these people. They have lived here for generations. They want comfort too much, so they expect compromises from others. Roja can only try his best to help them strive for the best results. In the steel factory, all the supervisors are gathered here. When Roja came here, they were trembling, worried about this group of rioting workers, and would hang them all directly. In the past, uprising supervisors generally did not end well. However, Roja was not as violent as they imagined. He just took out an investigation report that had been prepared and handed it over to these supervisors. This is our comrade. We have invited some basic health survey reports on the 4 major port cities. You can take a look. Your relatives and children may be among them. Roja said gently. According to these surveys, people living in port cities are basically infected with pneumoconiosis to a greater or lesser extent, and the older they are, the more serious it is, and the closer they are to the coal and iron cities, the more serious it is. Pneumoconiosis, this is a disease caused by long-term inhalation of dust, and you can basically see how bad the environment in the Lubani kingdom is. This disease will not directly cause death, but if you continue to live in the Lubani kingdom, it will become more and more serious and affect your lifespan. You can read the final report. Roja turned to the last page. The average life expectancy of residents in the 4 major port cities of the Lubani kingdom is 8 years shorter than 30 years ago, and it can be predicted that as the environment of the Lubani kingdom becomes worse and worse, this number will also increase. Come and get bigger. Roja is by no means alarmist, nor is he falsifying data. Ever since he came back from Free Fans, Roja has become concerned about this disease that is unique to a certain country. He arranged for Revolutionary Army soldiers to focus on investigating the health of residents in the port city, and sure enough he discovered that this disease was common in the Lubani kingdom. How is this possible? A supervisor clenched the report in his hand tightly and said in disbelief. The survey data here even details the name and family composition. The supervisor can directly discover that there are his family members in it. His son is only 8 years old and has already contracted mild pneumoconiosis at a young age. After saying so much, I actually want to tell you that we are actually the same kind of people. We are all treated as untouchables by the nobles and exploited like ants. They gave you a little money, but took away the land where you have lived for generations, and took away the lives of you and your families. While you were breathing the dirty air here, the nobles had already fled the country. We are also human beings, we are not cows and horses. We also have the right to breathe clean air. We also have the right to take our children to play happily in the sun, under the grass, breathing fresh air. When children open their eyes, what they hear should be the chirping of birds, what they should see is bright sunshine, and what they should see is green grass, not hazy skies and grey streets. People's faces should be rosy, not pale and sick. This country should not be like this, and the lives of the people in this country should not be like this. We should unite and make things the way they should be. Roja's voice was not high-pitched, nor was it full of oppression. He just spoke softly and warned softly. He is like a teacher who puts right and wrong in front of his students, letting him think for himself, letting him see what is right and wrong for himself, guiding them on the right path. The overseers were silent. Roja said nothing more. Supervisors are different from workers who are oppressed and enslaved. They have their own families and barely stable lives, and they have more worries. And Roja does not intend to force them to take positions. He rarely forces some people to do something. Forcing is not what the revolutionary army should do. He just put simple and correct thoughts there, allowing people to participate from the bottom of their hearts. He just does this because he doesn't want these overseers who are also being exploited to mistakenly think that they are on a united front with the nobles and that their interests are aligned with the nobles. The nobles used very good means of differentiation to make the residents of the 4 major port cities a prison for the coal and iron city. What Roja has to do is to completely open this cage and let the people stand together. This is a long-term, subtle process, and Roja believes that today will be a good start. You can leave on your own now and reunite with your family. I will send someone to escort you home. No one will make things difficult for you. I just hope you can think carefully about what I said today. Roja finally said. Then he arranged some soldiers to escort the overseers away. At first, the supervisors were a little frightened, but when they really left Coal and Iron City, they came to their senses and the workers actually let them go. Perhaps, that boy is right. When the threat to life was far away and reason returned to their minds, these supervisors recalled what Roja had just said. The supervisors looked at the investigation reports in their hands with complicated expressions. Something in their hearts may have been quietly changing. In the factory, Roja looked at a strong man beside him. What I just said is not only for them, but also for you. Mobu, do you understand? After we leave, you must try your best to unite the residents of the port city. This strong man's name is Mobu. He is a native of the Lubuni kingdom and one of the people who decided to stay. He has good strength and wisdom. After Roja Crow left, he became the leader of the union. I understand, Mr. Roja. Mobu looked at Roja respectfully. He still felt a little guilty at this moment. Because he did not choose to leave with Roja, but chose to stay. Although we have left, we are still comrades. I will leave you a phone bug and hide it in a hidden location. After we leave, the world government will probably continue to exploit you. If you regret it by then, we will find a way to come back to support you. Roja patted Mobu's shoulder and said gently. Everyone will have different choices at different times. Roja will respect this choice. Similarly, he will not say that he will completely give up on some comrades because they made the wrong choice. As he said, struggle, fail, struggle again, fail again, until victory. Those who cannot withstand defeat will inevitably not be able to achieve victory. Mobu was stunned. Looking at the gentle and tolerant Roja, his eyes couldn't help but get a little wet. He didn't speak, but nodded vigorously. In the chat room, everyone couldn't help but admire Roja's broad-mindedness. A leader who is capable, down-to-earth, gentle, and tolerant, able to tolerate the different ideas of those below him, and even leaves a way out for comrades who have different choices. Who can be unconvinced by such a person? Roja is just a teenager, but how come this teenager can be supported and loved by so many people? Is it just because his speech is good? Is it just because his ideas are advanced? It's not that the support a person receives is always accumulated from the things he does. Roja used each thing to fundamentally convince everyone around him, making these people surround him from the bottom of their hearts. Please give me flowers. Perhaps, Roja never did it with the intention of convincing others, but because of this, his behavior became more valuable, more convincing and respected. Cobra, perhaps this is the true style of a king. Dragon, King Cobra. To describe Mr. Roja as a king is too one-sided. He is a leader, a great pioneer, and he is like the incarnation of spirit. Long thought he was generous with his praise for Roja. In his opinion, no amount of praise could describe this young man. Even dragons who don't believe in gods can't help but think that the gods couldn't bear to see the people suffer, so they transformed into saviors and came to this corrupt world. Rocks, I don't know what to say. Before this, I always thought that people like this were weak. He is weak and useless, but I really feel a dangerous and powerful power in this young man. This kind of power is not as concrete as a warship cannon, nor is it as terrifying as a top powerhouse, but it is here, exuding a kind of power that makes people feel. Gain unmatched power. As a pirate overlord who once almost ruled the sea, Rox's evaluation is not low. In the eyes of people who know him well, this is enough to subvert Rox's image. This is not like what Rox, who upholds the law of the jungle and the strong, rules everything, can say. If you come. However, everyone thought it was normal, Roja was like a flag. His personal strength can be considered very weak, but under his banner, he can gather many strong people and many ordinary people. When the heart melts in one place and the strength goes in one place, amazing cohesion breaks out. This is the power that is enough to change the world. Sakazuki was in a very unhappy mood, not because his vacation at home was ruined, but because Jonik's elite marine was actually RD by a mere team of workers. The rebels were defeated and captured. This is an absolutely intolerable weakness for Akainu. Marine actually surrendered to the rebels on a large scale and in an organized manner. If it were on the battlefield, if he was by Jonik's side at that time, when Jonik made this decision, he would directly devour him completely with the hottest magma one. Marine doesn't need weak soldiers. Akainu's clenched fist turned red. Another thing that made him unhappy was the order given to him by the headquarters, telling him not to attack in advance and to wait for the rendezvous with Porisalino and Kuzan before taking joint action. Just a rebel army. Akainu's voice was low. However, he was not carried away by anger. Now that the order from the headquarters has been issued, as a soldier, he only has one option: execute the order. On the other side, the warship on which Kizaru and Aokiji were riding was also sailing at the fastest speed. It's really scary. The rebels were able to capture thousands of marines. Kizaru was wearing a black hat, holding a cigarette, and a black shirt on the inside. It is a light-colored striped suit with a vice-admiral cape. At this moment, Kizaru tilted his mouth and said in a strange tone, "Do you think the rebel army is that strong this time? Kuzan, Mr. Kong actually sent 2 of us there. I heard that Sakazuki, who is on vacation in North Blue, is also rushing there. I don't know, but I have been in contact with Jonik. He is not a fool. He surrendered definitely because the rebel army was too powerful than them and had to surrender." Aokiji led. Wearing black sunglasses, he said, "I'm afraid, we will face a tough battle this time, and we should not underestimate it." Aokiji's voice is passionate, and he has a feeling of being happy when he hears the battle. He is only 22 years old now, full of energy and enthusiasm. Speaking of the uprising, I remembered a person I met before. Aokiji suddenly thought of Roja. Thinking of the boy from Goa Kingdom left a deep impression on him, and his words when they parted made him feel like his fate had been seen through. But even Aokiji has to admire him. He is indeed very powerful. It is uncertain whether the terminal can be successfully transformed. Later, in the more than half a year after leaving, he also took the time to visit the Kingdom of Goa once or twice. That country was now bursting with vitality. Facts have proved that boy. There is nothing wrong with that. The current situation of the Kingdom of Goa also made Aokiji have a great change in his view of Roja, especially after knowing that Roja successfully liberated the Kingdom of Goa. Instead of being greedy for power, he directly. After leaving, Pheasant was even more impressed. Who? Kizaru asked curiously from the side. No, it's nothing, I'm just an old friend. I don't know if we will meet again in the future. Aokiji didn't say much. He promised Garp there that he would not tell anyone about what happened there. Aokiji knew the seriousness and had always been tight-lipped. Just inexplicably, as he looked at the turbulent sea, the words Roja said to him when they parted came to mind. We will meet often in the future, Mr. Kuzan. He won't really run away to the Lobunny Kingdom. Aokiji took a breath. Second. Chapter 80. Evacuate in batches, and some of them will go to the islands in the Calm Belt according to the previous plan. In the past 6 months, we have found 4 islands in the Calm Belt, which can basically accommodate about 20,000 people. In the steel plant building, Roja is discussing the current evacuation of workers with Fujitora, Nagli, Crow, and Mori. According to Roja's estimation, they can only defeat the world government's 2 attacks at most. The first time, and the one that was least taken seriously, was the speculation caused by the disappearance of members of the CP organization. The conventional suppression by Marine branch soldiers led by Jonik had been defeated, at least buying them more than 3 days. The second time, that is, after the world government learned the news that Jonik's entire army was annihilated, they took the second counterattack. This attack will definitely be stronger and larger than the first one. Big. At the very least, there will be a strong person at the Vice Admiral level of the headquarters to lead the team. Even Admiral leading the team is not impossible, but this possibility is relatively small in Roja's opinion. Because in today's world, a uprising is not a big deal, that is, the Lobunny Kingdom is more important, and the world government will pay more attention to it. An admiral's dispatch is not that simple. Today's sea is turbulent and treacherous. There are no less than 5 legendary pirates, and none of them are weaker than Admiral, or even stronger. The top pirates have always been involved in the top power of Marine. Whether it is Marshal Marine or the 5 Elders, it is impossible to easily send the Admiral as a deterrent to the world because of an uprising. Because Golden Lion, Roger, and other pirates are really powerful and can pose a threat to Mariejois. Of course, if they defeat the second attack, I am afraid that the world government will have to focus their attention. By then, it is not impossible for Admiral to appear in order to wash away this humiliation. So, the ultimate time planned by 790 Roja is to complete the evacuation immediately after defeating Marine's second attack, and then let the remaining worker representatives negotiate with Marine. Time is still tight. According to Roja's speculation, Marine's second attack will arrive in about 3 days or within 7 days. The later the time is, the more powerful the force sent by Marine is, but it also leaves more time for them to evacuate. There are also about 50,000 people. I plan to let them go to a place outside the world government's sphere of influence. It is best to be in a place where the Marine forces are basically out of reach, but at the same time there must be a lot of land. Is there really such a place? Crow said. Of course there is. Roja spread out the map and pointed to the northernmost corner of North Blue with a smile. That's right here, the country of the far north. This is the island that Hanagu chose to go to after breaking away from the identity of celestial dragons. This is a non-franchised country, and it is also a place where the forces of Marine and world government have not penetrated. Because it is too remote, a large number of people who are persecuted by the celestial dragons and cannot stay in their own country will go here. This is also called the Forgotten Country. It seems to be a land forgotten by the world. According to Rosinante's description, there is a large amount of land here, but there is not a very perfect order. Although there is a country on the surface, the gang organization underneath is very poor. The folk customs are also very fierce, and almost every family has weapons and guns. In general, it is a good place for the Revolutionary Army. I asked someone to make statistics. There are about 80 or 90 merchant ships in the port, which can carry about 50,000 people in total. Crow, you take 50,000 people aboard the merchant ships in the port, bring enough food, and go to the far north kingdom, develop the revolution there. Roja said, looking at the crow. Mr. Roja, I can't do it, I still want to stay here and fight together. Crow was surprised when he heard this and quickly refused. Leading 50,000 people to develop the revolution is too heavy a burden for Wu Wu. He does not have the confidence to shoulder this burden. You are the only one around me who can take charge of the outside world now. If you don't lead them, how will they be able to cross the chaotic sea of North Blue? Roja said. 1. Crow's fruit ability and physical fitness are already top-notch. Coupled with Nagli's haki and physical training guidance to him over the past 6 months, Crow's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. But this kind of strength is still far behind Mori, Fujitora, and Nagli. He is the type who stays here and has no decisive effect, but taking him out will have a very strong effect, so Roja asked him to lead the team to the far north kingdom. Actually, with Crow's skills and abilities, he can definitely go out and take charge of his own business. Roja recognizes his ability very much. In terms of ability, Crow's overall quality is only slightly worse than Fujitora, who has followed Roja for the longest time. Compared to Nagli, Crow is more suitable as the leader of a revolutionary base. Believe me, you can do it, Crow, you are already an excellent revolutionary leader, 50,000 people, I'll leave it to you. Roja looked at Crow seriously. Crow finally took over the task. He will use nearly 100 merchant ships to take 50,000 people to the far north. This task is not simple at all. Roja sent Senor to help him. One day later, a large number of merchant ships began to leave the port, and Roja compensated the merchants with berry as much as possible. Not counting cargo, a simple merchant ship and a wooden sailboat cost several million berries. The 1 billion berry brought by Doflamingo is more than enough. You really want to poke a hole in the sky. On the warship, Vice Admiral, who was tied up with 5 flowers, couldn't help but say as he watched the workers board the ship one by one and then sail away into the distance. Although there is no detailed count, he can roughly feel that there are at least tens of thousands of workers. Forget it is a simple uprising, but it actually allowed so many workers to run away. The world government has definitely suffered a big loss. Even if the Lubunny kingdom is recaptured, this loss will be enough. If celestial dragons is the so-called sky, what if I poke a hole in it? Sooner or later, I will overthrow the sky. Roja said calmly. Moreover, this is only the beginning, the real confrontation has not yet come. Most of those taken away by the Crow were old and weak among the workers in the coal and iron city, and those left behind were all men in their prime. Although there were only a few days left, Roja still asked the backbone of the revolutionary army who came from the kingdom of Goa to be responsible for conducting combat training for them. The shipwrights who came from the scientific research base number 1 are also working overtime to repair the previously damaged marine warships. At the same time, Roja also arranged for some people to comfort and promote some ideas to the residents of various port cities. Although they are not required to join the revolution directly, a seed of resistance must be planted in their hearts. Time passed like this little by little. On the 4th day after the uprising of the Lubunny kingdom, Sakazuki has rushed to the surroundings of the Lubunny kingdom. Around him, dozens of warships and marine soldiers gathered from various marine branches along the way have gathered. 1. The total number is approximately more than 20,000, including dozens of small and medium-sized warships. 7 days later, Kizaru and Aokiji, hurriedly and slowly, sailing at full speed, finally arrived at the Lubunny kingdom. How's the situation, Sakazuki? Kizaru asked. Among the 3 headquarters vice admirals present, Kizaru is the oldest and has the most seniority, and he and Akainu are both from North Blue, so they have always had a good relationship. The specific situation inside the Lubunny kingdom is not known, but it is said that all 100,000 workers in the coal and iron city rioted, and they did not know where they got a large number of guns and ammunition. Basically everyone has a gun. Sakazuki said. If everyone has a gun, then the problem will be a bit troublesome. Kizaru tilted his mouth and scratched his face. The three of them are naturally not afraid of ordinary firearms, but for the remaining marine soldiers, once they enter the street fighting phase, the threat will be much greater. Furthermore, in addition, the Lobunny Kingdom is still a member country and cannot bombard here. The above means that the rebellion can be resolved as quickly as possible and production can be resumed. In the end, we have to land on the island to fight. Aokiji looked at the huge island in the distance, which was the seat of the Lobunny Kingdom. It's okay to land on the island to fight. With the strength of the three of us, we can just push people over. If enough people die in the riot, the war will calm down. Akainu's eyes were cold, and his words were full of content. It's murderous. Aokiji glanced at Akainu. He didn't like some of Akainu's extreme remarks, but he also knew that he had no ability to stop Akainu. He could only hope that the rebels in the Lobunny Kingdom could surrender as soon as possible. To be honest, until now, although their troops are much smaller, neither Akainu, nor Aokiji, nor Kizaru think that the rebels of the Lobunny Kingdom have the ability to resist. The strength of the three of them alone, each of them can be worth tens of thousands of troops, this is no exaggeration. Then let's start, land on the island to suppress the rebels. Akainu's voice was low, and his hands had turned bright red. The whole army sets off, destination is the kingdom of Lobunny. Following Akainu's roar, dozens of warships marched towards the kingdom of Lobunny in a mighty manner. Not long after, the Lobunny kingdom was in sight. Akainu and the others logged in from the port city in the east. There was no ship in the port here. Basically no one cared about this. Three top vice admirals led a team to suppress a group of workers' uprisings. No one thought they would lose. After a quick login, Akainu and the others encountered no decent resistance at all, and the rebels did not seem to occupy the port city as expected and effectively attack Marine with street fighting. It's strange, why didn't the rebel army occupy the port city here? Aokiji led a group of people through the streets and alleys, but found no sign of the rebel army. For the rebels, only street fighting in the four major port cities is most beneficial to them, because there are still many residents of the Lobunny Kingdom living here, and it is impossible for the restrained marine to carry out large-scale bombardment here. Even Aokiji and the others find it difficult to completely let go here. Kuzan Vice Admiral, we found this in a resident's home. While Aokiji was confused, a soldier walked up to Aokiji with a leaflet. Aokiji took the flyer, which contained a few simple lines. The people of the Lobunny Kingdom are one family. The workers' rebel army is the people's army and will never do anything to harm the people. We will not place the battlefield in residential areas. Please rest assured. We will withdraw coal in an orderly manner. Iron City, where we will rely on the original city walls to fight against the Marine, royal family and world government to the end, and the liberation of the Lobunny Kingdom will eventually come. Short and powerful words, Aokiji instantly understood why there were no rebels in the port city. It turned out that they had all withdrawn to Coal and Iron City. It's just that this kind of tone looks more and more like it. Aokiji looked at the words on the paper, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was very similar to Roja's philosophy and practices during the Goa Kingdom. 1. However, after he visited the Kingdom of Goa many times and deeply studied the ideas promoted by Roja, Aokiji still had a relatively detailed understanding of Roja. This young man has a very thorough understanding of the world, and his judgment of the situation is also very accurate. He is a man of great wisdom, and he is definitely not a pedantic fool. Aokiji believes that he can do something like not placing the battlefield in a residential area, but he does not believe that the other party will really tell the enemy clearly about the battlefield. Of course, all this is only based on Aokiji's speculation about Roja's appearance in the Lobunny Kingdom. For this reason, Aokiji was the only one who felt something was wrong. Although Kizaru and Akainu thought that the rebels' behavior was not bad, they still felt that the rebels were doing something wrong. I don't know much about Marines' power. They may feel constrained when fighting street battles in residential areas. If they really gather in a city and fight offensive and defensive battles, in front of these three strong men, they will be seeking death. Point 1. Kyuzan Vice Admiral, Sakazuki Vice Admiral wants you to immediately lead people to cooperate with Coal Iron City to complete the suppression. A communication soldier with a phone bug conveyed Akainu's order. Come over. The commander-in-chief of this operation was Akainu. Although Aokiji still had many doubts in his heart, he immediately led most of the soldiers to Coal Iron City. Above Coal and Iron City, Roja is stepping on a suspended stone, observing everything with a telescope. He can almost understand Marine's basic movements. The force mobilized by Marine this time is really strong. Roja couldn't help but clicked his tongue. Polo Salino, Sakazuki, and Kyuzan, these three are Marine's top vice admirals who have become famous all over the world in a short period of time. They are also Marine's recognized future stars. Except that they have no. With Admiral coming, Marine has taken it very seriously this time. Do you want to take action at 2.8 now? Mr. Roja? Fujitora asked from the side. Don't worry, just wait a little longer until our people arrive at the designated location. Roja continued to hold the telescope with a smile on his face. Speaking of which, Marine is really arrogant. You actually followed our preset plan without thinking. After all, if it's just an ordinary rebel army, with Marine's strength, no matter what happens, they can suppress it. Fujitora felt the three vice admirals approaching from a distance. The breath said. His knowledge is very strong, so he can clearly feel the power of these three people. None of them are inferior to him. With such strength, any one of them can pull it off. Easily defeat an army by one person. Confidence is good, then let's dampen their spirits. Roja said with a smile on his face, are you confident? Mr. Yuxiao. Fujitora did not respond, but opened his eyes full of whites. He held the staff and sword in both hands and stood upright in front of him. His energy surged like a tiger that had awakened in the Tensong dynasty. He is not good at words, nor is he good at management. All he can do is to use the sword in his hand and absolute faith to open a path for the revolutionary army. Roja stood high in the sky, holding a phone and making corresponding adjustments according to Marine's actions. Not long after, Marine's people had gathered in the large open space in front of Coal Iron City. Roja also slowly fell from the sky to the city wall together with Fujitora. It is indeed him, Roja. Aokiji saw Roja from a distance, and the tall man next to Roja smiled, and his heart skipped a beat. He had this premonition a few days ago. After landing on the island, the feeling became stronger. Now, when he finally saw Roja, his suspicion became a reality. Yes, in this world, he is the only one who can set off an uprising of such scale and organization. Who else could be there besides him? Chapter 81. In the chat room. To be honest, when Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru appeared on the stage, most people were stunned. There is no way, as people of later generations, they know and fear these three people even more than Sengoku and Garp. It can be said that these three members of Marine's golden generation have been active on the world stage since they were 20 years old. When they were 40 or 50 years old, they even ruled the sea as admirals. Uraj, the revolutionary army is going to be in trouble now. Marine sent these three people, which is already a serious concern. APU, that monster Kizaru is also there, and there are two monsters with the same name as Kizaru. Are the revolutionary army really their opponents? On Thousand Sunny, the Straw Hat crew was also worried about the revolutionary army. There was nothing they could do, as they had basically been psychologically shadowed by Admiral. Every time they encounter Admiral, they are basically wiped out without any ability to fight back. Aokiji from the Nameless Island. Kizaru on the Sabayati archipelago. Admiral is truly a monster from another dimension. Even after 2 years of training, they still don't have any confidence when facing the 3 admirals. Different from the young people below, the really powerful big guys such as Roger Garp Whitebeard are not in a hurry to speak ill of the Revolutionary Army at this moment. Standing in their position, you need to have a better understanding of the strength of these people on the court. Marine is very strong, but the Revolutionary Army is not that weak. What's more, looking at Roja's calm look, he has already been prepared. This time, Marine might suffer a big loss. In front of Coal Iron City, Akainu strode forward and walked straight into the shooting range of Roja and the others. Now, I give you a chance, rebels, surrender, or die. Akainu was facing Roja above the city wall, his face was gloomy, and his voice was low and cold. Akainu's domineering attitude is vividly reflected in one sentence, and there is no possibility of concession inside and outside the words. Marine, I will also give you 2 options. How about being defeated, or negotiating with us after being defeated? Roja said with a smile on his face. Kid. Akainu's fist was ignited with flames in an instant, and hot magma 23 dripped onto the ground. I really don't want to attack a child. In the distance, when Roja spoke, Kizaru had already determined his target. He just sighed slightly, and then clasped his hands in front of him. Yada mirror. The dazzling light shot out from Kizaru's clasped hands and shone on Roja's head in an instant. The moment the beam arrived, Kizaru's tall figure also appeared simultaneously. He was extremely fast, relying on the fruit to arrive first and arrive earlier than Akainu's attack. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Kizaru's tall figure was above Roja's head, and the shadow completely blocked Roja. His sunglasses were glowing, and his entire right foot had completely turned into a bright light wave. With a kick, a bright stream of light burst out, triggering orange-red explosion shock waves on the ground not far away. It's really strange that a small rebel army can actually have a strong man like you. The light wave dissipated. Kizaru put one hand in his pocket and scratched his face with the other. He looked at the thin old man in front of him with some doubts and solemn eyes. The old man looks unattractive, with a thin body and a face that is at least 70 years old. He looks like a thin old man without much strength. However, Kizaru knew very well that it was this old man who easily blocked his attack with the pipe in his hand the moment he struck. There is no way, we can't let you come up and hurt our leader. Nagli took back the pipe and stuck it in his waist. The next moment, his long, snow-white eyebrows raised without wind, revealing eyes full of oppression, and a wooden hammer that was taller than him appeared in his hand. If you want to decapitate, little Marine, you are not qualified. After Nagli said, the muscles in his arm swelled instantly, and he hit Kizaru with a terrifying hammer. 1. Amon Kong Yun sword. Kizaru stretched out his hand, and countless bright light waves condensed to form a shining long sword. The collision between the long sword and the wooden hammer caused a terrifying wave of air to erupt between the two of them. Although Nagli is small in stature, his strength is actually greater than that of the tall Kizaru. On top of the wooden hammer, his weapon burst out and directly knocked Kizaru away. Boom! Kizaru turned into a beam and hit the ground, erupting into a bright shock wave. Outside the shock wave, photons condensed, and Kizaru stood unscathed. This old man is so strong, he is in trouble now. Kizaru said with a crooked mouth. The moment of fighting made him realize that the old man with the hammer was on the same level as him, and he was not the kind of opponent who could be defeated in a short time. It is abnormal for a rebel army to have such a master. Not to mention, the moment he attacked the boy, Kizaru felt 2 terrifying auras locking on him at the same time. One is the old man with the hammer, and the other is the tall blind swordsman. The latter's aura is no weaker than the former. I thought I was on vacation this time, but I didn't expect that it turned out to be a chore. Kizaru sighed and complained, but it turned into light in an instant. Nagli was also not to be outdone. As a strong Haki warrior, he jumped off the city wall and rushed towards Kizaru. In an instant, the bright disintegrating light and the shock wave of armament haki spread in all directions, and both sides attacked and defended. In a short period of time, it is impossible to tell the winner. On the other side, Akainu has finished charging up, and bullets hit his body one after another, just like scratching an itch, and only a few bits of magma spattered out. His right hand is now as huge as a hill. Great eruption! Akainu roared and smashed towards the 10-meter-high city wall. He actually wanted to directly penetrate the city wall with his own strength. However, at this moment, in front of him, the earth wriggled abnormally, like glutinous rice, and then quickly lifted up a thick layer of ground more than 10 meters high. Boom! The huge fist of magma hit the thick and raised ground, erupting with astonishing heat and a huge sound. It's just that it didn't have any effect. When the heat wave dissipated, the hot magma slid down from the ground, and a large pit was burned in the raised earth. However, it did not burn through the raised land, and it was even more difficult to attack the city wall further behind. Energy person! Akainu looked coldly at the bulging land in front of him and snorted. You can't stop me just by relying on your ability. 1. However, the next moment. Hey, 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 hey. With a maniacal and rich uncle's laughter, Mori's huge 12-meter-high figure appeared shyly from behind the raised land. Although Mori's height is relatively short compared to adult giants, compared to humans, the visual impact brought by his size is still terrifying. It's actually a giant. Akainu looked at Mori. He didn't expect that the person with abilities was actually a giant. The giants are already rare, and the giants with demon fruit power are even rarer. Akainu's direct gaze obviously touched Mori's shy girl's heart. He raised the harpoon high, then rolled up a ball of hard earth more than 10 meters high like a rice cake, and pushed it towards Akainu. Stop staring at people all the time, you Marine, do you like them? Mori yelled in a thick uncle voice. Such an explosive speech made Akainu stunned for a moment, as if he had encountered a strong mental attack, and then his face became even more gloomy. With one punch, he punched out a magma column that was like a magma eruption, trying to burn Mori through. However, the expected penetration did not happen. At the moment of the fight, the hot magma was pushed away, and the ground that fell down like it was hanging upside down directly pushed Akainu away. Sakazuki Vice Admiral. This thrilling scene also caused many Marine soldiers to exclaim. Even Aokiji, who was watching the battle, couldn't help being surprised. Although he and Akainu had different ideas, he still recognized the latter's strength. Unexpectedly, in just one round, he was on top of that weird giant. Suffered a loss. Armament haki. Akainu climbed up from the magma pool and wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He really underestimated this giant clan. He is not only an Esper, but he is also Grandmaster Haki. It is really incredible. You must know that even among the Vice Admiral group of giants in Marine, few have developed Haki's ability. The giants' huge bodies and long lifespans bring terrifying physical combat power at the same time. It also makes their practice on Haki extremely slow in terms of skills. And now Grandmaster Haki is still a titan with demon fruit power, so he may not be able to compete for the title of the strongest titan. Where did a mere kingdom rebel army find so many strong men? Akainu no longer had the strong confidence he had before landing on the island. Facing Mori, he was not even sure of victory. First he blocked the mysterious old man from Polo Salino, and then this extremely powerful giant. Coupled with the more than 100,000 gun-wielding workers, is this level of combat effectiveness really just a kingdom rebel army? Hey, 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 you are very good, Marine, Mori likes you very much. Mori smiled obscenely, and continued to send out mental attacks on Akainu. How long do you want to watch the show, Kuzan? Akainu yelled towards the back, then turned into hot lava and hit Mori with all his strength. However, compared to Mori, who is over 100 years old and has reached the peak of his strength, Akainu, who is only 27 or 80 years old, seems too immature in terms of combat skills, haki, and fruit development abilities. Even though Akainu unleashed his full strength, Mori was still able to receive his attack steadily. On the other side, after hearing Akainu's roar, Aokiji just sighed silently. He actually didn't want to take action because Fujitora on the opposite side had not yet taken action. He knew very well that even if he did, Fujitora would easily stop him. The opponent's strength was definitely not weaker than his. As early as when they met in Goa Kingdom, Aokiji had already felt Fujitora's powerful aura. Looking at the battlefield again, Pora Salino was stopped, Sakazuki was stopped, and he was also stopped. Roja in the distance was still calm, so calm that Aokiji felt a little nervous. Everything seems to have been calculated accurately by that young man. I don't know where the backup plan he prepared is. However, things have reached this point, and Aokiji has no choice but to take action. Ice slide. Aokiji spits out. With a breath of white air, the ground in front of him instantly froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shoes like ice skates appeared under his feet, and he slid towards the city wall at an extremely fast speed. I finally couldn't help but take action. Roja was on top of the high wall. When he saw Aokiji take action, not only was he not nervous at all, but he smiled and let out a breath. I'm really afraid of Kuzan. Sir, he has never taken action. Mr. Kuzan will be left to you, Mr. Yuxiao. Roja said to Fujitora on the side. Leave it to me. Fujitora said calmly without saying much. After saying that, he jumped off the city wall directly. His staff and sword were already unsheathed in the air, and the sharp cold light was covered with a layer of heavy purple fluctuations. Gravity knife, tiger. In midair, a purple tiger roared down, carrying the overwhelming momentum of Mount Tai, and smashed towards Aokiji. The terrifying wave has not yet completely arrived, and Aokiji has already felt the fierce aura and heavy pressure coming towards his face. Is this your ability? Mr. Yuxiao. Aokiji looked solemnly, waved his hands, and the cold air instantly turned into a huge ice bird. Violent pheasant mouth. Boom. The moment the purple tiger and the snow-white ice bird collided, the ground was crushed and collapsed, the snow-white cold air spread, and frost instantly condensed on the ground. The Wind 177 wave has not dissipated yet. Fujitora has already closed his eyes, holding the staff and sword behind his back and coming. Aokiji grabbed some soil and exhaled a breath of white air, and instantly condensed an ice sword. The moment the ice sword formed in the air, Aokiji directly held it with his forehand and pointed it towards the vine. Cut off the tiger. Kang! The sound of clashing like gold and iron was heard. The swords of Aokiji and Fujitora were intertwined and wrestling with each other. The distance between the two sides was already very close. We meet again, Mr. Kuzan. Fujitora held the sword in one hand and easily suppressed Aokiji, who was holding the sword in both hands. He opened his eyes full of whites and laughed. A smile. Aokiji said Fujitora's name with some difficulty. The difference in size and age between the two sides eventually turned into a gap in strength. What on earth do you want to do? What on earth has Roja prepared? Aokiji's uneasiness became more and more serious, and he couldn't help but ask. And Fujitora just laughed and said, what we want is to defeat you here. As for what we have prepared, you will know soon. On the city wall in the distance, Roja smiled and said to Kojiro beside him, things are easier than I expected. Mr. Kojiro, give the order for the comrades to start fighting. Understood. Kojiro nodded, took out the phone bug, and contacted various departments. Boom. It seems as if the ground is shaking. Aokiji used the force to retreat and looked back. That was the sound of tens of thousands of people charging. I don't know when these workers appeared behind them, or they appeared from such a close place. Beep beep beep. A loud, urgent trumpet sounded from the rear, resounding throughout the battlefield. Along with the workers charging like a wave, it seemed that they had gathered into an insurmountable force. The torrent of resistance. Charge, charge. Do. 1. Bullets are like rain and soldiers are like torrents. This group of workers in tattered clothes is like the most powerful iron army at this moment. Braving the hail of bullets from marine soldiers, they charge forward one after another. The attack continued until Marine's army was smashed into pieces. All this happened in a very short time. By the time Aokiji and Akainu reacted, Marine's army had been beaten back. After all, they are only Shi'ai-level Marines, not elite Marines like Grand Line New World. Compared with these workers in Coal and Iron City, they are physically stronger. After some military training, under the huge gap in numbers, the equipment did not have an advantage, and they were caught off guard from behind. The final result can be imagined. Throw down your weapons, surrender without killing. Suddenly, the entire battlefield was filled with the voices of workers. With its huge momentum, coupled with the loud charging horn and the workers who are not afraid of death, at this moment, these improvised marine soldiers have been completely frightened. Breaking the courage. Marine, who was full of confidence before, now seems to have fallen into hell. Chapter 82. Under the reunion of tens of thousands of workers, Marine seemed a little vulnerable. After losing Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, they have no one who can turn the tide against this level of charge. It was for this reason that Roja carefully designed to lure Aokiji and the others away from the marine soldiers. Perhaps they have become accustomed to the power of breaking an army alone, so the process of leading them away went extremely smoothly. Now, even if they want to go back to support, Fujitora, Mori, Nagli, none of them are vegetarians, and their own strength is not weaker than Akainu. It was easy to hold them back. In fact, when Akainu and the others were panicking and trying to break away from the battle and return for reinforcements, they were even more easily injured by Mori and the others. Watching marine casualties increasing, more and more marines were captured. The anger on Aokiji's face can no longer be concealed. Why don't you just stay in the kingdom of Goa and come to the kingdom of Lubuni to start a war? Aokiji's eyes were full of anger and he stared at Fujitora and asked. Because there is severe exploitation and oppression here. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Fujitora's face was solemn, and his voice was low and powerful. Starting a war? Don't think of Mr. Roja and me as warmongers. Did Mr. Roja and I bring about the dozens of uprisings in this country's history? Mr. Kuzan, look at those workers. They are in ragged clothes. Who forced them to look like this? Answer me, Mr. Kuzan, are we the ones who want to initiate a war? Fujitora shouted loudly and forcefully, and slashed Aokiji open with the staff sword in his hand. His terrifying momentum actually suppressed Aokiji in an instant. Aokiji was unable to refute for a moment, but after seeing Marine who suffered heavy casualties, he said coldly, no matter what you caused in the end was the destruction of order. Those who suffered more casualties were also just Marines. Order, do you have to uphold the decadent order? If you say such nice things, why don't you become a worker under this mine? Fujitora's face also became increasingly angry. The slashes became more and more violent. Is it justice to step onto the battlefield and carry the orders of the world government to suppress the revolting people? It is justice. Why are the people standing on the opposite side of you? Is Marines' justice obtained by suppressing the people with guns? The people are the most powerful supporters of justice and the most powerful protesters against injustice. Look behind you, Kuzan, don't you understand? Now, we are the righteous. Fujitora shouted, he slashed out with his sword, and the terrifying purple wave completely suppressed Aokiji. The ground cracked, as if there was really a huge purple tiger roaring. Aokiji struggled to hold on, the ice sword in his hand shattering little by little. Half kneeling on the ground, a little blood spilled from the corner of Aokiji's mouth. He looked up at Fujitora. In terms of courage, he was completely defeated. Compared to more than half a year ago, I have become more determined, but you have become more confused, Kyuzan. Fujitora held the staff and sword in his back and said calmly, so, I have become stronger, and you, but it has become weaker. Aokiji didn't speak, he just stood up and fought silently, as if he wanted to prove what Fujitora said was wrong. However, the more Fujitora fought on the opposite side, the more determined he became, and his attacks became more powerful, while Aokiji's fighting will continued to weaken. The incident passed little by little. Even though the three top vice-admirals of Marine were anxious, they were unable to revolving heaven at this moment. 3 battlefields, 2 are suppressed, unable to provide support at all. Only Kizaru has the upper hand, but it is not very useful. Putting out fires everywhere cannot change Marine's retreat. We can only withdraw first. Kizaru's eyes narrowed. On the entire battlefield, Marine's defeat has become a foregone conclusion. The rebel army is far more powerful than they imagined. This is completely different from previous intelligence. The experienced Kizaru has already felt the unusualness behind this incident. The situation has developed to this point, which is no longer something they can solve. They must retreat and seek help. Withdraw, Sakazuki, Kyuzan. Kizaru shouted loudly, and then kicked Nagli back at the speed of light. When Nagli attacked, he turned into photons and moved to Mendog's side in an instant. With a finger stretched out, the bright laser shot towards Mori, erupting into a bright shock wave. Although it did not cause substantial damage to Mori, it still blocked Mori for a moment. Then, he flashed high into the sky, and the dazzling light made the people in front of him unable to open their eyes. 8-foot beautiful Megatama. With a low shout, countless light waves were like bullets, hitting the battlefield between Kuahu and Aokiji. Fujitora waved a purple gravity knife wave, swallowing up most of the light waves in the sky, but the dense light waves still exploded around him, setting off a terrifying shock wave and a lot of smoke and dust. When the smoke cleared, Aokiji had already begun to evacuate. The 31-year-old Kizaru took action with all his strength and showed amazing strength in an instant. At this age, he has already begun to reach his peak. Compared to the 27-year-old Akainu, the 22-year-old Aokiji is more powerful and experienced. Marine's brats are so strong, they are really monsters. Nagli placed his sledgehammer on the ground and gasped, if we wait a little longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand it anymore. Based on Nagli's age, it can indeed be said that Kizaru is a junior at the level of a kid, but this marine kid who was not even born when he went to sea has reached this level of monster strength. He basically could only hold him back and was pressed and beaten the whole time. He had to lament that he was indeed old. Marine retreated. When the 3 top vice-admirals were defeated by the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, Marine no longer had any advantage against the workers' rebel army. Except for Kizaru and the 3 of them who forcibly opened a road when they left and left with more than 1,000 Marine soldiers, the others either died under bullets or surrendered and were captured. A great victory, Mr. Roja, just like the plan made before the war. Kojiro said excitedly next to Roja. Notify Jimmy that Marine has retreated and ask them to start retreating too. Although Roja was also excited about this victory, he was not so excited and gave the command calmly. There is also a big gift left for them, enough for them to drink a pot, haha. Marine is completely defeated this time. This is a result they could never have imagined before landing on the island. Akainu looked gloomy. He didn't expect that Marines would suffer such a big setback against a rebel army. Aokiji's face was full of confusion. He was thinking about something. Fujitora's words in the battle just now are still engraved in his mind, making him unable to forget them even if he wants to. We can only evacuate the Lubuni kingdom first. Kizaru saw that neither of them spoke, and sighed softly. He knew very well that no one was to blame for the defeat in this battle. It could only be blamed on too many mistakes in the submission. Who would have thought that a small North Blue rebel army could actually produce 3 of this level? Strong. Not to mention North Blue, with their strength configuration, even if they go to the Grand Line or some countries in the New World, they can easily suppress them. It's useless to say this now. If you lose, you lose. Kizaru couldn't even imagine what the other party's expression would be like when this battle report was handed over to the empty table. Perhaps just like the first time, I will exclaim in my heart, "This is AFG rebel army." However, when Kizaru and the others retreated to the port city, what they saw was a mess. The entire port was bombed to pieces, and there were wreckage of warships everywhere. Some of them had obviously been driven away, and not a single intact warship was left behind for them. I thought that the suppression would be completed quickly, so only a few thousand soldiers were left to guard dozens of warships. These soldiers did not have strong combat effectiveness at all, and they ended up getting dumped here. Moreover, it was at this time that Kizaru and the others discovered that something was wrong. From beginning to end, when they came to this port city, there was not a single merchant ship in this port. Their way back was completely cut off. What a terrible opponent! Is this really just the rebel army? Kizaru couldn't help but feel a chill on his back at this moment. From the beginning, they were thoroughly explored. Using their arrogance, starting with flyers, they transferred their main force to Coal and Iron City, which is far away from the port. Then they used the strong ones to move the 3 of them away, and the superior force made a surprise attack from the rear and won a victory. And in the process, they used the fleet to completely and easily solve the warship group without much combat effectiveness. Step by step, linked together, it just captures their pride. You must know that in a truly normal fight, even if you can't beat it, Marine will not suffer such a big loss. It's just a matter of taking a little more time to slowly continue to draw on North Blue's marine power. But now, basically all the people they brought have been defeated in one fell swoop, and it is impossible to make a comeback. There is no other way except asking for help from the headquarters. Roja, you are still as scary as ever. Aokiji looked at the port in front of him and sighed in his heart. As early as the first time they met in the Goa Kingdom, he had not yet felt how scary this boy was. However, as he went to the Goa Kingdom several times later, the more he learned about Roja's deeds, the more he felt that this boy was terrible. Now, both Kizaru and Akainu smiled. Mori and Nagri were the most dangerous ones among the rebels. However, only Aokiji himself knew that Roja was the core one among the rebels. Even if he smiles, the 3 of Nagli and Mori combined cannot compare to him. In the chat room, the war ended and everyone fell into a brief silence. Sengoku, although this war was caused by Sakazuki's pride, it must be said that they did not lose unjustly, and Roja had completely killed them. Different from Kizaru's thoughts in the video, they felt that as long as they were cautious enough, this war would not be so tragic. However, in the eyes of the more experienced Sengoku, this is not the case at all. The greatest combat power of Marine is the strength of Kizaru and the 3 of them. Even the more than 10,000 Marine soldiers and dozens of warships are far inferior. As for the Revolutionary Army, their biggest advantage lies in intelligence. Their own intelligence is very vague, and Marine knows very little. Roja took advantage of this. Even if Kizaru and the others didn't take the bait based on the information on the initial list of residence houses, it wouldn't matter. As long as Marine doesn't use God's perspective, he will clearly know the combat power of the Revolutionary Army. With Roja's methods, there are many ways to divert Kizaru's important troops. From the very beginning, Roja's purpose was to destroy Kizaru's warships and cut off their way. And above this strategic purpose is the effective killing of Marine troops. Plus a future Marine Admiral Fujitora, one of the 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army at his peak, and a great pirate at his peak. Marine's strongest point cannot defeat them, and the outcome is already a foregone conclusion. Kyuzan, Mr. Sengoku, what do you think of Mr. Yuxiao's words? In the chat room, he reluctantly asked. Fujitora's words really hit his heart like Hongzong Dalu. This sentence touched him more than the one who was affected. Because he sees more things now than he did when he was young, and he is also more confused. The people are the most powerful supporters of justice, and they are also the most powerful opponents of injustice. Aokiji muttered these words in a low voice. His eyes are getting brighter and brighter. He seemed to have rediscovered his justice. Justice exists, but it has always been blurred and distorted. Everyone cannot see through justice, and then adds too much of their own understanding to justice. As a result, justice becomes broader and more blurred. However, justice is simple. In the face of justice, the vast majority of the people will defend it with all their heart, and in the face of injustice, they will also fight vigorously. Exploitation and oppression are unjust, and resistance to exploitation and oppression is just. Aokiji felt as if he understood the mission of the Revolutionary Army in his own way, with the thinking of a Marine who had been a Marine for decades. The Marines and the Revolutionary Army should not have conflicted in the first place. As Roja said, who is a friend and who is an enemy? In the chat room, Sengoku did not respond to Aokiji's words. Based on his identity and position, no matter what he responded to, these words were definitely wrong, so he simply pretended not to see it. Aokiji, thank you, Mr. Yuxiao, I understand. On the warship, Fujitora touched his head naively, what have you learned? I want to learn it too. And, the person you want to thank, Li Zhaozhao, is not me, but me in another world. Fujitora envies himself in another world for being able to say such profound words, which he cannot possibly say now. After experiencing a disastrous defeat and having their escape route cut off, Kizaru and the others could only stay in the port city. This place they were originally worried would become a means of street fighting for the rebels and use civilians to try to hold them back, but now it has become their protected area. After reporting the information here to the Marine headquarters, Kizaru and the others also lay down. There is no way not to lie down. There are only more than 1,000 troops left and the warships are gone. If they don't seek help from fellow villagers now, they will have to find ways to eat. At the same time, Sora also waited for the information handed over by the liaison soldiers. Marshal Kong, the frontline battle report came back from the Lubunny Kingdom. A soldier handed a piece of paper information into Kong's hands. Haha, so fast, as expected of the three of them. Kong laughed and took the information. Tribulation. He remembered that Porisalino and Kuzan had just arrived in the morning. Unexpectedly, the battle report had already been sent over in just a few hours. Presumably the rebellion has been resolved. The battle reports have been sent back. It's really efficient. However, when Chien opened the battle report, the smile on his face instantly stiffened. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and he squeezed the information tightly, as if he wanted to crush the tissue paper into powder, and the smile on his face turned into a gloomy look. Okay, that's great. As expected of you three, Sakazuki, Porisalino, and Kuzan. The heavy losses in the battle report made Kongdu think that they had experienced a huge tsunami. There were more than 10,000 soldiers and dozens of warships. In the end, there were only more than 1,000 people left, and the warships had more. There is no one left. We went there in the morning, but the team disappeared at noon. In the afternoon, we asked for help and it was sent to the headquarters. It was really great. You are truly worthy of being the golden generation of Marine. You are really worthy of being a marshal in the world government. Chapter 83. After calming down, Sora also looked at the information carefully again. Screen the loss and look at it. If what is recorded in this petition is not their excuse, it can only be said that they did not lose unfairly. After all, no one would have thought that a Marine who had easily suppressed the rebel army more than 30 times would actually have 3 strong men who could resist Sakazuki and the others. Lubunny Kingdom Rebel Army. Kong muttered the name, feeling that things were basically out of control. Even Sakazuki and the three of them were completely defeated. If we send again, we can only send stronger people. Currently, in the entire Marine Corps, the only ones who are stronger than Sakazuki and the others are Sengoku, Garp, Fa and Tsuru. Among them, Zephyr has basically retired from the admiral position as early as 5 years ago. He is no longer on the front line and is only responsible for the teaching of recruits. Who to let go? Sora is still thinking. In fact, the current Marine senior management strength is very stretched. Because in recent years, there have been too many powerful pirates, and Marine can hardly keep track of a fleet even by one person. Marshal Kong, urgent information from New World. Just when Kong was still worried about the affairs of the Lobunny Kingdom, another piece of urgent information came over. And the information this time is much more important than the Lobunny Kingdom incident. The Roger pirates encountered the flying pirates in the waters of Etwal. After a battle between the two sides, the Golden Lion became anxious for all the pirate fleets under his command and wanted to decide the outcome with the Roger pirates at once. These two guys finally met together. Sora felt the blood vessels on his head bulging. Marine and the others had expected this before. After all, except for Whitebeard, a legendary pirate who obviously had no ambitions to be in the world, Roger and Golden Lion were the two closest to the Pirate King. They have always been old rivals. Everyone knows that the new era of One Piece depends on who wins and who loses. These two legendary pirates will have to fight sooner or later. It is precisely because of this incident that Marine gathered all the high-level combat forces such as Sengoku Garp during this period to deal with the collision of Roger and the others at any time. Originally, Kizaru and the three of them were recalled because of their strong combat power, but now they are trapped in the Lobunny Kingdom, which Sora once thought was a small puddle. It happened at this time. Sora sighed, but still said to the communication soldier, "Send a message to Sakazuki and the others and tell them to make their own decisions at the moment." 1. Yes. The contact soldier saluted, and then left quickly. And just as the soldier left with his front feet, the door was pushed open with his back feet. The incomparably majestic and terrifying Garp walked straight in, slapped his hand on Sora's desk, and grinned with a big white fang. "Brother Sora, I heard that Roger is in Irewall High, may be going to have S*X with that guy Shiki. Let me go, I will arrest both Roger and Shiki." Garp said with a heroic smile. "Hey, Garp, I've decided to send Sengoku," Sora said with a headache. "Roger and the Golden Lion are fighting, which is a good thing for Marine. If the control is good, at least one of the two legendary pirates can be reduced." So he sent the more stable Sengoku over to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. It was best to take the food according to the situation. If Garp passes by, I don't know what changes will happen. However, Garp didn't want to eat this day at all. After talking to Sora, he walked out of the office directly. "I'm going to make a reservation anyway. Brother Kong, if you have anything to say, please wait until I come back." Garp Haki leaves, killing the air. On the other side of the Lobunny Kingdom, Akainu Kizaru and the others received a reply from the headquarters. "Make your own decision." Akainu read. "What does this mean?" Kizaru tilted his head and asked in confusion. "Hey, they are asking for help, not what to do next. With only 1,000 soldiers left, how can they make decisions on their own? At least send a warship over and send some money and food. How can we feed these two marine outposts and a small camp that can accommodate up to 100 people?" For a moment, Kizaru thought that the headquarters had given up on them. But soon, they also thought that it was probably not that the headquarters had given up on them, but that there were more important things that involved the main focus of the headquarters. "What should we do now?" Akainu lost his previous self-confidence and asked. "What else can we do? We can only destroy it first." Kizaru was very casual. He rested his hands on his head, crossed his legs on the table, and leaned back on the chair comfortably. "Anyway, it's already like this. It's better to just fish here. At least it's better than fighting those legendary pirates. Are you listening to us? Kyuzan. Akainu looked at Aokiji, who had been absent-minded. Lianzan has been like this since he returned from the defeat of Mei Taicheng. Ah, sorry, I'm a little confused right now. I want to go out for a walk. Aokiji apologized, turned, and left the room. Was Kyuzan hit as hard as... Goodbye. Kizaru looked at Aokiji's leaving figure with doubts in his eyes. Maybe, this is indeed a shame. When talking about the defeat in this war, Akainu couldn't help clenching his fists. This was the most humiliating defeat he had experienced in all his years as a marine. I was led by others from beginning to end and failed miserably. Aokiji left the room and walked aimlessly on the somewhat deserted street. He is very confused now. If it had been before, when he was looking at Marine who suffered heavy losses in the port, he might have already told the information he knew about Roja and the others. However, even now, Aokiji has not said it. Maybe it was the army of ragged workers who left a deep impression on him, or maybe it was Fujitora's words that we are the righteous, which deeply stimulated Aokiji. He became a little silent, and the burning justice gradually cooled down. In other words, since he became a marine, he has seen a lot of darkness, and he is just forcing himself to burn. And now, he finally can't burn anymore. From the Goa kingdom to the Lubuni kingdom here, the confusion that had been accumulating in his heart was finally detonated by Fujitora. He became confused about the justice that he had always been proud of. His justice, the people he wanted to protect, now stand on his opposite side. His power is no longer for protecting civilians, but for suppression. Looking at the closed doors on the roadside and the wary-eyed residents inside, Aokiji suddenly had an idea. He wants to have a good chat with the residents here to see what the people here think of the workers' rebel army, the royal family, and their marine. Perhaps he can find an answer from this. Aokiji may not have noticed it himself, but during his many trips to the kingdom of Goa to learn about the revolutionary army and Roja, some excellent ideas and methods have begun to penetrate into his heart subtly. He began to unconsciously imitate Roja to investigate, research, and discover problems. Thinking of this, Aokiji knocked on the door of an ordinary house. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged man with a somewhat fearful look. If Roja were here, he would be able to recognize him at a glance. This is Lan, who was in the investigation report of the family. The gears of fate began to turn at this moment, as if there was an invisible thread connecting some things. Uncle, I want to ask you something, is that okay? Aokiji asked. Perhaps his amazing affinity played a role, or maybe the uncle saw the Marine Vice Admiral cloak on him and hesitated. The man closed the door and communicated with Aokiji on the street. This move was a bit rude and showed a strong rejection and defensiveness, but Aokiji didn't care. Can you tell me, as a local, what do you think of the Cole and Taicheng rebels? Aokiji asked. At first, the uncle was unwilling to say more because of Aokiji's marine status. After Aokiji talked for a long time, he gradually let down his guard. Well, I don't comment on the previous rebel armies, but this time the rebel army is very different from before. The uncle supervisor couldn't help but said. He started talking from the day of the Cole Taicheng uprising, and talked about what Roja said to them, and how Roja released them back and did not embarrass them. As mentioned, the rebels did not act recklessly in the city. Even if they requisitioned merchant ships, they also paid corresponding compensation with berry. This is an army with rules. At least, after they have been here for a few days, we won't be too scared when we see them again. Moreover, if you really think about it, what can they do if they don't revolt? I only work in Coal and Iron City during the day, and after a period of time, I will change shifts with others. Even so, I feel the burden on my body. They work in Coal Taicheng every day, in a place with the worst environment. If it were me, I would probably not be able to help but revolt. The supervisor said with some regret, because Roja let them go and told them about the investigation of pneumoconiosis. In addition, the rebels this time were much more disciplined than the previous ones. So even the uncle overseer, who was once their antagonist, didn't have much negative comments about them. Instead, because of his family's pneumoconiosis, he felt resentful towards the royal family that had caused all this. Aokiji chatted a lot with the overseer again, about the royal family, world government, and their marine. Among them, regarding the royal family, world government, and marine, no matter how he asked, the supervisor uncle did not say anything extreme. But from some subtle expressions and movements, Aokiji can roughly feel what he is thinking. After saying goodbye to this uncle, Aokiji visited some more people. There are only a very small number of people who have great ill will towards the rebels, but those who are dissatisfied with the royal family make up the majority. They are all people who have lived here for generations. After Roja exposed the pneumoconiosis, public anger against the main tribe gradually arose among these residents. Originally, the poor environment of the Lubuni kingdom is worth complaining about, not to mention that it has caused pneumoconiosis. After some investigation, Aokiji felt very tired when he returned to the camp, not physically, but mentally. "You're back, Kuzan." When Aokiji came back, Kizuru was reading a newspaper on his desk with his legs crossed. When he saw Aokiji coming back, he lowered the newspaper slightly and said hello. "Mr. Porisalino." Aokiji is now eager to find someone to talk to. Unfortunately, the teacher, Mr. Garp, was not here, so he had to find Kizuru. "What exactly do you mean when you say our marine's justice? You have finally reached this stage." Kizuru glanced at Aokiji's slightly confused expression and said while holding a cigarette in his mouth. "I had the same doubts as you at the beginning, so I asked many people. Mr. Sengoku told me that the so-called justice means that whoever rules the world is justice. The world government that overrides everything is justice, because they can make laws and establish order. Mr. Garp said that justice must follow one's heart, good and evil. What you think is just is very important. World government is not absolute justice, and nobility is not. It depends on you. Use your own judgment and do as many things as you think are just within the limited rules." Teacher Zephyr said that justice is justice that does not kill. Marine only has the power to enforce the law and does not have the right to judge. Judgment is determined by the law. Marine is only responsible for arresting, even pirates. Nor can you kill at will. Isn't it very confusing? Kizuru continued to read the newspaper without raising his eyes, and said with a crooked smile, "So everyone has their own understanding of justice." 1. Then what is your justice? Ambiguous, this is my justice. Kizuru said with a smile. What do you mean? Aokiji was stunned for a moment. Ambiguous justice, what the hell is this? Justice without taking a stand. Kizuru seemed to cover himself with the entire newspaper. When it's my turn, I can do it. There are more other things. I won't express my opinion. As for how to do things, that's my business. Do things flexibly and impartially. That's all. Already. Kizuru said calmly. To be honest, if the tone of his speech were not so vulgar and weird, he would look like a steady senior at this moment. I have benefited a lot, thank you, Mr. Porisalino. Aokiji thanked him. Although he doesn't quite recognize Kizuru's justice, he feels that he is more like the teacher Mr. Garp's justice, but compared to Mr. Garp, he has a question about whether the corrupt order should be. It's time to think more about life matters. Have you found your justice? Kizuru asked curiously. No. Aokiji shook his head, I just feel a little more relaxed. Maybe I will find an answer in the near future. Kizuru looked at Aokiji, smiled and shook his head. Among the three vice-admirals, he is the most flexible in dealing with people. In his opinion, Akainu and Aokiji are both people who easily go to extremes, but Akainu is more determined and goes to extremes. unwavering. Aokiji, on the other hand, has more thoughts, and it is easy for him to not jump out of these thoughts, thus going to the other extreme. So, sometimes, people have to be more flexible. Kizaru thought to himself, and the old god continued to read the newspaper, as if this newspaper could be read. Same as last day. On the other side, in the coal and iron city, the workers who had achieved a major victory were celebrating and cheering. They have achieved major victories, starting from the first battle with the royal guards, and this time, with the marine reinforcements. The victories in the two battles gave them strong confidence. The remaining union representative, Mobu, excitedly walked up to Roja and said, "Mr. Roja, why don't you leave? We will directly occupy this place to implement the new policy." Listening to Mobu's words, the smile that existed on Roja's face disappeared instantly. His face became a little serious. He sighed lightly and criticized, "Mobu, you are so very typical Puchism. Let me ask you, have you ever investigated what you said? Among the marine soldiers and officers we captured, have you learned about the strength of the world government through them? Only relying on 2 victories, without passing any investigation, we want to launch a continuous revolutionary movement. I still have the old view that the world government is far stronger than us. The kingdom of Lubani is the focus of the world government. Once they take action, we will have no resistance at all. Room. Either leave together, or if you stay here, you can only negotiate and get them to make concessions, and then continue to lie dormant and accumulate strength." Chapter 84. Pure Zudism, without conducting detailed investigations, overestimating the power of the revolution, and underestimating the arduousness of the revolution, is very fatal. However, it is obvious that because of the easy victory of these 2 wars, many workers have developed Puchism. Roja has always attached great importance to investigation and research, and often emphasizes that without investigation, there is no right to speak. However, the fact is that few people will calmly recognize the importance of investigation at any time. Often, like now, 1 or 2 victories have already gone to their heads. 1. As a union representative, Mobutu is already like this, let alone others. But fortunately, Roja's prestige is high enough. He can rely on his personal prestige to suppress this matter. When he leaves with Fujitora and the others, the activism in Mobu's and the others' hearts will naturally disappear. However, this issue still needs to be paid enough attention to. The root cause of this matter still lies in the insufficient depth of thinking of the workers and the lack of a more detailed understanding of the world situation. It is far from enough to rely solely on revolutionary ideological guidance. Mobu left. Roja looked at Mobu's back, as if he saw a large group of comrades who had the same idea as Mobu. "I'm going to start a newspaper within the Revolutionary Army." Roja looked at Mobu's back for a long time and said firmly. "Reply." Fujitora was a little confused. "Yes, run our own newspaper belonging to the Revolutionary Army, which can publish some Revolutionary Army progress, such as the Kingdom of Goa, such as the Kingdom of the Far North where Crow is about to go. We can publish some analysis of the world situation, we can publish the excellent exploration and understanding of proletarian thought by comrades, etc." Roja thought seriously. "We have conducted surveys before and found that the literacy rate of the people is very high. In contrast, there is an extremely lack of ideas. The collection of revolutionary thoughts is very good, but it is too small, and some places are a bit esoteric. Newspapers are different. They can be updated every day. They can be updated with the latest ideas, the latest movements, and the latest social situations at any time, so that comrades in the entire Revolutionary Army can deepen their thoughts, understand the world situation, and understand the world situation clearly from this newspaper. Qing revolutionary process, etc." The more Roja talked, the brighter his eyes became. He took out his notebook and pen and wrote down the matter. When he evacuated from the Lubani kingdom, he began to arrange this matter himself. And he also thought of some candidates, including some early revolutionary army cadres such as Gomon and Salam from the Kingdom of Goa, as well as Crow and Kojiro. Those who have a deep ideological understanding can be used as editors. He has never run a newspaper, but he can explore and learn from these things. Running a newspaper is of great benefit to the current revolutionary army without any harm. After confirming the filing of the report, Roja immediately arranged for Kojiro and Nagli to start preparing for the evacuation of the people. According to their initial plan, they would evacuate directly after repelling the second marine attack and leaving enough bargaining chips for the remaining workers. Currently in another port city, they have 27 paddle wheel warships and 30 captured small marine warships, which are just enough to evacuate the remaining 20,000 workers. 1. Roja's prestige is extremely high, although many of the remaining rebels have the same idea as Mobu, and want to fight the world government with real swords and guns. However, at Roja's request, an orderly evacuation to the port city began as planned, leaving behind only the remaining 50,000 workers who plan to stay in the Lubani kingdom. Mobu, after we leave, we will only look at you. I will not take these captured marine soldiers away. This is a bargaining chip for you to use. Remember my words. Firstly, stop confronting the world government head-on, and start negotiating from now on. Secondly, when negotiating, you must unite people in port cities and unite all forces that can be united, including these marine. This is the last gift I leave you. Roja took out the notebook, tore off a piece of paper, and handed it to Mobuletin. This is. Mobu looked at it, and his face instantly became surprised. Copy these things as soon as possible, make leaflets and distribute them to the 4 port cities. The residents there will agree with you on this matter of negotiation. I understand, thank you, Mr. Roja. Mobu said respectfully. Although he has just experienced criticism from Roja, his respect for Roja is definitely from the bottom of his heart. Before them, who would have looked at workers like them? Who would have cared about their livelihood? Only Roja. Over the port city, Aokiji is thinking, Kizaru is fishing, and Akainu is exercising. Suddenly there are waves of commotion outside. Aokiji and the others rushed out and saw what looked like newspapers falling from the sky one after another. Aokiji picked up a sheet and looked at it. What was recorded on it was a slogan for joint negotiations to resist serious environmental pollution. The following is simplified survey data: the proportion of pneumoconiosis in the Lubani kingdom, its development symptoms, and the continuous decrease in the average lifespan of the residents of the Lubani kingdom. Marine is a lackey of the royal family and the world government. The workers' rebel army is a just army that fights to protect everyone's interests. Only when the world government and the throne make concessions will the haze hanging over the Lubani kingdom dissipate. There are a lot of provocative words written on it, and Aokiji can tell at a glance that this was obviously written by Roja. Of course, these words have inciting power, but also because these words themselves are facts, which have been covered up by the royal family. Is this your mobilization crowd? Roja. Aokiji looked at the residents of the port city not far away who secretly watched with this leaflet, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The eyes they cast on Marine seemed to contain some strange emotions. Being in a country that is a member of the world government, they were invited by the royal family to suppress the uprising. At this moment, they clearly feel the isolation and rejection from this country. 1. Winning over friends, attacking enemies, mobilizing the masses, and isolating them. Roja's combination of punches really leaves no room for them to survive. But negotiation seems to be a good solution. Aokiji looked at the leaflet that clearly told them Marine. I want them to serve as a bridge of communication between the workers' rebel army and the world government and the royal family for negotiations. Is all this in your calculations? Roja. Aokiji looked up to the sky, and seemed to be able to see Roja distributing these leaflets high in the sky, and he seemed to be able to see the always calm and profound expression on his face. Smile. Goodbye, Lubani Kingdom. The bow of the warship was suspended in the sky, and the last leaflet in his hand was dropped. Roja looked at the country shrouded in haze with an expressionless face. Is this struggle really successful? From the perspective of the workers in Coal and Iron City, this is definitely a huge victory, a victory that they have not been able to achieve in dozens of uprisings in their history. However, for Roja, there is no success. The Lubani kingdom was not completely liberated, they just evacuated here, and the current situation of this country has not fundamentally changed. The residents of the port city are still breathing polluted air. Another large number of slaves will soon enter the Coal and Iron City. The concessions obtained by Mobu and the others will become more stringent after a short period of time. More oppressive. Roja was able to see this scene, which made him feel sad for this country. Mr. Roja, you have done a very good job. Fujitora felt Roja's emotions and said. We launched an uprising, reduced losses, expanded the results of victory, respected every worker's choice, and before leaving, helped the remaining workers gain more bargaining chips. Everyone sees what Roja has done. He has done everything that everyone could have imagined, and even exceeded it a lot. It's okay, Mr. Yuxiao, we will come back sooner or later. When we come back here again, it will be the time for us to completely liberate this country. Roja is not a self-pitying person, he has a fighting spirit and his outlook has always been extremely strong. Some setbacks cannot crush him at all, they will only make him more diligent and high-spirited. Roja looked at the country below and suddenly sat down cross-legged. With a serious look on his face, he took out a paper and pen and started writing thoughtfully. The strategic issues of the World Revolutionary War are felt by the workers' uprising movement in the Kingdom of Lubni. In the chat room, everyone looked at the calm young man sitting cross-legged on the deck in the giant screen. Just like when he first appeared in the Kingdom of Goa, he was calm, and majestic, with a deep heart. He was not proud and complacent because of temporary gains, nor was he gloomy and stagnant because of temporary losses. He seems to be gaining insight into the world all the time, and then constantly changes his understanding in practice, innovating and pushing the revolutionary army forward. The labor movement in the Lubani kingdom has ended, but for this young man, it has just begun. What he faced in the Lubani kingdom was the attention of a small part of the world government, but what he needed to face in his career was the order established by the entire world government's 800 years of rule. Roger, this is Roja. Who can still remember that when Roja first arrived in the Lubani kingdom, there were only dozens of revolutionary soldiers and ships around him. When he left, he had taken away tens of thousands of workers, nearly 30 paddle-wheel warships capable of crossing the Calm Belt, and a scientific base that could continuously develop cutting-edge technology. A shipyard that can build ships with the best performance, several powerful revolutionary army cadres with extraordinary strength and potential, a large amount of coal and steel, and sufficient development funds. Even Roger had to admire Roja's strength. In terms of personal strength and team strength, Roger knew that his pirate group could rank among the top in history. However, he does not have Roja's ability to change a country or even a world. He can always shape these hopeless people and tell them. Destiny lies with one's own subordinates. Please give me flowers. He is not just a person who pours chicken soup and speaks beautiful words. He can truly deeply influence the spirit of a person, the spirit of a group, and the spirit of a country. The Kingdom of Lubani had a hellish start, and basically no one in the chat group was optimistic about it, unlike the Kingdom of Goa. However, Roja delivered an almost perfect answer under this difficulty. Rocks, I don't care about this, I just want to see the revolutionary army develop immediately and Mariejois explode immediately. Kingdom of Kamabaka. Mr. Roja and the others are already unstoppable. Long said excitedly. The Kingdom of Goa only has 5,000 cadres, and among these people, nearly 1,000 people played an astonishing role in the revolutionary movement in the Lubani kingdom. And now, after the uprising movement in the Kingdom of Lubani, at least most of the tens of thousands of workers in Roja's hands can be trained to become as good as the 5,000 people in the kingdom of Goa. That kind of cadre. A revolutionary soldier with profound thoughts and firm consciousness. This is the most valuable thing Roja gained from the workers' movement in the Lubani kingdom. With these tens of thousands of people, the revolutionary army has truly embarked on the rapid development path. I don't know when we will be able to meet us in another world. I'm really looking forward to it, hip-hop. Ivankov also said with some excitement. Roja's current revolutionary army is already very strong, and their volunteer army at this stage is not weak either. There was the dragon, there was her, and then there was the bear. Once Roja is able to recruit their independent army, they will definitely be able to fight even against the current Marine Admiral. At that time, they will truly soar into the sky. Yes, it will definitely happen. Long said firmly. Now, just watching the movie, he wanted to take the current revolutionary army and immediately get into the giant screen and send it to Roja. He wished that Roja would quickly lead them and liberate the whole world directly. He believes that the same is true for himself in the other world. If nothing else, as long as a collection of revolutionary ideological guidance is placed in front of him, his self in the other world will definitely be satisfied. Thank you. Moreover, looking at Roja's appearance now, it seems that he is preparing to write something more. In terms of the summary of his experiences in the Lubani kingdom during this period, he will not get out of the revolutionary ideological guidance collection too. It's really exciting. As if the giant screen knew what Long was thinking, the next moment, the scene of the self-reliant army from 27 years ago appeared on the giant screen. South Blue, Kingdom of Sorbet. Long, I just received news that a large-scale workers' uprising has occurred in the Lubani kingdom. Xiong hurriedly found Long and said. What happened? Long Vinian's eyes narrowed. He had traveled all over the world and had been to the Lubani kingdom. He knew the harsh environment there. The Lubani royal family and the world government seemed to have suffered a big loss. The workers were fully armed and had a big battle with Marine, who was responsible for the suppression. Marine was defeated, although after negotiations in the end, the war subsided. Xiong said. But tens of thousands of workers' uprising soldiers left on merchant ships, and the main leaders of this workers' uprising movement also disappeared. According to some of my friends who work in Marine, the world government suspects that there are people who can guide the workers' uprising behind the Lubani kingdom. They have already started investigating. I think they are a bit like us. You mean, like us, they are also an organization that opposes aristocratic rule? Long asked, if that is true, would their move be too radical? The current dragon is just a self-reliant army. The self-reliant army shouts slogans and calls on the people to wake up, pursue freedom, and resist tyranny. Although there is the Salbei kingdom and two strong men, Ivankov and Xiong, they have not formed an army. Because both dragons and bears are the kind of beings who hate war very much. They are unwilling to start a war and only want to promote the idea of freedom and courage. Concerning what happened in the Lubani kingdom, both Long and Xiong believed that the people behind it were too radical. But no matter what, if there is a chance, we should still find a way to meet them. I said seriously. Although he hates war, Long is not a fool. The philosophy of his vigilante army is similar to the organization behind the workers' uprising in the Lubani kingdom to a certain extent. They can definitely join forces to better advance their ideas. I will pay attention to this aspect. Xiong nodded. After all, he is still the king of a country. As a franchise country, as long as you want to understand, the information channels are still very wide. 4 days later, Xiong brought the latest news. It was a newspaper. Although it did not clearly record the affairs of the Lubani kingdom, it published 4 clear wanted posters. Prison. A calm and gentle boy, a blind swordsman, a white-bearded old man, and a giant holding a harpoon. These 4 are what the world government considers to be the 4 main masterminds behind the workers' uprising war in the Lubani kingdom. Small. Chapter 85. Among them, the blind swordsman Yuxiao has a bounty of 400 million berries. Giant Mori has a bounty of 600 million berry. Nagli, the old pirate, has a bounty of 400 million berries. What surprised Long the most was that the seemingly young boy actually had the highest bounty among them, a full 1 billion berry. 1 billion berry, ha ha ha, the world government is really bold this time. On the island of scientific research base number 1, Roja looked at the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help but laugh. With a bounty of 1 billion, it seems that the world government has conducted a basic intelligence investigation on the Lubunny kingdom and determined his identity in the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, how could he, a young man who had never taken action from beginning to end, have such a high bounty? I am afraid that the world government has now imagined him as the mysterious leader of an extremely large underground organization. But this shooting technique is really good. Was it shot during the battle in Coal Iron City? This World Economic News newspaper is quite interesting. Roja looks back and forth at the newspaper in his hand. Although this is a newspaper company that was founded only a few years ago, it is expanding very quickly because they have a newspaper bird that can fly across the sea and send newspapers to all parts of the world at very low cost. Coupled with a group of elusive photographers, they can capture almost most of the world's cutting-edge news. Roja is preparing to set up a newspaper within the Revolutionary Army to exchange ideas, analyze the situation, and sound the alarm. You can learn a lot from this newspaper, even the layout. Beside Roja, Vegapunk was holding a bunch of instruments and studying the newspaper bird that looked extremely scared. There is no technological transformation, because the probability is Devil Fruit's ability. After a moment, Vegapunk put away the instrument and said, 913 Does Devil Fruit have the ability? It's really useful. Roja couldn't help but said with envy. Although this Devil Fruit ability does not seem to be very effective in combat, it can open up some wisdom to these ordinary white birds, allowing them to deliver newspapers on a large scale. This is more useful to Roja than any other ability. If the Revolutionary Army has this kind of ability, it will directly set up a worldwide newspaper, and then print the advanced ideas of the proletariat and send them to the whole world. The headquarters can be found on any Combelt island, and there is no need to worry about the threat of the world government. At that time, it will be difficult for the world government to ban it. Coupled with the literacy rate among the people, it will not take many years for the ideas to spread, and it will basically be easier to lay a mass base. Unfortunately, I can only do YY now. Is there anything else? If nothing happens, I'm going to start doing research. Vegapunk said. Has the platinum lead problem in Frevans been studied? Roja asked. It has been a few months. You can just ask Quinn about this. I need a batch of fax and phone bugs recently. You can just go talk to the scientists in Bakimo about such a trivial matter. Do you still want me to help you make a fax call? Double Punk looked speechless. He is a top-notch scientist and becomes a phone bug. Isn't that a waste of his time? It's not like you've never been a phone bug before. Roja directly revealed Vegapunk's background. When I asked you to be a signal-enhanced version of the phone bug, weren't you very happy? Ahem. Vegapunk was choked and speechless. When Roja saw this, he stopped joking. How is the research on the sea train going? This is the top priority of the scientific research base number 1 after the paddle wheel battleship. To a certain extent, the maritime train can play a greater role. In this multi-island world, the safety and speed of sea trains cannot be compared to ships in terms of strengthening the connections between islands. This is why the Seven Waters are able to build the best ships in the world. As the best shipwright, Tom also wants to develop a sea train. For example, a resident of an island may always take a boat to a distant island, but will the safer and faster sea train will allow the young master to also go to other islands? The current Revolutionary Army does not have much territory, but that does not mean that there will not be any in the future. The sea train has been included in the necessary infrastructure projects by Roja. The key technologies have basically been overcome. There is basically no problem in establishing a sea train in the calm belt. However, if we need to consider extreme harsh environments such as tsunamis outside, we need to continue to improve. I know, let's build it in calm belt first, just in time to connect the 5 islands we discovered in calm belt with sea trains. Roja said after thinking. 1. The other 4 islands are currently home to about 20,000 workers. Speaking of which, staying in the calm belt is not an option after all. The islands in the calm belt are not suitable for living in the first place. They are originally uninhabited islands. In addition, calm belt isolates the outside world from entering, so he can't create a nation of men like 9 snakes. It's okay to live temporarily, but you still have to go out. Speaking of which, I heard that you are going to write another book about the experience of the Lobunny Kingdom. Have you finished it? After Roja asked the question, Double Punk asked with some expectation. The previous collection of revolutionary ideological guidance was published more than half a year ago. After reading Vegapunk, he really learned a lot. Now he is even more looking forward to Roja's next book. There's still one last thing left. Roja said. When you've finished writing, remember to let me see it early. No problem. Roja waved his hand with a smile and left Vegapunk's laboratory. Shortly afterwards, he came out of Quinn's laboratory. The good news is that the toxicity of Frivan's platinum lead has been detected. The bad news is that it is not easy to solve it. It will take some time to invent a special antidote, and it cannot be guaranteed. Antidote safety. The problem of free fans is actually not as direct and cruel as that of the Lobunny Kingdom, and it is still on the dark side. But Roja knows very well that once this toxicity breaks out, the fate of free fans will probably be even more miserable than that of the Lobunny Kingdom. All he can do is send people to free fans to reveal the truth about the toxicity of platinum and lead, and to develop the revolutionary army. The final result of free fans can only be resistance, and this contradiction is extremely acute, because if they don't resist, they will die. In the evening, Roja held a cadre meeting. The matter discussed is about the Lobunny Kingdom, the world government's investigation into it, and the measures that may be taken in due course. I think the world government doesn't know enough about us. When we were in the kingdom of Lobunny, we paid great attention to this and did not reveal too much information. A revolutionary soldier from the kingdom of Goa he spoke. Moreover, the revolutionary soldiers of the kingdom of Goa were basically workers in the coal mining areas, and most of these workers were slaves. In the end, no one wanted to stay in the kingdom of Lobunny. 1. I think this idea is too optimistic. Nagli thought for a while and then said, the wanted order is clearly displayed in this newspaper. The world government has set Mr. Roja's bounty so high. It's obvious that they already have a general understanding of us. I think we must be careful in our next actions. After the Lobunny Kingdom uprising, the world government will definitely make great efforts to influence us. Nagli's thoughts are relatively pessimistic. He has wider knowledge, so he has a clear understanding of the power of the world government. Compared with the power of the world government, the gap between the revolutionary army and the current revolutionary army is still too big, so no one can be too careful. My idea is more compromise. The world government may investigate us behind the scenes of the Lobunny Kingdom, but we won't think too much about it. Fujitora's voice was low. What we have done is only expanded the results of the Lobunny Kingdom's uprising and demonstrated that it can resist strong men like Kuzan and Sakazuki, but it has not been to the extent of posing a great threat to the world government. Compared to us, the world government's short-term attention is definitely focused on the legendary pirates of the New World, but we have to be cautious. Well, my idea is similar to Mr. Yuxiao. Lu said. For now, we have 3 basic bases, one is the Kingdom of Goa, and the villages and small towns in East Blue, and the other is our 5 islands in the Calm Belt. The third one is the far northern kingdom that Crow and his companions are about to arrive at. Among them, there is basically no need to worry about 2 or 3. The power of the Calm Belt and the Far North Kingdom's world government is not that strong. As for the Kingdom of Goa and East Blue. First, the Kingdom of Goa is located in an extremely remote location. If it were to be discovered, it would have been discovered long after our uprising. The possibility of subsequent investigation is not high. Secondly, the strategy set up at the beginning was to prevent investigations by the CP organization. Not to mention, after more than half a year of implementation of the strategy, our cadres have already taken root in cities and towns. Villages have a good mass foundation. So, as long as the world government is not currently encircling and suppressing us with the attitude of attacking the legendary pirates, the crisis should not be big. Roja said calmly, of course, those who should warn ye should still be vigilant. Jimmy, please call Gemin later and ask him to put his actions in East Blue on hold for the next month and observe the situation. Understood. Jimmy responded seriously. Immediately afterwards, Roja and the others discussed some more about the placement of Calm Belt workers. This is indeed a big issue. The solution is still to go out, but there are differences over where to go. One attitude is to continue to cultivate and develop in North Blue, and to continue to launch uprisings in kingdoms with oppression and exploitation, like the Kingdom of Lubani. There are many people who hold this attitude. Nagli, Jimmy, and other cadres all think this way. Another attitude is to go to the Grand Line, to those places where the world government is beyond its capabilities, to develop its own territory. Just like the Kingdom of Goa, it is also like the Kingdom of the Far North that the Crow is heading to today. Roja personally prefers the latter, but he does not completely reject the former. As for the decision to speed up the writing of the strategic issues of the World Revolutionary War as soon as possible, the putschism within the organization has indeed become somewhat serious. The internal newspapers of the Revolutionary Army also need to be processed as soon as possible. Although the uprising in the Lubani Kingdom is over, there are still a lot of things to do in the follow-up. They have not already won the final victory. They are still far away from revolutionizing the Celestial Dragons. It's 1,000 miles away. In the next few days, Roja arranged for Kojiro to prepare the report, while he himself began to devote himself wholeheartedly to writing the Revolutionary Army strategy. 1. During the days of writing, Roja thought that the Crow would bring the call first. But what he didn't expect was that instead of waiting for Crow's call, he waited for a big event that shocked the world. The final result of the Battle of Atval was unexpected. A shocking tsunami helped Roger defeat the Golden Lion. At this point, Roger will never be able to join the Pirate King again. There are no enemies. Looking at the World Economic News newspaper in his hand, Roja looked seriously. No wonder Marine and world government made concessions so decisively in the previous negotiations regarding the Lubani Kingdom. It turned out to be because during this period, the outbreak of the Battle of Atvar attracted a lot of attention. More power over there. This result. Roja tapped the table lightly and thought. The consequences of Golden Lion's defeat are not only that Roger is only one step away from the Pirate King, but also the consequences of Golden Lion's fiasco behind the Battle of Atval. A series of chain reactions followed. Golden Lion was originally the most powerful pirate group in the New World. It absorbed many pirate groups to form a super-large pirate alliance. After the battle with Roger, the Golden Lion alliance was defeated in one day. Falling apart inside. The world government can basically take a breath. At least they no longer need to prepare a large number of troops to guard against the Golden Lion's large pirate team. Furthermore, after the fall of the Golden Lion, the New World, which was almost occupied by him, will also have a large amount of vacant territory, and the situation may reach an ultimate state of chaos within a few years. A large number of pirates will fight for their territory in the New World and start a war. If I were the world government, I would have two choices. One is to send a huge force to encircle and suppress the New World pirates, and the other is to let the New World pirates go. Chaos, let this chaos effectively consume the pirates' power. The next stop is New World? Or Sky Island? Roja whispered, thinking about the future of the Revolutionary Army. In this completely different and special world, many times, he can only cross the river by feeling the stones. Golden Lion fell, New World was in chaos, but similarly, the chaotic New World had a large number of 5.3 borderlands, where the power of the world government was basically unable to intervene. And the old aristocratic order has been completely destroyed. As long as the Revolutionary Army has the strength to stand, it will be able to get some good territory for development. The second choice is Sky Island, an island that Roja had already noticed in the original North Blue Sailing Diary. If it is really detected, it is absolutely invincible in terms of concealment. The only problem is that the interaction between Sky Island and the ground relies too much on Fujitora's ability. Actually, by the time he got here, Roja had begun to feel that his current understanding of the world was still a little lacking. When making many decisions, there is no more information to assist him in making more accurate judgments. It's just that regarding this matter, he currently has no better solution. After all, he has only been out at sea for less than a year and a half. He has no overall understanding of the world. Many are relatively sketchy. The next day, when the sun was shining on the bedside, Roja received a special message. After the successful uprising of the Lubunny Kingdom, the paddle wheel warship was used as a merchant ship to earn development funds. When it returned to the scientific research base number 1, it encountered a ship that mistakenly entered the windlass. Bring ships. They are asking what to do with this group of people. You mean, these people claim to be archaeologists from Ohara? Roger asked as he took the phone bug from Kojiro's hand. Yes, Mr. Roja, they said they are scholars affiliated with Ohara. Their archaeological expedition team is responsible for searching for the history of various parts of the world. The leader is a white-haired woman who claims to be an archaeologist. By the way, what's your name? On the other side of the phone, a revolutionary soldier asked to the side. Nicole Orbia. On the other side of the phone bug, 10 female voices full of intellectual aura came over. Chapter 86. Mother. Robin's excited voice sounded in the chat room. She never thought that she would be here, 22 years later, and hear her mother's voice again. Although time had passed and it had become a bit unfamiliar, her heart was still agitated instantly. For a moment, she seemed to have returned to Ohara 22 years ago, the day that was both the happiest and the saddest for her. On this day, she finally met the mother she had longed for, but on the same day, she not only lost her mother, but also everyone in Ohara. Robin's mother? No wonder she has the same last name as Robin. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was very surprised. Robin rarely talked about her past in detail, although after passing the Nice lobby, they knew Robin's identity as a survivor of Ohara. But more specifically, not much is known. Just like Nami rarely talks about Belmere in front of her friends, Robin also rarely talks about Dr. Sanya Cao, Saul, or his mother Nicole Orbia. Sometimes, these heaviest scars are not erased by time, but because their experiences have made them stronger as they grow up, so they can continue to walk on with these sad and heavy memories. Just like Nami saw Belmere on the giant screen, just like Frankie saw Mr. Tom, just like Sengoku saw Rosinante, Luo saw free fans, nuns, and even his father and mother. In an instant, Robin returned to Ohara when she was 8 years old, as if she was still the little girl who had never come out. This situation reached its emotional peak when Nicole Orbia officially appeared on the giant screen. Com Belt Base 4. This is one of the 4 Com Belt islands around the Scientific Research Base 1 that Roja and the others were looking for before. It's not big, it can only accommodate 5 or 6,000 people at most. Most of the landforms are primitive jungles. A large camp has been built. Some areas have been opened up. The only drawback is that the seasons on this island change a bit quickly. The 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter are completed within a month. If it were not for the heating device invented by Vegapunk, it would be difficult for ordinary people to live here. Scientific research base number 1 is of great importance. Roja placed the island hosting Ohara scholars in base number 4. 23 When the paddle wheel merchant caravan docked at the port, a group of people who looked a little embarrassed but had good temperament stepped off a paddle wheel merchant ship. The leader is a woman with white hair, fair skin, and a tall figure. The woman is wearing a leather windbreaker and has 2 revolvers on her waist. She looks very cold. A bit like the pirate Roja once met at sea, but what is even more difficult to conceal is her gentle and intellectual temperament. The fusion of the 2 temperaments creates this Ohara, the captain of the sea expedition team. That's our leader, Mr. Roja. If you have any questions, you can talk to Mr. Roja directly. A revolutionary soldier on the ship pointed to Roja at the port and said to Albia. Albia climbed over the railing, jumped to the port nimbly, and walked towards Roja. Hello, I am Nicole Orbia, the leader of Ohara's expedition team. Could you please sell us a ship that can pass through the calm belt? Albia steps forward, with a look of eagerness and excitement in his eyes. As an archaeologist, she deeply understands the importance of paddle boats to them. With this, they can go deep into the islands of the calm belt to find the lost history. Many of the islands on the route may have been damaged, but the uninhabited islands in the calm belt are likely to hide relics, history, and secrets that have not been explored. 1. Hello, Miss Albia, I am Roja, and this is Mr. Yuxiao. Roja smiled and stretched out his hand, shook it lightly, and then introduced Fujitora beside him. Wait, it's you. Albia looked at Roja and Fujitora from a close distance. The more he looked at them, the more familiar they looked, and he couldn't help but look surprised. You seem to know us, Miss Albia. Well, it's hard not to know you, a young pirate with a bounty of more than 1 billion. Albia didn't hide it at all, and laughed at himself. I thought I met an opportunity, but I didn't expect it was a pirate boy thief. Albia doesn't think much of pirates, although Ohara's archaeological expedition team is also listed as a dangerous pirate by the world government. It seems that you may have some misunderstandings about us. We are not pirates, Miss Albia. Roja explained without being angry. We are a revolutionary army, but because we have just carried out a workers' uprising in the Lubani Kingdom, we have been issued a high bounty by the world government. Because of the 2 wars in the Lubani Kingdom, the workers' uprising was completely victorious. The world government felt it was a shame, so basically they did not explain Roja's crimes in detail, but only issued a high bounty. Now in the entire world, except for Roja and others, some people at Marine who know about this, and people who have spread the news on a small scale, very few people know the full story of the ruble loyalty to the country incident. Sorry, I thought you were pirates. Orbia apologized generously. When Roja patiently explained, Albia already believed Roja's words, because he had no reason to lie to himself. If you think about it carefully, from the moment they were rescued in the calm belt, the first reaction of the crew was to send them out of the calm belt. Even meeting Roja was their strong request. Their behavior is indeed different from those pirates who mostly burn, kill, and loot. But after all, as the captain of the Ohara expedition, Orbia still retained the last trace of vigilance. Roja also saw this, so he was not in a hurry to communicate, but allowed these scholars to temporarily live on this island for 2 days. The Revolutionary Army never convinces people through words, but what they do. 2 days later, the last bit of vigilance in Albia's heart disappeared. On this calm belt island, a large number of people live, the houses are complete, and some land has been opened up for farming. This is definitely not something that pirates can do. In the past 2 days, she communicated a lot with the people living here. I learned a lot about the Lubani Kingdom and what Roja and the others did there. This made her feel extremely admirable. As a knowledgeable archaeologist, Albia was very familiar with the affairs of the Lubni Kingdom. When she learned that Roja had completed a major project in the Lubni Kingdom in just over half a year. Uprising. And after obtaining such an astonishing Sengoku, even though she was well informed, she couldn't help but fall into disbelief. After this period of time, archaeologists from Roja and Ohara also became familiar with each other. This group of archaeologists gave Roja a completely different feeling. Since he went to sea, most of the people he has met seem to be empty shells. They are literate, but rarely have their own thoughts and correct understanding of the world. 1. Including Yuxiao, he had certain thoughts at first, but mostly lacked detailed knowledge. Mr. Yuxiao is already relatively good. In the later kingdom of Goa, the gangsters in the border towns, the civilians in the central street, and the people at the uncertain terminal basically had no thoughts and cognitions of their own. It was he who instilled ideas little by little and taught them how to understand the world. Only then did they gradually understand what the world is like and what they should do. But scholars like Ohara are completely different. They have ideas and cognition, because compared with the number of books read by people in this world, they are generally weak. Ohara scholars have read too many books and seen too much history. Their thinking and understanding of the world and the current situation are very profound. At this point, even Roja cannot compare with them, because Roja does not know much about the world. He has only experienced some islands since he went to sea. The only ones he is really familiar with are the Kingdom of Goa, the Kingdom of Lubani, Free Fans, etc. During the conversation with them, Roja learned a lot, such as the succession of some kingdoms in the world, and how the laws and order of the world government have evolved little by little over the past 800 years. Similarly, in this process, archaeologists were also fascinated by Roja's advanced ideas. Whether it is Roja's investigation method, or the discussion of openness and closure, as well as the transformation of the Kingdom of Goa, the dictatorship of the proletariat, class divisions, political stances, etc., etc. These excellent ideas are like gems. People with a little knowledge can see the light they radiate, and people who are more knowledgeable can see the value they contain. These Ohara archaeologists are undoubtedly the most knowledgeable people in the world, and they deeply feel the advanced nature of this idea. There are many places in it that can even corroborate with the historical process they studied. Are you also an archaeologist, Mr. Roja? An archaeologist asked excitedly. No. Roja shook his head. Then I believe you will become a great archaeologist. The archaeologist Hua Whitebeard praised, many of your thoughts, in my opinion, seem to be insights into historical development and summed up some law. Without a deep understanding of history and a deep insight into the laws of historical development, it is difficult to come up with some ideas. This may have something to do with my teacher being an excellent historical scholar. Roja said with a smile, most of these ideas were taught by my teacher. What I have done is just combined with the actual situation of some kingdoms and applied these thinking methods. I personally cannot be said to be great. I am not a pioneer, just a practitioner. Roja's face was calm, not proud, nor taking credit. He didn't care about the so-called praise. What he had experienced, he just hoped that this kind of thought could be better spread in the world. This is the best. I don't know who your teacher is. The teacher is no longer here. Roja said. I'm sorry. Ohara's scholar apologized, with a look of pity on his face. In his opinion, Teacher Roja is definitely a talented person with extremely rich knowledge. People who can write such advanced ideas may be no worse than their Dr. Clover. Unfortunately, such a great talent has left. However, it should be gratifying for your teacher to be able to teach students like you. Roja, a scholar of Ohara, has always been generous with his praise. 1. They knew about Roja's deeds, and from their conversations with Roja, they saw how knowledgeable and broad-minded this young man was. Actually, I have something to ask you. Roja spoke. Just say it, Mr. Roja, in your words, we are already comrades. Albia said with a generous smile. I have always heard that Ohara has the most scholars and the largest library in the world. I want to visit Ohara and enter the Tree of Omniscient to read documents. Is that okay? Roja said. This idea had already occurred to him when he heard that it was the scholars from Ohara who were rescued by the Revolutionary Navy fleet, and then the exchanges with the scholars these days made his thoughts even more intense. The hair became stronger. In fact, he has now reached a bottleneck. This bottleneck is due to the contradiction caused by his increasingly shallow experience and understanding of the world, and the increasingly broad and huge undertakings he is undertaking. This world is too big, and island kingdoms are dotted all over the place, with completely different cultures and histories. With the current manpower and branches of the Revolutionary Army, there is basically no time to simply conduct an investigation similar to that of the Kingdom of Goa to deepen our understanding. Roja has been writing about strategic issues, war research, opposition to blind action, and more problems that arise within the Revolutionary Army since the Kingdom of Lubani 57 writing of some rectification measures. But some time ago, the writing progress began to stagnate. And after communicating with Ohara scholars in the past 2 days, his inspiration burst out again. In the end, he also read less good books. He has read through the books he can buy at North Blue Market. They are nutritious, but not that rich. Ohara's tree of omniscientness, he must go there to calm himself down. Not only myself, but also during this period of time, I am also trying to calm down the Revolutionary Army. The victory of the Lubani Kingdom made the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army start to feel impetuous. Some even put forward the slogan of one joining country in 10 years. It turns out that for this matter, we need to ask Dr. Clover for advice, but in my opinion, Dr. Clover will definitely agree. Your book already has enough qualified to be included in the Tree of Omniscientity. Albaya said, holding up the collection of revolutionary ideological guidance in his hand. Other Ohara scholars also smiled and nodded. In their view, this book can definitely be regarded as the wealth of all mankind. This kind of book recording simple ideological guidance is the most precious even in the Tree of Omniscient. Of that batch. That would be great. Roja couldn't help but be a little excited. He likes to read and is good at reading. He learned a lot from North Blue's books, which helped him complete the guidance of the uprising movement in the Lubya Fang Kingdom. And Ohara's collection of books will become his biggest opportunity since he went to sea, and Roja is looking forward to it. When will we leave? Albia decided to accompany Roja back to Ohara. She had not gone back for more than a year. In order to inherit the legacy of my late husband, I had to leave my 2-year-old daughter behind in Ohara. Now that there are boats in Roja that can cross the Com Belt, it has become much simpler to go from North Blue to West Blue. You only need to cross the 2 Com Belts, plus cross the New World. Okay. Pack up and leave tomorrow. Roja's eyes were bright, and he was more eager than Albia. Besides, it can just attract the attention of the world government. Roja had a slight smile on his face. In the evening, Roja summoned the cadres of the Revolutionary Army and confirmed with them his next actions. Jimmy, Mori, and Kojiro are responsible for staying here to help Vegapunk and Mr. Tom complete the construction of the sea train and further transform the other 4 islands. And he, Yuxiao, Nagli, and some Revolutionary Army soldiers took the Ohara scholars to visit Ohara. At this point, the cadres didn't say anything, but Roja's next words made everyone clearly express their opposition. Exposed in New World. Use yourself as bait to attract the attention of the world government. No, absolutely not. I firmly oppose it. Mr. Roja, how can you be allowed to carry out such a dangerous action? Chapter 87. As soon as Roja's proposal came out, everyone present objected. Now he has a bounty of 1 billion on his head. Once his whereabouts are exposed, it will still be very dangerous. Roja smiled and stretched out his hand to press down, telling them not to be so excited for the time being. Let me tell you my opinion first. After the uprising in the Lubani Kingdom, it is difficult to know how much the world government values our Revolutionary Army. We stayed in the Lubani Kingdom for a long time and left many traces. And unlike the Kingdom of Goa, most of the traces of the Kingdom of Goa are at the terminal of uncertain objects, and the Kingdom of Goa is located in a remote location. Basically, the world government cannot get much information about us. The Kingdom of Lobunny is completely different. If they vigorously investigate, they can even find the book collection of revolutionary ideological guidance. All we can do is that the celestial dragons are aloof and will not care about what this book represents. However, we have a better way, which is to test their attitude. The bounty is one aspect of attitude, and if my whereabouts are exposed in the New World, the intensity with which the world government sends Marine to arrest me is also a manifestation of their attitude. Secondly, world government has a characteristic, I don't know if you have noticed it. They like to punish the culprits, Rock's pirate. The world government's attitude towards this pirate map before and after Rox's death is completely different. If I show up, most of the attention of the world government will be diverted to arresting me, and the overall investigation will be relaxed. And if I never show up, the world government's investigation of the clues will probably lead to East Blue being involved in the far North Kingdom. I think it is very worthwhile to use myself to attract the attention of the world government, mobilize all their attention, and buy time for the rest of the cotters to build bases and develop the masses one. However, this is still too dangerous. Even Koshiro, who has always been good-tempered, is firmly opposed at this moment. The same is true for other people. They were either saved by Roja or impressed by Roja's ideas. Here, Roja is their absolute core and the only leader they pursue. They can't imagine that if something goes wrong with Roja, their revolutionary army will be able to continue to persevere. You don't have to worry about the danger. Mr. Yuxiao is here. With his ability, even if the world government dispatches Admiral, there is no way he can keep us. Roja said with a relaxed smile, he would not do anything to intentionally die. It is because of Fujitora's gravity ability that he can fly in the sky, so he can make such bold operations. Marine is very strong, but on the sea, it is basically impossible to catch them who can fly, let alone the two Marine admirals who are currently active on the sea. Sengoku and Garp and he are still old friends. If Garp were really responsible for hunting him down, Roja believed that he wouldn't put in much effort at all. Such a big benefit, such a small risk, if Roja doesn't try it, it won't be him. Now that we have said this, everyone knows who Roja is. Although Roja is very gentle most of the time, when he comes up with an idea, there is a high probability that he will not be changed again. Everyone can only tell Fujitora and Nagli to do their best to protect Roja. I will. Fujitora responded honestly. What do you think? Anyone who wants to touch Mr. Roja should just step over my body. Nagli took a puff of dry cigarette and said firmly. Even when Nagli faced the most feared Roger pirates, he resolutely stood in front of Roja. When he joined the Revolutionary Army, he may not have had such an awareness, but step by step, Roja completely convinced the old pirate with his actions. Roja was a little helpless on the side. There was really no danger. Fujitora's abilities, except for the legendary pirate Golden Lion, were basically sideways on the sea. The next day, Roja brought Ohara's scholars to the port. There are already 2 paddle wheel warships docked here at the port. In terms of size, these 2 are small ships and can accommodate 50 to 100 people. Do you like it? Roja looked at Albia and the many Ohara scholars behind her. This is... Albia had some confusion on her face. I gave it to you. Roja said with a smile, isn't this why you came here in the first place? Just kidding, I gave it to you. This should be of great help to your archaeological work. After getting along for a few days, Roja also formed a deep friendship with these Ohara scholars. He personally supports the archaeology of Ohara scholars, although for some reasons, the laws of the world government do not allow it. But what does it have to do with the fact that the world government does not allow him to do so? Thank you, Roja. Albia didn't show much pretense and accepted the paddle wheel warship with a smile. But I still have to remind you of something. Roja said with a straight face, this ship relies on sound frequencies to expel Sea Kings. But it is also possible that 1 or 2 Sea Kings will attack. Our route is sailed frequently, so we basically cannot encounter Sea Kings, but you should not regard this as a ticket to enter and exit the comm belt at will. And, let's start with the ugly words. If unfortunately the world government is arrested, it would be best to destroy the sound device that expels the Sea Kings. Roja said seriously. 1. The sound device is the most important research on this ship and is also the key to expelling the Sea Kings. As for the energy power device, this does not affect the overall situation very much. Except for cola, the efficiency of this device in converting other energy sources is relatively low. Secondly, the world government has deep pockets, no shortage of coal, and steam turbines can also provide sufficient power. I understand, I will. Albia was not angry. As a female streamer, she sets foot on the sea to conduct archaeological work that is not allowed by the world government. She doesn't even have this awareness. Then, I wish you all the best. Roja smiled and waved. Why don't you go to Ohara with us, Roja? Orbia asked with some confusion. I still have some things to do and need to stay in New World for a while. You can go back first, but I can guarantee that I will arrive in Ohara within 10 days of you at most. Roja said with a smile. The actions he takes will attract the attention of the world government, and Roja does not want to involve Ohara. Originally, Ohara was doing research that was not allowed by the world government. If he got connected with them, problems would arise. Albia and the Ohara scholars left in their paddle-wheeled warships. Roja and Fujitora also boarded the ship and sailed in the direction of New World. Mother. On Thousand Sunny, Robin was already in tears. Watching movies these days, she has seen too much about her mother's daily life, her conversation, her behavior, and so on. These are the things that are extremely lacking in her memory. When she was 2 years old, she was entrusted by her mother to relatives. She has very few memories of her mother. Before she was 8 years old, she had even forgotten what her mother looked like. When she was 8 years old, she met her mother and had a clear impression in her mind for the first time. However, without saying a few words, Ohara was completely destroyed in the gunfire. It can be said that watching movies on the giant screen these days has far more memories than all the memories of his mother in Robin's mind. This is also the first time she has had so much time to observe and understand her mother so closely. See her smile and her knowledge. Robin. Nami looked at Robin. She can understand Robin's feelings very well. When she saw Belmere in the East Blue giant screen before, she felt the same as Robin. It's just that compared to Robin, her childhood was luckier. At least she had a lot of good memories with Belmere. In the chat room, people have begun to express their disdain for the world government. Really, soon, the greatest darkness of the world government will be revealed. I only hope that in another world, Roja can save the scholars of Ohara from dying under the gunfire of the world government. Roger, it seems that after my death, there was some bloody suppression. Long, just because scholars questioned the unreasonable laws, they were brutally suppressed. Long could never forget that day when he landed on Ohara and saw the originally peaceful island destroyed by marine artillery fire. Dr. Clover, who once made immense contributions to world culture, and those outstanding scholars who gathered in Ohara from all over the world, were turned into powder under the extreme tyranny. It was also at that time that Long fully realized the nature of world government. What they are facing is an extremely cruel and corrupt organization with ultimate violence. Lobbying alone cannot change the world. It was also from that time that, in order to avoid the tragedy of Ohara, and to prevent the Revolutionary Army from becoming a suppressed ghost like Ohara, Long decided to create his own armed force. Facing everyone in the chat room. No one from Marine or world government responded. Ohara's matter is so outrageous that the world government doesn't take any account of it. They can tell the fooled people below that it was Ohara who studied ancient forbidden weapons that would cause turmoil in the world. But for those people in the chat room who have a certain status and strength and a clear understanding of the world, these rhetoric have no effect at all. Ohara. Aokiji looked up at the sky. When did he change from burning justice to lazy justice? It started with Ohara. Start thinking about the laws of world government, and start thinking about the irrationality of this world. Start thinking about justice itself. Is justice justice, or is it a weapon of world government? Justice is Marine's own thoughts, but weapons do not need their own thoughts most of the time. If you think about it carefully, every time they perform a task that they do not understand. The only explanation I got was that this is an order from the world government. Don't doubt the world government. How ridiculous, world government. Aokiji sighed, I in another world should be weaker than this world and realize it earlier. Mr. Roja, with your keen eyesight, you can also discover the hidden dangers buried in Ohara. Just like you saved the kingdom of Goa and the kingdom of Lobunny, please save Ohara. Ohara, a murder case that had been sealed for more than 20 years, reappeared in everyone's sight because of Roja's appearance. Compared to Goa, compared to the kingdom of Lobunny, Ohara. Undoubtedly more famous, and more full of tragedy and despair. Because, only one person on Ohara escaped from the tragedy that year, and everyone else was killed in the gunfire. New World, Roja came to New World for the first time, not through conventional routes. Instead, we came to New World by crossing the calm belt from North Blue. After coming out of the calm belt, not long after sailing, Roja saw the horror of the New World. The thunderstorms in the sky and the terrifying undercurrent of the sea all highlighted the New World environment. Bad. But fortunately, the ship built by Mr. Tom is strong enough, and coupled with Fujitora's ability, there is basically no big problem. 3 days after entering New World. Mr. Nagli, how long do we have to sail? Roja asked while holding a simple nautical chart. Soon, soon. Nagli said with a smile, although he said this a day ago. The Revolutionary Army does not have detailed charts about New World. Because the climate in New World is too harsh and the pirates are stronger, Roja rarely allows caravans to operate in New World. Point 1. The simplified chart they have now was drawn from memory by Nagli, who once came to New World. Of course, according to Nagli, the last time he came to New World was more than 10 years ago. At that time, the famous Rocks pirate was still roaming the sea. He doesn't know what the New World is like now. I remember that the climate in the front sea area should be relatively mild, and there seemed to be a large number of islands close to it. It was a rare archipelago. Nagli said. Road. This archipelago is a place that left a deep impression on him, otherwise he would not have retained a rough memory more than 10 years later. And the reason why Roja came here was because he was curious about Nagli's description. The mild climate, ocean currents, and a large number of islands that are relatively close to each other make this a very suitable sea area for development. He had previously thought about developing in New World. If possible, the place Nagli mentioned would be a good choice. Soon after, Roja and the others really arrived at the sea area that Nagli mentioned. They landed on a small island under the calm sea and the gentle sunshine. Li Wangzhao. This island is a bit small, but it is much larger than the 4 islands in the calm belt, and it is indeed more livable. It's just that when Roja and the others landed on the island, there was already a group of pirates collecting fees. Roja did not directly ask anyone to drive them away. Because it can be inferred from the reactions of the residents here that they are used to this kind of charge. This proves that an order has been formed on this island. Those who can establish an order in the New World must be extremely powerful beings behind it. Of course Roja can help the residents drive away the pirates now, but if the source behind it cannot be solved, the result may be that the residents here will be wildly retaliated by the vicious pirates. After a while, after the group of pirates left, Roja stepped forward to ask about the origins of those pirates and the information here. After a simple investigation, Roja and the others got basic information about this place. This is called the Tato Land Islands. A total of 35 islands exist in this sea area. The islands are usually not far apart. Shake. Because the climate is mild and suitable for the development of power, many pirates once came to occupy the island and each became king, creating chaos. About 5 years ago, a pirate named Charlotte Linlin came. The family pirate group she founded unified the Tato Land Islands at an extremely fast speed and became the real king here. And the pirates who just came to collect the fee are members of the Big Mom pirate group. Charlotte Linlin, I remember she is an official crew member of Rock's Pirate, she is very powerful. Nagli said with a solemn expression. Being able to become an official combatant of Rock's Pirate can help you gather strength. The original members of Rock's Pirate are now legendary level pirates. Golden Lion and Whitebeard, these two famous legendary pirates, were once members of Rock's Pirate. Chapter 88. My suggestion is to leave. Charlotte Linlin is very powerful. The pirate group she and Longbread formed back then just went to sea and became completely famous because of their terrifying combat power. At that time, she was only a teenager, but now that she has experienced Rock's Pirate, and 10 years have passed, I can't judge her true strength. She may not be weaker than Marine's Admiral. If we call Mori, we might be able to give him a try. Nagli said. Fujitora didn't express his opinion, he just turned to face Roja. The latter has been silent since he obtained the information of this investigation, seeming to be thinking about something. Mr. Yuxiao, what do you think? Roja noticed that Fujitora was looking at him, so he asked with a smile. Me? Fujitora obviously didn't expect Roja to ask questions. After being stunned for a moment, he shook his head, I don't have any opinion. I don't want to know too much about pirates like Mr. Nagli. I have never fought against Big Mom, and I don't know her true strength. Moreover, this investigation report is too brief. We know nothing about the enemy's power at all. Fujitora has no conclusion. Roja shook his head, you really can't tell anything from this simple data. What I want to ask is not your opinion of Charlotte Linlin, the pirate, but whether you can see through this simple report. It comes to the essence of the development of the world situation. I can't see it. Nagli took the simple report and looked over it twice, but couldn't see anything. The same goes for Fujitora. He listened to the information in this report from beginning to end and didn't miss anything, but he really didn't find anything very profound. Of course, based on Fujitora's understanding of Roja, he must have discovered something when he was able to say this, just like the closed and open issues he saw at a glance when he was at Red Line. The essence of the world can be seen from small things. Roja has always been very sharp and terrifying in this regard. However, he is really not good at it. For a moment, Fujitora felt as if he was still a student who knew nothing. Facing the teacher's questions, he scratched his head and couldn't understand what the very simple and essential things the teacher said were. Originally, he thought he had grown a lot after following Roja for so long, but it seems that he is still in the same state as when he was on Red Line. The expression outside the chat room at this moment is basically the same as Fujitora's. Roger, ha ha ha, what did he see again? Kaido, things that use my brain are really not suitable for me. Rocks, Roja starts thinking again, and every time he starts thinking, those bastards from world government start to have a headache. 093 Garp, nose-picking Roja, this kid, always likes to tell lies. Back then in Red Line, and still now, before speaking out, he always has to ask questions first. Isn't it good to tell the answer directly? Zephyr, I seem to have seen the tingling expressions of 5 elders, ha 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 ha. On a certain winter island in New World, snow falls all year round. Inside the warm cave. The red-haired Shanks looked at Ben Beckman aside and asked with a smile. Can you guess what Roja thought of? Beckman. The red-haired man couldn't guess it himself, but he still believed in the wisdom of his deputy captain. Ben Beckman is the smartest person he has ever met. I can't guess. Beckman frowned and said, this is just a simple investigation report. Just like Mr. Roja said, the information recorded on it is nothing. The important thing is to understand the essence of the matter. What is the essence? The other members of the Red Hair Pirates also looked like they didn't want to use their brains and asked curiously. I just said, I don't know. Ben Beckman rolled his eyes. Mr. Roja is not an ordinary person. He often has a very sharp perspective on problems and a very deep understanding of the essence. This is something I can't match even if I'm a patter. Ben Beckman said helplessly. If I could reach Mr. Roja's level, I would probably be able to create an organization larger than the Revolutionary Army led by Monkey D. Dragon. Ben Beckman has always admired Roja. Have no idea. The kingdom of Kamabaka has become a breath of life. He had been studying Roja attentively and wanted to become a leader like Roja. However, when he encountered problems, he found that he had become Fujitora next to Roja. At this moment, everyone in the chat room is like playing a puzzle game, deeply wanting to know what the answer is. And Roja in the giant screen didn't make much of a fuss. Read this report carefully. Roja picked up this simple report. 2 key points. First, the Tato Land Island has always been a group of powerful pirates who want to occupy it and develop their power, so they are constantly conquering each other here. 1. Second, 5 years ago, the Big Mom pirates arrived. With their powerful force, they ended the chaos here, unified the Tato Land Islands, established the Tato Land Kingdom, and became the only king here. When Roja said this, he clicked on this part of the report and said, starting from these 2 points, we have to raise 2 questions. First, did this livable Tato Land archipelago have a kingdom before? Second, why has Marine, who has always been a pirate, never thought of establishing a base here? Thirdly, as a remnant of the Rocks pirate, Charlotte Linlin has a very high bounty and is dangerous to the world government, so her arrest priority is also very high. Why hasn't Marine come over to launch a large-scale attack and arrest her in the past 5 years? After Roja finished speaking, Fujitora Nagli and the others fell into deep thought. When Roja didn't say anything, they had no clue. Now it's like a layer of window paper has been pierced, and they have a direction to think about. Mr. Roja, you mean that the world government is deliberately allowing this situation? Fujitora thought thoughtfully. No, I suggest you change your intentional laissez-faire into powerless interference. Roja said. First of all, let's start with the first question. Was there a kingdom here before? I personally feel that there should be. It's just that it's very likely that the original kingdom was destroyed by pirates long ago after the number of pirates increased. From a purely closed and open perspective, although the sea around Tato Land is calm, the climate and sea area of New World is very bad. Tato Land is like a closed archipelago. The armed forces here cannot possibly be an opponent of the pirates who can overcome the storm of the New World. Also, although there is no chart, we will follow our route in New World. It can be roughly inferred that Tato Land is not close to the Red Line, and it is most likely a non-franchised country. It is a closed and little-known archipelago kingdom. It is a country that was only discovered in this era when navigation was popular. Roja speculated. It is precisely because they are closed and far away from the center of world power that they are easily destroyed by pirates. The research on the first question can also explain why Marine did not come to Tato Land to establish a base. Roja said. Because Marine is an agency under the world government, its base is established based on the huge organization of world government, and its supplies rely on Red Line's Mariejois and the participating countries. 1. Even without New World's Marine and the power map of the franchised countries, I basically speculate that the Marine branch bases of New World's franchised countries are generally close to those established by Red Line. 1. Of course, many of these are my speculations. If conditions permit, strict verification must be carried out in the future. Don't just take my words and use them. Roja reminded. After studying the first two questions thoroughly, then the third point, why Marine doesn't attack the Big Mom pirates here, will be very simple. Unlike Garp's pursuit of the Roger pirates, if you want to attack here, you must have a large-scale marine fleet. If it is too small, it cannot be defeated. If it is too large, it is beyond reach. Not to mention the serious losses, it may not be able to defend it. The Big Mom pirates themselves are very strong. If they cannot destroy the Big Mom pirates and let Big Mom go, then the attack will be meaningless. 1. Unless Marine can arrange admiral-level combat power and a large-scale army to be stationed here permanently, this is basically impossible. There are many pirates, and Marine's power has to protect the world. The paradise is already stretched. Even more nonsense is a more dangerous new world. When Roja said this, Nagli was still a little confused, while Fujitora on the side had already begun to think about something. Having said this, Roja did not continue to sell the truth, but made a bold speculation simply and neatly. So, this information from the Tato Land Islands can basically be extended to the entire New World. In the next 20 or 30 years, the New World will be the New World of pirates and the separatist forces. The new pirate state will appear in large numbers in the New World. After a period of chaos, the pirates in the New World, just like raising goo, several kings appeared. They are different from ordinary pirates. They occupy a large amount of territory, even much larger land than ordinary franchised countries. As they develop their power, they will eventually become a large-scale pirate-armed separatist force that even the world government is afraid of. By then, unless the power of the world government can be greatly improved, it will be difficult for them to get involved in the New World. After Roja's analysis, Fujitora, Nagli, and all the revolutionary soldiers felt as if the sun had suddenly cleared from the clouds, and something had suddenly dawned on them. It's not difficult to verify these speculations of mine. Roja looked at the calm sea in the distance and said with a smile. All we need to do is send a message to Marine and reveal our whereabouts to them. As for the next few days, let's just stay here. If my guess is correct, even if Marine gets the news, they will basically not send troops here to arrest us. Roja said with a smile. And at the same time, outside the chat room, everyone was dumbfounded. Is this really just something analyzed through that little bit of intelligence? Obviously the information is so simple, but you can actually see this level. The key is just to analyze it, and you actually hit it all? The marine pirates were shocked. What Roja said is absolutely correct. After the Battle of Etval, the Golden Lion who ruled the sea was defeated, and the Golden Lion Pirate Alliance collapsed. In contrast, there is the Carnival of New World. A large number of pirates began to look for suitable territories and began to develop their own power. Big Mom later established Wanguo in the Tato Land Islands, and Kaido established his own powerful force in Wano Kuni and controlled Hailu. The export of stone makes a lot of money. Whitebeard occupies the largest land, and the land is spread everywhere. Even the red-haired Shanks, who is most like Roger, the red-hair pirates led by him have formed a large force due to the closeness of some forces. The later four emperors, as Roja speculated, completely controlled New World. Except for a few branch bases built near the Red Line, Marine basically has no ability to challenge the four emperors in the New World. Although in New World, world government also has franchise countries. But more often than not, these franchise countries still have to look at the four emperors' expressions. If they offend the world government, they may be fine, but if they offend the four emperors, there is a high probability that something will happen to their country, especially Kaido and Big Mom among them. However, they know this based on what has already happened. The era when Roja made these speculations was 27 years ago. 27 years ago, the Battle of Atval had just ended, Roger had not yet become the recognized pirate king, Whitebeard was still taking risks, and Kaido had just settled in Wano Kuni. Shanks is just an intern and has never gone to sea. It was such an era, and the New World was still extremely chaotic. Roja speculated on the situation of New World in the next 20 to 30 years just by relying on an extremely simple report. This vision, to be honest, is enough to shock everyone in the world. The same is true even for those strong men who are already at the top of the world, the kings who control power. Ivankov, every time I watch Mr. Roja's analysis, it's a kind of enjoyment. Hip-hop can penetrate the whole world in the smallest details. Only Mr. Roja can do this kind of thing. Whitebeard, I feel a little pity for the 5 elders now. Being against such a monster, blah blah blah. It would be extremely miserable for anyone to be an enemy of Mr. Roja. Crocodile, can a real person judge this? How does this brain grow? Damn it, if I had this kind of insight, Alabasta would have been. It's mine. Crocodile, like the dragon, has been studying Roja seriously. But unlike Long, Crocodile, a complete careerist and conspirator, did not learn how to make revolution and help the advanced class replace the power of the backward class. What he learned was how to rebel better and how to quickly establish a large organization and armed group. And what is different from others is the people behind 5 elders were already breaking out in cold sweat. Roja's speculations are basically all correct, and his subsequent judgments about world government are even more accurate. Without a strong increase in power, it is difficult to get involved in the new world. This sentence can basically explain why they launched the Summit War, because since the Summit War, their strategy has begun to expand to the new world. If only there were people like Roja in this world. I am afraid that just a simple war can deduce their strategic transformation, and further infer that they are about to gain powerful power. In fact, the 5 elders have no doubt that Roja can further deduce the technological power of Vegapunk if he has enough information. This kind of person's insight and analytical ability have reached a very terrifying level. It's really like what Whitebeard said, it's really scary to be against such a person. 5 elders shuddered when I entered it myself. Using him as bait, they will indeed focus on arresting Roja, rather than continuing to investigate the revolutionary army. Subsequent analysis made them feel as if the world had been completely seen through the eyes of this young man. They are worried about the world government in another world, and they can only pray that the upcoming interaction will not be so great. It has been 7 days since the message was sent to Marine. During these 7 days, Roja and the others conducted a rough survey of the Tato land islands and gained a lot. Many. And 7 days have passed, and there is still no movement from Marine. Sure enough. Roja boarded the ship. Let's go, our goal has been achieved, it's time to leave and go to Ohara. Chapter 89. Roja gave the world government 7 days to respond. This number of days is basically enough for Marine to dispatch troops from the branch base to reach any island in the New World. And after the Battle of Atver, the world government was able to spare more troops to launch operations against the New World. For 7 days, Marine did not send troops to attack here, which is enough to explain the problem. There is a high probability that he does not want to fight with Big Mom. This can not only confirm Roja's previous speculation that he was unable to interfere with the world government, leading to the pirates and armed separatists in New World in the future. 1. It can also be proved that the current Roja, even after the incident in the Lubunny Kingdom, has not reached the point where the world government attaches great importance to it. In their view, Roja is far less threatening than the BIGMOM pirates. Interesting, it seems that the world government's investigation of the Lubunny Kingdom is not that in-depth, or in other words, the 5 elders did not realize the seriousness of the problem regarding what the Lubunny Kingdom investigated. Of course, this is also the best result for Roja. At least now, the revolutionary army can continue to develop dormantly and will not be eliminated by the world government in a state of being swept away by the autumn wind. A few days later, Roja and the others traveled through the New World, Belt, and then secretly arrived at West Blue Ohara. This island is an ordinary-looking island. The only unusual thing is the tall tree like a hill in the middle of the island. This is the most conspicuous building in the entire Aoli. You can see this pair anywhere. This is also the world-famous omniscient tree and the library with the largest collection of books in the world. Since the genius Dr. Clover returned to Ohara more than 10 years ago, the world's top archaeological scholars have come to Ohara like a pilgrimage, turning this place into a holy place for archaeologists. Roja, Fujitora, and Nagli boarded Ohara in disguise. They can basically guarantee that their whereabouts will not be discovered by the world government, because for most of the voyage, for the sake of concealment, Roja asked Fujitora to keep the ship in the air. Coupled with the powerful observation haki of the two, it can ensure that no one is tracking, and through disguise Roja tries his best to avoid Ohara because they will receive more attention from the world government. Although according to Roja's understanding, the attention Ohara currently receives is much higher than that of their revolutionary army. This place is really nice. Roja couldn't help but say after landing on the island. Although he is not old, he has rich experience and has visited many islands. Ohara gave him the best feeling. Although it was not the richest, the environment was very good, and the residents here were also in a good mental state. Ohara itself is not affiliated with any country. Because there are many influential scholars in the world, plus the top genius Dr. Clover, this place is very special. Just like the 7 capitals of water, it is a place under the jurisdiction of the world government as a special city. It is very peaceful here, and there are basically no signs of frequent pirate attacks. After all, the scholars here are not vegetarians, and their combat effectiveness is not low. Dr. Clover was a ruthless person who went out to sea for archaeology in large numbers and was arrested 10 times by the world government. In addition, this is a pure academic holy land, there are no so-called bureaucrats, royal families, and nobles, so it is much stronger than Goa in the past. Roja likes this kind of place very much. Ohara feels that he is at peace in this chaotic sea. After the shopping was almost done, Roja called Albia. A moment later, Albia, dressed in casual home clothes, came to Roja with a little girl about 3 years old who looked pretty. The little girl seemed a little shy, but she was very attached to Albia and kept clinging to Albia's clothes. "This is my daughter, Robin." Albia introduced Roja with a smile. With a look of affection on her face, she said, "She is the person I feel most sorry for in this world. Since her father passed away, I left her alone in Ohara for an archaeological expedition when she was 2 years old. At the age of 2, when he needed his family the most, Orbia did not return to Ohara for more than a year. Roja can't comment on this matter. The archaeological work done by Albia is not out of self-interest, and the risk he takes is that he may die at any time. You can spend more time with her now," Roja said with a smile, not wanting the atmosphere to be so heavy. "I'm going to see you again soon." Albia touched Robin's hair and sighed softly. Roja did not speak any more, but squatted down, smiled at the 3-year-old Robin and said, "I will live in Ohara for a while. If you have anything, just come to me." Robin. After finishing speaking, Roja looked at Albia again and said seriously, "When you go to sea, try to be careful. During this time, I have learned a lot about the relevant laws of the world government. Starting from Dr. Clover, the world government has revised the relevant laws many times because of you archaeologists. The sentences imposed on you archaeologists are becoming more and more severe. Although I don't know why the world government wants to try its best to conceal this history, your situation will probably become more and more difficult." "I understand, thank you for reminding me, Mr. Roja." Albia acted very calmly. Perhaps when she inherited her husband's will and joined the archaeological expedition, she was already prepared to face everything. A moment later, under the leadership of Albia, Roja and the others successfully arrived at the Tree of Omniscientity. This huge library, known as the largest library in the world, made Roja feel shocked from the moment he entered the door. "It is difficult to describe the scene in front of me. The mountain of books and the sea of books describe this place. People seem insignificant in front of these vast seas of books. You are Mr. Roja? I heard about you from Albia. An old man who was not very tall came to Roja with an exaggerated image. 1. The hair is like a huge fan. On both sides of the head, the beard is also an extremely exaggerated fan, completely covering the chest. The entire hair plus the beard looks like a clover one. It looked a little funny, but Roja didn't have any intention of making fun of him. He just stretched out his hand and shook Dr. Clover's hand vigorously. This is an admirable old man and the most famous archaeologist in the world. His reputation is so great that even the world government has to take into account the pressure of public opinion. He has been arrested more than 10 times and had to be released each time. This is a legendary figure. Although his strength may not be very strong, his contribution to the world is to a certain extent unmatched by even Marine Admiral. I have long admired your name, Doctor. Roja said with a smile. Welcome, Mr. Roja. A kind smile appeared on Dr. Clover's majestic face. His majesty comes from his rigorous knowledge, while his kindness comes from his kind character. When he smiles, he is like the gentlest grandfather. I have read your book. It is very well written. I hope to include it at the top of this tree of omniscience. I don't know if it is possible. Dr. Clover asked. The highest level. Albia on the side was a little surprised. The tree of omniscient is very strict about the collection of books, and it also has a very detailed hierarchy. Inside the huge tree of omniscience, each ring around the tree body is 10 levels. From top to bottom, there are 10 floors in total. The books on the highest floor are also considered to be the most valuable and rare books. Most of them are archaeological orphans and record a lot of secrets. Only Dr. Clover has the power to decide which layer the books are on, because he is the authority of Ohara. He chose to place Roja's collection of revolutionary ideological guidance at the top level. One can imagine how much he admires and recognizes this book. It's my pleasure, Doctor. Roja smiled and nodded. No, this should be our honor. Dr. Clover said with a straight face. I have read most books in the world, and I believe that only books that record thoughts are the most precious and valuable. Unfortunately, there have been very few such books over the years. Mr. Roja, the ideas recorded in your book are so advanced that even I have seen them for the first time. 1. What is even more valuable is that it contains not only theory, but also corresponding practice. Even among all the books in this omniscient tree, this book is ranked at the top in terms of rarity. As an authoritative scholar, Dr. Clover would never praise anything for some reason. He really saw the light of thought in Roja's book. This book can even be said to be the most valuable in the entire Ohara. Book of. It is no exaggeration to say that he even saw the dawn of the world from this book. This is a book that can change the world. Unfortunately, the ideas recorded in this book cannot be tolerated by the world government. I cannot help you promote the value of this book through my connections. All I can do is include it in here, that's all. Dr. Clover sighed. You are so complimentary, Doctor. Roja did not take any credit, he just smiled and said, if you can let me read a few more books here, I will be very satisfied. This is not a problem. Dr. Clover smiled and said, how about you work as a librarian here? As for normal times, you can live in my home. 1. That would be great. Roja said with satisfaction. However, as for this gentleman, it is best not to go out often. For some reasons, Ohara is under a lot of surveillance. Your characteristics are too obvious. Dr. Clover is talking about Fujitora. His strong body is somewhat conspicuous no matter how much he hides it, let alone his blind features. Please give me flowers. I will. Fujitora responded helplessly. Roja and the three of them just settled down in Ohara. Roja's job as a librarian basically does not require anything to be done. The tree of omniscientity itself is maintained by many scholars. The scholars who can enter here are basically the top ones in the world and are of extremely high quality. All Roja needs to do is study, that's enough. Roja likes to read. When he was in East Blue and North Blue, he read a lot. Books are a way to help him quickly accumulate experience and help him understand the world more efficiently. The tree of omniscientness is divided into 10 levels. Most of the books at the bottom are miscellaneous notes, sailing diaries, etc., such as sailing days that Roja read in North Blue. Collections of journals, even some collections of novels, fairy tales, etc. In the middle are the historical materials collected by archaeologists from all over the world, as well as the history of some countries written by some scholars themselves. Research. Roja started reading from the bottom. These miscellaneous books allowed him to quickly and roughly understand the world from one perspective and understand the customs of most countries. During this process, he learned a lot, and the debate war that had previously been stuck in a bottleneck began to gradually move forward. During this process, he paid special attention to the communication with Dr. Clover. Dr. Clover is extremely knowledgeable, has traveled around the world, and has an extremely broad vision. 5 days later, at night, in the somewhat quiet tree of omniscientity, Dr. Clover was holding a few pages of paper, which Roja had just written. Sitting opposite is Roja, and next to him are Fujitora and Nagli. How to study war? Dr. Clover muttered in a low voice. The laws of war, this is a problem that all those who direct war must study and solve. The laws of revolutionary war, this is a problem that all those who guide revolutionary war must study and solve. Dr. Clover's voice echoed inside the tree of omniscientity, adding a sense of heaviness to these words. Everyone must understand that no matter what you do, you must understand the nature of that thing, its connection with other things outside it, and know its laws, otherwise it will. It must not be done well. War has started since the beginning of classes. It is used to resolve conflicts between classes and between political groups at a certain stage of development. The highest form of struggle. Revolutionary war, revolutionary class war, compared with ordinary wars, has its own special laws and properties. If you don't understand the laws of war, you can't win the war. If you don't understand the laws and nature of the revolutionary war, you can't win the revolutionary war. Therefore, we should study the laws of war, and even more, the nature and laws of revolutionary wars. Otherwise, we will not be able to win. It's summarized very well here. Dr. Clover couldn't help but sigh after reading. Since ancient times, countless wars have broken out on this sea, and it seems that the tone is always chaotic, but no one has ever had such a profound understanding and summary of war. Especially your summary, if paired with your previous volume of revolutionary ideological guidance, it will be even clearer. Dr. Clover feels more and more the value of that book. What is recorded in it is a set of ideas with unlimited potential. From this idea, countless research and methods can be extended. Law, to change the world, this is the case on war. The previous volume pioneered the classification of classes. This time, by combining war with class, we can clearly understand the nature and purpose of war. After admiring it, he continued reading. The War of Liberation of Goa was the victory of our first revolutionary war. We led the proletariat of the uncertain terminal and overthrew the backward and decadent Goa royal aristocracy. These ruling classes established the proletarian political power. During the Lubni Kingdom War, some comrades said that we should learn from the victory experience of the Goa Kingdom War and copy the victory to the Lubni Kingdom. I refuted this idea. The victory experience of the Kingdom of Goa includes the particularity of the social class and institutional environment of the Kingdom of Goa. If we copy it, it will be cutting off the shoes to fit the shoes. It is to defeat the war. B. The final facts also prove that the war experience of the Kingdom of Goa is not suitable for the Kingdom of Lubni. It is located in a remote location and has insufficient troops. Its strategic attributes are extremely important, and the enemy The party has sufficient troops. One is the proletariat that has completely lost its ability to survive, and the other is the working class with rich resistance experience. The development methods and fighting methods are completely different. Fortunately, through investigation and research, we adopted a struggle method that was more suitable for the Lubani kingdom, and finally achieved a staged victory in the workers' uprising. After the victory of the workers' uprising war in the Lubani kingdom, some comrades also said that they would replicate the victory of the Lubani kingdom and liberate the participating countries one by one. Yi. Chapter 90. I also refute those comrades who want to replicate the successful experience of the Lubani kingdom's war. In the Lubani kingdom, due to its large number of workers and high awareness of uprising and resistance, we established a trade union organization to unite workers. With the help of the abundant coal resources and steel-making machines of the Lubani kingdom, we completed the construction of the scientific research base and produced a large number of weapons and ships. These are all methods developed based on the unique characteristics of the Lubani kingdom. We can learn from the victory of the revolutionary wars of the Kingdom of Lubani and the Kingdom of Goa, but we absolutely cannot copy them. It can be seen that different war situations determine different war guidance laws. From the perspective of time, the laws of war are different in different histories. From the perspective of nature, the laws of revolutionary wars and counter-revolutionary wars are different. From the perspective of region, the laws of war are very different in different countries and different races. We should study the guiding laws of war in different historical stages, different natures, and different countries and regions, focus on their characteristics and development, and oppose mechanical copying of experience. More than that, as far as people are concerned, a person can command a small army at first, and then a large army. This is development and progress. He can command skillfully in one place at first, and can command skillfully in another place next time. This is also progress. Because of the development of technology, tactics, and strategies on both sides, even in a war, the situations at each stage are different. Therefore, all laws guiding war should develop in accordance with historical development and the development of war. There is no such thing as a simple and unchanging thing. When Dr. Clover finished reading this chapter, he couldn't help but silently read it 2 or 3 times. The development of the laws of war. Dr. Clover muttered. Just the opening chapter of this debate on the 163 controversy has already astonished him extremely, from the importance of the research, to the nature, to the examples of the Revolutionary Army in the middle, to the final analysis and conclusion. Amazing! Dr. Clover can only sigh like this. It is really well written. Even among those countries that have been waging war for many years, who can write such a thorough article on the nature of war? As expected of Mr. Roja, Fujitora and Nagli couldn't help but admire. Especially Fujitora, the Kingdom of Goa. He followed Roja throughout the whole process, from the investigation, to the transformation of the uncertain terminal, and finally to watching the uprising war launched by Goman and the others. He also participated in the entire workers' uprising movement in the Lubani kingdom, from the Lubani investigation, to the establishment of the trade union organization, to the scientific research base, and the final battle and evacuation won. But he really can't have such a profound understanding as Roja. This is also the thought taught by the teacher, but it is just added to the practice of Goya and Lubani kingdom. At best, I can only be regarded as a disseminator of the teacher's thought. Roja didn't dare to take credit and said calmly. Outside the chat room, people were also stunned by this article. Their feelings at the moment are similar to Dr. Clover, Fujitora Nagli, and the others. Obviously they have watched the movie from the beginning to this point. Why can Roja summarize such an article, but they can only be shocked in the chat room. Douglas Bullitt, I have experienced countless wars, and in the end, I found that no teenager knew more about war. Golden Lion, you just charged into battle as a small soldier. How could you know too much about the overall picture of the war? I have commanded a large number of naval battles, and I still have such a profound understanding of the gap between people. Sometimes, it's just that big. Roger, I wonder how Sengoku and the others feel when they read this article. They feel ashamed and ashamed. Why? In the Naval Headquarters conference room. Sengoku is indeed as ashamed as Roger said at this moment. Although he is called the resourceful general, he has commanded large and small wars. But facing Roja's article, he had to say that his understanding of war was not as good as Roja's, and the latter had only participated in 2 wars. In this article, whether it is an explanation of the nature of war or an exploration of the laws of war, it may not seem like much, but it does point out a way in a concise and comprehensive way, a way that can help all those who direct the war to have a complete view of the war. There are not many specific methods, but this is an extremely correct war thought, a thought that leads the war to victory. People who can understand this idea will know how to fight and avoid mistakes no matter what kind of war they encounter. Moreover, what frightens Sengoku the most is that the energy contained in this article is not for geniuses. High-level commanders can learn from it, and so can low-level commanders. This is an article suitable for all commanders to study. This is where Roja is really strong, he is like a mentor. He can always come up with articles and ideas that can be learned and improved by the entire Revolutionary Army. Every time he makes progress, it will drive the progress of the entire Revolutionary Army. This is why, in less than 2 years since its establishment, the Revolutionary Army has developed rapidly to this extent. They were all fed by Roja's dragon-slaying skills one by one. The earliest investigations, class analysis, later trade unions, development of science and technology, and now the discussion of war. Roja no longer knows how many dragon-slaying skills he has used. There seemed to be a library in his mind, more omniscient than the omniscient tree. Sengoku felt a little regretful at this moment. Was there really a great talent in the Roja kingdom back then who could teach a genius like Roja? You know, Roja is still just a teenager now, and Sengoku can't even imagine how terrifying he will be when he becomes an adult. What a monster! Sengoku sighed. What's wrong? Garp on the side picked his nose and said heartily, with Roja's ability and courage, you and I will be members of the Revolutionary Army sooner or later. Working for Roja is no better than working for those bastards from the 5 elders. There's nothing wrong with what you said. Sengoku was stunned for a moment, unable to think of a rebuttal. Even when he was young, he might have been moved, let alone him who became more and more funny after resigning as marshal. Akainu, who was sitting at the main seat on the other side, snorted coldly, but it was rare that he didn't say anything. He just looked at the giant screen and didn't know what he was thinking. This article is really good, but I don't like it about the war. After reading it, Dr. Clover said with a serious expression and a slight sigh. War, a thing that spreads violence, will only bring more disasters if left unchecked. Dr. Clover is very knowledgeable. He knows the history of this world very well. He doesn't know how many people, countries, and cultures were destroyed in the war. In my opinion, war is just a form, and even at certain times, it is a necessary form of struggle to solve the main contradiction. Roja's eyes were firm. He was not surprised by Dr. Clover's attitude. Many decent and kind-hearted people are sometimes relatively naive, just like Rosinante's parents, just like Dr. Clover in front of them. Roja admires this kind of people very much, and also likes to be friends with such people, but in the face of real struggle, there can be no illusions, and never overestimate the enemy's lower limit. So from the beginning, Roja has been unswervingly following the path of armed struggle, and will continue to adhere to this path. Doctor, you might as well read the next chapter, maybe your attitude towards war will change. Roja was not in a hurry to argue with Dr. Clover, but smiled and pointed to the remaining pages in his hand. Have a look. Santai looked at the remaining papers. The purpose of war is to eliminate war. However, after reading only one sentence, Dr. Clover's expression instantly became extremely serious. He closed his mouth and began to read seriously. There is no other sound in the entire tree of omniscient library, only the rustle of Dr. Clover turning the pages. "Doctor, you can read it." Fujitora was a little anxious on the side. At the beginning of the sentence, he was fascinated by it, as if he had realized something. But after just one sentence, Dr. Clover actually stopped reading and only read it for himself. 1. At this moment, Ohara really regretted it extremely. Why did he destroy his eyes directly in the first place? He really wanted to read a little bit of Roja's manuscript. Yes, you should read it. At this moment, everyone in the chat room has the same idea as Fujitora. Especially the Marines, they are the most excited. Just listening to the beginning, they felt that this concept seemed very similar to Marine's concept. Even Akinu couldn't help but get full of energy. Farther away, Aokiji, Zephyr, Tsuru, Owl, and Fujitora, all the decent marine people, were all looking at the giant screen with great anticipation. "Oh, sorry. Dr. Clover apologized as if he had just woken up from a dream. However, even so, he did not read it directly, but continued to read the entire article quickly. It was not until even Fujitora, a good-tempered and honest man, urged him repeatedly that he finally read both sides of the article without wanting to finish it. He spoke. "War, this monster where humans kill each other, the development of human society will eventually eliminate it. But there is only one way to eliminate it, which is to use war against war, revolutionary war against counter-revolutionary war, and class revolutionary war against class counter-revolutionary war. There are only two types of wars in history, just and unjust. We support just wars and oppose unjust wars. All counter-revolutionary wars are unjust, and all revolutionary wars are just. The war fought by the majority of mankind is undoubtedly a just war, a cause of supreme honor to save mankind and the world, and a bridge that transforms world history into a new era. Human society has advanced to the point where classes and countries have been eliminated. At that time, there will be no more wars, no more counter-revolutionary wars, no more revolutionary wars, no more unjust wars, no more just wars. This is what mankind an era of eternal peace. We study the laws of revolutionary war based on our desire to eliminate all wars. This is the line that distinguishes our revolutionary soldiers from all exploiting classes." The sonorous and powerful words echoed in the tree of omniscientity. Even a calm and knowledgeable person like Dr. Clover couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and excitement in his heart when he read this article. Words are powerful, thoughts are powerful, and good thoughts can bring endless courage to people and clear away confusion in the heart. War will eventually be eliminated. What we practice is a just war for the majority of mankind. Fujitora murmured. He once said to Aokiji in the coal and iron city that justice is on our side, but at that time, he only had a rough feeling. This article by Roja can be regarded as a thorough explanation of the justice of the revolutionary war waged by the Revolutionary Army and the injustice of the counter-revolutionary war waged by the world government and Marine. Justice. If Marine sees this article, many people will have ideas in their minds. Fujitora said. It's useless. This article is meant for our own people. The revolutionary situation is still one where the enemy is strong and we are weak. It's not that optimistic. Just relying on an article, we want to win over the sea. It is a pure dream to leave the world's most powerful government to join us. Roja shook his head. Thoughts are the power of guidance. In the end, thoughts must be implemented into actions. Otherwise, Garp should have joined the Revolutionary Army when he was in the Kingdom of Goa. There are many decent people in Marine. Even someone as extreme as Sakazuki still prefers the majority in his heart. From this point alone, he is already. He has been RD too much by many pirates. In fact, Marine can be called a comrade of the Revolutionary Army to a large extent. Because both sides want to eliminate war and let most people live a good and peaceful life. It's just that the limitation and backwardness of Marine is that the distinction between the majority and the minority in their eyes relies on the laws of the world government. That is, what is not allowed by the laws of the world government is the few who want to destroy the peace, and those who are stable and submissive to the aristocracy under the laws of the world government are in their eyes of the majority. They will not think about whether the laws specified by the celestial dragons are correct, or it is useless to think about it, because the world government and the nobles occupy the majority of the power, and the people. The public is a very small minority in power. So the world government and the aristocrats seem to be louder, while the people are exploited in silence. The revolutionary army is different. The majority in the eyes of the revolutionary army are those people who have no voice, are oppressed, exploited, and suppressed by the world government and the nobility, not the nobility. The majority of these powers include the royal family. For example, the rebels who were forced to rebel by the nobles are a very small minority in Marine's eyes, because they are a rebellious minority, and the majority in their eyes are those who have not rebelled. This perspective. It's just weird. So from this weird 1.5 perspective, it is really unimaginable that Marine, who claims to uphold justice, can even destroy a country. If you want to transform Marine's thinking, it's not enough to rely on articles alone. You must have enough power and take enough actions. In this case, there will be more and more righteous people. Send Marine into the arms of the revolutionary army. That's true. However, some Marines who think more may join us in advance. Fujitora thought thoughtfully and said, for example, Kuzan. The last time I fought with him, I could feel that his heart had been greatly shaken. His conscience, justice, and the violent destruction of the world government were bloody. Repressive measures produced violent conflicts. Perhaps there is only one opportunity left, and he will join us and become our comrade. That's it. After listening to Fujitora's words, Roja thought, if that's the case, Kuzan's wavering will be faster than I thought. Maybe it's because he has been experiencing it again during this time. What have you been through? This is good news, Mr. Yuxiao. Kuzan is indeed someone worth winning over and uniting with. Roja has had such thoughts since the kingdom of Goa. Compared to Garp, who has spent decades in Marine, he has more obsession with Marine. A conscientious, kind-hearted, and passionate Kuzan is indeed more likely to join the revolutionary army. It's just that at the time, Roja believed that it would take more time for Kuzan to be disillusioned with world government and to recognize the ideas of the revolutionary army. But what he didn't expect was that because Aokiji was curious about the kingdom of Goa, after going there many times and understanding its thoughts, he strengthened his understanding and thinking about class and the justice of the people. Thinking became more profound. This also aggravates his confusion about justice. So when fighting Fujitora, he already showed a strong confusion, which was easily captured by Fujitora. Chapter 91. Aokiji's confusion is definitely good news for the revolutionary army. If they can win over Aokiji to join the revolutionary army, they will be able to gain a strong fighting force who is young, conscientious, righteous, and passionate, and has high talent and strong fighting force. Aokiji can basically be said to be a perfect potential stock. However, Roja is not in a hurry and just let nature take its course. As long as the world government does not change and the revolutionary army does not deteriorate, it is only a matter of time before people like Aokiji join. He will not do anything that would force someone to win over someone. If he really does that, he won't be Roja anymore. It's true that I don't know how blessed I am when I'm in the midst of blessings. Aokiji couldn't help but sigh. When the world was so confused and he almost fell into the lowest point in his life, he denied everything about himself in the past. How much Aokiji wanted to have a mentor like Roja in an organization like the Revolutionary Army, he absolutely chose to join without saying anything. But no, Roja exists in another world. There is only one half-baked revolutionary army in this world. And he in another world is still hesitantly holding on to justice that can no longer be supported by any faith. The other side. Haki's new marine warship is full of ferocity. Zephyr couldn't help laughing loudly. Roja said it so well. Regarding justice and injustice, his justice from the beginning was to protect the people. This is not justice that chooses to suppress the people for the benefit of the world government. Eliminating war is what all Marines should do. The revolutionary war launched by the majority of people is truly just. Z should have stood by the civilians at the bottom instead of being the lackeys of the celestial dragons and the nobles. It's such a pity not to be able to sit and drink with such people. Zephyr couldn't help but regretted. If Roja were a person from their world, he would respectfully offer a wine bowl, pour his favorite sherry, and discuss justice together. Basically, all righteous Marines can't help but feel moved by Roja's article on the purpose of war. The revolutionary war launched by most of the 23 people was just. Sengoku was a little stunned. If it was the earliest time, he didn't have much feeling when he saw this kind of words. But it's different now. He has been more or less affected by Roja's thoughts while watching the movie step by step. For example, when he looks at problems now, he sometimes thinks of the class divisions Roja said. According to his class classification, the war waged by the revolutionary army should indeed be dominated by the majority. Because the purpose of their revolution is to fight against exploitation and oppression. In this world, the exploiting class will always be a minority, and the exploited and oppressed people are the majority. In other words, the uprising launched by the majority of the people at the bottom led by the revolutionary army was a just war, while the suppressive war they helped the world government was unjust. This is a very simple and righteous truth that is very suitable for most of Marines' thinking. This sentence can also fully explain why Marine always feels confused about justice when they help the world government carry out suppressive movements. Philosophy is like this sometimes. The simpler it is, the easier it is to be deeply rooted in people's hearts. There is no doubt that the discussion of the justice and injustice of war in this article is basically recognized by most Marines who have a righteous mind. As a result, they unconsciously reduced their rejection of the revolutionary army, increased their favorability, and started to think about the justice of the world government in their current actions. Garp, what do you think? Sengoku looked at Garp beside him. What do you think? I have always been opposed to the so-called suppression actions above. Garp is careless on the surface, but many times he is wise and foolish. His views on problems are sometimes clearer than Sengoku's. For example, he hates celestial dragons and has been unwilling to accept the admiral position until now. Because he knows very well that even if he accepts the admiral position, it will not change anything, but it will make his justice fall into the dust. The purpose of war is to eliminate war. Akainu looked at the giant screen with deep eyes and repeated these words in a low voice. Even if he is as extreme as him, he can't help but have some recognition of the revolutionary army because of this sentence, because this sentence really speaks to his heart. He's not a war freak, he's a Marine. Upholding justice, his purpose is to eliminate all wars and return a stable peace to the world. Because of this sentence, Akainu, who had always believed that the revolutionary army was a destabilizing factor and a rebel party that stirred up war and destroyed peace, could not help but feel a little relaxed. But whether it was a beautiful statement or not, he would still continue to read it. If he discovers that the purpose of the revolutionary army's war is no longer to eliminate the war, he will still not hesitate to take action to wipe out this organization with all his strength. Is this also the thought your teacher taught you? Dr. Clover looked at Roja in the Tree of Omniscient and asked. Yes. Roja nodded. Your teacher is really a profound scholar. Dr. Clover couldn't help but sigh. In fact, he can also see clues to many things in this. Dr. Clover from the practical part has no doubt that this is Roja's personal experience and personal writing. But those theoretical parts are absolutely impossible for Roja to do. Although Roja can apply these ideas to this extent, he can be regarded as an unparalleled genius. But the amount of knowledge and experience required by those theories is something Roja does not have now. Perhaps after Roja has actually read all the books on the Tree of Omniscient, he will be able to write a theory of this level with his talent. Maybe it's time for him to take a look at that place. Dr. Clover took a deep look at Roja and thought to himself. In the early morning of the second day, when Roja came to the tree of omniscientness, he habitually assumed the position of the librarian, pulled out a book and started reading. Dr. Clover called him and took him to an underground secret room in the tree of omniscientity. And here, Roja saw a huge cubic stone with quite a lot of strange words recorded on it. The stone had sharp edges and corners. Although it was covered with vines and some moss, it was obvious that the body of the stone had not been affected by anything of damage. This is it. Roja has also heard of this kind of thing. Yes, this is a historical text, and it is also something that the world government has explicitly prohibited from studying. Dr. Clover put his hand on the boulder with a complex expression, but for archaeologists, this is the most precious treasure and the most valuable a worthy civil servant. This piece of Ohara is the first historical text I have found. What is recorded on it is 100 years of history that has been erased by the world government. Dr. Clover said. When I first discovered this stone tablet, I had no idea what was recorded on it. Later, after decades of hard work and collecting most of the books in the world, I finally compiled the words on it. A cracked solution. Dr. Clover said it simply, but Roja could feel the hard work contained in his words. Decades of hard work, a scholar's struggle at sea, arrests by the world government, and more than 10 times in prison, and then continued to persevere in research. Forcibly deciphered the text from 800 years ago. Thank you for your hard work, Doctor. Roja said with admiration. This is nothing. History is the wealth of all mankind. No one can hide it, not even the world government. It is with this sense of mission that I have been able to reach this point. Dr. Clover said firmly. Said. Kuizhu killed his king. Roja looked at Dr. Clover and inexplicably thought of this record in his mind. In order to record this incident, both Taishi and his younger brother were killed, but his third brother was still prepared to defend this historical record with his life. When the Nanshi family heard about this incident, they went there specifically. If Taishi's third brother also died, then he will keep recording. The integrity of the ancient historian is admirable. There is no doubt that he saw this integrity and factory in Dr. Clover. Even if they are attacked by swords and axes, and under the pressure of tyrannical power, they still do not change their hearts and their integrity. This is Dr. Clover, and these are the scholars of Ohara. Do you know what information is recorded in this historical article? Roja. Dr. Clover said. According to the world government, these historical texts record the ancient weapon that can destroy the world. Haha, that's the news released by the 5 elders to target Ohara. Of course, the world government knows more about that blank 100 years of history than we do. Maybe there really is an ancient weapon, but what we know is these things are not recorded in the historical text of the research. Drive. Clover said seriously. What they are really afraid of is what we study, the thoughts in the blank 100 years of history. Through some ancient documents and several pieces of historical records similar to this one that we deciphered, we discovered a huge kingdom that existed 800 years ago. This kingdom existed in the blank 100 years of history, and after this huge kingdom disappeared, world government was established. A huge kingdom in a blank 100 years of history. Roja thought thoughtfully. According to our archaeology, we found that this kingdom is very technologically advanced and promotes equality between races. Does it sound familiar? Dr. Clover looked at Roja and said. The ideas promoted by this kingdom are actually, to a certain extent, the same as yours. They also admire technology, oppose exploitation and oppression, and believe that people are anything. All are created equal. It's just a pity that that huge kingdom has disappeared and was destroyed by the former kingdom coalition. Perhaps this kingdom had anticipated its own destruction, so it recorded all this history on these indestructible stones. 1. It's a pity that even with all the power of Ohara, we can only find a few pieces of historical text. Dr. Clover sighed slightly as he rubbed the huge historical text. A huge kingdom in a blank 100 years of history, a kingdom with advanced technology and advanced ideas, was destroyed by the coalition of kingdoms. Roja instinctively felt the various mysteries contained in it. By the way, Roja, are you a member of the D family? Dr. Clover suddenly asked Roja. The so-called D is a person with D in his name. No, I'm not. Roja said, what's wrong? Doctor. According to records in some ancient documents in some places, the D family is the natural enemy of the celestial dragons, and they are also existences that can change the world. There are very few people in the D family, so I don't think the D family can change the world. Roja smiled confidently. Those who can change the world must be the Revolutionary Army. As I have always said, the people are the creators of history, not the so-called D people. The young man's courage and style are vividly displayed at this moment. Even though he is as experienced and calm as Dr. Clover, he can't help but look sideways at this moment. After a moment, Dr. Clover's majestic face showed a smile. You are right, it is the people who should change the world. 1. Including you and me, Doctor. Roja smiled and said, you and I are standing in the wave of the people. After some exchanges, the relationship between Roja and Dr. Clover became even closer, as if they had been friends for years. They understand each other, respect each other's ideals, and recognize the practices they have put in to achieve their own ideals. Roja returned to calm in the following days. The only ups and downs in the middle were when he went to the port to see Albia off. He came to Ohara because of Orbia, and now he sends this friend away. Roja knows very well that Albia's archaeological adventure is very dangerous. Not only does he have to face the vicious pirates, but also the harsh climate and environment. The most difficult thing is to face the pursuit of the sea house. The world government's crackdown on Orbia and the group of scholars is even more severe than that on 600 ordinary pirates. Albia's husband was killed during Marine's pursuit. Take care. Facing Albia, Roja could only send a blessing. Ever since talking with Dr. Clover in the basement, Roja has even more admiration for this kind of archaeologists. What they do is also for the development of all mankind. Exhibition. Can Robin be freed from you? Mr. Roja. Albia looked at Roja and said. More than a year ago, she entrusted Robin to her younger brother's family to raise him. However, when she returned after a year away, it was obvious that Robin was not happy. My younger brother's family is not very kind to her. Although they are both in Ohara, the younger brother's family are not archaeologists, and they are not very good people. All Albia can think of now is Roja, a friend. Point 1. Other scholars have their own affairs. Roja has someone who can take care of Robin. I won't stay here for long. Roja shook his head. I understand, then please visit Robin more often when you are free. This child is too silent. I'm afraid she will only suffer in silence if she is bullied. I will pay close attention to this. As long as I am on the island, I will not let such a thing happen. Roja nodded. Albia breathed a sigh of relief, and then she took the paddle wheel warship given to them by Roja, leaving the port with some nostalgia and determination. Mom. 3-year-old Robin had not experienced a proper farewell to Albia. Perhaps she was afraid that she would not be able to bear to leave after seeing Robin. Albia was cruel and did not tell Robin about this. It wasn't until Orbia's ship was far away that Robin rushed to the port crying. Your mother is a great person, Robin. Looking at Robin crying at the port, Roja couldn't help but sigh, put her hand on Robin's head and said gently. Bringing Robin back to Dr. Clover's house, Dr. Clover didn't say much. After a few days of getting along, he actually liked Robin very much. He himself is an old man who looks very majestic on the surface, but is actually very kind. Time passed day by day, Roja settled himself in the Tree of Omniscience. The Revolutionary Army is also precipitating itself. Crow is establishing an armed force in the far north kingdom and planning to launch an uprising. Vegapunk is studying sea trains in the Calm Belt, and Goemon is in the east. The sea carried out the strategy of encircling the kingdom with islands. The development of the revolutionary army seems to have slowed down suddenly, compared to the Lobuni kingdom period. But this slowness is accumulating strength little by little, just like a piece of iron body, which becomes harder after constant beating. I thought this peaceful and orderly life would continue forever. Until this day, the arrival of a group of people broke Ohara's peace. They found Dr. Clover. They call themselves self-reliant soldiers. Chapter 92. Volunteer Army. Everyone in the chat room was stunned at this moment. After watching the last movie, everyone knows that the Self-Young Army is the predecessor of the Revolutionary Army led by Long. If the goals of Marine's Justice and the Revolutionary Army have a certain degree of overlap, then the Dragon's Revolutionary Army and Roja's Revolutionary Army basically have the same goal. It's just that the latter is much more advanced in thinking because of Roja's existence. But anyway, they can basically even be said to be the best comrades. Mori, Crow, and Bello Betty in Roja's team are 3 of the 4 Marine captains of the Dragon's Revolutionary Army in this world. It can be said that basically everyone believes that Long and Roja are completely the same team, and the only difference between their fusion is just one encounter. And now, this opportunity to meet has arrived without anyone expecting it. Hey, the volunteer army is the volunteer army, I know, right? Roger's voice rang out in the chat room. When we were watching the movie before, did Long come to Liha at this point in time? Dragon's movie viewing has not been a major event, it's basically just passing by, who knows? Golden Lion said helplessly, besides, Roja's world has changed so much. What happens now is that they met in Ohara. Shanks, after this time, Mr. Roja's Revolutionary Army and Long's Volunteer Army will merge. The Revolutionary Army will become even stronger. Shanks' words started to make calculations in everyone's minds. Roja's Revolutionary Army, in addition to their ideas, is now strong in that they have a top-notch scientific research team like Vegapunk and have built a top-notch laboratory in the Com Belt. There are tens of thousands of Revolutionary Army soldiers with various technologies that transcend the times, as well as fighting qualities and extremely high consciousness. There are 5 islands in the Com Belt, a base in the far North Kingdom, the entire Kingdom of Goa, and most of the villages and towns in the East Blue, small islands, etc. As for the strong ones, Mori is at his peak. He is one of the 4 commanders of the world's Revolutionary Army, and he is also the most powerful among the commanders. 27-year-old Yuxiao, later Marine Admiral Nagri, a great pirate who has been sailing for more than 40 years, and has the strength of an average Shishibukai. Crow and Bello Betty haven't grown up yet because of their age. In terms of strength alone, in addition to being slightly inferior to the top combat power, it can be said that Roja's Revolutionary Army already has the combat power to easily destroy some major countries. It is very illustrative to be able to defeat the future Marine 3 Admiral head-on. And the Dragon's self-reliant army is not weak at all at this moment. Although Long's current ideas are too immature, he has not yet formed an army. But with his strong personal talent and immediate combat power, Xiong's strength, Ivankov's ability, and the Sobol Kingdom, there is no doubt that he is only a little weaker than Roja. If they fuse, they are really cheating on fusion. Some of the top pirate groups in the sea today are no match for them. Not to mention, this group of people has unlimited potential. Except for Nagli and Mori, they are all young people, and their talents are all top-notch. The worst one can eventually grow into the core cadre level of the 4 Emperors group, with strong and stable admiral combat power. This time the fusion really skyrocketed. Everyone is watching the next development carefully. The meeting between the 2 Revolutionary Army leaders is even more anticipated than the last meeting between Roja and Roger. The arrival of Ryu and the others did not escape the capture of Roja and Fujitora's observation haki. However, they did not feel any malice on their bodies. "Hello, Dr. Clover, this is the first time we meet. I am the leader of the volunteer army, Monkey D. Dragon." The tall man lifted his cloak, revealing a slightly fierce face. Behind him, with his cloak raised, are two tall men over 4 meters tall. Long nodded politely to Roja and Fujitora who were present. Because Roja and the others had undergone special makeup, Long did not discover their identities, and then began to introduce the two people around him. This is Bartholomew Kuma, the king of Sobol Kingdom, and this is Ivankov. Long politely introduced the people around him to Dr. Clover. Dr. Clover didn't have a good face at first. After all, for someone like this who showed up uninvited and whose origins were unknown, he was considered to have a better temper by not seeing him off directly. But when he heard Long's name, his eyes moved slightly. "You are Garp's son?" Dr. Clover asked. He was arrested by Marine many times and had some friendship with Garp. Garp was considered a more open-minded person among Marine and he used to take good care of him. "Yes, Garp is my father." When talking about his father, Long Ye was a little helpless. He thought of his father's loving iron fist. As soon as Long's words came out, Nagli and Fujitora on the side also looked at Long curiously. When they were in the kingdom of Goa, they also dealt with Garp, the marine hero, and were deeply impressed. Long, the son of Garp, is indeed not weak in strength, and he deserves to be the son of the marine hero. Roja comforted Robin who was hiding behind him. The dragon does look a bit fierce, and he looks like a bad guy without eyebrows. "I have a relationship with your father. Tell me what you came to Ohara for. If there is anything you need my help with, I will definitely help you." Although Dr. Clover's face is still majestic, his eyes have softened a lot. "I want to enter the Tree of Omniscient and read some books." The dragon begged. "You want to enter the Tree of Omniscient?" Dr. Clover's face changed slightly, and this request made him a little embarrassed. Don't look at how easily Dr. Clover allowed Roja and the others to enter the Tree of Omniscientity, but that's because he has fully recognized Roja's level through a collection of revolutionary thoughts. 1. Under normal circumstances, even Fujitora and Nagli cannot browse the books in the Tree of Omniscientity. Of course, Fujitora cannot browse them either. Even in the entire Ohara, only officially recognized archaeologists can enter the Tree of Omniscient. Outsiders are not allowed to enter, and the management is very strict. 1. Because the things involved may really make the world government deal with him harshly. After all, he was only familiar with Garp and didn't know much about Garp's son. As soon as his mind changed, he wanted to refuse. However, out of friendship, he still asked first, "What book do you want to read? If you have any questions, I can help you answer them." Dr. Clover has basically read all the books in the Tree of Omniscient. If Long really has questions, it would be quicker to ask him than to look through the books. "I want to know how to better guide the people, change the world, and change the darkness of the nobility." Long asked with a firm gaze. He originally didn't want to come to Ohara, but he had just been expelled for giving a speech in a kingdom in West Blue. He thought of his efforts for more than a year. Apart from making some like-minded friends like Xiong and Ivankov, his speech did not seem to have any effect. "I once witnessed the darkness of the nobles in my hometown, the Kingdom of Goa. They drove people out and threw people into the garbage dump like garbage. The nobles are enclosed with high walls and live an extremely luxurious life, while some of the people at the bottom are living in garbage dumps with no hope. Over time, they gradually rot like real garbage. I have traveled all over the world, and most of the people I saw were nobles and royal families who did not regard the people as human beings. What I saw was the people who were in rags and had no food to eat under the harsh heavenly gold system." The more Long said, the angrier he became. He clenched his fists hard, and his eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Under such intense emotions, he did not realize that from the moment he spoke, Dr. Clover looked at Roja beside him with a strange expression. The expressions of Fujitora and Nagli on the other side also became weird. Long didn't notice this. He was talking to himself, as if he wanted to vent the confusion and anger in his heart. "I can't accept this. Why do people have to live in such misery? They are also human beings. They should also have the right to live and should not be treated like cattle and horses. So I started giving speeches everywhere. I wanted to use my speech to unite these people and let the nobles see the power of the people at the bottom. I have always believed that the power of the people united is enough to change the world, enough to make these nobles and celestial dragons give in and strive for a better life one. After Long finished speaking, the strange expressions on the faces of Fujitora, Nagli, and others disappeared, and turned into admiration. Long is not a revolutionary army and has not received their ideas and education, but he can say such words, which is enough to prove that he does have a noble spirit. How should I put it? Fujitora seemed to see another Roja at this moment. He also saw the power of the people, but judging from his actions, it seemed that he was just a low-end version of Mr. Roja. He only saw the problem, but did not have a solution to the problem. In this regard, he was a bit far behind Roja. This idea is very good, so what is your problem? Dr. Clover nodded happily. He originally thought that Dragon, being Garp's son, would be more inclined to marine, but what he didn't expect was that in terms of thoughts, my thoughts surpassed Garp's. What I'm confused about now is that even though I have given countless speeches, it seems that no one is interested in my words. They are still living in a muddle-headed way, allowing the aristocracy to oppress them, as if they don't care at all. It will be like resisting. Long is a little confused at the moment. It has been almost 2 years since he went to sea to avoid the iron fist of his father Garp. During these 2 years, he traveled around the world and gave speeches in various countries, trying to mobilize the people, but with little success. Only the kingdom of Sobel was somewhat effective because of the bear. The other kingdoms and families generally expelled him directly after hearing his speech. And among the people who listened to his speech, no one responded to his call, or it was very different from the situation he imagined where countless people stood up and responded to his call one. So, I would like to ask you to help me clear up the doubts in my mind. Long said sincerely. Haha, you are asking the wrong person to ask me this question. I can't help you answer it. Dr. Clover laughed out loud and touched his beard. You can't even answer it. Long Yan couldn't hide the look of disappointment. If even the most knowledgeable person in the world cannot answer his doubts, he can really only rely on him to explore step by step. Don't worry, although I can't answer your doubts, there is someone who can. He is here. The experts you meet are walking the same path as you, but they are already far ahead of you. Who is it? Long asked eagerly. Mr. Roja, aren't you going to say it? Dr. Clover looked at Roja jokingly and said, this is your comrade. After getting along with each other for so many days, Dr. Clover knows Roja's ambitions and knows exactly what enemies he will face if he wants to realize his ambitions. Long has the same ideals as him, has good strength and good character, and will be a great help to Roja. In fact, according to Dr. Clover's exchanges with Roja over the past few days, it was more than enough to help Long answer his questions, but he gave this favor to Roja. I just want Roja to be able to better conquer the Dragon Admiral. You are so honest. Roja couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Dr. Clover really has a lot of cute things. Although he doesn't really need these assists, he has too many ways to make the dragon willingly join the revolutionary army. No, that shouldn't be said. It should be that they are comrades. It is only a matter of time before Long integrates into the revolutionary army. Is it this boy? Long looked at Roja in surprise. Behind him, Xiong and Ivankov also looked at Roja in surprise, but they really didn't feel what was outstanding about this boy. On the other hand, Long's attitude was very serious, and he did not show any contempt for Roja because of his age. He looked at Roja with burning expectancy, like a student eager for knowledge. Point 1. Roja did not hold it, but looked at Long and pointed out his problem calmly. Have you done any research before giving a speech? Investigation. Long was a little confused. Yes, you know the suffering that people live, specifically where is the suffering, work, food, accommodation, or other places? What is the reason for these sufferings? What? Is it the royal family's taxes? Is it the heavenly gold of the celestial dragons? Is it the plunder of pirates? Or something else? If you don't know anything, then what are you talking about in your speech? If you can't talk about what the people really care about, how can the people listen to you? Where's his speech? Roja, Nyo Lihao's question pierced Long's heart, causing him to become silent and start thinking. However, Roja did not give him too much time and continued to ask. What is the purpose of your speech? Dragon. Roja looked into Long's eyes and asked. At this moment, Long actually didn't dare to look directly into Roja's eyes. He only felt that in this young man's eyes, there was a conviction as firm as a sharp sword, and there were more things he lacked. Something deeper. I want these people to unite, let the nobles and the world government see their strength, and fight for more rights for them. Long said. Past. Just rely on your speech. Roja shook his head and said, speeches can play the role you want, but your speech must be able to teach something. 1. The celestial dragons tell the world that they are descendants of gods, and use the 800 years of world government to solidify this idea. The nobles tell the people that their nobles are born noble, and their bloodline. Nobility, maintained by rule. You let the people resist, what do you want to teach the people? It took 800 years to break the celestial dragons the shackles that the nobles used power to set in their minds? Just rely on. Are you hot-blooded in your Japanese cavity? Long was speechless. Faced with Roja's questioning, he felt like he couldn't do anything. His passionate speeches in the past seemed to have become numb step by step under these questions. Paralyze yourself, touch yourself with poison. It is useless to save people, it is useless to save this world. Roja's words do not contain too many empty truths, but are down-to-earth speeches. It is precisely because of these simple words that they hit the nail on the head. It was like the sharpest scalpel was inserted directly into the dragon's lesion. Even Ivankov and Xiong behind him could not find any words to refute. Like the dragon, he fell into deep thought. I wonder if there is anything you can do, sir? Can you teach me? Long looked at Roja and couldn't help asking eagerly. 8 words. Mobilize the masses, armed revolution. Roja's eyes were serious and decisive. Chapter 93. Roja's words echoed in Dr. Claver's home. However, to everyone's surprise, Long was very repulsive to this. No, launching a war with arms will only cause more tragedies. Long rejects war from the bottom of his heart. He has seen too many people who have been displaced because of the war, and he has seen too many orphans who have lost their families because of the war. In this world, the most vicious and cruel thing is war. This is the dragon's cognition. You are too naive. Without a revolutionary war, how could the decadent nobles give up their power? Fujitora couldn't help but say. That's it. Roja took a deep look at Long, then stretched out his hand to stop Kuahu's argument. He can see that Long rejects war from the bottom of his heart. On this basis, no matter how much argument there is, it is useless. When a person hates something from the bottom of his heart, other people's arguments will only make him more determined. View. So Roja is not going to make some pointless arguments. In addition to armed struggle, there are actually other ways. Roja said calmly. What method? Although Long rejects war, he can clearly feel from the conversation just now that Roja is real and has a much better understanding of some things than him. So apart from war, he listened to Roja's advice with an open mind. Go further than giving speeches, go deep into the masses and spread advanced ideas. Roja said with a smile. Don't you want the people to unite themselves and fight for their own interests? Then we must find ways to liberate their minds, break the ideological shackles of the divine right of kings, noble blood, and recognize themselves and the nature of this society. When they can rationally understand their position and see clearly the rules of exploitation of the aristocracy, they will naturally unite and resist the aristocracy. 1. What advanced thoughts! Long felt as if he had touched Roja's core. I have 2 books here. If you take them and read them, you will understand naturally. Roja took out 2 books and handed them to Long. Long saw the 2 books in his hands under the bright light and couldn't help but read aloud. Collection of Revolutionary Ideological Guidance on War. Take it back and take a good look. If there is anything that doesn't move, you can ask me at any time. Roja said cheerfully. These 2 books are very valuable, enough for you to study, Dr. Yesiao reminded. I will. Long nodded and had a brief conversation. Roja's conversation made Long ignore his age. As Dr. Clover said, this is a person who has walked far ahead of him. Even though there are some points where their ideas are inconsistent, this does not prevent Long from being able to feel the depth of Roja 620's thoughts. Can I give you 2 more? Ivankov on the side couldn't help but stepped forward and said. They all heard the conversation between Roja and Long just now. And to be honest, there are some differences between Ivankov and Long. Dragon hates war, but Ivankov does not reject war very much. Although he is younger than Long, Ivankov is more mature than Long in some places. This may be related to his orphan status. So he recognized Roja's thoughts more than Long, especially the sentence of mobilizing the masses and armed revolution, which was more powerful than Long's speech. No problem. Roja said with a generous smile. He specially sent people to print a lot of them. Thank you very much. Although Ivankov was dressed as ASE, he said to Roja seriously. Furthermore, what made him a little curious was that Roja, who saw him in this outfit for the first time, did not have any disdain or other bad emotions in his eyes. He is really a broad-minded and tolerant person with great leadership spirit. Show up, Roja's standard procedure, book delivery. Everyone in the chat room joked. Since the publication of the book Collection of Revolutionary Thoughts, the people who have been sent out by Roja have basically integrated into the Revolutionary Army, and the success rate can be said to be 100%. Now, Long, Big Bear, and Ivankov have taken over the book from Roja, and everyone seems to have seen the final result. The 5 elders on Mariejois felt relieved at this moment. No matter what the reason is, if Long doesn't join, he just doesn't join. At least things didn't take a turn for the worst. If the dragon leads the bear and Ivankov bows to him, then the revolutionary army will really take off. Now, Luo's development can at least be slowed down a little. And in the kingdom of Kamabaka, Ivankov couldn't help but say a pity, I couldn't join directly. You were really stubborn at that time, Long. Long was also a little helpless. There is no way, you know, my character at that time, if it weren't for Ohara, it would be basically impossible for me to take the initiative to build an army and launch a war. When the tragedy of Ohara happened in front of him, Long began to truly transform from a naive idealist into a brave and determined revolutionary warrior. It's not Ohara. Long still naively imagined that he could rely on peaceful means to get the nobles and the world government to give up a little bit of their rights. But don't worry, it's only a matter of time before we join the revolutionary army. Long said calmly. Although when he saw him naively rejecting Roja in the video, his heart was the same as Aokiji before, wanting to rush in and beat up his naive self in the other world. But he soon felt relieved. He believed in Roja's personality charm and his thoughts. Even when he faced his naive and stubborn self, he could successfully convince him. After all, his ideals and their ideological background are the same. Lead us to victory, Mr. Roja. Long looked at the giant screen, his eyes flickering, full of expectation and yearning, as if he had been brought into the giant screen, into another world. At night, Roja was lying on the bed. This was a large room where Fujitora and Nagli were also lying. Mr. Roja, do you think those people will join us? Nagli asked. Nagli can feel that Long and the other three are not weak in strength. Joining them will definitely be a big help. Definitely. Roja said with a smile, he is the same type of person as us. We are all walking on the same road, but he walks a little slower and we walk a little faster. The revolutionary army fights for all mankind, which itself has a certain ideal color. People who hold idealism will hate war in their hearts. Only when they have experienced some things and understand that it is impossible not to be armed, they will undergo further transformation. Roja used his thoughts to help the revolutionary army cross this stage at the very beginning, while Long and the others are still in the exploratory stage in the dark. 1. So Roja understands Long's performance today, and he will slowly guide Long. What do you think of Monkey D. Dragon? Mr. Roja? Fujitora couldn't help but ask. He had a very good impression of Long, not because of his strength, but because Long could say those words. He saw some shadows of Roja in Long. What do you think of him? Roja did not answer, but asked Fujitora. Me? Fujitora hesitated for a moment and said, he is an upright and kind-hearted person with a very noble character. Moreover, a person like him, the son of a marine hero, can choose to speak for the people at the bottom and fight against the world government. I think very rare. Yeah, it's rare. Roja praised, in my opinion, Monkey D. Dragon is a person who has jumped out of his own class, a noble, pure, out of vulgar taste, and beneficial to the public world. People. Your evaluation is really high. Fujitora was a little surprised. He deserves this evaluation. Roja said seriously. He also talked with the top people in this world, Garp, the top marine, and Roger, the top pirate. But in comparison, his evaluation of Long is undoubtedly higher than these two people. Garp has seen the darkness of the world, but he only focused on pirates. In fact, he has already compromised on this world. Roger understands the darkness of the world, but he has been full of the limitations and selfishness of pirates from the beginning. Most pirates are absolute egoists. This self can be themselves or the pirate group. For the sake of one's own interests, many things are often ignored, such as the destructiveness caused by fighting, the social unrest caused, and more importantly, the moral good and customs that are directly abandoned, and they begin to completely degenerate, killing, burning, looting, and committing all kinds of evil. The Roger pirates are considered a good group among pirates, but they cannot escape this selfishness. The dragon has an uncompromising passion and the courage to change the world that Garp does not have. Although it is currently experiencing failure, it has high morals and kindness and selflessness that Roger does not have. Roger may feel pity for a poor person when he sees him, but he will not do anything more. Dragon will think more and want to change this situation. This is the difference between the two. This is also the reason why Roja prefers dragons. Of course, this is also Roja's subjective evaluation, something he values. Perhaps some people value freedom, dreams, and strength and influence more. There is no doubt that Roger is far above the dragon now. It's just that he still has a certain way to go. Roja said with his hands on his head. This kind of people who have jumped out of their own class often have a shortcoming, that is, they still have the limitations of their class. They stand too high and shout slogans too loudly, but their feet are not firmly planted. Seeing others suffer, thinking that others are suffering, and actually bending down and sinking your heart to endure hardship with the poor are completely different feelings, and you will get different results. This is what Long currently lacks. When he achieves this, he will have truly completed his transformation. Roja said calmly. Mr. Roja. Fujitora thought of a lot. Thinking of the days when they slept in the garbage dump at the uncertainty terminal, and thinking of the time when they were in the coal mining area of Coal Taicheng, digging coal every day, with dark faces and dark hands grabbing the unpalatable food. Days when there is not enough food. The difference between hearing, seeing, and doing it cannot be described in words. Practice it by practice is a simple slogan, but how many can actually do it? I'm not sure why the people at Terminal and Gomon from Goa Kingdom are so convinced of Roja, because he has really done it. He actually slept in the garbage heap, scavenged for food from the garbage heap, and jumped out of the mud pit with the people at the uncertain terminal station, instead of wearing luxurious clothes and condescendingly giving alms. On the other side, the dragon takes the bear, Ivankov returns. Arriving on the ship of the Xiong army. You should have guessed their identities, dragon. Xiong whispered. Ah, with this level of thinking, Mr. Roja should be the one wanted by the world government for spending 1 billion berry. Long's eyes were deep, the Lubunny kingdom has guided the work. People revolted in Roja. The two people beside him, one must be Yuxiao, and the other is the pirate Nagri. Although Roja's disguise prevented Long from noticing it at first, how could Long not recognize the identities of these people after such a deep exchange? Mr. Roja actually makes sense. Ivankov said to the dragon. He also wanted to persuade Long, but Long raised the book in his hand and said, if you have anything else, wait until I finish reading these 2 books. He himself was shocked by Roja's thoughts, not to mention that Dr. Clover said these 2 books were very valuable books. Long couldn't wait at this moment. He had a hunch that he could find the way forward for the self-resident army in these 2 books. You're right. Ivankov also picked up the book in his hand as if it were a treasure. Not to mention Xiong, he himself is a person who likes reading very much. Back in the room, each lit an oil lamp, and the 3 of them began to read the book Roja gave them attentively. And this reading lasts just 1 night. When the sun shines on the table through the window the next day, Long wakes up as if from a dream. He stretched his body vigorously, which had not moved much all night. Compared to his physical fatigue, his spirit was extremely excited. This is really a good book. Long couldn't help but praise it repeatedly. Long was deeply shocked by the things in this book. Investigation report on the Kingdom of Goa, closedness and openness, analysis of the social class of the Kingdom of Goa, analysis of the entire experience of the transformation of the uncertain terminal, and the stars that will be added later. Fire and so on. The writing is really good. When Long read this book, he applied the ideas in this book to the misery of the people at the bottom that he had seen over the past few years, and found that the questions he had doubted before were basically the same. All can be solved. For example, the theory of surplus value very clearly and thoroughly exposed the exploitative relationship between the aristocracy and the people. After people see it, it is like an enlightenment, and it has a profound impact on society. The understanding of relationships suddenly became much clearer. Perhaps I should transform the kingdom of Sobel into a kingdom of the proletariat, and then learn from the experience of the kingdom of Goa in transforming it, and give full play to the enthusiasm of the people so that the people can live a better life. What Xiong saw was the transformation of the Goa kingdom's nobles after they were overthrown. The collection of revolutionary thoughts is not static, but is constantly being added and revised. For example, the current volume and the one when Roja left the kingdom of Goa are already many. A lot of content. For example, after Goman and the others accepted the kingdom of Goa, under the guidance of Roja, they made a series of adjustments to the economic structure of the kingdom of Goa. For example, changes in land relations, the intervention of the state-owned economy, vigorous development of overseas trade, etc., these have achieved penultimate results in more than half a year. The Kingdom of Goa itself is a wealthy country. After reforms, it became even richer. It gradually opened up the Kalbar Mountains and connected the royal capital to villages such as Windmill Village. Military strength and economic level have been greatly improved. The purpose of war is to eliminate war. Ivankov also benefited a lot. Everyone has their own emphasis and can learn a lot from these 2 books. After carefully reading these 2 books, these 3 senior leaders of the volunteer army have already expressed their admiration for Roja in their hearts. They used to be like people who could only see problems but not solve them, but Roja's book basically solved all their problems. The more determined a person is to walk on this path, the more he can feel the depth of Roja's thoughts and the value contained in them. On the other side, the sunshine did not wake up Roja, but the harsh beeps on the phone woke him up. Shortly after the call was connected, Roja's face instantly became solemn. Fujitora and Nagli on the opposite side also became serious. "Hang up the phone," Roja sighed lightly and said solemnly. "Free fans is out of control." Chapter 94. Free fans. Trafalgar Law finally heard the name of his hometown again. But this time there was news about free fans losing control. Nearly 10 years ahead of schedule. Luo thought seriously. Originally, Freefan's loss of control occurred 16 years ago, but now, the time in the giant screen is 27 years ago. Luo remembers this very clearly. As the sole survivor of Freefan's, Freevantha's destruction initially stemmed from a full-scale outbreak of platinum lead disease. At first, only a few uranium and lead patients died. However, due to the characteristics of platinum lead disease, along with childbirth, the lifespan of offspring is shortened from generation to generation, making the age of onset earlier and earlier. This also causes the elderly, middle-aged people, and children to almost simultaneously develop the symptoms of platinum lead disease, which is the appearance of white Madara patches on the face. Then the white Madara blocks will continue to spread irreversibly until they spread all over the body, which is the moment when the patient dies completely. Due to the comprehensive spread of platinum lead disease, neighboring countries mistakenly believed that platinum lead disease was an infectious disease with a very high fatality rate. The other two countries on the large island where Free Fans was located imposed a blockade on Free Fans and launched a war of purges. Freefan's men took up arms and resisted. This war started because of the fight for the right to survive. In the end, due to the onset of platinum lead disease, the soldiers fell one by one. Finally, 2 months after the war began, Free Fans was completely destroyed by the artillery fire from neighboring countries. The irony is that the world government has known about the toxicity of platinum and lead 100 years ago, including the royal family and nobles of Free Fans. However, for the sake of the huge interests of platinum and lead, they finally chose to block the news, which led to the final tragedy. Happened. What is even more shameful is that the world government knew everything about platinum and lead, but when neighboring countries launched wars on the grounds of infectious diseases, the world government did not do anything to refute the rumors. Until the destruction of Free Fans, platinum lead disease is still regarded as the infectious disease with the highest fatality rate in the world. This is inseparable from the deliberate blocking of information by the world government. An early outbreak is a good thing for Free Fans. Luo calmed down and made a judgment immediately. The toxicity of platinum lead disease was revealed 11 years in advance. At least the accumulation of toxins in residents' bodies can be slightly less. Moreover, the doctors in Free Fans, and even the doctors in the world, can think of ways to remove this toxin 10 years in advance and develop special medicines. As long as platinum lead disease is not classified as an infectious disease, Free Fans still has at least 10 years to find a way to overcome this disease. The most important thing is that Roja went and the Revolutionary Army went. Roja and the Revolutionary Army will never sit back and watch the tragedy of Free Fans happen. This is the trust that everyone has in Roja since watching the movie. Roja firmly believes, just like Roja saves the garbage at the uncertain terminal and saves the workers of the Lobunny Kingdom, he will save Free Fans. Free Fans lost control. When Roja's words rang in the ears of Fujitora and Nagli, both of them couldn't help being shocked. None of them thought that Free Fans would actually lose control. When they were investigating the toxicity of platinum and lead, didn't they already arrange for soldiers from the Revolutionary Army to go there? This problem is mine, Roja said seriously while quickly getting dressed. I sent people to Free Fans to expose the toxicity of platinum lead, but I underestimated the people of Free Fans' fear of platinum lead disease, and I also underestimated the anger of the people of Free Fans. Once the toxicity of platinum and lead was revealed, it quickly swept through the entire Free Fans, and people took to the streets to protest and boycott Platinum and Lead. The specific things are not very clear yet. The only thing that is known is that there was a fierce conflict between the people of Free Fans and the royal nobles. A large number of nobles were killed. The royal family of Free Fans fled. Now Free Fans, it has been completely messed up. Roja took a deep breath, and the decision to reveal the toxicity of Platinum and Lead was his, because he will bear all the consequences of this action. The responsibility for this matter does not lie with you, Mr. Roja. Fujitora patted Roja on the shoulder and said. No one with conscience can remain indifferent after learning about this matter. The toxicity of Platinum and Lead must be disclosed as soon as possible. This kind of poisoning is inherently related to their long-term exposure and increased intake. The later it is disclosed, the more likely it is that Platinum Lead disease will the more serious it is. We could have done better, but it doesn't make any sense to say this now. Let's pack up and head to Free Fans immediately. Roja shook his head, and his eyes quickly became firm. He will not complain for too long just because something goes wrong. That is not the attitude to solve the problem. It happened at this time. Fujitora said with a frown. It has not been long since the uprising in the Lubuni kingdom, and they are already paying great attention to it. Could a war break out? Nagli asked. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Roja frowned, and he rang the name of Roja Kingdom. Furthermore, Free Fans, like the Lubuni Kingdom, is also a resource-based country. Platinum and Lead are widely used. The world government has made a lot of money from this and will easily let it go. I'm going to say goodbye to the doctor. You guys need to prepare first. Roja said, and then opened the door. In the living room, Dr. Clover is having breakfast, and Robin also got up early, drinking milk beside him. Doctor, I have something to tell you. Roja did not talk about leaving in front of Robin. Dr. Clover took a deep look at Roja, and then walked outside. I may have to leave early. Roja did not hide anything and told Dr. Clover about Free Fans. The latter looked serious and listened to Roja's story. After listening, he spoke seriously. Go ahead, I've known for a long time that people like you can't stay in Ohara for long. You shouldn't be a scholar who lives in a corner, you are the standard bearer of leadership change. By the way, there is something I left for you. I originally planned to wait until you read all the books in the Tree of Complete Knowledge before giving it to you. Since you are leaving early, take it away in advance. Drive. Clover suddenly thought of something, returned to the room, and took out a small box. Roja took the box and opened it. Inside was a silver medal, an open book on the front, and the image of the Tree of Omniscient on the back. This is the symbol of an Ohara scholar. It is a scholar medal that can only be obtained after passing the assessment. Although you did not take the assessment, your knowledge is enough. Dr. Clover said with a kind smile. Will you become a scholar of Ohara? Roja. It's my pleasure, Doctor. Roja put the medal away. Ohara is a pure place, the most beautiful pure land he has ever seen in his travels. There is no exploitation and oppression here, only the exploration of knowledge. Every one of the scholars here is a person with noble character and sentiment. Ohara always welcomes you, Roja. Dr. Clover smiled happily. Roja has been in Ohara for so many days, and he has always noticed that he is not the kind of proud and complacent person. He always seems to be tolerant, broad-minded, and learning and progressing all the time. Looking at Dr. Clover's kind smile, Roja hesitated to speak. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Dr. Clover saw Roja's expression. Then I'll tell you straight. Roja's face became serious. I originally thought of telling you these things later, but I don't know how long it will take to deal with Freefan's matter, so I might as well just tell you. Just say it directly. Ohara will be destroyed sooner or later, Doctor, you need to make some preparations early. Roja was shocked when he opened his mouth. Ohara was destroyed? I am afraid no one will believe this. You must know that Ohara is now a holy place for archaeologists around the world. The scholars in Ohara are basically the top and most knowledgeable group in the world. They come from various participating countries. Before coming to Ohara, they were top figures in their respective countries. Their knowledge gives them a high status and influence in their respective countries. Even if the world government wants to move them, they still need to consider the pressure of public opinion. You can know this by referring to Dr. Clover. Even if he was arrested a dozen times because of archaeological violations of the laws of the world government, he could still be released every time. Dr. Clover didn't express anything after hearing Roja's words. For violent organizations like world government, you have not touched their bottom line yet. If they really discover your archaeological results, I am afraid that Ohara will be like my hometown, the kingdom of Roja. Wiped from the world by Buster Call. Roja thought Dr. Clover didn't believe it and continued to persuade him seriously. After seeing underground historical texts and reading some precious documents, he clearly realized this. Sooner or later, Ohara's research would be discovered by the world government. By that time, destruction is inevitable, and public opinion will not pose any threat to the world government at all. If they cared about public opinion, they would not do anything to destroy the country. Actually, I have already expected this kind of thing. Dr. Clover said calmly. What do you mean? Including me, including all the archaeologists in the Tree of Omniscient, when we started researching the ancient kingdom, we were already prepared to die. Dr. Clover was very calm. We know where the bottom line of world government is, but we know even more clearly what the world needs. That glorious history should not be erased by world government. It is the wealth of all mankind. Even if there is death ahead, we will never stop exploring history. This is the mission of archaeologists, just like you want to reform the world. Dr. Clover said with a gentle smile. Please give me flowers. Roja admitted that he was shocked by Dr. Clover's words at this moment. It's not that they overestimated the bottom line of world government, but that they underestimated the consciousness of this group of scholars. This group of scholars who have the most profound knowledge, the highest quality, and the noblest character in the world have been pursuing the goal of world government from the beginning. The consciousness of fighting with death is exploring history. Not only the archaeological exploration teams outside are risking their lives, but all the archaeologists in Ohara are a group of people who deserve the most respect. I understand. Roja breathed out, and then solemnly handed a copy of the phone book into Dr. Clover's hands. If necessary, please contact us immediately. The Revolutionary Army will not give up on anyone who dares to. For the comrades who fight against power, I will always carry this connected phone bug with me. As long as it rings one day, no matter where I am, I will rush there immediately. Roja made the most solemn promise. Those who hold wages for others should not be allowed to freeze to death in the wind and snow. Roja wants to tell Dr. Clover clearly that they are not struggling alone. Behind them, scholars, there are thousands of people supporting them. I will. Dr. Clover did not reject Roja's kindness. This is a great day. On this day, Roja, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was recognized by the scholars of Ohara. On this day, the scholars of Ohara joined the Revolutionary Army. I knew it, Mr. Roja. On Thousand Sunny, Robin covered her mouth and shed tears of joy. With Roja's words and this phone bug, there is no way Ohara can be killed so easily like this world. 0. You know, Roja had just defeated Akainu in the Lubuni Kingdom. The combination of Kizaru and Aokiji easily captured more than 10,000 marine soldiers. Judging by time, Ohara 5 years later, the scale of Buster Call is not very large, and the team is only led by Akainu and Aokiji from the Vice Admiral period. That's great, Robin, Ohara is saved, he. Distant New World, Elbaf. A giant man with bandages all over his body laughed loudly in a room full of books. Kakuzu laughed so hard that tears appeared in his eyes. Aokiji in the Nameless Sea looked up at the sky. Sengoku in naval headquarters lowered his head and fell into silence. Akainu, with his arms folded across his chest, remained firm-eyed, as if nothing could affect his belief. Ohara, this island that involves countless people, seems to be experiencing a turning point in its destiny on the giant screen. At noon, a Japanese paddle wheel warship disguised as a merchant ship arrived at the port. Roja, Fujitora, Nagli, and others arrived at the port early to wait. "Goodbye, Robin." Roja knelt down and touched Robin's little head. This strong little girl had tears in her eyes at the moment, her mouth was pursed and she said nothing. "Doctor, Robin is free from your care. She is a very talented child and may become an excellent archaeologist," Roja said to Dr. Clover. "Take care and be careful." Dr. Clover sighed and warned. "As an elder, this is all he can do. Will we meet again in the future, Brother Roja?" When Roja boarded the ship, Robin finally couldn't hold it back and asked. "Yes." Roja turned his head and said gently but firmly, "There will definitely be such a day." The paddle wheel warship slowly left the port, and at the same time, the Long's volunteer army ships also followed. After traveling to the sea far away from Ohara, crushing the air in the air, the dragon went directly from the young Jun's ship to Roja's ship. "What happened?" Long asked. When they communicated yesterday, Roja showed no sign of leaving, but now they left Ohara in a hurry. Long speculated that something big must have happened. "So we followed him out together. Something happened to Free Fans." Roja did not hide anything and told everything about Free Fans. "I'll go with you." After hearing Roja's words, Long said without any hesitation. "Don't you hate war?" Roja was a little surprised, but he also informed Long about the possible war. "I hate war. What I oppose is meaningless war. It does not mean that when war breaks out, I will be afraid of war. My ideals and beliefs do not allow me to turn a blind eye to the people who spontaneously stand up to resist the royal family and nobles," Long said firmly. Nagli behind Roja couldn't help but glance sideways, and Fujitora had a simple smile on his face, which was the joy of seeing a determined comrade. "Then let's go together and save Frivans, Comrade Durag." Roja looked at the dragon deeply, then smiled and stretched out his hand. "I will definitely try my best." The voice of Comrade instantly stirred up Long's heart and made his blood boil. He stretched out his hand and held Roja's hand firmly. Knife. Chapter 95. The addition of Long is absolutely good news for Roja and the others. Dragon, Bear, and Ivankov are all very strong, which makes up for their weakness in strong players. In this world where a single person can destroy an army, in addition to the basic army, the role that strong men can play is also extremely great. With the addition of these three people, Roja will be more confident when facing Marine. "We are going in this direction to the Com Belt? Aren't we going to the Red Line?" After an afternoon of sailing, Long discovered the clue and asked doubtfully. "Arrange for your people to abandon ship and board our ship," Roja said. Although Long was confused, he quickly executed the order and arranged for some people to drive the ship back, and then all the others boarded Roja's ship. Then, under Long's shocked gaze, the hulls on both sides of the paddle wheel warship rose up, revealing the huge paddle wheels on both sides of the hull, pushing through the waves, and drove directly into the Com Belt. "This is our latest developed ship. It can drive away the Sea Kings and go straight through the Com Belt," Nagli said with a smile on the side. Long and the three of them, as if they had never seen the market before, showed great interest in paddle wheel warships. They are all extremely smart people and can see what the emergence of paddle wheel battleships means. This is definitely an epoch-making invention and is of great significance. At night, the warrior is responsible for moving the ship, and during the day, Fujitora uses his ability to hover. Traveling day and night, with all his strength, Roja only spent 5 days crossing New World and rushing back to Scientific Research Base No. 1 from Ohara. At this time, the #1 scientific research base has begun the construction of the sea train, but Roja has no time to pay attention to the progress of the sea train. Roja immediately called Quinn after returning to scientific research base #1. Something happened to free fans. Quinn 123 said that although he didn't have any information about free fans, he was very smart and judged it directly from Roja's attitude. Has the antidote been developed? Roja asked. There is only one direction that can neutralize the platinum and lead in the body through a special reaction, but it has not been developed yet. Quinn answered honestly. Platinum lead is not a simple disease, but heavy metal poisoning, and this toxicity is deep into the human body and can even shorten the lifespan of the next generation. It is very difficult to deal with. Even Quinn is an expert in this field and it is difficult to start. After all, he is just a scientist, not a doctor, and he is better at creating lethal weapons to kill people rather than saving people. Forget it, take all your research materials on platinum and lead toxicity and follow me to Fraz. Roja waved his hand with a headache. Yes, boss. Quinn is the more obedient to Roja among the scientists. After all, he is very pure. Although what he is researching is very dangerous, as long as Roja can provide him with enough funds, he can work honestly. There is a huge difference between Judge who always wants to restore the country, Bajan who has no idea what he is planning in his heart, and Geisa who just wants to make a big splash. After taking care of Quinn, Roja found Mr. Tom again. How many paddle wheel warships are currently idle in the dock? Roja asked. Part of the remaining ones, plus 15 new ones. Mr. Tom replied. Most of the paddle wheel warships are used to disguise themselves as caravans. The economic issues of the base have always been Roja's focus. Self-sufficiency is very important. In addition, the recent focus of work is on the construction of maritime trains, so during this period of time in the dockyard, the construction speed of paddle wheel warships has also slowed down. Mr. Tom, if you are troubled, recruit more apprentices and expand the size of the shipyard. Roja reminded. The scale of the dock still needs to be increased, and the subsequent requirements for ships will certainly not continue to increase. I know. Tom nodded seriously. Roja is the arranger and drives all 15 paddle wheel warships in the dock to several other bases. Zhengxi had been waiting in Hong Kong early. Behind him were about 10,000 revolutionary soldiers. These were all revolting workers of the Lubuni Kingdom. When they were in the Lubuni Kingdom, they still lacked some military training. On these islands in the Com Belt, they have completed their initial transformation after training. Compared with before, their eyes are obviously more firm and powerful. Get on the boat. Roja looked at the soldiers below and said nothing. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of soldiers boarded the paddle wheel battleship in an orderly manner. There is no need for Roja to give an impassioned speech to boost morale. After leaving the Lubuni Kingdom, the former captains of the Union have turned into the backbone and integrated into this army. After all orders are issued from superiors, squad leaders with higher ideological awareness will mobilize the soldiers and describe the combat mission and goals in detail. 1. Soldiers are clear about everything, they know what they are going to do, and they also know the meaning of what they do. What an iron army! Ivankov on the side couldn't help but say. He has seen many armies, escorts of various kingdoms, including Marine, which has the most complete system and the largest organization. But he could feel that there was something different between those armies and Rajas. It is difficult to describe in words. It seems to be an invisible belief. This army shows silence but determination, bravery, and fearlessness. Because they have faith in their hearts and know why they are fighting. Kojiro stood next to Ivankov and said with a gentle smile. He was responsible for teaching these soldiers combat skills during this period, and he was able to deeply understand Raja's military training system that has been continued from the Kingdom of Goa to this day. Let the soldiers know why they are fighting. After knowing this, these original slave workers burst out with amazing enthusiasm. Hello, my name is Ivankov. Ivankov could sense that this gentle man with glasses was unusual. Kojiro. Kojiro responded with a smile. He has always had this gentle expression, and his eyes under his round glasses always seem to be squinted. He is obviously a young man, but he is as gentle as an uncle in his 30s or 40s. 1. The whole army sets off and heads towards Free Fans. In the evening, Roja held a combat meeting in the cabin. In addition to Roja, the participants include Fujitora, Nagli, Kojiro, Jimmy, and other old men of the Revolutionary Army, as well as Long, Ivankov, and Xiong, these senior cadres of the Volunteer Army 1. If we go to Frivans with such a big fanfare, will it have a worse impact on the already bad situation? Long said first. These are just some guarantees to prevent war. Before arriving in Frivans, we will separate from most of them, and then go to Frivans to inquire about the news. Roja said. Don't you have someone in Free Fans? Isn't it possible to make contact there? Long asked. In fact, a few days ago, my comrades discovered traces of members of the CP organization. Since there are no white phone bugs at hand, in order to prevent communications from being eavesdropped, we have cut off contact. Some things must be solved that year. Communicate. Roja explained. He had dealt with the CP organization as early as when he was in Kol Tai Cheng. I don't know if it's because the Lubunny Kingdom incident happened not long ago, or if it's because Freefan's platinum and lead are too valuable. Not long after Freefans lost control, the soldiers he sent to Freefans discovered a large number of spies suspected of being from the CP organization. Currently, the information we know is that the people of Frivans lost control due to the stimulation of platinum lead disease, and completely fell out with the nobles for unknown reasons. Roja unfolded the drawings he had made in Frivans' nautical chart. We cannot rule out the possibility of war. Look at this picture. The island where Freefans is located is called Lossac Island. It is a large island. On this large island, there are 3 countries. The middle one is Frivans, which is famous for its rich uranium and lead resources. To the west of Frivans is the kingdom of Cheek in the picture. To the east is the kingdom of Salokto. These 2 countries surround Frifans. It is worth mentioning that over the past 100 years, these 2 countries have had several conflicts with Frifans. The reason for friction is the huge interests of platinum lead mines. Now that there is a riot in Frivans, these 2 countries are likely to take action. Roja pointed to the map and analyzed, while others also frowned and thought. Of course, our biggest threat is from the world government. Roja's face became serious. After experiencing the Lubunny Kingdom uprising, we all know how much the world government values this resource-based island, especially when lead can be used to make bullets. This is also an extremely important strategic resource. The world government will not let it go. The world government did not pay attention to the Lubunny Kingdom last time. In addition, the Battle of Etval restrained most of the Marines' forces, so we won. But this time, with the world government freeing up its hands and having enough troops, the situation we will face may be worse than last time. I hope everyone can be mentally prepared. Roja gave everyone a shot of vaccination first. He cannot predict the final outcome of Frifans this time. He has dealt with the world government many times and has never had any expectations from them. Roja is not surprised by the shameless choices made by the 5 elders. So from the beginning, he made preparations for war. 3 days later, Roja and the others rushed to Lossac Island ahead of the rest of the army. However, what made Roja's heart sink was that their ship, disguised as a merchant ship, was intercepted by a maritime fleet before it even approached Frifans. Hello, friend, we are here to do business in Frivans, why are you blocking our way? Jimmy stepped forward, pretending to be a businessman and shouted to the people on the opposite boat. We are the army of the Czech Kingdom. We are stopping you because an infectious disease with a very high fatality rate has broken out in Frivans. Now we have blocked Frivans. No one can enter Frivans. Revance. If you want to do business, you'd better come back after a while. On the opposite ship, a non-commissioned officer in military uniform stepped forward and explained. What he said made Roja's heart sink instantly. Infectious diseases? Are you kidding me? Why is platinum lead disease considered an infectious disease? The fatality rate of platinum lead disease is already very high. If it is treated as an infectious disease again, the problem will become very serious. Very serious. Roja thought a lot at this moment. This may be the rhetoric of Czech and the Kingdom of Soloto. The purpose is to eliminate the people of free fans and then occupy the platinum lead mine in a legitimate manner. It is also possible that they really don't know the nature of platinum lead disease. After all, platinum lead disease only exists in frivans, and there are more and more patients. Some of them do look like infectious diseases. But no matter from which perspective, once platinum lead is classified as an infectious disease, the situation in free fans will be very difficult. Some ignorant people, driven by rumors, will turn into extreme thugs who want to kill all the people of free fans. Do you want to go around from the other side? A soldier asked Roja. It's useless. The army of the Czech kingdom can appear here, and the army of the Soloto kingdom on the other side has probably blocked the sea area over there. Coupled with the border blockade on land, it can be said that the kingdom of Czech and Soloto are now intent on destroying free fans. At night, Roja and the others secretly sneaked into frivans through Fujitora's ability, and successfully connected with the revolutionary soldiers of frivans. Now we can talk about it in detail. Roja looked at the revolutionary soldiers in front of him. He has sensed the surroundings with his sense of sight, hearing, and color. There is no aura of strong people, and no one is eavesdropping. That's it, Mr. Roja. The soldier of the Revolutionary Army began to tell bit by bit what happened in free fans during this time. At first, they secretly spread the news that platinum and lead were poisonous, but this was quickly suppressed by the royal family of free fans. This kind of endless gossip, coupled with the suppression of the royal family, will soon disappear. Later, they changed their strategy and gave some research materials from scientific research base number 1 to some well-known doctors in Fraz. Only then did the people of Fres gradually know that platinum and lead were poisonous. In order to boycott platinum and lead, people initially just held demonstrations to boycott. Finally, I don't know who discovered that none of the nobles and royal families in frivans were infected with platinum lead disease, which means that they knew from the beginning that platinum lead was poisonous. The truth. Because of this incident and some radical organizations, the people directly rushed into the territories of the nobles and royal families. Many nobles were killed directly, while the royal family escaped from free fans under the cover of soldiers. 3.8 The royal family of free fans is really nothing. Nagli couldn't help but said angrily. Platinum and lead began to be mined 100 years ago. The royal family knew that platinum and lead were poisonous 100 years ago, but for the sake of profit, they actually hid it for hundreds of years. For hundreds of years, platinum lead disease is a terminal disease that accumulates over time. Over the past 100 years, the royal family has watched as more and more people suffer from platinum lead disease. Capitalists come to this world, and every pore is dripping with blood and filth from beginning to end. How high can you expect them to go? Roja also couldn't hide the anger in her heart. 1. However, he did not let his anger overwhelm his reason, but continued to ask calmly. Do you know about the blockade of the Kingdom of Czech and the Kingdom of Soloto? Well, this happened just a few days ago. After the royal family fled frivans, rumors that platinum lead disease is an infectious disease began to spread. The Kingdom of Czech and Soloto immediately implemented a blockade. It is difficult not to think that behind this, the royal families of the two countries are adding fuel to the flames and want to annex free fans. The Mingjun soldier guessed. Roja nodded, his guess was similar to that of the soldier. The Czech kingdom and Soloto moved too quickly. At this time, the rumors of the infectious disease may not have spread yet. It seems that in order to rescue free fans, we must first find a way to dispel the idea of attacking the two kingdoms. At the same time, we must characterize the platinum lead disease as poisoning rather than an infectious disease. Roja thought carefully. The soldier of the revolutionary army smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Roja, compared to those two countries, I think it is better to stabilize free fans as soon as possible." Because of the panic caused by the lead platinum disease and the blockade between the two countries, free fans is now in a mess. Chapter 96. When a disaster strikes, desperate people without proper guidance will indulge in depravity in a very short period of time and turn into thugs who disrupt order. This is what the people of free fans are like now. The royal family left, and free fans was blocked by the two countries around them. Guns were even set up on the border to prevent the people of free fans from leaving. The world government is sitting back and doing nothing. The crisis of internal lead disease is still erupting, and even the vast majority of people in free fans believe the rumor that platinum disease is an infectious disease. With internal and external difficulties, one can imagine how desperate the people are at this moment. The dragon beside him couldn't help but frown when he heard this situation. Free fans is in such a difficult situation, how can they save it? For Long, who has only given a speech until now, he can't think of a good way at the moment. What made Long feel even more numb was the next words of the revolutionary soldier named Usami. "There is one more thing I don't know whether I should say." Usami's expression is a little strange. "It's okay, just say it," Roja said gently. The people spreading rumors in free fans may not only be people from the Czech kingdom and Salakto, but some of them seem to be organized by the CP. Usami was a little uncomfortable when he said these words. "Sure. People from the CP organization? Are you saying that the world government is pushing this rumor?" Long was shocked. How is this possible? What are the benefits of doing this to the world government? 1. Long also knows how vicious the rumor is that platinum lead disease is classified as an infectious disease, which means that the Czech kingdom and Saloto can attack the people of free fans at will without worrying about the pressure of public opinion. But the reason why they spread such rumors may be that the royal family wants to annex free fans and obtain huge platinum and lead benefits. Why does the world government do this? In order to eliminate unstable factors. Roja said calmly from the side. Defining platinum lead disease as an infectious disease may have been just a ploy by the two kingdoms at the beginning, but the world government has added fuel to the flames in order to eliminate free fans' current unstable factor. In just a few days, the people of free fans have discovered facts familiar to the royal family and nobles. What next? The first person to endorse platinum and lead was the world government. When the platinum lead mine was first discovered 100 years ago, the government specially sent people to investigate. 2-3. Are the people of free fans still of any benefit to the world government? Platinum lead mines will not continue to be mined for a long time. They are suffering from platinum lead disease. The first step is to be nobles. The second step is not world government. It is better to leave this group of people to influence the majesty of the world government in the world than to add fuel to the flames and directly characterize it as a sudden infectious disease, and let the two countries directly eliminate free fans. In this way, the infectious disease of platinum and lead will be gone, platinum and lead can continue to be mined, and the world government will not suffer any losses. Anyway, they are not the ones who destroyed free fans. This is no better than keeping free fans. Okay. Roja's voice was so cold that everyone present couldn't help but shudder, but when they looked at the young man, they saw unconcealable anger in his eyes. World government shouldn't be able to do this. Ivankov swallowed, his voice trembling. If you have seen the living conditions of the coal miners in the Lubuni kingdom, and seen how their more than 30 uprisings in history have been bloody suppressed, if you can see how my hometown, the Roja kingdom, was destroyed in Buster under call, you will know whether the world government can do it or not. You will know how the celestial dragons view the people. Basically, it is not much different from how you view domestic livestock. Roja took a deep breath. However, this is just speculation at the moment. Xiang's character was too gentle and couldn't help but said at the moment, maybe the world government really doesn't know whether platinum lead disease is an infectious disease. The royal family and nobles of free fans know that platinum lead disease is not an infectious disease. Wouldn't the world government know that? Roja sighed. These cadres of the Xiong army are really a little too naive. I still have a certain degree of illusion about world government. You may say that the royal family and nobles do not know whether uranium lead disease is an infectious disease. However, this is impossible. How could the royal family and nobles stay in a place where an infectious disease may be spread through unknown channels and have a very high fatality rate, area? Unless they have always known that platinum lead disease is not an infectious disease. You can know this by referring to the Kingdom of Lubni. The air in the Kingdom of Lubni is so bad that the nobles and royal families don't even want to live in the port city, so they left Lubni directly. 1. Roja has already said this. If Xiong and the others still don't believe it, they are not naive, but stupid. It's just that these things had a clear impact on them. As Roja said before, the self-reliant army only saw the suffering of the people, but they did not experience it. They did not experience it, so they did not feel how corrupt the people in power were to make the people like this. There is no lower limit, whether it is the celestial dragons or the royal nobles of free fans, they only have interests in their eyes. So, what you can do as a revolutionary soldier is abandon illusions and prepare to fight until victory. In the chat room, there were many people who, like Long and others, felt that the world government was not so awesome. Among them are King Cobra of Alabasta, as well as some kings represented by him who still have good hearts, and some people from Marine. Even some people among the pirates felt that the five elders would not be so awesome. After all, it is a country. How could it be possible to destroy this country just because of these interests? How inhumane people must be to do this. When the kingdom of Roja was invaded, they could also use the excuse of rebellion, threat to the sea or security. The Lubuni kingdom also used the workers' uprising first as an excuse, Ohara because they violated the law. What about Fruvans? All the tragedies in this country from beginning to end were caused by the world government, and then even destroyed them. This is really chilling. However, after Roja's analysis, everyone was chilled by the world government's methods. Of course, there are also some people who know the truth about the destruction of free fans. They were very aware of the urinal nature of the world government long before Roja analyzed it. In its original history, the kingdom of Fruvans was destroyed due to the deliberate inaction of the world government. Except for the different time of destruction in free fans in history, what happened was basically the same as in the giant screen. The royal family fled, and platinum lead disease was mistaken for an infectious disease. The world government, which knew all the truth, did not take action, and even deliberately spread the rumor that platinum lead disease was an infectious disease. So much so that 3 or 4 years after Fruvans was destroyed, the world's view of platinum lead disease was still that of an infectious disease with a very high fatality rate. This is something that has happened in this world. The world government did exactly what Roja analyzed. This cannot be whitewashed at all. Suddenly, the chat room was full of verbal criticism of 5 elders. Humph, these untouchables, what's wrong with what we did? On Mariejois, wearing a black skullcap, well-dressed, and even looking a little gentle, Saint Satan's eyes were full of shadows, and he said coldly, human life is undoubtedly the same as that of ants. Even if there are no more, new ones will be reproduced immediately. A group of terminally ill ants, does it mean that they are infectious diseases? What's the point of exchanging their deaths for the stability of free fans and the re-exploitation of platinum lead mines? What a short-sighted pariah! An indifferent voice sounded under the void throne. Such completely anti-human words were echoed by the other 4-5 elders present. Their eyes were cold and condescending, and they seemed to have no regard for the so-called people at all. They spoke of them as human beings and untouchables, as if they were no longer human beings. Fruvans, the sun shines through the window. It is already the early morning of the second day after Roja and the others came to Frivans. Roja stayed up all night. He read the information all night long. These information were all collected by the comrades who had been dormant in Frivans after spending time investigating. Frivans' matter is very urgent, and they basically don't have much time. This is the conclusion Roja came to after spending a night reading all the information. Frivans is also different from the kingdom of Lubuni and the kingdom of Goa. Although the latter two are facing a difficult situation, the initiative has always been in the hands of Roja. The kingdom of Goa is the most lenient. They can choose a time point to launch an uprising at any time. The kingdom of Lubni is due to see peace investigation, but they also have more than half a year to develop secretly. The movements in both countries started with the enemy openly and secretly, and Frivans is now completely in the spotlight. The kingdom of Czech and the kingdom of Saloto stared closely at Frivans, as if they were looking at prey that was hammered to death. The world government is staring at Frivans. Once Frivans can hold on, Roja has no doubt that the world government will find a reason to launch a buster call on Frivans. And the reason for this is easy to find. Platinum lead disease is an infectious disease with a very high fatality rate and a very fast spread efficiency. If the world government promotes this, people around the world who don't know the truth will probably call on the world government to take action to eradicate it. Go to Frivans. This is a war that is about to break out. All they can do is to run into it head-on, break all blockades, repel all incoming troops, and use a great victory to defend the right of the Frevans to survive. Roja's eyes are deep and firm, and he secretly said in his heart. He knows very well that this battle will definitely not be as easy as the last time in the Lubuni kingdom. After the last Lubuni kingdom incident, the world government will definitely attach great importance to this Frivans incident, plus this time there is no constraint from the Atver naval battle. With the disappearance of the largest pirate group, the Golden Lion group, the forces that the world government can use will be much stronger than last time. However, Roja did not flinch. On the contrary, the fighting spirit in his eyes became more and more high. Bang bang bang! While Roja was thinking, outside the hotel where they were, several gunshots instantly broke the morning tranquility. Fujitora, Ryuhu, and the others were busy all night, and just after falling asleep, they woke up again and looked out the window. On the street, a man wearing a white hospital gown, with half of his face covered in white, is holding an old-fashioned musket in his hand, pointing at the few people on the street. When people saw the white Madara patches on his face, they were extremely frightened. The platinum lead patient escaped from the hospital. Where is the doctor? Disinfect quickly, disinfect quickly. Go away quickly, don't infect me. People seem to. They are more afraid of platinum lead disease, and they are more afraid of this infectious disease with a 100% fatality rate than they are afraid of guns. And the gun-wielding man in a hospital gown, faced with all this, was extremely desperate, and he pointed directly at a man on the street who had not yet escaped. Help me, don't give up on me, I don't want to die yet. The man shouted in pain, and tears kept pouring out of his eyes. He tremblingly pointed the gun at the man, but hesitated for a long time without firing. We will not give up on you. With a sigh, the man holding the gun felt his eyes blurred. A young man was already standing in front of him, standing in front of the muzzle of his gun. So, don't give up on yourself. Platinum lead disease is not an infectious disease. We will definitely cure it, believe me. Roja looked at the man firmly and said softly. There was no fear of the gun in front of him in his eyes, nor was there any fear of the platinum lead disease in the man's body. There was only tolerating and comforting. He reaches out his hand towards the man. The man holding the gun looked at Roja blankly, at Roja's tolerant eyes, and at Roja's outstretched hand. He dropped the gun and instead of holding Roja's hand, he knelt down in front of Roja and cried loudly. Roja sighed softly and stretched out her hand to comfort him, but was avoided. You are a good person. I have an infectious disease, so I won't harm you." The man's words stunned Roja. This is not a bad person. He fired several shots but did not hit anyone. He was just prejudiced and forced to lose his mind by the desperate environment. When his reason returned, kindness followed suit. "Didn't I say it? Platinum lead disease is not an infectious disease. You must have the confidence to fight it." Roja pressed his hand firmly on the man's shoulder. Then the other hand stretched out in front of the man. "If this disease is really an infectious disease, I am also infected now. Are you willing to fight with me?" The man in a hospital gown looked at Roja blankly, looking at the young man's gentle and encouraging expression. When everyone was avoiding him, only this boy stretched out his tail to him. At this moment, he seemed to see hope again. As if he was deep in the sea and about to die, a hand pulled him out of the sea forcefully. The morning sun rose completely from behind Roja, and its warm light shone on the man's face from behind Roja. The pale face seemed to have a little more color at this moment. "What is your name?" "Roja, Ashalot Roja. What about you?" "You are you." "Thank you, Mr. Roja." The man named Ulu grabbed Roja's hand with his pale hand and stood up. "You're welcome, Mr. Ulu," Roja said gently. Dragon, Bear, Ivankov, and others looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. At this moment, they felt a power from Roja that was difficult to describe in words. This power transcended the words in the book and transcended everything that can be studied in words. The kingdom of Goa and the kingdom of Lobuni, the oppressed people at the bottom, seemed to have walked out of the two books they had seen before, and lifted the young man high. Under the rays of the morning sun, he looks like a god. The hospital where Ulu escaped from is not far from here. Roja supported him and sent him back to the hospital. After seeing Ulu lying down on the hospital bed, Roja turned and walked out of the ward. His eyes changed from the gentle one before, and became so sharp that they seemed to be able to cut through all the barriers and darkness in the world. At this moment, he was like an invincible general. At this moment, he stood up and issued war instructions to his subordinates, intending to reverse everything and defeat all enemies. Falling flowers and flowing water. Notify Jimmy that the entire fleet will set off. No matter which direction it comes from, break the blockade of free fans within 1 day. Yes. The only response he received was an extremely firm answer that contained the belief in victory. How can you not have confidence? When he stands in front of you and you see him, it is as if you have seen victory. Chapter 97. All troops speed up, target, for Vans. Jimmy received Roja's order and immediately used the phone bug broadcast to notify all warships. Suddenly, 15 large paddle wheel warships moved towards Free Fans at full speed. In a short time, we have arrived at the waters outside Free Fans, which is where the Czech Kingdom fleet previously blocked Roja and the others. Without any hesitation, the Czech Kingdom's fleet was already ready for battle when it discovered the appearance of the Revolutionary Army's fleet. The rumbling artillery fire was first fired from the side of the Revolutionary Army. The second-generation paddle-wheel battleships are even larger in size, and the weapons on them are also carefully designed and modified by Quinn. Even ordinary artillery, the range and power have been improved after being designed by top scientists. The Revolutionary Army's paddle-wheel warships have an advantage even against marine warships, let alone against the maritime fleet of a small country in North Blue. Boom boom boom. 15 paddle-wheel warships fired a salvo of artillery. After one round, the Czech Kingdom's fleet had already been damaged. As long as the powerful artillery shells hit, the warships of the Czech Kingdom will be severely damaged. On the contrary, the Revolutionary Army relies on stronger power and thicker armor. Even if it resists the Czech Kingdom's artillery shells, it will be no big deal. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, the Revolutionary Army's fleet completely broke through the Czech Kingdom's blockade in a very short time with a crushing attitude. Who are you? While passing a sunk Czech Kingdom warship, an officer from the Czech Kingdom was captured and asked. Jimmy looked at him calmly and said calmly. We are the Revolutionary Army. Facing the broadcast to the whole country of Frivans, Roja said in a gentle tone. Perhaps you in Frivans are relatively unfamiliar with us, but you just need to know that we were the first to discover the platinum lead toxicity in Frivans and inform the doctors of Frivans of the truth. We the Revolutionary Army are here to help you. Unlike the royal family and nobles who concealed the toxicity of platinum and lead and poisoned the people, we will never abandon Frivans. Everyone in Frivans, please remember that you have not been given up, please don't give up on yourself. Roja first gave a gentle admonishment, then his tone immediately turned serious and said. The matter is urgent. Now, let me talk about a few of the most important things. First, the so-called white disease is platinum lead disease, which is caused by platinum lead poisoning caused by long-term contact with or even consumption of platinum lead. It is not an infectious disease. Second, as for the research on platinum lead disease, our Revolutionary Army has done very in-depth research. Believe us, special medicines will be developed for this disease. For those of you who have platinum lead disease, you still have hope. Third, the Revolutionary Army's troops will soon break through the maritime blockade of the Kingdom of Czech and the Kingdom of Soloto, and will resist the attacks of the two kingdoms, so please don't worry too much. Fourth, during special periods, the Revolutionary Army will take over Frivans, so please do not take any drastic actions or take actions that disrupt social order. Finally, believe us, everyone in Frivans, you will definitely be saved one. At the end of the broadcast, Long couldn't help but look at Roja. Is this useful? At least it gives them a hope. However, no matter how much you talk, it won't be of much use. In the end, it still depends on actual actions. The fact is just as Roja said. When this broadcast sounded, countless people in Frivans stopped their actions and listened to the broadcast quietly. Whether it is true or false, this broadcast at least gave the people of Frivans a last-ditch life-saving straw, adding a little bit of hope to their desperate hearts. The voice is, Mr. Roja. A church near the port. The little nun who was praying in front of the statue heard the familiar voice on the radio. 6 months ago, that boy with determined eyes left a very deep impression on her, so today, at this moment of despair in this country, she heard that boy's voice again. Compared to Heavenly Father, I prefer to create with my own hands. Moju thought of what the young man said half a year ago, and he seemed to have been practicing it. Shortly after Roja's national broadcast sounded, 2 huge warships had docked at the port of Frivans. One by one, well-trained soldiers in military uniforms got off the ship in an orderly manner. Some of the soldiers went to Frivans and the junction between the two countries, and the other group formed a patrol team responsible for maintaining Frivans. The social order is gradually collapsing. Keep in mind the 5 requirements. Roja's orders were given down one level at a time. Be humble to the people and be ready to help. Return all borrowed items. 3. Compensate for all damaged items. 4. Treat each other with sincerity and sincerity to the people of Frivans. 5. You need to pay for all purchases. These 5 requirements were issued from the mouth of Roja, and then through the mouths of the squad leaders, all Revolutionary Army soldiers were informed that anyone who violated them would be severely punished. The people of Frivans are now in a state of nervous tension. Once they are slightly stimulated, they may form a riot. However, Roja is not too worried about the military discipline of the Revolutionary Army. These soldiers are all soldiers who have suffered too much in Coal and Iron City and later received advanced ideological education. They know what they are fighting for and what suffering is like. The arrival of the Revolutionary Army's troops still has a deterrent effect. At least those people who are desperate and want to degenerate do not dare to easily cause riots. And those CP organizations hiding in secret do not dare to spread rumors blatantly anymore. Although most people are afraid of the heavily armed revolutionary soldiers and lock their doors, but as Roja said, trust is built through action. And the Revolutionary Army's mass infrastructure is definitely the strongest in the world. As long as they are given enough time, they can become one with the masses. Of course, such a blatant action by the Revolutionary Army was directly communicated to the 5 elders through CP spies. Sacred Place Mariejois. The Revolutionary Army is the same organization from the Lubunny Kingdom last time. The bald Nashao Wolf Saint said with an evil look on his face. They made us suffer a big loss. They took away a total of 70,000 workers, defeated Marine twice, and trampled the face of the world government under their feet. Mustached Saint Vasiliuli also hate the Revolutionary Army. The blonde-haired Peter Saint looked at the other 4-5 elders. They are not weak in potential and strength. They can defeat the Marine fleet and defeat the Marines led by Porisalano, Sakazuki, and Kuzan. Anyway, the ants in Free Fans have almost reached their limit. Let's just take advantage of this opportunity to directly wipe them out together with the Revolutionary Army. The bearded Saint Maz looked coldly. Then it's decided. Saint Satan looked calm, and seemed to not take the people of Free Fans seriously at all. He said indifferently, arrange Marine to dispatch a large buster call, led by Admiral, to wipe out Free Fans. Sri Lanka. What's the reason this time? The reason is that Ashrath Roja colludes and eliminates infectious diseases with a 100% fatality rate. After a simple exchange, the 5 elders decided the fate of Free Fans and the Revolutionary Army. Judging from their calm expressions, it seemed as if they had ordered the destruction not of a country, but of an ant nest. The 5 elders' orders were quickly conveyed to the naval headquarters. In the Marine conference room, because the Golden Lion was defeated in the Battle of Atvar, Marine also freed up a large part of its troops. At this moment, Garp and Sengoku are both there. Behind Garp is Aokiji, behind Sengoku is Kizaru, and Akainu is on the other side. Zhang hung up 5 elders' phone in the air, anger flashed across his face, and then he was forcibly restrained. What are the orders from those bastards above? Brother Kong? Garp asked while eating senbei. As soon as he saw Kong's expression, he could tell that the BD 5 elders above must have given some BD order. We are required to launch a large buster call against Free Fans. Sora crossed his thick arms and sighed. For Vans, I remember it was a North Blue country. What was the reason for launching the buster call? Sengoku couldn't help but ask. Collusion with Roja, the criminal who launched the workers' uprising in the Lubunny Kingdom, and the recent outbreak of an infectious disease with a 100% fatality rate in Frivans. Roja. When Sora said the reason. Garp below, and Aokiji behind Garp both have focused gazes. It's the Revolutionary Army again, but it's worth mentioning that Garp and Aokiji both knew that when Roja and his Revolutionary Army appeared, there was already a problem with Free Fans, and it was not as bad as the world government said. Simple. Sengoku, you go ahead. Sora looked at Sengoku and said. He doesn't even need to ask Garp for his opinion. Garp has always been opposed to the buster call, especially when the buster call is aimed at the kingdom instead of the pirates. I understand, Brother Kong. Sengoku nodded seriously. Sakazuki, Porisalano, Kuzan, you are also going to follow. This time the opponent is still the Revolutionary Army. This time is different from last time. I will give you enough troops to wash away the shame last time. Sora looked at Kizaru and the others and said. Although the qualifications of these 3 people are not old, the senior executives of Marine, including Sora, are very clear that with the talents and abilities of these 3 people, they will definitely be Marine's admiral candidates in the future. So from the beginning, the top management has been paving the way for these 3 people, including the last operation in the Lubunny Kingdom. However, the headquarters did not expect that the rebel army led by the Revolutionary Army was so strong that Kizaru and the 3 of them encountered the most disastrous failure. This time Sengoku is leading the team, and the troops are much more abundant than last time. In vain, Kizaru and the 3 of them were given a chance to gain military exploits for nothing. Only Garp walked out of the conference room with a cold expression. And Aokiji also quickly followed. Mr. Garp, is this Buster Call really going to destroy an entire country? Aokiji looked at Garp with obvious confusion in his eyes. He has just joined Marine a few years ago, and this is the first time he has received such an order for a Buster Call to destroy a country. This is a serious disagreement with his justice. Especially after he absorbed a lot of ideas from Roja's revolutionary army. This kind of thing, if you are still in Marine, is basically the only way to go. Garp looked at his beloved disciple, and rarely acted out of line. Instead, he sighed and patted Aokiji's shoulder seriously. Road. Is this kind of thing really just? Even if an infectious disease breaks out, shouldn't the first thought be to save people? Aokiji asked. And all Garp could respond was silence. After a while, when the two of them walked to a location far away from Marine's conference room, Garp broke the silence. He takes a phone bug out of his pocket and throws it to Aokiji. This is... Aokiji looked at the ordinary phone bug in his hand, a little confused. This is a phone bug that Roja gave me when I was in Goa Kingdom. Although the communication distance is relatively short, you should be able to use it this time. Garp looked at Aokiji, Yuren smiled and said. I can't answer your doubts, Kuzan, there are some things, you go ask Roja, there must be some secret behind the matter of free fans, which the 5 elders have not revealed. Mentioned. I hope you can make a decision after understanding the whole story. Garp is like a real elder at this moment. Teacher Garp. Aokiji looked at Garp blankly while holding the phone. Go, Kuzan. Garp said calmly, don't be afraid of confusion. Confusion means thinking. Confusion is a good thing. Don't be like me and have lost your confusion. If you don't have enough courage, think about your path. Don't regard world government as your only one. After saying that, Garp turned and left, leaving only Aokiji. After a long silence, he carefully put the phone call away. Shortly afterwards, Naval Headquarters summoned an emergency call. Admiral Sengoku set out from Marineford with 10 large warships. It is expected that more than 10 large warships, more than 50 small warships, and more than 30,000 Marine soldiers will join the team along the way. This is the largest military operation after the Battle of Marine Atver. The purpose is to eliminate free fans, as well as Roja, the leader of the army currently in free fans, and the Hakakaters. All Marines are confident of winning this war. Marine's large-scale Buster Call has never failed since its release. What's more, this time Admiral, who has the highest combat power, leads the team, so there is no possibility of failure. Li Liao's, as for whether the purpose of Buster Call is correct, few people will think about it. In other words, with the status of most soldiers and officers, even if they think about it, they will not think about it. Any effect? Justice is gradually paralyzed in this battle regardless of its nature. At this moment, for Vans. All the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were in front of each other, and Roja gave the order directly and neatly. Article 1, Publicity, Mr. Yuxiao, you are responsible for this aspect, just like the Lubuni Kingdom last time. I need you to prepare a large number of leaflets about platinum lead disease, not only. It is not only to be distributed to the people inside free fans, but also to send these things to the front line and to the 2 surrounding kingdoms. At least we cannot allow the royal families of the 2 neighboring countries to classify platinum lead disease as an infectious disease so easily. I'll do it right away. Fujitora nodded. It's a pity, there are no planes. Roja looked at Fujitora's leaving figure and couldn't help but said with some pity. Purchase. If there were planes, there would be no need to rely so much on Fujitora's ability. This thought flashed in Roja's mind, and then he looked at the dragon again. Mr. Durag, I leave the patrol to you. You must maintain order within free fans. And, if possible, I hope you can go deep into the masses, inform the people here of the situation Fans is currently facing, and through speeches. Let them at least get back on their feet. Leave this to me. Long nodded seriously. Mr. Kojiro, Mr. Nagli, the frontline battlefield is left to you. If the propaganda has little effect, I hope you can use the strongest force to control the situation. Jimmy, you are responsible for patrolling the sea. If there is any situation, report it immediately. Roja gave the last instruction. So far, he has done everything he can do. It was also at this time that Quinn came to Roja with a group of doctors in white coats. Chapter 98. These are the best doctors in Frevans, Mr. Roja. Quinn said. Originally, these doctors were afraid of Quinn's fierce look, but after seeing Roja, they became somewhat calmer. This is a very strange phenomenon. Roja's affinity seems to be getting stronger and stronger. I'm Roja from the Revolutionary Army. Doctors, time is urgent right now, so I'll keep it short. I need you to develop a specific drug for platinum lead disease as soon as possible. Roja said seriously, looking at the doctor in front of him. Nowadays, the outside world is spreading rumors that platinum lead disease is an infectious disease, but we all here know that this is a rumor. However, in this situation, it doesn't matter whether it is a rumor or not, because the world government is also spreading this rumor. You are all smart people, and you should know what this means. The world government has given up on free fans. If it weren't for us, free fans is still under blockade by the Kingdom of Czech and the Kingdom of Salakto. No one else can be relied on. The only one we can rely on is ourselves. After Roja finished speaking, a doctor who looked about 50 years old sighed and said, Platinum lead disease is a terminal disease. We have made little progress so far. How can we develop a specific drug in a short period of time? That's because your research direction is wrong. Platinum lead disease is a special kind of heavy metal poisoning disease. What we can do is to discharge the accumulated platinum and lead in people's bodies. Ya said while holding a piece of research information. Our Revolutionary Army has done a lot of in-depth research on this. If combined with your medical skills, we will definitely be able to find a treatment method. Even if a drug can be developed to treat platinum lead disease, if the world government doesn't stand up, who can believe us in Frevan's current situation? Another doctor said with some despair. Believe me, as long as you can cure the platinum lead disease, we can save free fans under the world government. Roja looked seriously into the eyes of each doctor and said. 1. Roja's eyes are firm and powerful. Anyone who looks at him will seem to have an inexplicable hope ignited in their hearts. After a while, a young doctor came forward and said loudly, I believe you, Mr. Roja. Before, on Port Street, I saw everything you did when dealing with platinum lead patients, and I believe in you. The young doctor looked at Roja. He could never forget the scene in the morning when Roja reached out to the platinum lead patient. There is no prejudice, only sincere tolerance and acceptance. If he doesn't even believe such a person, he doesn't know who else he can believe. Everyone, Frevans is now like a patient infected with platinum lead disease. When all 930 people gave up, only the Revolutionary Army came to Frevans without hesitation and extended a helping hand to us. Do we still have reason not to believe in the Revolutionary Army? As doctors, do we have to watch each patient die in pain? Including ourselves, don't we have any relatives suffering from platinum lead disease? I have always firmly believed that as long as doctors don't give up, there will never be an incurable terminal disease in the world. The young doctor's voice was high and contagious. He seems to have a good reputation among these doctors. Coupled with what he said, after he came forward, the other doctors also chose to join the research on white lead disease. Quinn, work with these doctors to develop a specific medicine as soon as possible. Roja said to Quinn. The Revolutionary Army soldiers on the side also distributed the urgently printed research materials to the hands of various doctors. These are studies conducted by Quinn, and these studies have given these top doctors great encouragement. Quinn's research is to study the toxic accumulation of platinum lead disease from another angle. It relies on the precision machine invented by Vegapunk to observe the data obtained from the experiment. And Free Fans has not been doing useless work for so many years. Their medical treatment itself is very developed. Although uranium lead disease has always been a terminal disease here, they have also accumulated a large amount of clinical data during the treatment. Combining the two, there is at least a glimmer of the possibility of curing platinum lead disease. What's your name? Seeing that the place was on track, Roja had time to ask the young doctor's name. If it hadn't been for him, the doctors in Free Fans would not have trusted them so quickly. Trafalgar D. Vasher Lal, you can just call me Lal. The young doctor named Lal said. D. Roja was slightly moved when he heard Lar's name. The D family seems to be somewhat special. The people with D in their names that he has met so far are all relatively elite ministers. Of course, there are just some, Nag, Fujitora, Ivankov, Xiong, including himself, none of whom have D in their names. On the other hand, the surname Trafalgar, according to the survey data collected before, belongs to a well-known family of doctors in Free Fans, who have been very famous doctors for generations. No wonder he can become a top doctor at a young age and be able to convince those doctors. These thoughts passed through his mind in an instant. Roja stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lal. The platinum lead disease will be left to you, Dr. Lal. Platinum lead disease is an important part of saving Free Fans, but to be honest, neither Roja nor these doctors are sure that they can develop a specific medicine. I can only say that there is a glimmer of hope. In the evening, after a busy day, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army gathered again in the hotel to exchange information and discuss countermeasures. Xiong brought extremely bad information. Admiral leads the team, Digital Headquarters Vice Admiral, a large number of Headquarters Rear Admiral, a large number of large warships, more than 30,000 elite soldiers located in the first half of the Grand Line, responding to the summons of Buster Call, are rushing towards Free Fans. Is the news true? Roja asked. It's basically true. Marine's Buster Call never conceals his whereabouts. Anyone who is interested can easily get the information. Neng said. Marine's Buster Call generally has only two goals. One is to target the gathering of a certain powerful pirate, and the other is to massacre the city and destroy the country, which serves as a deterrent. But this time, both are done. They are here for the Revolutionary Army and to destroy Free Fans. There is no need to hide their whereabouts. With the power of Marine, they can crush them directly. What are you afraid of? Didn't we beat Marine to the ground like last time? Jimmy said. The victory of the Lubunny Kingdom in the war gave him great confidence. It's different. Nagli smoked a dry cigarette on the side, his face gloomy. You don't understand what Buster Call means at all, and you don't know what Marine Admiral means. It's a monster, a natural disaster. Nagli sighed and said, not to mention Admiral, the Vice Admiral of this department is it's enough to give us a headache. In the Kingdom of Lubunny, Marine did not take action seriously because of various things. The three of them, Pora Salino, are all very powerful and talented, but their overall strength is not enough. The real Marine elite is not the combat force recruited from various branch bases in North Blue last time, but an elite force composed of Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, Colonel, and Lieutenant of the headquarters. After all, Nagli has been a pirate for decades. Although he is relatively low-key and does not pose a high threat to the world and is not focused on, he still has a lot of dealings with Marine. Marine's Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral are not very strong, but they are definitely not something that the current Revolutionary Army can compete with. The Revolutionary Army is actually not short of high-level combat power now. Fujitora, him, Xiong, Ivankov, Long, and Mori at the Scientific Research Base No. 1, including Quinn, are not weak, and are even stronger than Marine's headquarters, Vice Admiral. Much stronger. As long as they don't face Admiral, the legendary pirate, they are very capable of fighting on the sea, but they are very lacking in mid-level combat power. After all, the Revolutionary Army has only been developed for more than a year, and most of its troops are slaves and workers from the Lobunny Kingdom. These workers have only received military training for less than 2 months. No matter how firm your will is, it is impossible to smooth out the gap in basic quality. Officers at the general level and school level can basically compare 1 to 100 or 1,000. They lead their own soldiers and fight on the battlefield. The power is absolutely terrifying and unimaginable. 30,000 elite marines are enough to exert the combat power of hundreds of thousands of troops or even higher. If they had faced this level of military power in the Lobunny Kingdom last time, even if they used the powerful terrain dug by Mori to form a double team and sneak attack, it would be of no use and they would only be easily defeated. Not to mention, they now only have 15 warships and 10,000 soldiers, which is not as powerful as the last time the Lobunny Kingdom was. CDCJ. Long said on the side in more detail than Nagli. After all, his father was the hero Garp. As a member of the Marine Corps, he had lived in Marineford for a long time, and he had a better understanding of Marine's combat power. After hearing what Long and Nagli said, everyone present could not help but feel a little frustrated. The 2 people in the team who have the broadest vision and are the most powerful have made this judgment. The others have also completely recognized the gap between the enemy and ourselves. Jimmy and the others looked at Roja with the last glimmer of hope, but what they saw was Roja's frown. Outside the chat room, everyone's views were basically the same as those of Nagli and Long. Golden Lion, no way, the gap is really too big. Marine is serious this time. Admiral leads the team and summons a large buster call. There is basically no hope of a comeback. Roger, alas, there is no way. After all, the development time is still too short. Moreover, it is impossible for an army that has only been developed all over the world to fight against the real elite marines. These legendary pirates have the deepest dealings with Marine and have the most encounters with them. We know Marine's combat power very well. Even Roja can't close this gap. How can we win this war with soldiers who were slaves and workers just a month or 2 ago, with their numbers completely crushed, and the middle and high-level combat capabilities not having an advantage? That is simply impossible. This is no longer a matter of trust or distrust in Roja, but this situation has gone beyond the category of so-called miracles. If you really want to do it, then probably only gods can do it. Whitebeard, hey, Sengoku, you Marines are too harsh, right? Large buster call, Admiral leads the team, Digital Headquarters Vice Admiral just for the sake of Kong Changjin with 10 leaders, a small organization worth 1 billion. This scale, even now, is enough to attack the 4 emperors level existence. Sengoku, small organizations? Small organizations will not set off a large-scale uprising of more than 100,000 people. Small organizations will not have the potential to subvert the world government. And, ahem, this is not a decision I made. Sengoku's previous words were very strong, but later he changed the topic and felt a little lack of confidence. After watching the movie, he is a little more inclined to Roja's Revolutionary Army. After all, Roja's personality charm is so sufficient that it has surpassed some factors in organizational strength. He also didn't want to see the Revolutionary Army suffer such a huge setback, but he had no choice. These were all good things done by him in another world, not by him now. Peter St. After all, they are just a rebel party composed of a group of ants. As long as the government pays a little attention, they will not be able to cause much trouble. 5 Elders is in a happy mood at the moment. Finally, the threat of Go-To was crushed to death. This should be the strength of world government. In the face of this kind of organization, Admiral leads the team, Buster Call suppresses the situation, and the autumn wind sweeps the fallen leaves and cleans them up. Finally, it was possible to cause a major setback to the Revolutionary Army. Although, it is unlikely that the Revolutionary Army will be completely annihilated. But as long as it can slow down its development, that's good. What the five elders fear most is that the revolutionary army from another world has captured Mariejois over the past 20 years. When the interaction begins, they may become prisoners inexplicably. At this moment, the five elders, who were in a very happy mood, rarely let go of themselves and were quarreling with a group of legendary pirates in the chat room. But at this moment, the mysterious power instantly imprisoned the entire chat room. The long-lost loud voice once again sounded directly in everyone's mind. The prize-winning quiz begins. It's actually a quiz with prizes. Everyone's hearts were lifted at this moment. Since watching the movie, there have only been 3 prize-winning quizzes, and this is the 4th time. The last time there was a quiz with prizes was when Roja was in Goa Kingdom. I thought there would be another quiz with prizes in Lubunny Kingdom, but the whole operation in Lubunny Kingdom ended. Did not happen either. Instead, here in Frevans, the 4th prize-winning quiz appeared. Judging from the rewards of the first 3 prize-winning quizzes, the rewards are getting better and better under normal circumstances. Now, everyone is also looking forward to the rewards they can get this time. While everyone was holding their breath and concentrating, a loud voice also started the question of this prize-winning quiz. Question: in this war between the Revolutionary Army and the Large Buster Call, how many people were captured as a result of Marine's death? There are no answer options for this question. Each person chooses a number. The 3 people closest to the final answer will receive this reward. As soon as the question came up, more people were confused. For the first time, there was no question and answer option, and this question and answer was very interesting. It was actually asking about Marine's death and the number of prisoners. Could it be said that the Revolutionary Army of another world won this battle? A combat force of Marines level was actually defeated by the Revolutionary Army and captured a considerable number of soldiers? How can this be? No matter what angle they looked at it, no one could see where the Revolutionary Army could win. Could it be that there were legendary pirates who joined the Revolutionary Army during this period? And there were more than one. Sengoku frowned. But this is impossible. Who else will appear in North Blue at this point in time? There is no legendary pirate. Not to mention, it is impossible for a legendary pirate to defeat Marine simply by joining the Revolutionary Army. Marine's combat power this time is absolutely crushing to the Revolutionary Army. Sengoku couldn't think of anything, so he could only casually fill in a number of 3,000. Maybe the Revolutionary Army achieved some partial victory and then robbed some Marines. That's all I can think about. Sengoku is not a rare person who thinks this way. However, there are also a group of people, like Garp, who don't think at all, and directly filled in 30,000, and have turned into pure fun people. This prize-winning Q&A is over. The same voice sounded as always, but this time the correct answer was not announced and no reward was given. Just when everyone was confused, they heard the shocking news from a loud voice. The rewards for this Q&A are not currently being distributed. The correct answers and reward candidates will be announced after the end of this war. At the same time, after the Q&A rewards are distributed, the first world interaction will take place. Chapter 99. Originally, everyone was a little surprised because of this strange question and answer. What I didn't expect was that after the Q&A rewards were distributed, the first world interaction would actually start. When the world interacts, the first feeling of most people must be some fear. After all, no one knows how this interaction works. You may not feel the other world while watching the movie, but once you actually interact with the real world, imagining a person who is exactly like yourself will feel a bit scary. This is true even if the Revolutionary Army firmly supports the Roja party. They want more Roja in their world, rather than one more person who is exactly like themselves. But everyone could only wait quietly, waiting for the first interaction to arrive. Of course, before the interaction can occur, we have to wait for Roja's Revolutionary Army and Marine's Buster Call to finish the war. Although in the eyes of everyone, there is no suspense in this war. But the prize-winning question still made everyone have a strange idea in their minds. Can the Revolutionary Army really defeat the large-scale buster call led by Admiral Sengoku? With such doubts, they looked at the giant screen in the sky again. When Roja raised his head, he realized that the atmosphere at the scene had become extremely gloomy. He couldn't help laughing. What's wrong with you? Are you scared by Marine's Admiral and Marine's buster call? Mr. Roja, do you think we have any hope of victory in this war? Jimmy couldn't help but ask. Roja's laughter seemed to give him a lot of confidence, as did Fujitora, Nagli, and others. Marine couldn't scare them, but when Roja frowned, they felt as if there was no hope of victory. But now, Roja's performance was so relaxed, giving them hope again. Why is there no hope of victory? Roja asked with a smile. If you ask me, Marine's army is just a paper tiger, it will fall down at the first touch. Mr. Roja, you don't know how powerful the elite naval headquarters are. The combat capabilities of the group of Marines we faced during the Lubuni Kingdom are completely different from the Marines this time. If we fight like the Lubuni Kingdom, we will definitely not be able to defeat them. Nagli said eagerly. He is now worried that Roja has too little experience and will despise Marine's action because of the war in the Lubuni Kingdom, which will cause big problems. Mr. Nagli, in your free time, read my book on war several times. Don't engage in mechanical theory of war. How could I copy the war experience of the Lubuni Kingdom to free fans? Roja smiled and told him not to be in such a hurry. Then he turned around and took out a huge nautical chart and nailed it to the wall. Some parts of this chart are detailed, and some are brief. The detailed parts are the places that Roja's Revolutionary Army has experienced, such as around Free Fans, around the Kingdom of Lubuni, and the journey of Crow and the others to the far North Kingdom. Chart drawn in. After adding some relatively simple charts on the market, this rough chart of North Blue was finally drawn. Standing in front of the North Blue chart, Roja looked helplessly at the people in front of him. You are still making the same old mistake. You always like to copy your victory experience. You say you don't have it, but in fact you always do it when you face difficulties. Copy past experience. After saying that, Roja took out a pen and drew a line along the vicinity of the red line to Free Fans. This is basically Marine's general route. They have more than 30,000 elite soldiers. Their basic quality and combat experience are higher than ours. With this number, they have at least more than 20 large warships and dozens of small warships. Even though the performance of marine warships is not as good as our paddle wheel warships, they are already overwhelming in terms of numbers, not to mention their admiral and vice admiral can attack our warships regardless of artillery fire. And what about us? We only have 15 paddle wheel warships and an available force of 10,000. Even if the fleet with seamless bases returns and is transferred, it will only have an extra 10,000 available troops and more than 20 paddle wheel ships. Battleship. Roja said, pointing to the remote area in the far north of the map. We still have some troops. In the far north, although there are no paddle wheel warships, there are also a large number of merchant ships that can be used as fleets after modification. The available troops there are about 30,000 to 50,000, but their combat experience and quality are very average. It's too far away from Frivans. It's basically impossible to arrive before Marine arrives at Frivans. And even if it can be reached, it can't be Marine's opponent. Mr. Roja, the more you analyze me, the more desperate I become. Ivankov couldn't help but smile bitterly. Only when you are familiar with the combat power configuration of the two parties can you better understand the huge gap between the two. The Revolutionary Army is really not weak, but they developed too late. Compared with the Marine elite, they are far behind. According to Roja's analysis, when Marine really arrived in Frivans, they would only have at most 20,000 troops and 30 or 40 warships, and there was a huge gap with Marine in terms of mid and high-level combat capabilities. The same goes for the quality of the basic soldiers. One of Marine's elite soldiers is more than enough to defeat 3 or 5 worker-slave soldiers here. This does not include captains, colonels and the like. 1. The more I analyze it, the more I feel that this is a war with basically no possibility of victory, for the Revolutionary Army and free fans. Your understanding of war is still too simple. Roja said helplessly. Don't focus on one island or one land. War must be flexible. Enlarge your vision, focus on the overall situation, and start from the overall situation. Only by understanding the overall situation can you make better use of local things. Because local things are subordinate to the overall situation. Free fans is not the whole of this war. The entire North Blue is the overall situation. Free fans is a part of this North Blue war. Roja picked up the cup and took a sip of water, then used a pen to draw a circle on a small island on the map, pointed and said. This is free fans. The current situation is that the enemy has sent out heavy troops and wants to besiege us in free fans. With superior force, he will destroy us and free fans together. 1. The biggest problem in your thinking about this war is that you always think about it passively, as if we have to stay in free fans. Why can't we take the initiative? Roja's words shocked everyone present. Did they take the initiative to attack? Faced with an enemy with an absolute superior force, took the initiative to attack? Mr. Roja, can you make it more clear? Long said eagerly. He seemed to have realized something, but he couldn't explain it clearly. It was as if his mind had jumped out of his head, but he couldn't give him a specific plan or operation. He was so anxious that he felt scratching his head. To put it simply, if we don't fight positional warfare or decisive battles, we can't let them lead us by the nose. They want to eliminate us in a decisive battle with superior force, but we just don't fight according to their wishes. Roja held up the pen and pressed hard. I clicked twice on the chart. If they want to engage in positional warfare, we will engage in mobile warfare with them. If they concentrate their forces, we will disperse them to fight guerrillas. We must mobilize their forces and lead them by the nose. They are strong because they have many soldiers and generals and strong hard power, so we should avoid their edge and play to our strengths. Our strengths are that the warships can sail faster, our troops have stronger maneuverability and higher discipline. My teacher once taught me the 16-character mantra of guerrilla warfare: when the enemy advances, we retreat; when the enemy is stationed, we harass; when the enemy is tired, we attack; when the enemy retreats, we pursue. Roja stood in front of the sea chart and waved his hand passionately. Used in our war, it is to use a large number of mobile warfare and guerrilla warfare to force the enemy to divide their troops, expand the battlefield from Frivans to the entire North Blue, and make the enemy's concentration of troops a joke. After dividing the troops, we then use the high mobility to concentrate superior forces and swallow up the soldiers he sent out bit by bit. This is the enemy's large-scale encirclement and suppression of our army, which has turned into our army's many individual encirclement and suppression of the enemy's army. Let the enemy who is strategically strong become weak in small-scale battles, and turn our strategically weak position into a strong one in battle. This is the so-called external battle within the internal battle, the encirclement and suppression within the encirclement and suppression, the blockade within the blockade, the attack within the defense, the advantage within the disadvantage, the advantage within the disadvantage, the strong among the weak, the initiative within the passivity, and victory. The key is to concentrate the troops in one move. This is why I say Marine is a paper tiger. They use the most backward tactics and are arrogant. We use advanced tactics, why can't we win? Roja looked at everyone present with a smile and finally said. In my opinion, Marine looks strong, but that's it. Marine Admiral is the central cannon. It is very intimidating when sitting in the center, but it cannot be mobilized. The Marine Vice Admiral is a small caliber cannon. It is very powerful. When combined, it is very deadly. But when dispersed, it is ineffective. We dismantle these small caliber cannons one by one. In the end, when only the admiral, the central cannon, is left, it cannot do anything. What's the use? After Roja finished speaking, there was silence in the room, and Fujitora and the others seemed to have opened the door to the new world. It is different from the crushing battles like that of Goa Kingdom, and it is different from Lubni Kingdom's simple tactics, which use terrain advantages and the enemy's careless flanking attack. The mobile warfare and guerrilla warfare that Roja is now proposing is undoubtedly more complex and more advanced. Just listening to it gives them a shocking feeling. Is this tactic really feasible? Nagli swallowed and couldn't help but ask. Why not? Roja said with a smile. What if they don't fight us and go directly to free fans? Fujitora asked. Since we want to use our forces to mobilize the opponent's forces, it is natural to attack the enemy and save them. Roja said with a smile, use a small-scale mobile fleet to harass the marine fleet along the way, attract its attention, and reduce its traveling speed. At the same time, arrange other fleets to attack the weak areas of the enemy. Please give me flowers. For example, here, here, and here. Roja smiled and clicked on a few places on the map. These are all marine branch bases. They have a certain amount of troops stationed there, and they have already mobilized combat power once during the Lubni Kingdom. At this moment, both the number of warships and the number of soldiers have been weakened. Small-scale feint attack, attracting marine to split up for rescue. And here. Roja pointed to the kingdom of Lubni on the map. There has just been an uprising in this resource-rich country. What if we come back again? Wouldn't the marine force be able to rescue them at such a close range? If a large army attacks, we will retreat in advance. If it is a small-scale rescue effort, we will directly engulf it. And here. Judging from the voyage alone, it seems that the crows in the far north cannot reach the Free Fans battlefield, so let them attack the marine branch directly at the nearby place, or launch revolt against the Confederates. I just want to create a chaotic momentum in North Blue, use feint attacks from all directions to interfere with Marine's judgment, let him constantly divide his troops, weaken his effective strength, strategically prepare for a protracted war, and operationally conduct a small-scale quick decisive battle. If you pull out the teeth of Marine Buster Call bit by bit, how much of a threat can he still have? Roja put down the pen in his hand, picked up the cup and took a sip of water, his face full of tears. A confident smile. His smile and his confidence also infected all of Nagli and the others, giving them confidence in the war that they originally had no confidence in. While Roja is carrying out strategic planning, the CP organization in Frevan's town is also playing a corresponding role. 0. Roja was too lazy to clean them up, and with intentional indulgence, they basically figured out the approximate strength of the Revolutionary Army, and passed this information to the marching Sengoku through naval headquarters. Sengoku Admiral, information from Frevans. On the huge battleship sailing on the Grand Line, a petty officer handed a piece of information into Sengoku's hands. Well, Roja, smile, Nagli, except for the giant Mori, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army have basically gathered in Free Fans. There are about 10,000 troops and 15 large battleships. They are quite powerful. It's a pity that we can't compare with us. Sengoku looked at the information in front of him. Although he remained calm, he did not attach too much importance to the strength of the Revolutionary Army. Putting aside everything else, looking at the military strength alone, 30,000 versus 10,000, the advantage lies with me. Accelerate the march, rush to Frevans as quickly as possible, and complete the Buster Call. Sengoku put away the information, and then ordered loudly. There was silence in the chat room. Everyone was shocked by Roja's theory of mobile warfare. No one expected that before this war, which everyone thought had no suspense, Roja could actually find a way to break the situation. Given such advanced and detailed tactics, the most important thing is that the tactic Roja mentioned seems to be very feasible. After his analysis, it was clear that the two sides with such a huge gap in strength actually gave them a feeling that the Revolutionary Army could win. And Marine's large-scale buster call, which is enough to scare 99% of the people on the sea, seems to be just as Roja said, a paper tiger, useless. You know, just 10 minutes ago, they felt that the Revolutionary Army was bound to lose. 10 minutes later, under Roja's analysis, they actually felt that the Revolutionary Army had a greater chance of winning. Is there anything more exaggerated than this? Golden Lion, I suddenly feel that all my more than 10 years of experience in naval warfare are useless. I have lived like a dog for more than 10 years. My grasp and command of war are actually far behind. A teenager. Golden Lion felt that his worldview had been shattered. He originally thought that he was the strongest hero in the world, commanding a large fleet of ships to fight, swallowing the world like a lion, and Marine had to avoid his edge. However, Roja taught him a good lesson about the art of war command. His previous fleet operations were as if they were a nouveau riche throwing money at each other, which was unbearably vulgar. And he is the leader of a large pirate group that has been traversing the sea for more than 10 years, while Roja is just a teenager who has commanded 2 battles. Not only did he have a thorough understanding of war in theory, he actually seemed to be much better than him in practical terms. If he had Roja's level of commanding wars back then, he would have occupied a large area and faced off against Marine. Roger, that's normal. After all, this is Roja. If he really succeeds in winning this war this time, I'm afraid I really feel that there are gods in this world. At this moment, in naval headquarters, Garp looked at Sengoku, showed a very shameful smile and said, Sengoku, how would you feel if you lost this war? Sengoku's face suddenly turned ugly. 30,000 elites versus 10,000 workers and soldiers. If he really loses, he will be really embarrassed. But the key point is that now it seems that we are really going to lose to Sichuan. Chapter 100. Although he had such thoughts in his mind, Sengoku thought about it and his expression returned to normal. Theories are just theories after all. A real war will not be as simple as Roja said. Dividing troops, encircling points for reinforcements, concentrating troops, and taking advantage of local areas are easy to say, but not so easy to actually do. Sengoku said after thinking calmly. Roja's current analysis is still based on theory after all. This kind of military theory is very novel, but in actual practice, it is not that difficult. At least even he himself felt unable to start after simulating it in his mind. The level of war command required here is too high. Moreover, no matter how nice Roja's words are, the actual gap between the armies of the two sides is huge, visible to the naked eye. Even if Marine's side is divided into 3 parts, it will be difficult for Roja's side to concentrate its forces for a quick victory. Once it is unable to make a quick decision and is bitten, the so-called concentration of forces will actually become a concentration. War is like this. It is easy to talk about the advantage among disadvantages, but there is only one thing in 10,000 that can be truly achieved. I do think you might really fall into trouble this time. Garp picked his nose and said. Then let's see. Sengoku snorted coldly. Perhaps it was because of watching the movie rather than actually happening in front of him that he was also aroused to be competitive. No matter how he said it, he was called the resourceful general. With such a huge advantage, how could he be defeated? After determining the strategy, Roja began to make arrangements intensively. The first is the outgoing fleet, which has already urgently recalled the Combelt base. In addition to leaving 2,000 people to maintain the operation of the 5 major Combelt bases, the remaining 8,000 people and 25 paddle-wheel warships can be mobilized at any time. Because led by Moli, assisted by Judge and Geisa, Roja did not summon them to Frevans, but was on standby in the Combelt. From the Combelt, they can be inserted into the North Blue Marine route at any time, which plays a huge role. 1. On the Free Fans side, in addition to leaving 2,000 people to help maintain order and resist the attacks of the two countries, Roja sent 8,000 people and 12 warships to leave free fans. Led by Long, Fujitora, Ivankov, Nagli, and Kojiro respectively. Divided into 3 fleets, one group of Dragon and Fujitora is responsible for harassing and tiring the enemy, Nagli is one group, high mobility supports critical encirclement and suppression, Ivankov and Kojiro finally lead the fleet. Responsible for the feint attack on the Marine branch base. Due to Xiong's special status, Roja and Xiong are responsible for taking charge of free fans. One day later, a large number of warships left the port of Frivans. Roja did not conceal his whereabouts at all, and brought a bear in a cloak to see them off at the port. Can it really succeed? Mr. Roja? Xiong couldn't help but ask. If you shoot down first, the first will win. Roja said with a smile. Of course, most of this is to cheer others up. He is basically the spiritual core of the Revolutionary Army now. His words and deeds affect the morale of the entire Revolutionary Army, so he will always be confident in victory. As for the victory of this war, Roja can only do his best. No one can guarantee a 100% victory in the war when he is weak. Mr. Roja, it's really you. Just as Roja was about to return to the Revolutionary Army's temporary command center in Frivans, a familiar voice sounded behind him. 1. Roja turned around and looked around, and couldn't help but smile and say hello, long time no see, Emoju, it's been more than half a year. I didn't expect you would still remember me. Emoju faced Roja again, looking a little restrained. After all, it was different from last time. This time Roja was a real big shot in Cao's eyes. However, Roja didn't have any airs. He smiled and touched the latter's head, as friendly as when they first met. Mr. Roja, can platinum lead disease really be cured? Is Frivans really okay? Everyone has been panicking these past 2 days. Looking at Roja, who was still friendly, Emoju couldn't help but say. Don't worry, the platinum lead disease will definitely be cured, and free fans will be fine. I'm here, and we will work together. Roja looked at Emoju and said seriously. 1. Yes. Emoju nodded vigorously. Roja looked at the little girl, and at the priest with gentle but obviously worried eyes behind him. This country is still in fear. Maybe some of them have already gotten the news. Buster Call, it is obviously an army that advertises justice, but it will have such inhumane actions as Buster Call. Are countries and human beings such light things to the world government? Roja turned and left, with a faint look in his eyes. There is anger burning. Select some Revolutionary Army soldiers to go deep into the masses, mobilize the masses, arm the masses, and guide the masses. Roja said to a revolutionary drama cadre beside him. We should not think too highly of ourselves, thinking that we are the saviors and the people are their own saviors. Since Roja came to Frivans, in order to prevent the people of Frivans from rioting due to bad external information, he has been consciously blocking external information to maintain stability. But after a brief conversation with Emoju, he realized that blindly concealing things would only make the people more and more anxious and panicked. Their revolutionary army should never be afraid of the people standing up, arming them, guiding them, and letting them take their own destiny into their own hands, not with the world government, nor with the Revolutionary Army. Yes. The cadre of the Revolutionary Army said seriously. Is the world government aloof? Marine is used to unreasonable orders, isn't it? You don't take the country and its people seriously, right? Then I'll beat you hard in North Blue. Roja's voice is full of killing intent. I am willing to be killed and dare to pull the emperor off his horse. Let the nobles of the world, who are above us, see what it means to dare to make the sun and moon change the sky. The bear standing next to Roja couldn't help but glance at Roja. He just felt a majestic aura rising from Roja's body. This young man seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation. May Heavenly Father protect you, Mr. Roja. Emoju looked at Roja's back, made a prayer gesture, and said piously. The same goes for the priest behind her. Far beyond the red line, on the first half of the Grand Line, a mighty marine fleet is sailing on the sea. Sengoku has received the latest information from Frivans. Most of the main forces of the Revolutionary Army have left Free Fans? Does this mean they have given up on Free Fans? However, the leader of the Revolutionary Army is still there. What does this mean? Sengoku looked at the information in his hand and was a little puzzled. He called Akainu and the three of them. They fought against Roja last time and they will know Roja a little better. However, even after obtaining the entire process of the last battle in the Lubuni Kingdom from Akainu and the others, Sengoku still did not have a clear grasp of Roja. You are young and your strength is unknown. At present, it seems that your ability to become the leader of the Revolutionary Army depends solely on your wisdom. In the battle against the Lubuni Kingdom, there was no particularly outstanding commanding talent. It can only be said that he had a very good grasp of psychology. He accurately grasped the psychology of Akainu and the three of them, and then introduced them into the trap step by step. This is a very smart person with a good grasp of psychology. Sengoku made an evaluation in his mind. It's not very detailed, so based on just this image, he couldn't judge Roja's intention at all. However, after Sengoku thought for a moment, he did not continue to think deeply. Since Roja is still in Frivans, he can just follow the original order and attack Frivans according to the magic order. The general trend is with them. They have an absolute advantage. No matter what happens, they can just crush it all the way. Aokiji has been a little silent. He looked at Sengoku and finally couldn't help but ask. Do we really want to destroy Frivans? Mr. Sengoku. Aokiji said with a heavy face, the Revolutionary Army is far inferior to us. The Frivans' infectious disease can also be blocked and let them solve it on their own. Furthermore, I heard that Friafantha's disease is not an infectious disease. In any case, it is not to the extent of a buster call. 1. Aokiji's words did not cause the slightest fluctuation in Akainu, only Kizaru on one side sighed helplessly, confirming. When Sengoku heard Aokiji's words, his face turned gloomy for a moment. At this moment, Sengoku was far from easy to talk to, he was iron-blooded and stern. Kyuzan Vice Admiral, as a Marine, all you have to do is obey orders. Are you doubting the world government? Sengoku said coldly. Why can't irrational decisions be questioned? Aokiji looked at Sengoku. Although cold sweat fell down his face, he did not flinch at all. His conscience and justice could not accept bombarding a group of patients. It's just what you think is unreasonable. Sengoku said loudly, and the breath of terror instantly suppressed the immature Aokiji. I hope you will only say this once. If you spread rumors in the military, you should know the consequences. Facing Sengoku's domineering momentum and attitude, the pheasant could only lower its head silently. Kizaru tilted his head and looked at the sky, as if he didn't hear the conversation between the two of them at all. So is it bad to fish? Anyway, it's just about beating workers. Just accept orders that you can't object to. Aokiji returned to his warship. He felt that the depression in his heart was getting stronger. Looking at the familiar warship, he once yearned for the seagull flag and justice. But after he joined Marine, he felt that Marine was becoming more and more unfamiliar. Revolutionary Army, Free Fans. Standing on the bow of the ship, Aokiji held a phone bug in his hand, his eyes were confused, and he murmured in a low voice. In the chat room, everyone clearly saw the quarrel between Sengoku and Aokiji, as well as Aokiji's confusion. The weird feeling in their hearts became stronger and stronger. Why does it feel like Aokiji will leave Marine at any time and join the Revolutionary Army? From the beginning of the Kingdom of Goa, it was not obvious that the pheasants had a disdain for the Revolutionary Army. But by the time of the Battle of Coal Iron City, Aokiji was completely confused. In the conversation with Garp, it was clear that he was confused about justice and had some recognition of the Revolutionary Army. And now, after having a huge disagreement with Sengoku about the free fans issue and being forcibly suppressed, his disappointment in justice is simply visible to the naked eye. When someone says this feeling in a chat room, in an instant, a group of people echoed. Smoker, the atmosphere in the Revolutionary Army is so good. Although there are superiors and subordinates, there has never been any move by the superiors to completely suppress the thoughts of the subordinates. Not to mention Kyuzan, if it were me, I would have jumped ship a long time ago. Tashiji, hello, Smoker Vice Admiral, the conversation in the chat room will be heard by the higher UPS and the 5 elders. Tashiji was a little helpless, but she was not with Smoker at the moment, so she could only remind him through the chat room. However, she underestimated Smoker's character of not being afraid of power or disdain for power. Smoker, what are you afraid of? We are all imprisoned now. Instead of working for ABD superior and violating justice, why don't I choose to join the Revolutionary Army? That's what it says, and many people think so too, but it's really like Smoker who said it so straightforwardly in the chat room. It's really very strong. And this also resonated with many Marine soldiers who were watching the movie. Marine claims to be just, but Marine really doesn't do well in many places. Superiors basically have absolute power of disposal and command over subordinates, and Marine's lower-level soldiers are basically no more than cows and horses. It's okay if you meet a good commander, but if you meet a cruel commander, no one will care about him even if he is beaten to death. Marine management is not very clear, it can even be said to be a bit chaotic. Many Marine soldiers must have seen someone shot to death in public because they offended their commander with a word. There is no so-called military court in Marine. If a simple officer kills a soldier under his command, there will basically be no punishment, and no one will specifically investigate such a thing. However, Roja's Revolutionary Army is different. From the very beginning when he established the Revolutionary Army's own army in Goja, Roja attached great importance to army construction. In addition to the most basic nature of the army itself fighting for the proletariat of the world, there is a concept of superiors and subordinates, but the commander does not have absolute control over the soldiers. The top cadres formulate strategies and combat plans, and then refine them through the captains of each squad. The fine tradition of meeting, discussing and making decisions is still maintained within the squad. There is no one word from the squad leader, and it is impossible to say that the squad leader can kill the Tien soldiers in the team at will. Coupled with the common goal, common ideological education, and the internal harmonious atmosphere of the Revolutionary Army, everyone watching the movie can clearly see it. This is also the reason why the Revolutionary Army's training time is often far less than that of Marine, and the basic quality is also the same, but the spirit completely crush Marine. It can be said that after watching the movie, there are really not a few Marine soldiers who want to join Roja's Revolutionary Army. It's just that they didn't speak out directly like Smoker because of the pressure from the world government. Kid, if Aokiji also joins the Revolutionary Army, the Revolutionary Army will have 2 future Marine admirals. Interesting, when will Kizura join? Poor Salino, my loyalty to the Navy is as good as heaven and earth. Kizura didn't expect that he would be able to eat his own food. Are you really loyal? Vegapunk asked Kizura with a smile. They are old friends. They have been friends for 20 to 30 years, and they also raised gendarmerie together. They have a deep friendship, and these jokes are made casually. Of course I am loyal. Kizura said, but he touched his chin uncertainly, but if Mr. Roja really comes to me to solicit, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to refuse. After all, Roja's personal charm is obvious to all since watching the movie. Of course, he was just watching the movie. He in another world would not easily join the Revolutionary Army, unless the Revolutionary Army could really compete with the world government. Let's win this battle first, Kizura said with a crooked mouth as he looked at the giant screen. It's hard to describe how he feels now. Although he feels sorry for Mr. Sengoku who single-handedly promoted him, he really wants Roja to win. 3 days later, Marine crossed the red line, completely arrived at the North Blue and headed towards Provence at full speed. With no hidden moves, Roja has always had Marine's approximate location in his hands. On the same day that Marine arrived in North Blue, with Roja combining frontline intelligence and analyzing orders issued from the Central Command, the Revolutionary Army fleet quickly launched operations on the sea. Belt Base, Mori sets off with the fleet. In the far North Kingdom, Kroll led an elite fleet of more than 10,000 people to march towards the designated location. Ryu, Fujitora, Ivankov, Nagli, Koshiro, and the Japanese fleet are in action. If you have an accurate overlooking chart, you can see Marine's troops rushing towards free fans along the route. And the Revolutionary Army's fleet, in a larger range, seems to have formed a pocket formation, waiting for the arrival of Marine at any time. Chapter 101. 1 day later, Marine's huge fleet sailed on the waters of North Blue. There are more than 20 large warships and 50 small warships in total. There are nearly 10 vice-admirals and 1 admiral in the headquarters. The military appearance is neat and the combat power is terrifying. Seeing this fleet from a distance, even the arrogant pirates in the past ran away in advance. Everyone knows that Marine has launched a large-scale buster call. No pirate dares to touch Marine's brow at this time. After all, admirals often do this, but ship kings do not. All Marines thought this was an action without any suspense. They arrived at free fans smoothly, then left with a barrage of artillery fire. However, there are those who go against the trend and do not believe in the tyranny of world government. Xingzi is still 2 days' flight away from the kingdom of Lubuni, and 6 days' flight away from free fans in the waters near Dock Island. The sky that was originally clear soon became gloomy, and dark clouds were gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed that the sky was dark in an instant. The strong wind blew on the sea, and the waves began to become undulating. I have long heard that the marine environment of North Blue is very close to that of the Grand Line. I didn't expect that the sunny day would turn into a storm so quickly. Vice Admiral, who was a bit fat, looked at the sky and said, "He is the Vice Admiral of the veteran headquarters. He is in his prime. Although he is from the Mediterranean, his hair is spread on both sides like a lion. He looks very hacky. He has a pair of swords on his waist, his eyes are sharp and his momentum is very strong. It's not the weather, it's man-made." Sengoku didn't know when he had appeared behind Gumir, with a serious face and looking into the distance. The sharp eyes seemed to be able to see enemies in the distance under the current bad light conditions. I didn't expect that someone actually dared to take action against us. Sengoku's observation haki can capture the distant atmosphere and is extremely powerful. Man-made. Gumal was stunned by Sengoku's words. He turned his head and looked at the huge fleet behind him, as well as the Vice Admiral, the headquarters of the powerful digital aura. With this level of combat power, who is not afraid of death and dares to attack them? 1. Which legendary pirate is it? Gumir asked, his hands already on the double swords. No, it's not like pirates. There are so many people. They should be from the Revolutionary Army. Sengoku felt aware, it's just that I didn't expect that they would dare to attack us directly. 23. Moreover, the ability to control the weather and the aura are also very strong. Are there any strong men of this level in the Revolutionary Army? There is no such thing in the intelligence. Sengoku was a little surprised. I'm afraid this aura is no weaker than Porosalinos, and even a little stronger. It's not like any of the 3 major cadres of the Revolutionary Army in the intelligence, Mori, Nagli, and Yuxiao. This is a new strong one. By. It is obviously a small organization that was basically unknown before the Lubuni Kingdom, but it is really weird to have so many powerful people. However, I am just a little surprised. The strength is good, but far behind him, and the number of troops is not very large. This kind of troops dare to stop us. Do the Revolutionary Army want to die? Sengoku didn't understand. But before he could think clearly, the distant fleet was already firing at them from a long distance. Boom boom boom. The Revolutionary Army's fleet's artillery fire was unexpectedly powerful. Without timely preparations on the marine side, several small warships were actually hit by artillery fire. Of course, there are only small warships. Large warships usually have vice admiral and rear admiral level experts on board. A small number of artillery shells basically cannot threaten them. Fire, fire back. Sengoku's face turned dark and he immediately ordered. The warships fired a salvo, the sound was overwhelming, and the artillery fire set off waves of waves. However, it was of no use. The Marines' effective range was slightly different from that of the Revolutionary Army. Even if a few shells hit the Revolutionary Army, they were easily stopped by Long and Fujitora. 1. After a few rounds of artillery fire exchange between the two sides, Marine suffered a small loss. After all, the Revolutionary Army did not have many warships, and the artillery fire was not that fierce. Song sunk 12 small warships. However, this is undoubtedly a big slap in Marine's face. It's really embarrassing that Marine with such a powerful military force is still at a disadvantage facing a fleet of a small organization. Polo Salino, Gumir, come directly with me. The experienced Sengoku has already discovered the gap between the two sides in warships. Although I am surprised by the advanced warships of the Revolutionary Army, it is not the time to consider this at this moment. If the warships cannot gain the advantage, then the stronger ones can directly take action. The effect will be the same. After saying that, Sengoku stepped on moonwalk and rushed towards the Revolutionary Army fleet at extremely fast speed. Kizaru is the fastest, he directly stretches out his hands and shoots out the beam of light. The beam of light shot straight towards the Revolutionary Army fleet in the distance, and in a split second, Kizaru was ahead of everyone and arrived above the Revolutionary Army warship. You are so brave. I didn't expect that you would actually dare to take action against us. Kizaru put one hand in his pocket and fell from the air. When he saw that the Revolutionary Army only had 5 warships, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. It seems that we are really underestimated by you. Are you a little arrogant? Kizaru lowered his head slightly, his sunglasses instantly reflected by the bright light waves. Kizaru's hands turned into 2 bright lights. 8-foot beautiful Megatama. However, at the moment when the light wave was about to be emitted, Kizaru frowned, retracted the light instantly, turned around and kicked out. At some point, a figure wearing a cloak appeared behind Kizaru. He punched out and collided with Kizaru's light speed kick. Boom! Invisible fluctuations distorted the light waves, and when they collided with the center point, they were instantly enveloped in bright light. The rolling air waves, carrying countless broken streams of light, formed small orange-red shock waves on the sea surface. The air wave of the explosion lifted the figure's cloak, revealing the eyebrowless face below, which looked extremely fierce. Who are you? When Kizaru saw this face, he was extremely surprised. Long time no see, Pora Salino. Under the cloak, Long greeted with a grin. But he said hello. Long's attack was not soft at all. He just shouted loudly, wrapped around Conqueror's and Armament Haki's fists, and exploded with amazing power, knocking Kizaru's mind away with one blow. The powerful destructive power made Kizaru stunned. If he hadn't used his steps to stabilize his body in time, I'm afraid he would have been punched into the sea by the dragon. I didn't expect it was you, Darag. You actually joined the Revolutionary Army. Kizaru looked at the dragon in front of him in disbelief. Kizaru has been a member of Marine for 5 or 6 years. How could he not know Ryu, Mr. Garp's son? But what he didn't expect was that Long would actually appear here in the Revolutionary Army, and that he would actually have such strength. That Darag, who has always been secretive, has actually mastered the Haki technique of Conqueror's entanglement. Can he be said to be Mr. Garp's son? It seems like this is going to be a tough battle. It must be delayed until Mr. Sengoku arrives. Kizaru thought secretly in his heart. The dragon's strength is not inferior to him at all, and even the dragon that has mastered Conqueror's entanglement may be a little stronger than him now, not to mention that the other party has an equally powerful smile one. Kizaru glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that Fujitora had drawn out his staff and sword, and his aura was terrifyingly strong. Bang bang bang! Kizaru stepped on Moonwalk, moved back a little, pulled his hands, and grabbed a lightsaber in the air. It seems we can only reminisce about old times next time, poor Asalino. Long looked into the distance and said to Kizaru with a smile. Kizaru was stunned for a moment when he heard Long's words. Then the next moment, he saw that Long had instantly fallen back onto the Revolutionary Army's ship. Yuxiao drew his sword with murderous intent, not to attack him, but to slash at the back of the ship. The purple gravity fluctuations instantly produced an incomparable impact. The Revolutionary Army's ship fled at such a fast speed that Kizaru looked confused. That is, in the next moment, Sengoku has appeared next to Kizaru. Sengoku's speed is really not that slow, it is just as fast as Kizaru's at night, and within this short period of time, the dragon has already exchanged a move with Kizaru, and then escaped one. Are you still chasing Mr. Sengoku? Kizaru asked helplessly while looking at the direction in which the Revolutionary Army's combat forces were retreating. I have to say that the Revolutionary Army's escape speed is really fast. Long has the ability to control climate storms, and Fujitora uses lateral gravity to accelerate. In the blink of an eye, the warship has already run away to a small point. How can we pursue this? Sengoku was helpless. At this moment, in the distant sea, Fujitora and Long stopped, and they breathed a sigh of relief when they found that Sengoku and the others did not chase them. What they just did was almost like seeking death. With so many people and warships, they were provoking death in front of Marine's huge fleet and the clouds of strong men. But fortunately, they succeeded, which can only be said to be very exciting. A moment later, Roja, who was sitting in the Fervan's command center, received the intelligence from Fujitora and the others on the front line. You have done a good job, Mr. Darag, Mr. Yuxiao, I need you to continue to harass like this. Roja said with a smile. I don't need anything else, I just need you to harass Marine. Remember what I said before, when the enemy advances, we retreat. If they chase you, run away. The faster you run, the better. If they are on their way, continue to harass. Slow them down. Understood. Long and Fujitora said. This is also the first time for them to use such tactics. Although they don't know what the final effect will be, it seems to be very interesting. In the following time, Fujitora and Long became more and more comfortable in fighting. In the first harassment, Kizaru might catch up and delay them. Later, they simply fired a few shots and ran away, or used Fujitora's ability to increase the range in the air. The artillery shells carried out parabolic strikes against the marine fleet. In short, it's as disgusting as it can be. Sengoku has never experienced this type of play. 2 strategic level fruit ability users plus a few battleships directly disgusted his entire marine fleet. What on earth do they want to do? Sengoku really couldn't figure it out. Yes, Ryu and Fujitora's style of play is very disgusting, but it's just disgusting. Marine suffered basically no real losses, except that its traveling speed was somewhat slowed down. Does it make sense to simply harass like this? Sengoku doesn't understand. At the same time, in the command center of Fervans, Roja was facing a north blue chart, with some Revolutionary Army cotters and bears below. There is a long table in front of you, and there is a lot of information on it. The marine route is drawn on the north blue chart. What Sengoku doesn't know is that during the intermittent harassment and chasing, they, marine, had actually deviated from some routes. At this moment, their position is already some distance away from the Lubuni Kingdom. According to the original route, they should have passed through the Lubni kingdom. Even this distance is already quite large. There is something for it. The time is almost here. At the Marine 37, 45, and 68 branch bases, poke him to create a massive attack. Roja clicked on the map. Then he picked up the phone bug and sent orders to various feint attack units. The fleet of the Revolutionary Army has already been deployed. Waiting for Roja's order, the 4 Marines. The important branch base in North Blue was attacked at the same time. During the previous uprising war of the Lubni Kingdom, a large number of warships and soldiers were mobilized from these branch bases. Later, a large number of warships and soldiers were lost in the war. It's relatively empty now. Under the fierce attack of the Revolutionary Army, it soon became unstable and could only ask for help from the headquarters. The headquarters received a request for help and could only pass this information to Sengoku. Now North Blue is the only one with the strength to rescue, and the 4 branch bases are not too far away from them. The branch base is asking for help? A large number of revolutionary troops are attacking the branch base. Sengoku looked at the message 263 in his hand and frowned. The main force of the Revolutionary Army went to do these things. But what does attacking the branch base mean? Is it to weaken Marine's dominance in North Blue? This really has to be guarded against. Sengoku knows very well that Marine's influence in the world is blocked by these branch bases. Moreover, the 4 branch bases attacked by the Revolutionary Army are relatively large and important branch bases. Once they are removed, Marine's losses will be quite large. If the Revolutionary Army really takes the opportunity to pull out these branch bases one by one, Marine will completely lose power in North Blue. Even if Free Fans is really eliminated, there will be no. How meaningful it is. Should we divide our forces for rescue? A thought flashed through Sengoku's mind, but he immediately thought of Long Haexiao who had been harassing them. At this moment, Sengoku understood Roja's intention. With these 2 people here, it would be difficult for him to divide his troops. Once the troops are too weak, they are likely to be directly swallowed by Long and Fujitora. If the troops that are sent out are too strong, just rescuing a few branch bases seems to be overkill. After thinking for a moment, Sengoku called Kizaru, Gumir, and a vice-admiral named Mesenko over and said, Polo Salino, you 2 will lead 5 warships. Responsible for chasing down Darag and Yuxiao, we must ensure that they have no experience in harassing us again, do you understand? Sengoku made the first division of troops, using 5 warships plus Kizaru and 2 vice-admirals to block Fujitora and Dragon. Then he quickly made a second division of troops. 2 vice-admirals from the headquarters led the team, several rear admirals, 5 large warships, and 10 small warships went to the 4 marine branch bases to rescue them. Fire! Sengoku made a decision here, and Roja of Frivans got the information instantly. Sure enough, Sengoku wants to defend the branch base and capture Free Fans. Roja stood in front of the chart with a smile on his face. If you are not afraid that he will divide his troops, you are afraid that he will not divide his troops. If Sengoku ignored it and had only one goal of destroying Free Fans, Roja would really have a hard time, but in the end Sengoku still made the move that was most beneficial to Marine 1. Split the troops to rescue the branch base, and split the troops to stop Long and Fujitora. From the moment the troops were divided, the initiative of both sides had been exchanged. Then he immediately gave the order calmly. Tell Yuxiao and Mr. Dalag to take the blocking marine farther away and go in this direction. Inform the crows to prepare for the uprising. Let Mori prepare, be ready to attack the Lubni kingdom with all your troops at any time, don't fight for a long time, and create a momentum. At the same time, let Mr. Nagli's mobile troops be prepared. Whenever marine reinforcements arrive at the branch base, concentrate superior forces and swallow them up. In this battle, I will make world government and marine understand that it is impossible to act recklessly in North Blue. Roja slapped his palm on the table, shining brightly. Chapter 102 Instructions from the Free Fans Command Center are passed on one by one. About North Blue, many densely packed arrows were instantly drawn on the chart, each arrow representing a combat mission. If Sengoku could see this chart at this moment, his scalp would definitely go numb. World government has been closed for too long. As the strongest force in the world, they still haven't encountered an equal opponent for a long time. Even the legendary pirates are only temporary and partial to the world government. And the current pirates, except for Golden Lion, are mostly small pirate groups. They have never fought in large-scale battles, even with tens of thousands of people. Even a force of 100,000 people is just a frontal push. So their tactics, as Roja said, are too backward. On Roja's chart, the mission location that each team will arrive at has been carefully calculated, including the time for mobile units to arrive at each point, the time required to concentrate troops, etc., all of which have been calculated in detail. If Marine's Buster Call is about concentrating troops to push forward, then Roja's strategy and tactics are operations full of the beauty of military command art. Marine 79 Branch Base, this is the marine branch closest to the Lubani Kingdom. After a day of sailing, the support of 2 vice admirals from the headquarters have arrived at the branch base number 79. They did not divide their forces this time, because there was a strong man of Nagli's level in the Revolutionary Army. Once they met, the vice admiral headquarters was likely to be defeated. 1. But it is completely different if 2 top vice admirals join forces. Even with Nagli's strength, it is impossible to win easily against 2 vice admirals. As for Mori, another strong man in the Revolutionary Army's intelligence, Sengoku did not consider him in the naval battle. Mori is a giant and a person with fruit abilities, so it is basically difficult to perform on the sea. The Revolutionary Army's team responsible for attacking Branch 79 base were some Revolutionary Army soldiers led by Ivankov. After discovering the arrival of Marine's reinforcements, Ivankov ran away without any entanglement at all. Vice Admiral is far less intimidating than Admiral, even Vice Admiral has steps. The Marine reinforcements saw the Revolutionary Army escaping and prepared to continue the pursuit. However, the Revolutionary Army's dual-powered warships and their superior performance quickly threw the Marine reinforcements away. The warships of the Revolutionary Army are really fast. Marine Vice Admiral Dokman, who led the team, couldn't help but feel helpless. He is huge and a master of physical arts, but is not good at moonwalk. It seems that the strength of the Revolutionary Army is about this. Although the performance of the battleships is better than ours, with their strength, they really do not dare to confront us head-on. They can only bully the branch. Another Vice Admiral name of the headquarters for Korg. He is very disdainful of the Revolutionary Army at the moment. Not all Vice Admirals in the headquarters have a calm personality. Marine does not have a strict review system. As long as they are not pirates and have sufficient strength, they can quickly improve their positions in Marine. Korg is like this. He is a demon fruit power in the form of a lion after eating the cat fruit. After joining Marine, he gradually climbed up to the position of Vice Admiral in the headquarters through his strong strength. He does not value so-called justice, but values the power brought by the Marine position, and behaves extremely perversely and violently. In his opinion, the Revolutionary Army is not as good as some Grand Line pirate groups. He heard that except for a few strong men, the other soldiers of the Revolutionary Army are actually composed of slaves and workers from the Lubani Kingdom. It's ridiculous that people dare to attack their Marine. I always feel that something is not right. Dokman frowned. He is relatively older among the Vice Admirals and is experienced, so he felt something was wrong. But it really makes him unable to say it. After all, what Kilger said makes sense. The hard power of revolutionary dramas is indeed not good. He dare not confront them head-on. It is normal to run away because the warships are better and faster. If it weren't for the intuition formed by the long-term battle that something was wrong, he might have the same idea as Kilger at the moment. What could be wrong? It's useless to think so much. There are still 3 branch bases that still need our support. Kilger said impatiently. Dockman didn't say anything else this time. They really need to support several other branch bases as soon as possible. However, what Dockman and the others did not expect was that after they left the Marine 79 branch base, the Revolutionary Army fleet that had fled actually followed them again. Just like the Dragon led the fleet to harass their Marine main fleet before, this fleet of the Revolutionary Army is also so cheap, using its excellent maneuverability to harass from time to time, and once they have the intention to pursue, the opponent will immediately escape. After going back and forth like this, the 2 vice-admirals from the headquarters were instantly disgusted. They had no choice but to learn from what Sengoku did before, and separated a small fleet, led by 2 headquarters, Rear Admiral, responsible for the blocking mission. However, they completely underestimated the strength of the Revolutionary Army. Sengoku divides his troops. Kizaru can lead 2 vice-admirals to withstand Dragon and Fujitora, because the 2 sides are about the same strength. And the 2 vice-admirals split their forces, and the rear admiral of the headquarters is simply impossible to block Ivankov, let alone the speed, range, and artillery power of the revolutionary warships in naval battles, which are better than marine warships. Half a day later, the 2 vice-admirals from the headquarters received information about the firefight from behind. An hour later, they completely lost contact with the separated marine soldiers. After receiving this news, the 2 vice-admirals were also shocked, but at this moment, they could only bite the bullet and rush to the 68th branch base, and the uneasy premonition in Dockman's heart became stronger and stronger. Half a day later, when they were still half a day away from branch 68 base, a group of fleets appeared in front of them. Although there is no obvious sign, it is obvious that you can guess with your feet that this is the fleet of the Revolutionary Army. Rush over! Kilger shouted excitedly. He wanted to use the Revolutionary Army to gain military merit. In fact, there is no need for him to give orders to Marine, because the Revolutionary Army has already rushed over, and countless cannonballs are tilting towards Marine's warship. Boom 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 boom! The sound of explosions was endless, and nearly 10 large warships fired their guns. The firepower exceeded Marine's imagination. Even though 2 vice-admirals took action and several rear admirals tried their best to destroy the incoming shells, a small warship was sunk. At the same time, from behind the warship, there were also shells coming. Covered on both sides. Dockman became increasingly uneasy. The Revolutionary Army seemed to be braver than they imagined, completely reversed from the situation a day ago when they ran away before they even met. The fleet in the distance is still bombarding, and several large revolutionary warships are already charging towards them. It seems that they want to start a follow-up battle. The distance between the 2 sides is getting closer and closer. Kilgore's face grows main and he transforms into an orc form. He looks extremely fierce and can't wait to fight with the enemy immediately. The dockman next to him was in sharp contrast. As a Marine Vice-Admiral, there was actually cold sweat falling down his face. When the warship got close to a certain distance, Dockman could clearly see the figures on the 2 waves of warships in front of him and behind him. On the bow of the warship directly in front, Nagli is holding a mallet. A somewhat shabby cloak that looks like he was picked up from the garbage dump is fluttering in the wind. He wears a shabby hat on his head to cover his white hair. Next to Nagli, a young man who looked gentle and had round eyes took out the famous sword and Tao Yuan from his waist. Behind him, a tall man wearing heavy makeup, stockings, and a miniskirt had a numbing smile on his face. Boom! Boom! 2 dull collision sounds sounded in the air at the same time. Nagli's heavy hammer hit Kilger's fist, and Ivankov's 5 fingers grew spikes, which pierced into Dockman's fist. Armed, heavy hammer. Nagli's white eyebrows were calm and his eyes were sharp. Hell's eyes! Ivankov blinked hard at Dockman, and an invisible shock wave erupted instantly. The 2 vice-admirals from the headquarters were knocked back to the deck in an instant. Dockman was a little better. The gap between him and Ivankov was not very big, but Kilgore suffered a big loss due to Nagli's heavy hammer. Underneath, one of his arms was bleeding. After a collision, the whole marine was in an uproar. The two vice-admirals, who had high hopes, actually fell into a disadvantage after just one meeting. Sir Vice-Admiral! Several rear admirals from the headquarters wanted to step forward to rescue them, but a smiling man stopped them with a sharp knife called 21. Famous swordsman and swordsman, Kojiro is not weak in talent, and with his father's teachings, he has mastered haki and superb swordsmanship at a young age. With one sword, he stopped all the rear admirals in the headquarters, and even had some strength left. It's over. Dockman saw through the entire battlefield situation at a glance. The entire marine fleet is surrounded, and the basic quality of the soldiers is suppressed by the excellent local firearms. In terms of the number of strong ones, the opponent is even stronger. The only omission they made was that they didn't count the ladyboy and the gentleman with glasses. When did the Revolutionary Army get 2 more strong men? Nagli and the others can definitely fight alone, but now it's basically over. One person can't stop Nagli alone, let alone ASE who is stronger than both of them. 1. Once they are defeated, what awaits these marine soldiers is that they will be defeated by a single person. It was also at this time that Dockman finally understood the ins and outs of the matter and why he had never forgotten it. The Revolutionary Army was not running away from the beginning, they seemed to be gathering forces to capture them. They have been waiting for so many days just to encircle them and then easily eliminate them in one fell swoop. When the encirclement is over, they can't even run. The Revolutionary Army can rely on the maneuverability of warships to escape when facing them, but when it comes to their escape, they are not that fast. Even Dockman thought of a more terrifying possibility at this moment. Is the current situation in their small battlefield the same as what the main fleet is facing? The main fleet is also being harassed by Long and Yuxiao, and Mr. Sengoku is also dividing his forces to stop them. This is the tactic of the Revolutionary Army. They want to use mobile harassment little by little to force Marine to divide its troops, and finally divide it and attack it. Who came up with such a terrible tactic? Dockman shuddered. But now that he had seen through it, he had no time to pass this information to Sengoku Admiral. We can only hope that Sengoku Admiral can gain insight into this after learning that they were defeated. Dockman thought to himself. After an hour. Mr. Roja, the fleet at the Marine Support Branch Base has been wiped out by us. A revolutionary soldier excitedly reported to Roja. Frontline intelligence, captured 2 naval headquarters vice-admirals, 3 rear admirals, 3,000 elite soldiers, 3 large warships, and 4 small warships. Let them find a calm belt desert island and imprison them on the spot as soon as possible. Don't waste too much time. After being imprisoned, they immediately go to the Lubani Kingdom to join forces with Mori. Roja exited. Ordered. Yes. Now our Mr. Admiral may be a little scared. Whether to divide the troops or not divide the troops, he may have to think carefully about it next. Roja listened to the news from the front line. Good news, he said with a smile. Are we going to attack the Lubani Kingdom next? A cadre of the Revolutionary Army asked while looking at the chart. They had followed Roja for a long time and had strong learning ability. They have now mastered the I have gained some knowledge of war command. Yes, but there's no rush. Roja said with pleased appreciation, now the main force of Marine is here. Roja clicked on the map. It is about a day's flight from the Kingdom of Lubani and 5 days from Free Fans. Normally, Marine has to pass through the Lubani Kingdom, but from the beginning, due to the harassment of Dragon and Fujitora, they deviated a little. This also led to the fact that they were supposed to have a short rest in the Lubni Kingdom at this moment, but instead they traveled for many days in vain. Let them sail for 1 more day and let our old friends worry for 1 more day. Roja said with a smile. Sengoku at this moment, just as Roja expected, after receiving the information from the scattered support marine, Sengoku's face became very ugly. thousands of soldiers, a dozen warships, and 2 vice-admirals. This is already a very strong force. It is basically 1/5 of their strength in this buster call. Now. But they were all swallowed up by the Revolutionary Army. When the whole army was wiped out and they had an absolute advantage, Sengoku felt like he had been slapped hard on the face by the Revolutionary Army, which was so painful. Before reaching free fans, 1/5 of the strength was lost. If the season is good. Not to mention warships and soldiers, 2 vice-admirals from the headquarters were captured, which was a considerable loss for the headquarters. Moreover, after a brief moment of irritation, Sengoku was even more scared. What Dokman thought of, Sengoku can basically think of. Use your excellent mobility to run as soon as you hit, and fight as soon as you run, concentrate your forces, and win the battle quickly. This tactic is simply amazing. Before this, Sengoku really didn't expect that the Revolutionary Army, which was at an absolute disadvantage, could still fight like this. The key is that they actually fought so hard that Sengoku even felt it hurts. What to do now? Sengoku looked ugly. Continue to support the branch base? No, unless he personally leads the team, it is not safe to send Sakazuki there, and Sakazuki is not strong in sea combat. Furthermore, in this situation, can we continue to divide our troops? What if we are swallowed up by concentrated troops again? There is no division of troops, and the branch base that Marine has operated for many years is gone. These are Marine's heritage. Although Sengoku has never refuted the world government, these Marine executives have their own ideas. While satisfying the orders of the world government, they are quickly the expansion of Marine's own power emperor. For example, each Marine branch, such as the more outstanding Marine juniors, from Rocks to Roger Whitebeard in the past few decades, Marine's power has developed rapidly. Sengoku, Sora, they are not people who are willing to be inferior to others. The development of Marine has given them more and more say in front of senior leaders such as 5 elders. Continuing to attack free fans now is equivalent to letting them sacrifice Marine's own interests to complete the 5 elders' face. And Kizaru and the others, in order to chase the dragon and the others, they seem to be getting further and further away, and this distance is a bit unsafe. Just like the branch base is used as a bait to lure away 1/5 of their power, Ryuhu and Fujitora may also be a bait that can lure away Sereno and the others at any time. At this moment, as Roja expected, Sengoku developed a strong resistance to the division of troops. Past. Chapter 103. That is, when Sengoku was extremely resistant to the division of troops and even wanted to summon Kizaru and the others back immediately. He received another message from 5 elders. The kingdom of Lobunny was attacked by a large force of the Revolutionary Army and is now in danger. He was ordered to send troops to rescue immediately. Friefan's relationship with the 5 elders is a matter of interests and face, because what the world government did back then was indeed unreasonable. But this is a real issue of interests here in the Lobunny kingdom. The last time Roja left, he took away 70,000 to 80,000 workers. The coal and iron city was temporarily shut down, and output was greatly reduced. The world government rushed to transport tens of thousands of slaves from other places, and the regiment resumed its original form. Production. Slaves are very valuable once they reach tens of thousands. They don't want Roja to take away so many workers like last time. These bastards, don't they know what's happening on the front line? Sengoku wrote down his speculations and battle report and sent them back to naval headquarters. Not long after, the order from the 5 elders came again. Free fans must be destroyed, the Revolutionary Army must be wiped out, and the kingdom of Lobunny cannot be lost. When the order from the 5 elders came through, even Sengoku couldn't help but cursed in anger. We should really let these bastards take command. I'm afraid these bastards will be beaten up by the Revolutionary Army on the first day. Sengoku, who always talks about obeying and not doubting the orders of the world government, can say such things, which shows that he is indeed very angry. However, after a moment, he made a decision: transfer Polo Salino and the others back, first go to the Lubunny Kingdom to stabilize the situation, and then go to Free Fans. Sengoku knows very well which status is higher, the Kingdom of Lubunny or Free Fans. Although what the five elders said is that both must be completed, it is obvious that the Lubunny Kingdom is more important than bombarding Free Fans, and from the bottom of their hearts, Sengoku also didn't want to choose to bombard Fries. In the end, he did not divide his troops. Is there still a lesson learned from Dokman and others? In the short term, Sengoku does not want to continue to divide his troops. Furthermore, the intelligence about the attack on the Lubunny Kingdom proved that they obviously underestimated the strength of the Revolutionary Army. Compared to the period of the Lubunny Kingdom uprising, their number of warships was significantly larger, and their combat power was also more powerful. With more dragons and more Ivankov, the strength of this small organization is growing at a rate that even Sengoku is stunned by. Everyone in the chat room watched Sengoku's rare swearing. They couldn't help but feel silent condolences for him. We met a super god-level opponent like Roja, but the key is that when we look at ourselves, five elders are completely pig teammates. From our perspective, Roja is really scary. He completely killed Sengoku. I even wonder if 567 also has a giant screen in his head that can directly observe Sengoku's every move. Rayleigh couldn't help but speak. Basically, every action of Sengoku, Roja will guess when Free Fans gives the combat mission. For example, his division of troops, such as the fear of division of troops after the divisions of troops were concentrated and eliminated. Another example is the attack on the Lubunny Kingdom, which forced the main marine force, which was only 2 or 3 days away from Free Fans, to return to defend the Lubunny Kingdom as soon as possible. It's really just like when Roja first elaborated on the concept of mobile warfare: jump out, mobilize the enemy's forces, and don't be led by the enemy. By concentrating our forces, we can turn the absolute strategic disadvantage into a local advantage, turn the disadvantage into an advantage, and carry out counter-encirclement and suppression campaigns. Absolutely amazing. Rayleigh's words aroused the echo of everyone. Roger, it's not that Sengoku is too weak, it's that Roja is too strong. In terms of wisdom and the level of commanding war, Sengoku can basically be said to be unique in the world. It can be called the resourceful general. He served as Marine Marshal for the longest time and single-handedly planned the end of the legendary pirate era. Sengoku can basically be said to be the core of Marine. Even Marine hero Garp's contribution to Marine is far less than his. Before meeting Roja, Sengoku had basically never lost. But when meeting Roja, this gap is clearly reflected. Sengoku has been led by Roja since he entered North Blue, and every step he takes is basically calculated. It is obviously an absolute advantage, but until now, 1/5 of the troops have been lost, but they have not even touched the hair of the Revolutionary Army. It's hard to imagine that this was a war commanded by Sengoku. During the Goa Kingdom period, everyone knew that the Revolutionary Army had the absolute advantage. During the Lubunny Kingdom period, they felt that Marine's failure was because Kizaru and the others were too immature and not sophisticated enough. But now that Sengoku is leading the team, everyone knows how outrageous Roja's ability to command the war is. He becomes stronger when he encounters the strong, and his strength is unknown, as if there is never an upper limit. This is in line with everyone's understanding of Roja. Golden Lion, this kind of guerrilla warfare is very interesting. When the enemy advances, we retreat; when the enemy retreats, we chase; when the enemy is stationed, we harass; when the enemy is tired, we fight. It's simply amazing. When Roja talked about it before, they thought it was too simple. However, when they actually put it into practice, they discovered that this tactic is really easy to use. Don't you see? Marine's powerful troops have been beaten by this kind of operation and are now extremely passive. Vegapunk, without excellent warships and technology, it is difficult to bring this advantageous mobility into play, so developing technology is the only way to go. Long Ye couldn't help but said, this is what Mr. Roja first said about openness versus closedness. Excellent shipwrights from the 7 capitals of water, together with scientists from Bakimo, developed advanced technology. A warship with excellent performance. We always talk about Marine's strong military and more powerful people, but we ignore the accumulation formed by Mr. Roja and his colleagues who have taken step by step and laid out their plans in advance with an advanced vision. This kind of accumulation is different from the foundation of world government, but it obviously has more potential. Long couldn't help but be moved by Roja's eyes every time. Every move he made may not seem to have much effect even when they were watching the movie at the time, but at some point in the future, when the Revolutionary Army achieves a major victory. When they looked back, they discovered that the foreshadowing had been laid so early. This is why Roja's Revolutionary Army is obviously developing much faster than his original army, but it does not have the same sense of emptiness as his Revolutionary Army. Roja is like a clever architect, playing with the architectural model in his hand. He has already had a detailed and complete plan in his mind for the construction of the Revolutionary Army. After Sengoku gave the order, Kizaru, who was already some distance away from the marine main fleet, immediately returned. And this also attracted the attention of Fujitora and Dragon. Are we going to concentrate our troops on the Lobunny Kingdom? Long said. Because the support troops were concentrated and eliminated by us, we no longer want to divide the troops. Fujitora also showed an intriguing smile on his face. Now, Marine is completely led by our nose. As expected of Mr. Roja. Long couldn't help but admire. According to Roja's style of play, they really just led Marine into the fight and took the initiative in the war. This was something they never dared to think about before the war started. What should we continue doing now? Fujitora asked. Do you still need to say it? Of course I will continue to harass. Long said with a smile. Facing Sengoku, he seemed a little extra excited. This was his father's comrade. Of course, if his father Garp was leading the team this time, he might be even more excited now. Sengoku recalled Kizaru and the others. They were safe, but he ignored one of the most serious problems, that is, their whereabouts were basically completely exposed to the Revolutionary Army's vision. With Fujitora and Ryu here, Roja can basically fully grasp the movements of Marine's main fleet. So when Marine was about to arrive at the Lobunny Kingdom, Roja had already arranged for Mori and the others to evacuate in advance. When Marine and the others arrived, all they saw was an empty sea. This is called a dozen rubnies. For Van's command center, Roja said with a relaxed smile. There is a way of fighting with divided forces, and there is a way of fighting without dividing forces. The essence of mobile warfare is to use our forces to constantly mobilize the opponent's forces to make them move in the direction we expect. The prerequisite for completing this kind of command is that there must be an accurate grasp of the situation, sufficient sources of intelligence, and a sufficient understanding of the enemy. Like the Lobunny Kingdom, its importance to the world government is too high. Even if Marine doesn't want to rescue, as long as we create a huge momentum, he must return the rescue. He doesn't divide his troops, so we keep hanging on to him. Anyway, our troops are small and the pressure on supplies is small. Their supplies are bigger, and such an elite unit has been wasted in North Blue. I want to see who is more anxious. The Revolutionary Army was not captured. After resting for a day in the Lobunny Kingdom, Sengoku took Marine on the road again. Then one day later, they rushed back after receiving a call for help again, and just like the first time, they saw no sign of the Revolutionary Army at all. When urged by 5 elders to leave for the second time, Sengoku kept an eye out. This time, he left Akainu and a vice-admiral from his headquarters to help the guards of the Lobunny Kingdom guard Lubnai. To be honest, he was still a little skeptical. 1. The Revolutionary Army of the Lubny Kingdom withdrew too quickly, and according to the defenders of Lubny, the Revolutionary Army basically did not attack seriously. Sengoku judged that their strength may not be as large as imagined. The attack on Lubni was just to contain their main force. The purpose of the Revolutionary Army was probably those branch bases. 1. This judgment became even more certain after Sengoku received information about a revolutionary army launching an uprising in a country north of Provence. The Revolutionary Army cannot have that many troops. They are blooming everywhere in North Blue. The Lubni Kingdom is just a faint attack. However, just about a day after they left, the Lubni Kingdom was almost captured. Revolutionary Army cadres Mori, Nagli, Ivankov plus Kojiro, as well as a large number of Revolutionary Army warships, almost hit the Coal Iron City in one go. In this fierce battle, Akainu was slightly injured, another HQ Vice Admiral was seriously injured, several HQ Rear Admirals were captured, the Lubni Kingdom's garrison suffered heavy losses, and nearly 10 warships were sunk. However, just like last time, by the time Sengoku led a large force back, the Revolutionary Army had already fled out of sight. These slippery bastards! Sengoku couldn't help but cursed with a headache. After so many days and so many fights, he only almost caught up with Long and Fujitora for the first time. Several times after that, he, the Admiral, ran around like a dog being walked, but he failed to make a single move. Yuxiao, Darag. No matter how slow Sengoku is, how could he still not figure out that it is the reason for Yuxiao and Long? 1. While they were harassing them, they also kept control of their position. This is why the Revolutionary Army was always able to leave just in time when they were about to come back. To be honest, Sengoku really doesn't want to continue to free fans. He really wants to go back to his headquarters and lead some people to chase those legendary pirates, so he doesn't have to suffer this kind of cowardice here. Point 1. However, under the severe urging of the 5 elders, Sengoku had to leave for the 3rd time and embarked on the road to free fans. It's just that this time he was prepared in advance, and he even left only one Vice Admiral here. After receiving yet another unexpected request for help from the Lubni Kingdom, Sengoku couldn't help but sneer. Is it the main force of the Revolutionary Army? Sengoku asked coldly. Absolutely, there are more than 20 warships, and there is also a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, Mori, leading the team, asking for support. The phone bug showed a horrified expression and called for help. Sengoku silently hung up the phone, then immediately took out his phone and notified those marine branches that were not attacked by the Revolutionary Army to mobilize their warships and soldiers, forming a huge encirclement, surrounding the Lubni Kingdom. At the same time, he called Kizaru and Akainu, gave them 5 large warships, 15 small warships, 10,000 elite soldiers, and 2 vice admirals from his headquarters, and asked them to bite them to death. Dragon and Fujitora, leaving them unable to harass the main fleet. This is already nearly half of the combat strength, the purpose is to kill dragons and tigers. And with such a strong combat power, even the Revolutionary Army, after removing the main force attacking the Lubni Kingdom, would not be able to defeat this pursuing force. Revolutionary Army, hey! Sengoku snorted coldly. He had long been holding back his anger. This time he will unite the branch soldiers to form a large encirclement. If the Revolutionary Army dares to make another wave this time, he will be sure to eat them all in one go. One day later, Sengoku rushed back to the Lubni Kingdom. To his surprise, there was no need for the soldiers from the branch base to bother him. The Revolutionary Army actually did not escape and there was basically no resistance. Were captured by them. However, after questioning the captured soldiers, Sengoku's heart suddenly went cold. You said you are all soldiers at the branch base? Are these battleships too? Sengoku couldn't help but roar loudly. This news was really shocking. After continuing to interrogate several prisoners on the ship in disbelief, Sengoku finally accepted this fact. In fact, when he got close to these warships, he noticed something was wrong. From a distance, these warships really looked nothing, but when you look closer, you will find that they look very much like marine warships, but with a layer of paint on the outside. It's over. Sengoku couldn't help but staggered. The Revolutionary Army used more than 20 captured warships and branch soldiers to deceive its main force. Then it is very obvious where the real main force of the Revolutionary Army is. 1. What Sengoku cannot understand is how the Revolutionary Army used these prisoners and warships to create a grand momentum. Where is the Revolutionary Army Kader Mori? At this moment, deep underground in the port city, Mori and 1,000 elite soldiers of the Revolutionary Army huddled underground. Although they have left the Lubuni Kingdom, in fact, with these underground caves that Mori spent several years digging, they still maintain a certain degree of Lubuni. Buni takes control. Lord Mori, Roja's plan was successful. A revolutionary soldier said excitedly, "We won. It's too early to talk about victory now. We still have to see the results of Mr. Yuxiao's side." Mori wanted to remind the soldiers to calm down, but his face clearly showed smile. At the same time, Kizaru and Akainu, who had already been on a 2-day voyage with Lubnira, unexpectedly discovered that the dragon and Fujitora who had been hanging on them stopped running away. Not only did they not escape, they even rushed towards this side, which was extremely abnormal. Kizaru frowned, and a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. The next moment, the marine soldiers on the warship's watchtower shouted in horror. "A large number of warships are surrounding us on the left, and there are also Vice Admiral Porisalino on the right. About 30 warships are surrounding us. It's really troublesome." Kizaru's eyes were serious, and he had already felt several powerful auras approaching. Chapter 104. Why can't Kizaru see that he has completely fallen into the trap of the Revolutionary Army? No, that's not quite accurate. It should be said that Mr. Sengoku completely fell into the trap of the Revolutionary Army. However, these are of little use now. This is destined to be a fierce battle. "We meet again, Porisalino." A loud shout came from the distance, and the dragon, who was covered in a grey cloak, seemed to have a storm gathering under his body, leading him to rush towards Marine at an extremely fast speed. Dalag. Kizaru's eyes were solemn. He drew a lightsaber from mid-air, jumped up high, and slashed towards the dragon with one sword. The dragon was not weak at all. With one punch, the air was distorted by invisible fluctuations. Boom! The collision between the powerful armament haki and conqueror's haki's fist and the bright lightsaber instantly erupted at the center point with a bright light and a powerful shock wave. The sea instantly centered on the collision of the two people, and waves spread out in circles. The shock wave swept across like a strong wind, making marine sails roar, and the shattering light waves sputtered out were like small bombs. Exploded on the sea. When the fluctuation completely dissipated, Long and Kizaru each took a step back. With all their strength, the two were evenly matched. One is the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, the son of the marine hero, a member of the D family, with extremely powerful talents, and has mastered conqueror's entanglement at a young age. The other is the future admiral. Although he has a lazy personality, he is as strong as a monster. In addition, after eating the top logia fruit, his strength is second to the current vice admiral. Definitely number 1. Two people who are only 3 or 4 years apart, and who are destined to stand on the top of the sea in the future, looked at each other at this moment, and their eyes became serious. They could feel each other's strength. This was destined to be a not-so-easy battle. Fighting! The next moment, the two of them took action at the same time, blasting out shock waves and shattered deadly streams of light in the sky again. Humph! The son of Vice Admiral Garp actually joined the rebel party. Akainu wore a hat and looked at the dragon in the sky with cold eyes. Since he has become an enemy of justice, he can only be eliminated, even if he is a marine hero. Son! After saying that, Akainu stepped on moonwalk and rushed towards the dragon in the sky. He pulled out the long sword on his back and slashed towards the dragon with one sword. However, the moment the long sword was unsheathed, a wooden sledgehammer had already hit the sword's edge hard. The terrifying power on the hammerhead came like a galloping horse. Even though Akainu was equally powerful, he suffered a loss because he was unprepared. There was only an explosion in the sky, and Akainu was violently thrown away by a hammer. He quickly fell back, and after stepping on several moonwalks in the air, he barely managed to stabilize his body. 1. Nagri. Seeing the person blocking him, Akainu said in a low voice. Comrades who want to besiege our revolutionary army? Marine, are you a little arrogant? Nagli's eyes under one eyebrow looked like they could shoot out sharp light. At this moment, he was carrying a sledgehammer, looking at Akainu in front of him, and sneered. The lightsaber and fist collided, making a sound like gold and iron. Kizaru and Long collided and were wrestling. Their eyes were less than an arm's length apart. Compared to Long's relaxed look, Kizaru's eyes seemed much more solemn. Really, every one of your revolutionary army is as strong as a monster. Kizaru couldn't help but say. He caught a glimpse of Nagli who stopped Akainu from the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but his eyes darkened. The revolutionary army appears here with extraordinary strength. Nagli has been able to block Akainu. Even if he uses all his strength to defeat the dragon, he cannot defeat him. There is another Fujitora on the revolutionary army side. This is the man who defeated Kuzan head-on in the Battle of Coal Iron City. Can the remaining 2 vice-admirals of the headquarters stop him? Kizaru does not have high expectations. Furthermore, it seems that the revolutionary army has not yet exerted its full strength, and Kizaru's heart has been cast into a shadow. This battle may be more difficult than he imagined. This time we are different from last time, Pora Salino. Long said with a relaxed look on his face, we have many reliable comrades, you will definitely lose this time. How about surrendering? Our revolutionary army has always treated prisoners preferentially, especially you Marines. Long actually persuaded Kizaru to surrender. Take me down first and then talk about it. Kizaru had long since put away his lazy attitude, his feet flashed, and his light speed kicked directly past the dragon, exploding in a violent shock wave on the distant sea. On the other side, Nagli and Akainu didn't have much to talk about. The 2 people collided on the moonwalk in the air. Unlike the battle between Kizaru and Dragon where speed and power broke out, Nagli and Akainu's speed was not very fast. It was just a pure force-star collision, which seemed more powerful. Great eruption! Akainu shouted, and a huge fist of magma shot out, like a giant pillar. Armed hammer! Nagli shouted. The wooden hammer instantly turned black, wrapped around the tyrannical armament haki, and struck out with one hammer, as if the air had been compressed. Boom! The collision between the 2 was like a muffled thunder exploding in the sky, with terrifying shock waves spreading in all directions. Like a heavy hammer striking iron, countless sparks burst out in the sky instantly, and the dark red magma was like sputtering raindrops, raining magma and fire in the sky. Akainu is tall and strong, and has the most powerful attack power of lava fruit. Without a single punch, heat waves billow out, like a volcano erupting. Although Nagli is thin in stature, as an old pirate who has been sailing for more than 40 years, his haki and physical skills have been honed to the peak. With his experienced combat experience and physical skills haki, even against Akainu not at all disadvantaged. The collision of the top powerhouses on both sides almost turned the entire sky into a natural disaster and doomsday. The dragon turned the sky into thick dark clouds, the shattered light waves formed by Kizaru's attack and Akainu's magma sprinkled the sky like a dreamlike 2-color light rain. However, under this dream, there is an incomparable murderous intention. Marine warships can only avoid this place. The aftermath of a confrontation with this level of existence is not something they can resist. Breakthrough, I am responsible for stopping the enemy. Turk, Vice Admiral, you are responsible for leading the fleet to break out. One of the vice admirals was Gumir. He unsheathed his sword at this moment and made the most correct judgment. Nowadays, Marine has completely entered the pocket formation of the Revolutionary Army, and there is no chance of winning through hard resistance. In fact, the Revolutionary Army is now showing mercy. Otherwise, with the performance of the Revolutionary Army's warships, they only need distant artillery fire to severely damage their soldiers and sink the warships. No matter how strong they are, they will not be able to keep using moonwalk since they have no foothold on the sea. Action. Although I don't know why the Revolutionary Army showed mercy, Gumir knew very well that now was the only chance to break out, and took advantage of Kizaru and Akainu to stop the two strong men from the opponent one. The order was given, and Turk Vice Admiral led the fleet to rush directly towards Ivankov, whose strength seemed to be the weakest. But Gumir stood directly in the air on moonwalk. He saw a revolutionary warship suspended in the sky. On the bow of the warship, stood a tall blind swordsman. As a veteran vice admiral who is highly regarded by Sengoku, Gumir's strength is very good, second only to Kizaru and Akainu. He held two swords, the air under his feet exploded, and disappeared in an instant. In a few flashes, he had already rushed in front of Fujitora. It's just that they still underestimated the combat power prepared by the Revolutionary Army for this pocket formation. Vice Admiral took the initiative, entangled armament Haki with his two swords, swung out with force, and slashed directly towards Fujitora with two crisscross sword waves. Fujitora, on the other hand, did not dodge or evade. He held his staff sword behind his back and blocked Gumir's sword wave. Flying slash, so violent. Even Fujitora couldn't help but give a very high evaluation to this sword wave. There was indeed a crouching tiger, hidden dragon among the Marines. A vice admiral was randomly pulled out. They are not weak in strength. The sword wave shattered like a stream of light. After the broken air wave, Gumir's figure appeared instantly. Smile! Gumir shouted and slashed with both swords. Fujitora holds the staff sword in reverse and attacks with one hand. The sound of sword collision is extremely clear and crisp, and it also exudes endless edge. Fujitora's power is so strong that even with one hand, he was able to block Gumir's double knife slash. Hell Brigade! Fujitora closed his eyes tightly and shouted. In an instant, Gumir's expression changed. He felt the terrifying gravity, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him instantly. The deck under his feet had begun to creak, and cracks appeared. Gumir instantly exerted his strength and wanted to withdraw from this area. It was at this time that next to Fujitora, the huge man who had been ignored by him and whose entire body was shrouded in a cloak, slapped him lightly. Iron body! Gumil had no time to dodge, and could only rely on iron body and armament Haki to resist. I'm sorry. A gentle, almost gentle voice sounded in Jimmel's ears. Accompanied by this gentle apology, the palm with the pink flesh ball on the palm was imprinted on the chest. Bear's palm strike! Bang! A sound that couldn't be described as dull or crisp sounded, followed by severe pain. A flesh ball palm print appeared on Gumir's chest, and the defense formed by the tempered iron body and armament Haki was as fragile as paper. In an instant, the clothes and cloak of justice on Gumir's back were shattered, and the palm prints directly penetrated his body, leaving a string of fleshy ball fluctuations behind him. That is a phenomenon caused by the air behind being compressed and penetrated by terrifying power. Cough. Gumil opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood spurted out, his eyes turned white, and he threw his head back and fell down. The moment the bear's paw imprinted on his chest, he had already lost consciousness. If Fujitora hadn't recovered the gravity in time, he might have been directly crushed to death at this moment without any resistance. Asking for flowers. I'm sorry. Under the cloak, the bear's face showed a trace of reluctance, and then he silently put on his gloves. He has reserved his strength, otherwise, his ability to bounce off all the meatball fruit, the terrifying power that can be unleashed, is enough to destroy Vice Admiral's internal organs in an instant, who has no time to dodge. You are so strong. The Vice Admiral was instantly killed with one palm. Even with his restraint, it was enough to prove how terrifying the bear was. Even Fujitora can't help but be amazed by this level of attack power. No wonder Roja urgently transferred Xiong from Fruvans to participate in this event. In this war, he indeed had terrifying combat power that could affect the situation of the war. I can only take action up to this point, the rest is up to you. Xiong knows that his identity is extremely sensitive, so he doesn't care, but the Sobel kingdom behind him is still a member of the world government. For a long time, he has only been able to carry out activities in secret. When Roja sent him over, he also made it very clear that he did not need to take the initiative and could do so without exposing himself, and unless the Revolutionary Army really took action. When Marine is out of control, he can take action as a last resort. We have already won, leave the rest to us. Qiahu said with a smile. In fact, with the number of their fleets, they could have launched a salvo of artillery fire and annihilated all Marines here. However, they did not choose this style of play. Instead, they chose a fighting general. In a world where one person can break the army, they can still play a decisive role in determining the occupation by getting rid of Marines leader Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral. Effect. Roja made it very clear before the battle that Marine is not an absolute enemy. While ensuring that he can swallow all Marines, he will try his best to persuade them to surrender. And what they did was indeed good. Gummel was too careless and rushed into the battle alone, and was directly killed by the combination of Qiahu and Xiong. At this point, even if Xiong does not take action, the balance of victory has completely tilted towards the side of the Revolutionary Army. The bear wrapped himself tightly in the cloak again, while Fujitora controlled the ship to fall downwards. Kojiro beside him has already drawn Wado Yuman. He doesn't like fighting, but he agrees with Roja's words. The Revolutionary Army's war is to eliminate war. War. Sometimes it's a necessary means. At this moment, Ivankov below and the only remaining Vice Admiral Turk have already fought. Tech Vice Admiral should be the weakest Vice Admiral in this operation. He is only about 30 years old and has good talent, but his personal strength has not been honed to the peak. Grandmaster in the 6th form, he was being beaten by Ivankov while being hung up, and the hellish glares left scars on the body of the junior Vice Admiral. But his willpower was very strong, and he was able to carry it through forcefully. However, his willpower was completely discouraged at the moment Fujitora fell, and when he saw Vice Admiral, who was already lying on the ground, seriously injured and unconscious. It's over. Turk couldn't help but feel despair. For a moment of distraction, Ivankov, who had seized the opportunity, dug his long nails into his waist. Female hormones! Ivankov shouted. A stream of hormones was injected directly into Turk Vice Admiral's body from his fingertips. Kojiro was surprised and received a chilling look from the surrounding Revolutionary Army soldiers and Marine soldiers. The tall, dark-skinned Turk Vice Admiral is actually changing rapidly. His facial features have become softer, his skin has become fairer, and his originally hard pectoralis major muscles have changed. It also became softer at this moment. In just a few blinks of an eye, the rough-looking Turk Vice Admiral turned into a beautiful woman with a bulging front and back. Don't tell me, she turned out to be really pretty. Hip-hop. Ivankov pulled his nails out of Turk Vice Admiral's body and looked at the beauty in front of him, his face full of satisfaction with his work. How could this be? Turk Vice Admiral's voice softened, and there were tears hanging from the corners of his eyes, giving people a feeling of pity. Especially when paired with the clothes he was wearing that had just been shattered by Ivankov, they were hanging in tatters and couldn't stop the beauty of spring at all. This scene even made many Marine soldiers' eyes go straight, especially when they thought that this was the Turk Vice Admiral who was usually very harsh on them. The feeling seemed to be even more exciting. What is this? Even Kojiro, who had always been as calm as ever, couldn't help but ask. The visual impact of this scene was too strong for him. Transgender hormones can turn men into women and women into men. This is my special skill, hip-hop. Ivankov smiled and said, do you want to try it? Zhengxi. Mr. Lang. Forget it. Kojiro quickly waved his hand and refused. Only Fujitora was still confused at this moment. He couldn't see and could only feel the aura of the Marine Vice Admiral, which seemed to have suddenly become much weaker. 8. Chapter 105. In the chat room, everyone was overwhelmed by Ivankov's trick. Turk Vice Admiral, a tall and thick-set man, just turned into a beautiful woman with fair skin and bulging front and back right before their eyes. It was hard to tell whether it was because of the cold or something else. If you put aside your original senses, Vice Admiral is still quite beautiful after his transformation. Golden Lion, what an interesting ability, gee ha 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 ha. Roger, hey, Shiki, if you like me so much, why don't I give you AFK? If you turn into a blonde beauty, you will look much better than you look now. Whitebeard, ugh, Roger, don't say such disgusting things. I feel uncomfortable when I think of Shiki's appearance as a woman. The three legendary pirates joked with each other. Vegapunk is a little curious about the power of the hormone fruit. Is the power of hormones actually so powerful? It can actually cause such a complete change in the human body. Not only the gender, muscles, and appearance have all undergone earth-shaking changes, but it also seems to be permanent. The more Vegapunk studies devil fruit, the more magical it becomes. That is when everyone is joking. Jinbei said suddenly. Jinbei, hey, crocodile, I remember that you and Ivankov are old acquaintances, right? Ivankov holds the secret about you, right? Jinbei once teamed up with Sand Crocodile and Ivankov when he escaped from the deep-sea prison. At that time, he thought the relationship between Crocodile and Ivankov was weird. Now that he saw Turk Vice Admiral turned into a woman, he couldn't help but make a bold guess in his mind. Crocodile, shut up, Jinbei, don't make me kill you. Crocodile's roar echoed in the chat room. However, Jinbei's words have created strange associations in everyone's minds. Enter Thousand Sunny. 373 Nami looked strange, could it be that Crocodile really turned into a woman? The crocodile who once caused them great trouble in Alabasta and is still in the shadow of Nami and the others is actually a woman? Probably not. Robin also had a strange look on his face. She had spent the longest time with Crocodile, and could not imagine the possibility that Crocodile, who was aggressive, mentally cruel, and ruthless, could be a woman. Ugh! Sanji, who loves beautiful women the most, imagined the female version of Crocodile in his mind. He has a shiny back, scars on his face, a cigar in his mouth, and the front and back are curved. Instantly, he felt a kind of discomfort from the inside out. Jinbei, this BD, I must kill him. On an unnamed island far away in the New World, Crocodile almost chewed the cigar in his mouth. Looking at the various discussions about his gender in the chat room, Crocodile's blood pressure instantly increased. MR1 on the side looked at Crocodile with strange eyes, not daring to offend him. At this moment, Sengoku was equally unhappy as Crocodile. At the moment, he was a little helpless at naval headquarters. Because this war started because of free fans can basically be concluded now. He lost. Needless to say, there is no way Marine can make a comeback. The Revolutionary Army is indeed powerful, and they can completely manipulate him tactically. It was obvious that he had the absolute advantage. From the beginning to the end, he was constantly being beaten by Roja, leading him step by step to become what he is now. Wait until Roja swallows Kizaru and his 10,000 soldiers. This is also an extremely huge loss for Marine. Moreover, the Buster call against free fans has basically failed. It was very uncomfortable, but I was convinced that I had lost. Roja defeated him simply by relying on tactics and hidden stick art. The opponent did not have Admiral's strength, but in this war, the power he exerted far exceeded Admiral's. This is the Revolutionary Army, and this is Roja, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Even Sengoku couldn't help but be impressed. The war is still going on. After Ivankov turned Turk Vice Admiral into a woman, it is basically impossible for the rest of Marine to resist. The remaining Rear Admiral level and school level Marine officers have no ability to resist Fujitora and the others. An Admiral Sengoku can overwhelm Roja, who has always tried to avoid his edge. In this world where a single person can defeat an army, the role that a strong person can play is so terrifying. They may not be good at construction or maintenance, but when it comes to war and destruction, their powerful strength is as powerful as nuclear weapons. Compared to the current revolutionary army, the admiral is like an insurmountable mountain, but similarly, when Kizaru was restrained, Akainu was held back, and the two vice admirals from the headquarters were captured. Compared to these rear admirals, Fujitora, Ivankov, and others are also insurmountable. Soon, the Revolutionary Army's fleet arrived and began to handcuff the Marine soldiers one by one. Receive their warships. At this point, the battle is basically over. The Revolutionary Army has an absolute advantage from beginning to end through advance layout and concentration of all superior forces for encirclement and suppression. It seems the winner has been decided. In the sky, the dragon that punched out a storm and knocked back Kizaru glanced into the distance, with a relaxed smile on his face. How could it be so fast? Kizaru also saw the situation over there. The two vice admirals of the headquarters were killed by the cadres of the Revolutionary Army within a few minutes. Even Kizaru was extremely shocked. 8-foot mirror. Kizaru stretches out his hands and shoots a beam of light towards the fleet in the distance. He wanted to make a final struggle, to rescue the captured Marines, and to make a last-ditch effort. Gravity knife, tiger. However, before the light arrived, a purple tiger sword energy broke through the sky and cut off the light directly. A smile. Kizaru's figure emerged from the light channel awkwardly, looking at the smile in front of him and saying coldly, "I won't let you pass so easily, Pora Salino." Fujitora had a simple smile on his face, but the sword in his hand was not gentle at all. The dragon behind him also arrived in an instant. "Surrender, Pora Salino, your situation is over. Sengoku was deceived by us into the Lobunny kingdom. It is 2 days' flight from here Ima. Even if he came here alone, he would not be able to come at all. We are a revolutionary army, not pirates. We treat prisoners preferentially, especially you Marine. Mr. Roja often said that Marine should be our friends, not enemies. We are protecting the people of free fans. Are you just like this? Are you determined to destroy a country?" Ryuu and Kizaru still have some friendship. And he spoke very well, even Kizaru was a little shaken by what he said. It was at this time that Akainu on the side erupted with hot magma and forced Nagli back, shouting, "Rebels are rebels. How could we, the righteous Marines, surrender to you?" After Akainu finished speaking, Long, Fujitora, and Nagli all stared at each other. Gravity knife, tiger. Armed hammer. Overlord, fist and bone impact. In an instant, the 3 major cadres of the Revolutionary Army appeared beside Akainu at the same time, and the surging attack swallowed Akainu in an instant. Akainu is very talented, physically very strong, and has strong willpower, able to resist and fight. But no matter how strong he is, it is impossible to withstand the full attack of 3 opponents who are no weaker than him. In just a few rounds, Akainu fell from the sky covered in blood, and was picked up by Ivankov. "How are you thinking?" Long looked at Kizaru. "I surrender." Kizaru sighed, looked at the 3 major cadres of the Revolutionary Army in front of him, raised his hands, and said helplessly. He is not a stubborn person and is known for his flexible stance. As a jobber of Marine, he does not have as extreme a concept of justice as Akainu. Kizaru made a very decisive decision when there was no hope at all, and if he persisted he would only get a beating. "Wise choice, Pora Salino." Long said with a smile. So far, the Revolutionary Army has won a complete victory in this battle with Marine. Basically there was no loss, but about 10,000 elite Marine soldiers, nearly 20 warships, and 4 Marine vice-admirals headed by Kizaru were captured. Concentrating superior forces to attack has this effect. Especially when there are strong people in this world, generally speaking, the suppression effect produced by the number of strong people sometimes has a very large impact on the battle situation. After Kizaru surrendered, Roja, located in the Frevan's command center, also quickly received good news from the front line. When this battle report came, except for Roja, the other Revolutionary Army soldiers couldn't believe it. The victory in this battle can definitely be called a great victory. Let Long and Fujitora continue to monitor the movements of the Lobunny Kingdom Marine. As for the others, all return to free fans. Roja gave the order with a smile. Yes, Mr. Luo. The Revolutionary Army cadres inside the command center looked at Roja as if they were looking at gods. They started from the beginning with Roja, watching the whole process of Roja commanding this war. This war was abruptly reversed with an absolutely inferior force, and it was enough to be recorded in the annals of history, like a miracle. Completely different from the excitement of the Revolutionary Army here in Free Fans. Sengoku has not been able to contact Kizaru and the others after countless attempts to contact them. Everything is heading towards the worst ending for Marine. The 10,000 elite Marines led by Kizaru and Akainu were completely wiped out, and no one escaped. Not to mention the warships, Porisalano, Sakazuki, plus 2 vice-admirals, 10,000 elite soldiers, this is simply too painful for Marine. In addition to not losing Admiral, this has almost become a completely unacceptable loss for Sengoku. In addition to the Marine support troops that were swallowed up by the Revolutionary Army. This war has started now. In less than a month, they, Marine, have already captured 6 vice-admirals from their headquarters and 15,000 elite 10. This is already more than half the loss, not counting the loss of the Marine branch base that was attacked by the Revolutionary Army. Up to now, they have not sunk the revolutionary warships at all. They have been beaten like this again and again while walking dogs. Roja. Sengoku whispered the name. In the beginning, he couldn't be too afraid of this so-called young leader. But even though he did not have too detailed information about this battle, Sengoku knew that it must have been commanded by this young man from beginning to end. What a terrible war commanding talent! What now? Sengoku Admiral asked a headquarters vice-admiral. Currently, there are only 3 vice-admirals left in the entire Marine Corps, and one is Aokiji. The remaining 2 people have uneasy looks on their faces. They all already know the news that Kizaru and his army were wiped out. The Revolutionary Army is much stronger than they imagined. Aokiji, on the other hand, has a dazed look on his face. He doesn't seem to care about these things at all now. What about Marine's loss? A self-proclaimed righteous man who traveled thousands of miles just to destroy a country's army made it difficult for Aokiji to have a sense of belonging. We can only mobilize all the Marines in North Blue, and ask the headquarters for help. Sengoku sighed and asked the headquarters for help, which was a very embarrassing thing for him. But there is no other way. Having reached this point, he can no longer be the opponent of the Revolutionary Army. If there were no orders from those bastards from world government, Sengoku could have concentrated all his current troops and invaded Free Fans regardless of the situation. But what's the point? The existence of Ryu and Fujitora controls their actions. Free Fans is not blocked, and the Revolutionary Army can evacuate at any time. Apart from destroying Free Fans, they have no impact on the Revolutionary Army at all. It seems that all they can do now is to trap the Lobunny Kingdom. I once thought it was a small organization, but I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, under the leadership of Roja, it would become so powerful. After the meeting, Aokiji returned to his ship alone. Lying on the bed, looking at the cloak of justice hanging on the hanger, his eyes became more and more determined. Finally, as if he had completely made up his mind, he took out the phone bug Garp gave him and dialed. After a moment, the phone in his hand became full of human expression. Garp. Roja's voice came from the phone. It's me. Aokiji said calmly. It's Kuzan. Roja immediately recognized the owner of the voice. Aokiji no longer bothered to praise Roja's memory at this moment. After taking a deep breath, he asked, For Vans, is there really an outbreak of an infectious disease with a 100% fatality rate? This is one of Marine's reasons for launching a buster call against free fans. From Kuzan's point of view, this is the only reason that can convince some people. No. Roja said calmly, Platinum Lead disease is not an infectious disease, it is just a rumor fueled by the world government. 2.5 I understand. Aokiji's eyes became sharp. Actually, he already had the answer in his mind. A country should not be destroyed because of a disease, let alone fabricating rumors of an infectious disease. It's strange. They are obviously hostile parties, but at this moment, Aokiji trusts Roja far more than world government. He hung up the phone, reached out and picked up the cloak of justice on the hanger out of habit. However, after hesitating, he threw the cloak of justice on the bed. Then he opened the door and strode out, as if he had completely settled everything in the past. Meanwhile, on the other side, free fans. Roja is holding the phone bug, and the phone bug has been completely hung up at this moment. Who called? Mr. Roja? A comrade asked curiously. An old friend. I invited him to join the Revolutionary Army a long time ago. Now it seems that he must have figured it out. Roja smiled. Today is truly a double happiness. Continue in the past few days, neither the Revolutionary Army nor the Marines seem to be in direct conflict. It seems that both of them have calmed down. However, this is just an appearance. Marine is deploying troops on a large scale. And Roja seems to be secretly planning something, and is not idle. Both sides have their own plans. It's just that during this short period of peace in North Blue, the world has not calmed down. World government's mighty buster call was not concealed at all, but now, after entering North Blue, they seem to have made no further moves. This has made many people around the world curious. And this curiosity was quickly satisfied. A newspaper from World Economic News instantly ignited the entire sea. Chapter 106. World Economic News is a newspaper that has suddenly emerged in the world today. There is currently very little information about it and it was not founded long. But it is currently the only newspaper that can send newspapers to the world. In just a few years since its establishment, it has already reported many major events. And this time, there is no doubt that they captured another big news that shocked the world. Admiral led the team, the large buster call failed in North Blue, the Marine elite troops suffered more than half of their casualties, and the world government actually fell twice against a small organization in North Blue. Revolutionary Army, North Blue mysterious organization defeated Marine twice. Hey, this is too exaggerated. In a certain sea area of the New World, on the Moby Dick, a huge ship that resembled a white whale, Marco, who was on the bow, took the newspaper off the newspaper bird and started reading it, and couldn't help laughing. The buster call led by Admiral suffered heavy losses in a place like North Blue, and more than half of them suffered casualties. How is this possible? Does the person who wrote this newspaper really know what Admiral represents? There is also the power of the large buster call. However, when he continued to read, he couldn't help but his face became more and more solemn and surprised. Dad, come and take a look at this newspaper. The Admiral War was defeated by an unknown organization in North Blue. The newspaper in the hands of Mal Technology. How is that possible, Marco? You are probably drunk, right? Whitebeard, who had flowing blonde hair, was holding a huge white wine bottle, laughing and cursing. That's Admiral Sengoku, how is that possible? Kojiki Oden on the side didn't believe it either. It has been 3 years since he joined the Whitebeard pirates. During these 3 years, he has frequently fought against the Marine Admiral, just like Roger being chased and beaten by Garp. The person in charge of Whitebeard at Marine is none other than Admiral Sengoku. His terrifying personal strength, command, and strategy in maritime operations have caused the Whitebeard pirates to suffer a lot. 1. Really, Dad? Marco also unfolded the newspaper directly at this moment and placed it in front of Whitebeard. Whitebeard just glanced at it at first, and what he saw was a wanted notice, and the young man on the wanted notice looked familiar to him. 23 Asherat Roja. Whitebeard looked at the wanted poster and whispered. His expression became serious. The reason why it felt familiar was that he had seen this wanted poster not long ago. This young man looked too immature, but he was deeply impressed by the fact that the bounty was as high as 1 billion berry. And now, he looked at the reward amount below the photo again. 25 billion berry. Whitebeard said in shock. He couldn't help but be shocked by the bounty amount. You must know that even for him now, the bounty is only 3 billion berry. As for Roger, who is as famous as him, the bounty is only about 300 million higher than him. Now a young man has a bounty of up to 2.5 billion berry. This bounty amount is already very close to him. Seeing this reward order, Whitebeard immediately took the newspaper from Marco's hand and read it carefully. The author only learned about the existence of the Revolutionary Army because of this large-scale Buster Call incident. At first, we were just a little confused as to why Marine's large-scale Buster Call had been sent out for nearly half a month, but there was no news of the destruction of free fans. So, our reporters went deep into North Blue and investigated in detail what happened during this period. And this investigation is not important. We actually found that the 30,000 elite soldiers when Marine entered North Blue have now lost more than half. Marine's new generation of rising stars, Porosalino and Sakazuki, and 4 vices from the headquarters the admirals were all captured. Continuing to dig deeper, we dug out a mysterious organization, the Revolutionary Army, that has been entrenched in North Blue for an unknown period of time. This organization first made its name in the Lubuni Kingdom. They single-handedly planned the largest workers' uprising in the history of the Lubni Kingdom, a huge uprising of more than 100,000 people, and achieved an incredible victory. Whitebeard looked at the past bit by bit, from the war between the Lubuni Kingdom and the 3 new Marine Stars, Vice Admiral, to the recent confrontation with the Buster Call Marine led by Admiral Sengoku, and achieved a great victory. The shock in his heart accumulated little by little, until he saw the end, the loss of Marine, and the first announcement of the reward order for all cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary Army leader Ashalot Roja, with a bounty of 2.5 billion berry. Cadre Monkey D. Dragon, 1.5 billion berry. The cadre smiled, Tien Sanyi berry. Cadre Mori, 1.2 billion berry. Cadre Nagli, billion berry. Cadre Ivankov, 700 million berry. Cadre Kojiro, 200 million berry. What a small organization! This is a very large organization with a bounty of nearly 10 billion. They have a large fleet, a large number of warriors, and powerful cadres. It's true that heroes come from young. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand. After reading the entire newspaper, even he couldn't help but admire it. Roja, being able to pull out such a powerful team as a young man is enough to prove that he is indeed worthy of the bounty amount. Furthermore, Whitebeard is ashamed to be able to achieve such a record against Sengoku. Especially after reading the entire newspaper, he was keenly aware that there were many things about the disastrous battle of Sengoku that were not written in the newspaper, perhaps because even they had not investigated it. Because based solely on the strength of these cadres, it is impossible for the Revolutionary Army to achieve such a record at the hands of the elite Marines led by Sengoku. The only explanation is probably that there were people in the Revolutionary Army whose wisdom completely surpassed that of Sengoku, and they used inferior troops to defeat Sengoku's superior troops. And this person is most likely Roja, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. This sea is really getting more and more interesting, la 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 la. Whitebeard said with a smile. After the Battle of Atval, that BD Shiki disappeared. As a result, not long after that, the Revolutionary Army, an equally huge organization, appeared again. Although it seems now that the Revolutionary Army is not as powerful as the pirate group under Golden Lion, it is obvious that the potential of this organization is much stronger. Does this Revolutionary Army have something to do with us? Ziobai. Kojiki Odin on the side asked curiously. It shouldn't matter much. Although the world government is looking for them as pirates, in my opinion, this organization is obviously different from pirates. Whitebeard said, with a curious look in his eyes. To be honest, he really wants to meet these Revolutionary Army cadres now, especially the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the young man Roja. What they did was very appealing to Whitebeard. He has always liked people who are not afraid of power and have benevolence at the same time. Tato Land Islands, the island where Roja once stayed for a while, is the territory of the legendary pirate Big Mom. At this moment, Big Mom is also holding a copy of the World Economic News newspaper, which contains Roja's reward order. Mom! The young Katakuri shouted in confusion. It's great! The Revolutionary Army, Roja, Mom, actually have the power to defeat Marine head-on. Big Mom smiled and said, we need their power, so why not get married? Marriage. Katakuri looked at the slightly immature face of the young man in the newspaper in his hand. As for the 40-year-old mother in front of him, even though he was as calm as him, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, but he also knew what kind of person his mother was, and he didn't say anything. Linlin, are you serious? Bayo also said a little speechlessly. If she were 10 years younger, Linlin would indeed have a pretty face and a tall, slender figure. But now that she is 41 years old, time has already begun to show its power on her. Compared with the melon-shaped face when he was young, Linlin now has a melon-shaped face. His facial lines have become broad and handsome, and his figure has gradually gained weight. Which daughter is suitable? What about Smoothie? They are very close in age, Mom. Big Mom was still smiling. It's my daughter. Bayo and Katakuri breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Wei no Kuni. Kaido looked at the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help but admire him. He most admires those who can win wars. He believes that the meaning of everyone's existence is on the battlefield. Roja was able to defeat the elite marine fleet led by Admiral Sengoku in a frontal battle. On this point alone, Kaido was ashamed. Ashirat Roja. Kaido imprinted this name deeply into his mind. If he has a chance in the future, he must do it once, so that he can enjoy it. It's just that, for him now, things in the world are secondary. The only thing he wants now is to use the big country Wano Kuni to accumulate information and develop his power as quickly as possible, so that one day he can launch a war that sweeps the world. Draw all those in power, the 5 elders, celestial dragons, kings, and nobles into the battlefield. This is true freedom and equality. Revolutionary Army. A white smoke ring blew out, with a burning bandage on his head and a rudder on his head. The man, who was as powerful as a lion, looked at the newspaper in his hand. Looking at Roja on the reward order and the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, their eyes are deep and they don't know what they are planning. Hey, Roger, it's Roja's news. Rayleigh threw a newspaper to Captain Roger. Roger immediately started looking impatiently. Captain, why are you so interested in that boy? Shanks and Buggy on the side couldn't help but ask. Ever since they had a brief contact with the boy named Roja in the 7 capitals of water, their captain has been thinking about it. This makes Buggy and Shanks a little dissatisfied. In their opinion, Roja is younger than them and may not be as strong as them, but yet he is so favored by the captain. 1. Because Roja is destined to stand at the top of the ocean. People like him are born to be leaders and to change the world. Roja said while flipping through the newspaper. Will he become a stronger person than the captain? Yes, Roja, he is much better than me in some aspects. He will reach a height that I will never be able to reach. Roger smiled boldly. This is Roger's innermost thoughts. After the conversation that night, he knew that Roja and he were not the same kind of people. He has always been a conceited person, confident that he will play a role in the history of this world. He left a mark on his career, but he was no match for Roja. If Roja's career is really successful, then the whole world will praise his name. As long as history continues, his name will be passed down from generation to generation and become a symbol. Number. This is something that even the arrogant Roger has to feel ashamed of. Of course, Roger was convinced. That man's personality was so charming that anyone who had interacted with him would not be willing to become his enemy. Stronger than Captain Roger, the strongest person. Bullet, who was a little lonely, chewed on Roger's evaluation of Roja, his eyes brightening. Okay, I knew it. Roger read the entire newspaper and couldn't help laughing loudly. As expected, it's you, Roja. At this point, everyone in the world knows about the Revolutionary Army. Roger couldn't hide his happiness at this moment. He was sincerely happy for Roja's development. Hey guys, there's a banquet tonight. Roger said loudly, causing a burst of cheers. Buggy and Shanks curiously picked up the newspaper Roger had just read. What catches the eye is a wanted poster with Roja's photo on it. 500 million. Buggy broke out in surprise, and Shanks' eyes on the side were also full of shock. At this moment, they finally realized the gap between them and Roja. In the 780 chat room. Watching Another World, 27 years ago, the leaders at their peak evaluated Roja and the Revolutionary Army. It actually made most people here feel proud. Watching the movie all the way, it seems that they have already accepted Roja and the Revolutionary Army. Especially Roger's last comment. At this point, everyone in the world knows about the Revolutionary Army. It is really exciting and shocking. From the moment I watched the movie, in just 2.5 years, or really only about a year and a half after going to see, Roja has already created a miracle. He started the Revolutionary Army from a garbage dump and grew it into the large organization it is today, with a combined bounty of nearly 10 billion. Who would have thought of this before watching the movie in the first place? Moreover, a $10 billion organization simply cannot summarize the power of today's Revolutionary Army. They also have tens of thousands of soldiers, the Kingdom of Goa that is secretly controlled, the East Blue Island plan that has been ignored and dormant in the dark, the Kingdom of the Far North, and the Com Belt. Of the 5 major bases, it can be said that in addition to the lack of a truly top-level admiral-level strongman, Roja's Revolutionary Army is already stronger than some legendary pirate groups in terms of hard power. This growth rate is simply terrifying to the extreme. They do have the qualifications to be famous all over the world. Thank you, Mr. Roja. To say who is the most excited and happiest person in the world today, it is undoubtedly Trafalgar Law. Things have progressed to this point. Roja's power has completely exceeded his expectations. His war command is like a stroke of genius and he has won 10 seemingly impossible wars. Friafin's crisis has basically been half resolved. Father, mother, none. Chanting loudly. In the giant screen, he saw his father and mother when he was young, and he saw the nun who was still a girl. These people closest to him who were devoured by cruel artillery fire in this world are still alive and well at this moment, and there is a high possibility that they will continue to live well. Leave. This is enough for him. After watching the movie, he has somewhat blurred the boundaries of the world. It is impossible for him to see the same people and objects on the giant screen as Another World. It's like looking at the world in the past. To be honest, if Roja were in front of me now, Lodu wanted to give him an immortal surgery to thank him. The world got to know the Revolutionary Army because of a newspaper. Ordinary people are panicking because the Revolutionary Army has been shaped into a terrorist organization by the world government. The pirates are having a party because Marine has experienced a huge defeat. Only Marine's side, after being scolded by the world government, still has to find a way to clean up North Blue's mess. Why did your son join the Revolutionary Army? Garp, UBD, give me a reasonable explanation. Sora poured out all the grievances he had been scolded by 5 elders on the card. On Pu's body. And Kuzan, why did you suddenly resign? Chapter 107. Sora sent a soul torture towards Garp. On the occasion of Marine's defeat, as a Marine hero, your son played a powerful role in defeating Marine on the side of the Revolutionary Army. Your apprentice just resigned. That brat Durag left me and went to sea alone more than 2 years ago. I don't know what he did in the past 2 years. That brat doesn't want to join Marine, so I have no choice. Garp laughed while eating senbei. What about Kuzan's resignation? Sora asked. Kuzan him. Seeing that he couldn't be fooled, Garp sighed softly. His justice is more passionate than anyone else, but the premise is that this justice is what he thinks, the justice he insists on, pure and flawless justice. You should understand what I mean, Brother Kong. Korra is silent, Marine's justice is pure and flawless. The dreamy Marines at the bottom may be able to say this, but the top leader of Marine like him cannot. In fact, Kuzan has been confused by some of the things he has seen and experienced since he became the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. This Free Fans incident should have completely exploded his confusion about justice. No matter how you try to beautify the Free Fans incident, it cannot be linked to justice. Since he joined Marine to achieve justice, then when he thinks that there is no justice in Marine, there is no need to stay. Garp's gaze said a deep, low voice. It's a pity. The bad news is coming one after another. This war has almost destroyed our Marines. Sora couldn't help but scratched his head and said with a headache. Kuzan's talent is extremely high, and coupled with eating the top Logia fruit, he will definitely be one of the admirals in the future. Actually, this generation of Marine is basically recognized as the Golden Generation. The talents of Porosalino, Sakazuki, and Kuzan are basically visible to the naked eye. Top physical talent, top Logia fruit ability, all in their 20s and 30s, basically at the peak of the Vice Admiral's strength. Their generation is even stronger than the Marines of Sengoku's generation. They did not have such visible talent back then. However, it was a buster call that had not yet succeeded. Kizaru, Akainu disappeared, life and death were unknown, Aokiji resigned, and they fought a war killing Marines bandits. To describe it as a fault is really not an exaggeration. The 3 future admirals were defeated in one battle. The losses caused were greater than the annihilation of the 30,000 soldiers plus the entire fleet. Honestly, Sora is complaining about Sengoku now. How did he fight to cause such a huge loss? Moreover, he actually asked for help and needed to dispatch another admiral-level existence to be able to deal with Friefan's revolutionary army. Sengoku has asked for help, are you going? Kong asked. I won't go. Garp's attitude was very firm. You're not going either, do you want me to ask Zephyr? Kong's head was getting bigger. 5 years ago, Zephyr's wife and children were killed by pirates. In addition to retaining the rank of admiral, he basically resigned from the admiral position. His heart was tired. How could Sora bear to let such a person return to the battlefield? Then you can figure it out yourself, Brother Kong. Garp stood up and said with a smile, if you ask me, you should withdraw Buster Call. The Revolutionary Army is obviously here to protect Free Fans. 1. What kind of infectious disease? The Revolutionary Army has already entered Free Fans and came out to fight. If the infectious disease had spread long ago, as for Free Fans colluding with the Revolutionary Army and the Rebel Party, haha, this reason is really ridiculous. That's it. I'm going to hunt down Roger. If you have nothing to do, Don't contact me. I'm tired of hearing your words. Garp put one hand in his pocket and left. Office. With a muffled bang, the door was tightly closed, leaving only Sora with a sad face. Marine Marshal is a hard-working position. Although the Admiral is nominally a direct subordinate of Celestial Dragons, he is generally only responsible to the Marshal. The Marshal not only has to deal with the BD5 Elders, but also is responsible for the entire Marine. How sad! Compared with the low pressure on the Marine side, the Revolutionary Army side appears to be very high. Although Roja feels that the World Economic News report is not a good thing for the current Revolutionary Army and is too ostentatious. But it has to be said that as soon as the World Economic News came out, it set off a wave of climax within free fans. Originally, the movement of Revolutionary Army cadres arranged by Roja to penetrate into the masses was progressing at average, because the people's trust in the Revolutionary Army was far from strong. Prestige is something that can be built up over time, not just 2 or 3 sentences of propaganda. And this World Economic News, as an objective newspaper in the eyes of the people, reported the details of the Revolutionary Army. Everyone now knows that the Revolutionary Army started out as a workers' uprising and defeated Marines' Buster Call head-on. The workers' uprising started, which shows that it is different from other vicious pirate organizations. The Buster Call that defeated Marine was truly in the hands of the world government and saved Frivans. In an instant, the entire Friafantha's trust in the Revolutionary Army was directly increased. The people of Frivans, who were originally anxious because of the high pressure and panic caused by the Buster Call, now feel less anxious and enthusiastic when they meet the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army. Especially when facing Roja, and the people of Frivans are already quite wealthy, so the Revolutionary Army soldiers come back with big bags and small bags. Roja is very strict and requires people to pay for anything they send, which is equivalent to direct purchase. This also caused a strange phenomenon. When soldiers of the Revolutionary Army go out to promote their ideas, they even have to apply for a fund from the organization. This fund is not for anything else, but to pay for the enthusiasm of the people. 1. And it's not just the people of Frivans who completely trust the Revolutionary Army. Roja even discovered that because of the enthusiasm of the people of Frivans, it seemed that a positive feedback was formed among the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army. In this enthusiasm, they seemed to deeply understand the meaning of their fighting, and their will became more determined. At this moment, what they feel is no longer the words Roja wrote in the book to serve the people, but a spiritual will and an ideal that is truly integrated into their blood and their thoughts. Target. The relationship between military and civilians is never empty talk. When Roja saw the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army being enthusiastically surrounded by the masses, he couldn't help but excitedly said to the Revolutionary Army cadres around him, "This is what I am pursuing, and this is what I have always wanted you to see. Something. We Revolutionary Army soldiers should be like seeds, and the people are the land. Everywhere we go, we must integrate with the people there and take root among the people. If one day, our Revolutionary Army soldiers receive such a warm welcome wherever they go in the world government, Celestial Dragons, will be nothing more than country chickens and dogs." The Revolutionary Army cadres on the side used paper and pen to firmly write down Roja's words on the paper. They were equally excited. Many of them were revolutionary soldiers with firm beliefs who had come all the way from the kingdom of Goa. Seeing the scene in front of them, it seemed as if their spirits had been baptized. At this moment, they deeply realized what it means that the proletariat of the world are one family. Friafans movement is in full swing. Research on pharmaceuticals for platinum lead disease is working overtime. It was at this moment that the heroes who won the war escorted Marines prisoners back to Free Fans in a mighty manner. On this day, the streets of Free Fans were packed with people. They gave their warmest blessings to the revolutionary soldiers who were spinning around. At this moment, everyone in the Revolutionary Army became the hero of this country. When they walked through the streets with a large number of captives, it was like walking into a grand celebration. Cheers, applause, and ribbons and flowers came from all directions. At this moment, the soldiers and the people merged into one, without any barriers. Even the spies of the CP organization who were hiding in the dark did not dare to show their faces at this moment. This is a vast ocean of people. Any reactionary who dares to show up at this time will receive the most powerful blow from everyone. Every soldier of the Revolutionary Army has a proud smile on his face. At this moment, they walked through the streets in the center of free fans, and they also walked through a road of baptism of their spirits. Walking through this road surrounded by people, they will completely wash away the mental impetuousness, arrogance, violence, cruelty, and other negative emotions that may be caused by war, and become outstanding revolutionaries with advanced ideas and beautiful character. Army soldier. In stark contrast to the Revolutionary Army soldiers, there are the 10,000 captured Marines. They all lowered their heads, wishing they could bury them in their chests. Although many Marines join Marine for a job, more people still have simple justice in their hearts. But now, their justice at this moment has been shaken violently. The enemies who stand on the opposite side of the world government, the members of the Revolutionary Army, have received enthusiastic support from the people. And these Marines, who claim to be righteous, are now like criminals. They are indeed criminals compared to free fans. After all, they came with the purpose of destroying free fans. All of this is their own fault. 1. For the Revolutionary Army, this road is a road of spiritual baptism, but for Marine, this road is a road of torture of justice. Anyone who joins Marine for justice and world peace may not be able to withstand such torture. Halfway through, the eyes of some Marines have become a little dull, including some strong-willed and powerful rear admirals. At this moment, Long and Fujitora are also in the ranks of the Revolutionary Army. He was originally going to return to the Lubuni Kingdom with Fujitora to monitor Marine, but was pulled back by Roja. Fortunately, I came back. Otherwise, missing this grand event would be a lifelong regret. How do you feel? Pora Salino. Long, who was walking at the front of the team, took off his cloak and kept waving to the people with a smile on his face, asked. Next to him is Kizaru wearing sea stone handcuffs. Do you believe me when I say I feel very good? Faced with such a scene, Kizaru couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He is not really the kind of person who is totally messed up. He also has his own justice in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have joined Marine back then, but would have become a pirate or a freer bounty hunter. People. The scene in front of him is also a scene that makes Kizaru's heart throb, but these passions are not for him. You should have been surrounded by the people, but you gave up on them. Long said calmly. In the noisy and lively streets, the dragon's voice reached Kizaru's ears so clearly, like a sledgehammer, striking the soul. Yes, I gave up on them. I shouldn't have expected these things. Kizaru sighed. But in his heart, he still couldn't help but imagine that he was like these Revolutionary Army soldiers, walking here with his head held high and receiving enthusiastic support from the people. When did this fantasy first appear? It was the fantasy of justice when he was young. It was probably the enthusiasm he had when he first joined Marine. It's just that the longer he joined Marine, the more he became obsessed with justice. The enthusiasm seems to be getting weaker and weaker. What was his original intention when he first joined Marine? Was it all this? It should be. Kizaru's eyes dimmed slightly. When he was captured, he only felt that he had lost tactically, but he did not lose personally. But at this moment, he deeply felt that he had lost. Not just him, the entire Marine lost. They lost miserably. They were completely defeated. Not just Kizaru, even Akainu didn't say anything when faced with this scene. His tight lips showed that his heart was not as cold and firm as his expression. 1. Gumir sighed softly. This veteran vice-admiral seemed to have aged 10 years again at this moment. This journey is short but long. No matter what happens in the future, it is destined to be engraved in everyone's heart forever. Fujivan's command center. When Fujitora, Long, and others came back, Roja was writing something. When he looked up, Roja couldn't help but laugh and joked. Our heroes are back. Everyone is wearing colorful ribbons, and I don't know where the people of Fujivan's made so many colorful ribbons. Fujitora even had a big red flower on his head, but no one helped him pick it off. It looked so weird. But looking at their expressions, they are obviously enjoying themselves, Zhao's. Also, even Roja couldn't help but be intoxicated when he really felt the enthusiasm of the people for the first time. What's more, they enjoy this kind of welcome that is packed with people. Military and civilian fish and water, I hope you can remember this day forever and never forget your original intention of joining the Revolutionary Army. Roja looked at the corps cadres in front of him and recognized. Zhen said. Yes. Long and the others nodded seriously. Up to now, even the dragon has never talked about hating war. He has completely integrated into the Revolutionary Army. Compared with the Revolutionary Army, he is deeply aware of how naive and childish his previous volunteer army was. Do we still need to go back and monitor Marine's movements? Long asked. After experiencing this spiritual baptism, he became even more eager to do something for the Revolutionary Army. No rush, according to my judgment, within 10 days, Marine is basically unlikely to make any big moves. As for after 10 days, Roja smiled and said, I am sure that enough to make them all retreat and cancel the buster call. When Long was still a little curious about what Roja could do to make Marine retreat, Roja spoke again. Have arrangements been made for the Marine prisoners? Everything has been arranged. Basically, all the Marine non-commissioned officers have been singled out and held in solitary confinement, while the soldiers will be watched by our soldiers. It's not a big problem. Roja nodded, and then continued to ask. What do you think of Marine's people getting along these days? I don't know much about the lower-level Marine soldiers, but among these vice-admirals, Porisalano can be won over. As for Sakazuki, he is a little extreme, and he has. The Revolutionary Army is also biased and may not be easy to win over. Long said after thinking. Basically, it's similar to my judgment. Roja nodded after hearing this, and then stood up. Let's go and meet our Marine friends. Chuang. Chapter 108. In the prison of Fujivan's, Kizaru, Akainu and other Marine generals are being held here. Their hands are wearing sea stone handcuffs, which are of such purity that they can make a person with abilities feel weak and weak. And there are Nagli and others taking turns to guard, just to prevent these powerful people at the vice-admiral level of the headquarters from escaping. Especially for strong men like Kizaru and Akainu, even if they are wearing sea stone handcuffs, they cannot be underestimated, they are still full of threats. The sound of footsteps was heard in the passage of the prison. Kizaru and the others looked up and saw a young man. Although his clothes were simple, he had an extraordinary bearing. Just looking at him gave people a feeling of magnanimity. Behind the boy stood Fujitora and Dragon, one on the left and one on the right, like a group of stars. Hey, we meet again, Vice Admiral Barusalano. Roja greeted Kizaru with a peaceful smile and a relaxed tone. The last time we met was in Coal Iron City. I didn't expect to meet again. It will be so soon. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Roja. Kizaru looked at the boy in front of him carefully. He did not dare to look down upon him in the slightest because of his age. It was this boy who organized the Revolutionary Army on one hand, organized the Coal and Iron City workers' uprising on the other, and directed the war against the Marine Buster Call. He also achieved great success with minimal losses. Achieved brilliant results. Anyone who dares to look down upon such a person is really a fool. If you really want to count it out, even Mr. Sengoku was defeated by his men. If you look at the process of this war from the results, it is shocking. Let's talk alone. Roja looked at Kizaru with a smile and said. Kizaru did not respond, but Akainu snorted at the side. If you want to use this method to drive a wedge between us, I advise you to save your worries, kid. Divorce? It sounds good, but I'm generally not good at using this method. I'm good at turning enemies into friends. Roja responded with a smile, you don't have to worry. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, just talk, really. I want to have a good talk with each of you. If you are so eager, I can start with you. Humph. Akainu looked cold, snorted, and said no more. Okay, let's talk about it. Kizaru crossed his legs, looked at Roja with a crooked mouth, and said in a weird accent, I happen to be very curious about the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Kizaru is indeed much more curious about Roja. When he was in Coal Iron City, he didn't care, even if he failed. And this time, after being captured, he talked a lot with Long because of his friendship with Long. Although Long was also very smart, he basically didn't reveal any information. But Kizaru is very smart, he still guessed something. First, this war was all directed by Roja. Dragon, Fujitora, and the others obviously did not have this level, they were just executors. Second, there is no doubt that Roja is the true core of the Revolutionary Army. This core does not refer to a simple leader, but to Kong Long and Fujitora, these powerful core cadres. They are very important to Roja. The reverence cannot be simply described in words. Especially Long. He actually just joined the Revolutionary Army because of the incident with Free Fans, but his respect and recognition of Roja in his words and expressions did not look like he had just joined. This is what surprised Kizaru the most. Who is Long? He is the son of a marine hero. He has extremely high talent. He has mastered Conqueror's entangled genius at a young age. Such a person is destined to stand on the top of the sea with ambition, strength, and wisdom. And he also had a strong opinion. He refused Mr. Garp's proposal and decided to go to sea. What kind of person can convince such a genius and strong man to such an extent in such a short period of time? Kizaru can't imagine, and Long is not the first one. Hidden strong men like Fujitora, seasoned pirates like Nagli, giants like Mori who have lived for more than 100 years, etc., they are all affected by this. The young man was impressed. To be honest, Kizaru had never even heard of this kind of person before. However, this kind of person happened to be right in front of him. The prison door was opened, Kizaru stood up, followed Roja and came to a room. Sit down, relax, it's just a chat. If you weren't too strong, I could have given you these sea stone handcuffs. Roja walked to the sofa and sat down. And Kizaru sat directly opposite Roja. Actually, I'm curious, Vice Admiral Porisalano, why did you join Marine? Is it justice? Roja looked at Kizaru in front of him and asked. You ask this because you want to instigate me, right? Kizaru did not answer directly, but looked at Roja sharply and asked, before answering this question, Mr. Roja, you can answer me. Problem. Why do you want to create a revolutionary army? Strive for all the poor people in this world, fight against all oppression and exploitation in this world, so that the celestial dragons and nobles will not ride on the heads of the people, and so that the people will not go away for a little bit of food. Sell everything. To Kizaru's surprise, Roja did not argue with him, but responded calmly and firmly. Do you think I will believe this answer? Kizaru retorted subconsciously. Then what do you think I think? In the workers' uprising in the kingdom of Lubuni, you want to obtain excellent warriors, and the same goes for Free Fans, so that you can accumulate capital, and then launch a war to fulfill your ambition. Kizaru analyzed. When it comes to people like Roja, on the surface, he seems to be a careerist. Wherever he goes, war seems to break out. But this kind of statement simply cannot withstand scrutiny. Before Roja could speak, Nagli on the side could not help but retort. Get excellent warriors from the Lubuni kingdom. Nagli couldn't help but mocked. When we went to the coal and iron city, those workers were subjected to high-intensity work, but they didn't even have enough to eat. They are all skinny, coupled with the extremely harsh air environment, everyone has more or less pneumoconiosis. You actually said that Mr. Roja is for outstanding soldiers. 1. If we have so many battleships and so many resources, why do we go to places like the Lubuni Kingdom to select outstanding warriors? Nagli cannot accept that others use such malicious remarks to speculate and slander Roja. What about free fans? There are excellent platinum and lead resources here, and there are a lot of arms and weapons, Kizaru said and suddenly fell silent. What can free fans say? There is an infectious disease with a 100% fatality rate here. If the Revolutionary Army really came for arms and weapons, they could just take these arms and weapons away. Why are they still fighting with Marine? You must know that in this war, their strength is completely at a disadvantage compared to Marine. Looking at the majestic Roja in front of him, at the young man's firm and peaceful eyes, and at the simple clothes that didn't look like the leader of a large organization, Kizaru was suddenly speechless. As a Marine, he is used to speculating on human nature with malice, especially those who are opposed to the world government, but here in Roja, he cannot do this. Nothing Roja has done so far is truly self-interested. Objectively speaking, he rescued the workers during the Lubni workers' uprising. In this Buster Call war, he rescued free fans. Kizaru still remembers that the remaining workers in the Lubuni Kingdom still maintain respect for Roja. Those residents have a better attitude towards the last workers' uprising army than they do, Marine. He will never forget the shocking scene he saw on this street in Frivans. It seems that the Revolutionary Army is the Marine who upholds justice, and they are the real rebels. The Revolutionary Army led by this boy has overturned all Kizaru's previous understanding of all organizations that stand opposite to the world government. I still can't understand why there are people like you in this world. Kizaru sighed and said, at your age, you should have grown up under the protection of your parents. 1. Yes, if it weren't for the Buster Call against the Roja Kingdom more than 2 years ago. Roja sighed lightly. And this sentence also completely stunned Kizaru. Are you a survivor of the kingdom of Kizaru? At this moment, Kizaru looked at Roja with a new feeling, which was called guilty conscience. Yes, so I have always been curious, why would Marine, who prides himself on justice, target Buster Call against an innocent country? What do you Navy, CDBG, soldiers think? Roja looked at Kizaru's face. Eyes asked. Kizaru's eyes dodged for the first time. He just lowered his eyelids and said in a slightly heavy voice, there is no real justice, only relative justice. Different camps have different stances. Marine is just a knife. He can cut out things that are not good for the people, such as pirates, and can also cut out things that are not good for the world government, such as some rebels. Country and some people. A sword is a sword, and the one holding it is sometimes justice, and sometimes it is the world government 5 elders, but it is never Marine himself. Kizaru no longer had the tit-for-tat feeling with Roja at this moment. Instead, he became calmer and really seemed to be chatting. Have you ever thought about resisting? Roja said. Resist? Are you standing on the opposite side of the world government? Even though the world government is dark, it still has some uses. Under this flag, you can still practice your justice a little. Kizaru smiled and said helplessly with a crooked mouth. But standing on the opposite side, apart from starting a meaningless war, what else can it do? Even if you are the Revolutionary Army, are you really sure to overthrow the world government? Roja didn't speak, just looked at Kizaru calmly. And Kizaru had already stood up, watching Roja change his frivolous attitude, and said calmly and seriously. You can't convince me, and I can't convince you. There is something in you that I have never seen before. That may be hope, but it is too weak. Compared to the world government, you are still too weak. Already. This may be the first time Kizaru has seriously said such words to a person since he realized his position. After a brief conversation, he finally realized why Roja was impressed by people like Long and Fujitora. He did have something in him. Something that is very rare, but very desirable, something that is completely opposite to the evil of human nature, something that exudes ideal light. This kind of light, for some idealists, is the only light in the darkness, making them unable to help but draw closer. But he is not, he is a realist. It's a pity, the righteous man. If it had been 10 years earlier, he would have been like a dragon, surrounding this young man. One last reminder, Mr. Roja. Don't completely underestimate the strength of the world government just because of the victory of a war. Their strength is far stronger than you think. Thank you for the reminder, Vice Admiral Porisalano. Roja smiled and nodded. Kizaru didn't say anything more, but stood up and walked out of the room. His expression became frivolous and vulgar again. He seemed to like to disguise himself very much, showing that he was interested in everything. A cynical look. Porisalano, what a very interesting person. After Kizaru left, Roja couldn't help but say. He has a thorough view of the world, but he is a little bit negative. He sees and understands the darkness of world government, but at the same time, he also believes that personal resistance is in vain. He didn't see the power of the masses, but he could understand it. He should be a symbol of a large number of Marines. He saw the darkness and realized that some things were wrong, but relatively. For me, I can only choose to go with the flow and do what I can do. Roja took out his notebook and recorded, this kind of Marine is very much like the middle class of the petty bourgeoisie in society. They swing between the world government and the revolutionary army. They realize the mistakes of the world government and the justice of the revolutionary army, but they are pessimistic about the success of the revolutionary army. Compared with the unknown new order and they are more willing to maintain the old order than may be destructive in the process of establishing order. But unlike the petty bourgeoisie, even if the petty bourgeoisie joins the revolutionary army, its revolutionary will not be too firm. When the revolutionary army shows hope of victory after the war, this part of Marine will show a very strong revolutionary will. This part can definitely be won over. What are you writing about, Mr. Roja? Fujitora asked curiously. He could sense what Roja seemed to be writing, but unfortunately he couldn't see it. Marine internal component analysis. Roja smiled and closed the pen and said, we will have to deal with Marine for a long time in the future, and these investigations are necessary. 1. Same for you, don't just keep a lot of things in books, but put them into practice. The social class of Goa Kingdom can be investigated, and the same goes for Marine. Marine is such a huge organization, and it must be complicated internally. It is impossible for everyone to have the same idea, which ones can be won over, and which ones must be resolutely attacked. Understanding these clearly will be of great help to our struggle. Roja's words made Fujitora, Long, and the others blush. It was true. They had been capturing Marine for a few days, but they had never thought of conducting an in-depth investigation against them. Investigation. Instead, we have to wait until we return to Frevans and Roja comes over for a visit. Moreover, this investigation is clearly written in the collection of ideological guidance of the Revolutionary Army. It can only be said that they are still not good at learning. After Kizaru, there is Akainu. Roja still asked a question. What do you think of this buster call against Frevanth? Sakazuki Vice Admiral. What do you think about eliminating the rebel parties that colluded with the Revolutionary Army and preventing the spread of infectious diseases with high fatality rates? Akainu did not beat around the bush like Kizaru, but was cold and hard-edged. Said. Don't you know that Freofan's lead platinum disease is not an infectious disease but a kind of platinum lead poisoning? Don't you know that our Revolutionary Army is here to protect Freefans? Roja couldn't help but speak. I don't know, and I don't need to know. Soldiers just obey orders. I don't believe the orders issued by the world government. Do I have to believe your orders, which are traitors to the party. Akainu looked at Roja coldly and said, investigating information and issuing orders is what the world government does. Do we need to investigate the ins and outs of the matter before each mission? Do you want to do it later? Facing Akainu's answer, Roja was actually speechless. To a certain extent, he even makes sense. Chapter 109. Akainu, as a soldier, obeying orders is his bounden duty, which is not wrong to a certain extent. But there is at least one premise, that is, the order itself does not violate the most basic human nature. Obeying orders is to ensure the combat effectiveness and cohesion of the army, but this combat effectiveness itself should serve the goals established by the army. For example, Roja established the Revolutionary Army. What he did was to fight for the liberation of the proletariat around the world and eliminate exploitation and oppression. Based on this ideal goal, any orders he gives to the Revolutionary Army in the future cannot violate this idea. For example, it is impossible for him to say that the Revolutionary Army should destroy free fans and all the people in this country. Let's not talk about whether he will issue such an order. Even if he does issue it, if the Revolutionary Army implements it, then it will not be a revolutionary army, which means that the Revolutionary Army has completely changed its nature. From an army with lofty ideals and excellent ideas, it has become a purely violent institution used by corrupt rulers to maintain their rule. Marine is completely changed in Roja's opinion. Marine was not built purely by world government. Just like you can't say that the construction of a country is accomplished by nobles and leaders. This is wrong. History itself is created by the people. The founding of Marine should have included the expectations of the people of all countries for peace and their disgust for pirates. Not just money, but also soldiers from all over the world who join Marine because of a righteous idea. Some of them are war orphans, and some are the sons and daughters of farmers, shoemakers, workers, and businessmen. Money gathered from all over the world, and people from all over the world, eventually formed Marine, a huge organization that has no geographical distinction or class distinction. It should be just and serve the people of all countries. It should never become a purely violent institution. They should not resolutely carry out this task just because the world government says something, even if he is anti-human. Just like this Free Fans incident, the world government only used two ridiculous reasons to launch a buster call to destroy Free Fans. One is the so-called collusion with the Revolutionary Army and the rebel party. Is it necessary to kill all the people in a participating country? The other is an infectious disease with a very high fatality rate. It's fine if we don't provide assistance. We can just block it and let the people of Free Fans save themselves. Killing the patients. Isn't this against humanity? However, these two ridiculous-sounding reasons actually led Marine to pull up a huge buster call army and come to destroy a country one. Every living life living in this country seems to be just a number. Celestial dragons can think this way, because they don't have empathy with the people at the bottom, and people are just consumables in their eyes, but Marine people can never think this way. They need to know who supports them, who provides money and people, and who they should protect. Roja told Akainu this, but with little success in the end. This determined man had already regarded them as rebels and did not accept his rhetoric. In other words, Akainu also thinks that what he said has some truth, but compared to these, he may think that maintaining the law and order of the world government is a more beneficial choice for the vast majority of the people. To this end, he can mercilessly sacrifice Free Fans, an unstable factor. A firm and powerful guardian of order, an extreme implementer of Marine's majority principle. After Akainu left, Roja wrote in his notebook. Roja thought for a while and wrote in the majority principle mentioned before. The so-called majority principle is that Marine feels that what he is holding in his hand is a thread that represents peace and stability, and underneath this thread are the people. When the world government tells them that someone violates the order of the world government, their priority is not the rationality of the world government's order. But the priority is already in my heart, treating these people who violate the order as a minority compared to the majority, and sacrificing them with peace of mind. In fact, from a class perspective, these sacrificed minorities are always part of the majority class. Moreover, this choice is extremely anti-human. As time goes by, they even feel that they are righteous, becoming more and more at ease, and becoming more and more extreme. After thinking about it for a while, Roja continued to write Akainu's evaluation. As a comrade, with his firm will and iron-blooded style, I believe he must be the most tenacious warrior and he will become the staunchest guardian of the new order. But as an enemy, he must be our key target in a short period of time. The stronger the strength, the firmer the will, and the more reactionary the line is wrong. When the revolutionary army is at a disadvantage, he will be our enemy. When the revolutionary army takes over the world, this type of marine, represented by Sakazuki, can still become a staunch supporter of the revolutionary army. Roja did not blindly belittle Akainu. In terms of background, if he can join Marine and want to contribute to maintaining peace, he is already better than many people in this world. Even if his thoughts are a bit extreme. So for this kind of people, it is different from Kizaru and others. Kizaru and the others can keep wooing them. Maybe when they have hope for the revolutionary army, they will join the revolutionary army and burst out with an astonishing will to resist. The Akainu type is different. They will only come when the revolutionary army has the upper hand. Some extremists will even destroy the old order together. But once they join the revolutionary army, they will also become determined fighters. Even from some aspects, they are more determined than Kizaru. However, when facing these people, ideological education must be strengthened to prevent them from going to extremes. After Kizaru and Akainu, Roja spent a day communicating with some remaining generals and non-commissioned officers. Except for Kizaru Akainu, there are two types of people. One type of people has thoroughly seen the darkness of world government. They have a strong passion for the execution of justice. At the same time, their moral and empathy abilities are also very strong. So it is difficult for this type of people to truly recognize what the world government is doing, or to just follow the trend. It's just that they have no other better way to realize their ambitions and justice, so they can only temporarily succumb to this. If they continue to develop, over time they will become people like Kizaru, but before that, they are the easiest people to win over and will become outstanding comrades of the revolutionary army. The last type of marine is represented by Kilgore Vice Admiral. This type of people does not join marine for justice, nor for peace, order, etc. They join marine just for power and status. Their bureaucracy is very heavy, and their abuse of power is also serious. This type of people, Roja calls them opportunists, may choose to join the revolutionary army when it rises. But after joining, they will not have as high awareness and firm will as the previous types of Marines. They may even affect the atmosphere within the revolutionary army. Therefore, this type of people must be carefully screened, and some who are degenerate can be recruited. However, after being recruited, necessary suppression and education must be carried out to avoid having a negative impact on the atmosphere within the revolutionary army. There are also those who have been completely corrupted, such as those who have dominated the local branch bases and oppressed the people. They are absolute enemies. They will be eliminated when they need to be eliminated, and they will never show mercy. That's about it. The rest needs to be investigated on the captured Marine soldiers. You need to arrange manpower to do this workload. Roja closed the book and stretched. Understood, Mr. Roja. Long and the others nodded seriously, with some admiration. They watched Roja spend a day writing such a very useful Marine internal investigation report from scratch. As soon as this report comes out, they will basically know how to deal with Marine in the future. When the time comes, this one will be added to the new version of the Ideological Guidance Collection, and together with the Goa Kingdom Class Analysis and the Lubni Kingdom Analysis and Investigation Reports, it will be studied as an investigation model. Roja thought in his mind. At this moment, everyone in the chat room was surprised by Roja's investigation report. Although it is not as shocking as the first time I saw the social class analysis of Goa Kingdom, I still have to admire Roja's ability. Just by talking to the captured marine officers, we can summarize the 4 types of marine nature, and each type of people has different evaluations and attitudes. This is already very good. Roja's vision is still as sharp as ever. He can always find these angles that ordinary people can't find, and then make precise results. It's like investigation and analysis. Everyone is still following his previous social investigation and class analysis step by step, but he has jumped out and made a general analysis from the internal components of marine. This is also a successful investigation and analysis. After the discussion about pirates with Roja, this is a relatively popular discussion about marine. It's just a pity that this discussion on marine is not with people like Sora, Sengoku, and Garp, who are the most powerful marines. Mr. Roja's eyes are really vicious. Just through a short conversation, he pulled me clean inside and out. Egghead, Kizaru couldn't help but said helplessly. After such a short conversation, Kizaru clearly discovered that he deliberately hid a lot of things when facing Roja on the giant screen. But it was still cleaned up. Moreover, his to-the-point summary, to be honest, it would be Kizaru who would defeat him. He would not be able to summarize himself so accurately in such concise words. He is really a terrible person, terrible. Kizaru's tone was frivolous, and he didn't seem to be repelled much. Please give me flowers. On the contrary, he even looked forward to when exactly he would join the Revolutionary Army in another world. From a movie viewing point of view. Of the 3 of them, Aokiji is undoubtedly the most enthusiastic. He has now resigned from his position as Marine, and is probably only 1 step away from joining the Revolutionary Army. As for myself, I am somewhat uncertain, even though I am a prisoner now. Due to his familiarity with himself, Kizaru could easily tell. Although the self in the other world has a good feeling about the Revolutionary Army at the moment, it is simply impossible for him to immediately abandon the darkness and turn to the light. He did not think that the Revolutionary Army at this time would be able to break up with the world government. The ability of the wrist can be clearly seen from the last reminder. He was not optimistic about the Revolutionary Army, even though the Revolutionary Army had just won a beautiful victory. Yet, it's a pity, the gap is still huge at the moment. Kizaru commented, I hope they don't get carried away by the victory. At some point, Kizaru began to think about the problem from the perspective of the Revolutionary Army. And in another sea area, Aokiji had a carefree smile on his face. He looked at the giant screen. Have you finally made up your mind to join the Revolutionary Army? Speaking of which, he really envied himself in another world. Being able to make up his mind so quickly to resign from Marine's position and choose to join the right path. Unlike him, he didn't meet Roja or the Revolutionary Army led by Roja. I was wasted and confused for so long, and even failed for so long in the middle. It was not easy to get excited, but in the end I was not able to seize the opportunity to become a marshal and make changes. 0. Now in his 40s, he is still envious of this giant screen. On the other hand, myself in another world had early contact with Roja, and had already learned the ideas of the Revolutionary Army when I was in the Kingdom of Goa. Even after experiencing confusion many times, I finally made up my mind at a young age. At the most passionate age, I embarked on the most correct path. I'm envious, it's so cool that a man can strengthen his beliefs and stick to them. Aokiji dug out a bottle of wine from his bicycle backpack. That was the sherry he imitated from Mr. Zephyr. Speaking of which, Teacher Zephyr also left Marine because of unfair treatment. I don't know what he thinks after watching the movie. Perhaps, with Teacher Zephyr's character, he should also want to join the Revolutionary Army. I don't know when this restriction will be lifted. Aokiji sighed. He was addicted to alcohol, and now he suddenly wanted to find Mr. Zephyr and sit across from him and drink. The next work of the Revolutionary Army will revolve around 2 aspects. On the one hand, it is to penetrate into the masses of free fans. This work has been progressing slowly before. One reason is the trust of the people, and the other reason is too few manpower. Now that both problems have been solved, it is naturally going very smoothly. The second aspect is centered around this group of marine prisoners. Roja arranged for a group of comrades to give them lessons. Marines, grassroots fighters, like many of the people Roja has come into contact with, do not have enough depth of thinking. Roja wants them to basically develop the habit of objectively understanding the nature of the world, themselves, and class. The clearer the understanding, the more they will know what is right, what is wrong, what should be done, and what should not be done. At the same time, they will also know what the Revolutionary Army does. This is very important. Marines are not the absolute enemies of the Revolutionary Army. They can even become friends. Roja does not want these marine soldiers to regard the Revolutionary Army as a large naval force. Thieves' organization. This will aggravate the conflict between the two parties. Of course, Roja has repeatedly emphasized that prisoners should be treated well and not treat these marines as enemies. In particular, these marines will be used as Roja's bargaining chip to negotiate with Marine. He will not keep such a large number of captives here for too long. The vast majority of them have families and live under the rule of the world government. We are definitely not talking about integrating them now. This is unrealistic. At this moment, they will have a kind of resistance in their hearts. After Marine pays a sufficient price to redeem them, their feelings about the Revolutionary Army during this period will gradually spread among Marine. This will be a good phenomenon. At least in the future, if the Revolutionary Army surrounds Marine and wants to persuade him to surrender, it will be easier. In addition, Roja is also taking advantage of this time to prepare something. It is time to end the farce caused by world government in Frivans. He also already has a clue about the next development of the Revolutionary Army. It will be about 2 days after the dragons and the others return to Frivans. A soldier from the Revolutionary Army came to report and told Roja a very important piece of news. Marine Vice Admiral Kuzan just arrived in Frivans. Zhang. Chapter 110. Kuzan has come to Frivans. Roja was a little surprised when he heard the news. Because he knew very well that when Aokiji came to Frivans at this time, he was definitely not sent by Marine to inquire about information and infiltrate spies. This is not how it works. Not to mention, from Marine's perspective, Frivans is now suffering from an infectious disease with a 100% fatality rate. How could they send a Marine star with unlimited potential to the front? 1. So there is only one possibility: Aokiji came by relying on his own will. With Marine showing such self-expression at such a critical moment, Roja has already guessed what might happen to Aokiji. Contacting the previous phone call again, basically some things have been confirmed. What did he do after he came to Frivans? Roja looked at the soldier and asked. I didn't do anything extraordinary, I was just talking to some people, and the content was roughly about us and the platinum lead disease. The revolutionary soldier named Sisak said. He even prepared some information, including photos of Aokiji and content of his exchanges with the people of Frivans. The current Frivans is loose on the outside and tight on the inside. It looks very peaceful and there are no sentries. But in fact, by now, Frivans is basically a piece of iron. Every citizen of Frivans is an informant of the Revolutionary Army. Any stranger who comes to Frivans every move will be under the control of the Revolutionary Army. This is a manifestation of having achieved the ultimate in mass work. The masses have great faith in the Revolutionary Army, and the Revolutionary Army is also closely connected with the masses. It seems that there is no Revolutionary Army on the street, but in fact everyone is a Revolutionary Army. Not to mention Aokiji, Frivans has uncovered 53 CP spies in just a few days. Roja previously thought that the 610 office was troublesome to clean up and was too lazy to expend effort to clean up these CP spies. No matter how advanced their lurking skills were, they were still seen through by the people of Frivans. After all, no matter how brilliant a spy is, if he eats, drinks, or urinates, any abnormal behavior may be discovered by the public, and no one can stop him. Sure enough. Roja looked through the information in his hand and said with a smile. Do you want to control him, Mr. Roja? Sak asked. As the future star of Marine and the top vice admiral, Kuzan's strength cannot be underestimated. Sak was once a worker in the coal and iron city, participated in the workers' uprising, and saw Aokiji's strength. 1. Although he was once defeated by Mr. Yuxiao, he was only slightly worse. A person like him walking in free fans is tantamount to a mobile bomb. No need. Roja smiled and waved his hand and said, he is not here to fight, but to find his own way. Just follow him casually. Let him investigate some things. There is no need to hide it. The more he investigates, the more he will recognize us. Now, he just lacks a reason to convince himself. Free Fans is a very good person. Good reason. Oh. Sisak looked at Roja, a little confused, but he knew that Mr. Roja's judgments were generally not wrong. Thank you for your hard work, Sisak. Roja said to Sisak, who was about to leave. No, you are the one. You need to rest more. Sisak said from the bottom of his heart. When he left the room and was about to close the door, he found that Roja was still writing something at the desk as when he came. Every time he sees Roja, he can always feel a sense of power and belief, which can be transferred from Roja to himself. Early the next morning, Roja got up early as usual, found an open space and started exercising. Although after going to sea, the Revolutionary Army had to deal with many things, but he has always adhered to the good habits he developed during his year of training in the kingdom of Roja. After all, this is a world with a power system. Single-person martial arts training is still necessary. The body is the capital of revolution. If you always need someone to protect you, then many things will not be so convenient. First the physical training, then the physical skills, fists, kicks, and sword skills, until the whole body is hot and sweating. The last is spiritual practice, which is mainly the practice of observation haki. Roja sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and the observation haki continued to extend, carefully sensing everything around him, people's breath of life, movement trajectories, emotions, etc. 1. You haven't come out after watching it for so long? Kuzan. Roja finished observation haki's practice, opened his eyes, breathed a long sigh of relief, and said with a smile. Your perception is really sharp. Although you are not very young, your knowledge and skills are like a monster. Aokiji jumped down from a tree not far away and walked towards Roja. He was not wearing the marine justice clothes. He was wearing a dark green coat with a white lining, round sunglasses, a bluish-white turban on his head, and a dark grey singlet on his shoulder bag. At this moment, Aokiji does not have the confusion and low pressure that he had when he was in Coal Iron City, and he looks much more free and relaxed. Long time no see, Roja. Aokiji walked up to Roja and greeted him as familiar as a friend. After quitting Marine, your clothes have improved a lot. Roja looked Aokiji up and down and joked, even this stethoscope is still too ugly. Ha ha ha, these sunglasses are my favorite. Aokiji couldn't help laughing. You know I quit Marine. I can roughly guess a little. Roja nodded. To be honest, I never thought that after joining Marine for such a short period of time, I would quit Marine. It's really hard to explain. Aokiji sat cross-legged next to Roja. In their direction, they could just see the bustling streets of Free Fans. Want to drink? Aokiji took out a bottle of sherry from his backpack and raised it to Roja. Although I am very curious about the taste of wine, at my age, it is best not to drink. Roja declined. That's really a pity. This bottle of wine was given to me by a teacher I admire very much. Normally I would be reluctant to drink it. Aokiji said, opened the wine and drank it directly. Drinking, his eyes became deeper and his heart seemed to be completely opened. He looked at the town in front of him, at the people of Frivans walking in the sunshine with smiles on their faces, and spoke to Roja, as if talking to himself. Did you know? Roja, I am a war orphan. I have grown up in fighting since I was a child. I know very well the harm that war does to the people and the value of peace to the people. So since I was a child, I have been exercising hard. I have protected the children who were bullied and have a belief in justice. I have met many kind-hearted Marines and received a lot of help from them. I once dreamed of becoming a Marine. I even thought I would stay in the Marine for the rest of my life, just like Marshal Kong, Mr. Garp, and Mr. Zephyr. Aokiji took a big sip of wine and said to himself, 3 years ago, I got my wish to join Marine. Fortunately, my instructor is Teacher Zephyr. He is a very upright person. I once heard that he did not kill Admiral. He only started to hate pirates after his family was killed by pirates. However, he still has a high passion for justice and will help people in need. Teacher Zephyr has talked about his justice countless times. His justice is the justice to protect the people, which stems from his belief in protecting the weak since he was a child. Later, after I came out of the Marine recruit training camp, I followed Mr. Garp. He was very strong and helped me improve my strength. At the same time, he was friendly to the people, treated the celestial dragons and the nobles without pretense, and never concealed his love for these people. Disgust. From him, I further confirmed that justice should protect ordinary people, not nobles and celestial dragons. However, in the past 3 years of Marine career, I have also seen a lot of darkness. I began to know that pirates are not the only ones in the world who are full of darkness. There are also nobles, celestial dragons, and marines. They are not absolutely just. In many cases, they will even do some unjust things. I also know clearly that although Mr. Garp is very handsome, there is nothing he can do against the celestial dragons. Mr. Garp and Mr. Zephyr will ultimately implement justice under compromise. Speaking of this, Aokiji looked at Roja beside him and said with a smile, to be honest, if I hadn't met your revolutionary army in the kingdom of Goa, there is a high probability that I would have become a person like Mr. Katzen in the end. Oh. Roja looked calm and continued to be a good listener. He could tell that Aokiji's words were trying to persuade his heart to say a complete farewell to the self who had always dreamed of being Marine for the past 22 years. Since that meeting with you, I have been to the kingdom of Goa many times, and I have learned a lot about your thoughts. The more I understand, the more I feel that you are right. 1. Especially after the incident in the Lubuni kingdom, I used your methods to conduct an in-depth investigation of the Lubuni kingdom. You are still right, and Marine is wrong. 1. Roja couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this. He did not expect Aokiji, the Marine Vice Admiral, to be able to do such an in-depth investigation of the Lubuni kingdom. He is indeed different from many Marines. He is indeed very thorough in the methods and ideas of the Revolutionary Army. This time again, I really can't accept it. Why do we, Marine, who are supposed to protect the people, go against humanity and do things to destroy a country? Instead, it is you, the rebel party in the mouth of the world government, who are doing your best to save the people of free fans. This sense of absurdity makes me completely disappointed in world government. Aokiji felt completely desperate for the world government, especially after Frivans learned the truth about the whole thing. He is not completely disappointed with Marine, but it makes no difference. He knew very well that due to the existence of world government, Marine could never truly enforce justice, and the tragedy of free fans would continue to happen. This is why he was able to resign from Marine so decisively. Reason for her position. Thank you for listening to what I said, Roja. Aokiji drank the sherry in his hand, took a deep breath, looked at free fans in front of him and asked, "You need someone who wants to protect you. Justice Marine. This is Aokiji's last sentence. When he says this sentence, it means that he has completely cut off from his past self and bid farewell to marine underworld government. 1. This is what he passed by Friafan. A thorough investigation and a decision made after careful consideration. This is how he followed the footsteps of the Revolutionary Army all the way, from the familiarity of the Kingdom of Goa, from the confusion and recognition of the Kingdom of Lobunny, to finally free fans, the support of the people, which made him finally. In the end, he firmly believed that the path of the Revolutionary Army was the path he wanted to embark on. This time, he is no longer confused, his eyes are firm and powerful. Roja did not speak, but stood up and walked to Aokiji. He extended his hand to Aokiji and said with a smile, "Of course you are welcome, Comrade Kuzan, welcome to join the Revolutionary Army." 1. Aokiji was stunned for a moment, subconsciously stretched out his hand, and then was pulled up by Roja. Roja stood in front of Frivans, seeming to pull Aokiji closer to the crowd. Aokiji looked at the energetic people of Frivans behind Roja, and felt a long-lost sense of security in his heart. He comes from these people and is destined to blend in with these people. In the chat room. Robin, although I had a premonition for a long time, I still felt very moved when I saw this scene. Of course Robin was moved. Aokiji is a special existence to her. Seeing that Aokiji can join the Revolutionary Army, she is also happy for him from the bottom of her heart. Of course, more importantly, if Aokiji, as the top vice admiral who participated in the Ohara Buster Call in history, now joins the Revolutionary Army, Ohara will be safer. Really, touched? Little girl from Ohara, ask Sengoku if they are touched, ha ha ha. Bello Betty, the first one to turn from darkness to light has appeared. It depends on how long the remaining 2-3 admirals will persist. Lindbergh, take a longer-term view, maybe Zephyr and Garp will be next. This sentence is heartbreaking. Aokiji is gone, Kizaru is showing signs of success, Fujitora has been a member of the Revolutionary Army for a long time, needless to say, Garp has always been ambiguous with the Revolutionary Army, Zephyr, and the Revolutionary Army. The philosophy of Mingjun should be very close. If the Revolutionary Army continues to wield its hoe, Marine will probably be hollowed out sooner or later. Zephyr, let me make a statement here. If I were to join the Revolutionary Army, Marine, world government? Haha. Zephyr is born with love and hate. Even though his resentment has dissipated a lot now, he still has a disdain for Marine and world government. Garp, take me one. Naval headquarters. Sengoku was looking directly at Garp. Look what I'm doing, 4.8. Garp picked his nose, don't you want it, Sengoku? Ahem. Sengoku coughed twice, I have retired. Garp was speechless. Even though you are retired and still can't let go, can't you learn from him? Now that you are retired, you should let yourself go. For Vans, Aokiji has been joining the Revolutionary Army for 2 days. Others welcomed Aokiji's joining. Aokiji is very young, only 22 years old this year. I have only been in Marine for 3 years, and he is a very upright and enthusiastic Vice Admiral in Marine, with basically no stain. On the Revolutionary Army side, Fujitora, Nagri, and Aokiji had many interactions during the Kingdom of Goa. Dragon and Aokiji still have a very close relationship with each other because they have a relationship with Garp. Not bad. In addition, Aokiji has no airs and a very good personality, and he integrates into the Revolutionary Army very quickly. On this day, Roja was writing something in the office as usual. It was getting late, so he put down the pen in his hand and stretched his body. Finally finished. Roja breathed a sigh of relief. These things, he has been preparing to look at since the end of the Buster Call War that completely defeated Marine and eliminated Frivans in a short time. It was not until today that he completed it. But all the hard work is worth it. These things will play a vital role in the future development of the Revolutionary Army. They are also the most important report to all Revolutionary Army soldiers to thoroughly determine the way forward. Sisak, go and call Mr. Yuxiao, Mr. Dalag, and the others. We have to hold a meeting. Roja said to Sisak, who was standing guard at the door. Yes, Mr. Roja. Sak responded quickly. Sak went to call someone, while Roja wrote a few big words on the blackboard set up nearby. On the characteristics of World Revolutionary War and the strategy for the future development of the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 111. Not long after Roja wrote these big words, soon, the core cadres of the Revolutionary Army had arrived. Some of them are people who have followed from the Goa Kingdom, such as Jimmy, and there are also trade union cadres who have performed well in the Lubuni Kingdom. There are more people who are very powerful in their own right and join midway. Roja looks at the core cadres of the Revolutionary Army below. Yuxiao, Nagli, Long, Big Bear, Ivankov, Koshiro, and the newly added Aokiji. There is also the Crow far in the north, Senor, and Mori, who is still hiding underground in the Lubuni Kingdom. Vegapunk at Scientific Research Base No. 1, Mr. Tom. Unconsciously, the Revolutionary Army has grown so strong. Remember that when he first went to sea, he only had Mr. Yuxiao by his side, but now, he can barely be called a strong man. Moreover, most of his cadres are still very young. If given enough time to develop, they can reach even more amazing limits. Seeing that all the cadres were seated, Roja did not go around in circles and spoke directly and neatly. This time we are called to a meeting. The purpose is to focus on the future development of our Revolutionary Army. In the short term, it is how to take the next step, and in the long term, it is how to develop in the future. I believe that this Free Fans incident should have a great impact on you. If you have any ideas, you can tell me, whether it is a problem or a development. Roja said with a smile. No one spoke immediately. After thinking for a while, it was Ivankov who spoke first. During this period, I followed the doctors in Frivans to treat patients with platinum lead disease, and hormones could only alleviate the symptoms of platinum lead disease. The progress of research on specific drugs is not optimistic. Even if there is data support, the research and development of drugs and the research of treatment methods itself is an industrial medicine that takes time. As for the two surrounding countries, the effect of propaganda is average, and the people are more inclined to believe the information of the world government and the royal family. The problem of platinum lead disease will not be solved for a day, and the problem of free fans will always exist here. 23 Ivankov said. Roja nodded and wrote the 3 characters platinum lead disease on the blackboard behind him. Then let me talk about the second one. The ideological work of the captured Marine soldiers did not go smoothly. Long said. This issue has already been mentioned by Roja when analyzing the Marine issue before. Those who were orphans were fine, but more of them were adults and had families, and they were still quite resistant. In this case, these 10,000, plus the thousands of Marine soldiers captured previously, are a big burden for the Revolutionary Army, and it is also a trouble. Problems with the disposal of Marine prisoners. Roja continued to write. The mass work in Frivans has been very good recently. I feel that our Revolutionary Army should increase its energy investment among the masses instead of blindly pursuing arms. Jimmy said. That's very well said. Roja praised Jimmy's point of view and wrote it on the blackboard, reaching out to the masses. We were able to win the war this time. The effect of mobile warfare was very good. Fujitora mentioned mobile warfare and insights from guerrilla warfare. Roja also continued to write. As each individual spoke, the entries on the blackboard became more and more comprehensive. This is the first time Aokiji feels the atmosphere of a Revolutionary Army meeting. To be honest, his impression was completely opposite to Marines. They were very open to discussions and were not afraid of making mistakes. In the Revolutionary Army, although there are concepts of superiors and subordinates, they are not absolutely unanimous. Everyone's ideas will be respected, and after discussion, the correct point of view will be determined. 1. At Marine, the orders of the 5 elders are absolutely unquestionable, as are the orders of Marine senior officials. The Vice Admiral level even has the power of life and death over the soldiers under his command, not to mention the commander of the branch base. Furthermore, Aokiji learned that the revolutionary drama team likes to hold meetings because the corps cadres determine the development strategy of the Revolutionary Army. Every matter as small as determining tactics within the combat team below will be resolved through meetings. Then let me say 1-2. Aokiji couldn't hold back and finally blended in. It's just that what he wants to say is not so nice. This war is far from over. Although many of Marine's elite soldiers and non-commissioned officers were captured in the last battle, for Marine, it is far from over. Marine's standing troops in each sea area of the 4 seas are at least more than 300,000, and the same is true for North Blue. If they are really determined to fight decisively, the troops they mobilize will be enough to surround us. At that time, we will still be very passive, so we must make plans as soon as possible. Aokiji analyzed seriously. These words were not pleasant to hear. They were a bit cold water. As soon as Aokiji said these words, the atmosphere instantly turned cold. However, Roja agrees with Aokiji's point of view. You are right, Kuzan, the power gap between us and the world government is still very big, and we must plan for this in advance. After a while, many keywords were written on the blackboard. Some of these are the problems currently faced by the Revolutionary Army, and some are the results achieved by the Revolutionary Army, which can be promoted and learned. In general, it basically revolves around mobilizing the masses, the problem of prisoners, the current situation of free fans, and the next step of the current war. There are a lot of things here, including macro-level strategies, routes, and development issues, as well as specific things that need to be solved. In my opinion, it is not difficult to solve these problems. Roja looked at the keywords on the blackboard and said, you all have your own thoughts and answers. However, before exploring ways to solve these problems, I would like to conduct a large-scale analysis first, which is the abbreviation above, the characteristics of World Revolutionary War. Roja said unhurriedly. These are some of my experiences after the Free Fans War. I would like to share them with you here. Roja said. Everyone present became serious. In my opinion, the characteristics of World Revolutionary War can be divided into 3 points. The first point lies in the particularity of the world situation. This world is composed of many islands, and is divided into 6 parts by the Red Line and the Calm Belt. There are 2 halves of the 4 seas and the Grand Line, plus the Red Line. If you look at the celestial dragons above the line, that's 7 parts. These 7 parts are relatively closed and not circulated. The same is true for various countries, including the mobilization of personnel and materials, which are not so convenient. This is why our mobile warfare can play a major role. The world is very big. If the east is not bright, the west is bright. We have a lot of room for maneuver, even when facing the world government. The second point lies in the strength of the enemy and the complexity within Yamato. Our main enemy is undoubtedly the celestial dragons, followed by the secondary enemies, which are the corrupt nobles of various countries. World government is very powerful, there is no doubt about it. It has ruled the world for 800 years, and its background is unfathomable. The marine established by one hand has a standing force of millions, whether it is the number of warships, weapons, and equipment, or the level of material abundance is beyond our comparison. But at the same time, we should not ignore its internal complexity. World government can be divided into celestial dragons and franchised countries, as well as other subordinate agencies. The interests of each part and celestial dragons are not absolutely consistent. There are many things can be operated. When necessary, we can unite all our forces to attack our main enemy, the celestial dragons. The third point is the weakness of the Revolutionary Army. The power we have is not enough. Even though we have won several victories despite the contempt of the world government, we must recognize this. We lack strong material supplies, such as food. The Goa kingdom is too small and the far north kingdom has not yet developed. The islands in the Calm Belt are only suitable for operation as a base. 1. We have a small number of soldiers. We have only been developed for more than a year. We have no more than 100,000 soldiers. We are under great logistical pressure on weapons. These are all problems we have compared to our enemies. But we also have advantages. We represent the broad proletariat and the oppressed people. We can mobilize the people, but world government is against mobilizing the people. We will eventually gain the support of the people. This is our advantage. Roja's analysis made everyone present thoughtful. The analysis of the characteristics of world revolutionary wars is an analysis from a macro perspective, which is enough to allow people to have a clear judgment on the world revolutionary situation at a glance. The world is huge, and the correct way to fight is not to stick to a deadlock, but to make flexible maneuvers. The enemy is strong but has many factions, which can be divided and exploited. We are weak, but we can mobilize the masses and the team will be more united. Starting from the overall characteristics, we can think about what is the most suitable method for us to solve the problem. Roja said with a smile. For example, for lead platinum disease, the specific medicine for platinum lead disease is obviously not available urgently, so we have to use other means. Roja said with a smile, for example, political means. 1. Political means. Everyone was puzzled. Yes, politics, war can help achieve some political goals. To win this war, the chips we currently have are enough. If we want to completely solve the platinum lead disease, it will be difficult in a short time. Roja said. But treating the platinum lead disease is originally to solve the crisis of annihilation of Frivans, so finding another political approach can achieve the same goal. For example, we can destroy Frivans politically before world government. Destroy free fans. Nagli was even more confused. On the contrary, Long, Fujitora, Jimmy and the others on the side seemed to have some understanding. This method is due to the particularity of Lossac Island. Lossac Island is a large island, and it is very obvious that there are 3 joining countries. At first, the crisis of national annihilation in Frivans came from the Czech kingdom and the Salakto kingdom on both sides. Now it comes from the buster call launched by Marine and world government. So now our main enemy is the world government that launched the buster call, and its main purpose is to protect free fans. The world government is to destroy free fans, but the kingdoms on both sides are different. Their purpose of destroying free fans is for the land of free fans and the platinum lead mines that contain huge profits. In order to deal with the main enemy world government, we can completely cooperate with the Czech kingdom and Salakto, let free fans merge into the 2 countries, and declare to the outside world that free fans has been annexed by the 2 countries. Unless the world government wants to break the political rules that have been established for 800 years and launch a buster call against free fans, a subordinate of Czech and Salakto. Roja said. This is what we said before. Yes, the interests of the world government and the participating countries are not always consistent. If the purpose is to keep free fans, then the 2 neighboring countries can be united to fight against the world government. That's it. Nagli understood. This is the so-called political destruction of Frivans. The buster call bombardment is Frivans who colluded with the revolutionary army and broke away from the world government. It is impossible to attack Czech and Sasha. Lokto takes action, otherwise it will cause panic in all the participating countries. World government has been the rule maker for 800 years, but similarly, after the rules are formulated, if they still want to benefit from this order, then they will. The body must also be bound by this rule. With the problem of free fans resolved, this war is basically over. Roja said relaxedly. Our only passivity in this battle is to defend free fans. If free fans is not threatened by buster call, we will naturally turn to full initiative, even if Marine mobilizes. The power of moving the entire North Blue will not have much impact on us. With the paddle wheel battleships here, can Marine still catch up to the Com Belt? As for the issue of Marine prisoners, Roja looked at Aokiji, 780 Kuzen, go and tell them that I will release them all within 5 days. Hey! Aokiji was startled. The same is true for other Revolutionary Army cadres. They know that the reason why they were able to capture so many Marine soldiers this time is simply because Marine has never fought this kind of battle. If they do it again, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. There are so many prisoners. Didn't you just say that these prisoners have become a burden? Roja didn't care much about these prisoners. Remember that our main enemy is not Marine, but the Celestial Dragons. There is no need for us to have such a quarrel with Marine. The interests of Marine and world government are not completely consistent. 1. Besides, who said that the captives released are not good for us? Roja smiled, looked at Long and asked, Darag, during this period, has it developed into a Marine prisoners of our comrades? Yes, but not many in number. Most of them are Marines who were orphans. Long said. That's enough. Roja said calmly, I want to use this prisoner return incident to tell all Marines clearly what kind of organization our Revolutionary Army is. 1. We need to make them put down their hostility to us from a sensory perspective, and then develop our own power within Marine 1. Inside Marine. Yes, not just within Marine, we want to establish our own organizations around the world. First Lobunny, then Free Fans. Our actions on the surface became more and more grand every time, but at the same time, the enemy's strike force attracted also became more and more powerful every time. Stronger. This time we were actually in a very dangerous situation. Next time, I'm afraid the force we face will be beyond our ability to bear. Our development time is too short and our strength is too weak. It will definitely not work if we continue to engage in open confrontation. For a long time in the future, the business center of the world government will be all over the world, and the suppression we face will become more and more serious, so we have to give up fighting stupid wars. Instead of confronting the enemy head-on, they went underground for development. Roja said seriously, when I was at East Blue, I said that a single spark can start a prairie fire. Starting from those neglected small villages, small towns, and small islands, we will eventually surround each of the participating countries. Now, my view remains unchanged. We don't need to think about fierce confrontation. We should develop underground first, develop the mass base, develop the marine base, and develop it all over the world. Lay out an intelligence network of our own. Just like Free Fans this time, once the mass base is established, no matter what you do, you will get twice the result with half the effort. This is the development direction based on the previously analyzed strategic characteristics. In other words, we are the underground revolutionary army. You can say that. Roja said calmly, accumulate strength underground and take root deeply, and then the day will come when it explodes. Chapter 112. The development of the underground revolutionary army has turned from bright to dark. Roja's words aroused everyone's thoughts. No one refuted it. In fact, after simply thinking and judging, they believed that there was absolutely no problem with Roja's decision. Although the revolutionary army seems to be winning every battle since its debut, every victory is thrilling. The kingdom of Goa is the easiest. When we arrived at the kingdom of Lobunny, we were still able to suppress it with numbers. However, it was already obvious when we arrived at Frivans due to the bonus of the Battle of Atvar. After the world government heard that the revolutionary army had arrived in Frivans, it used absolute force. The admiral led the team, nearly 10 vice-admirals, and a large buster call of 30,000 elites. The victory of this war relies not only on the war concepts and perfect command of mobile warfare and guerrilla warfare proposed by Roja, but also on the strong strength of core cadres such as Long and Fujitora, as well as the best discipline of a large number of soldiers. But it is obvious that without the temporary joining of Long, Ivankov, and Xiong from the volunteer army, winning this war would have been much more difficult. Furthermore, even including the addition of Ryu and others, the force deployed by Marine this time far exceeds that of the Revolutionary Army. The world government attaches more importance to the Revolutionary Army every time, and because of its huge size and terrifying strength, every time it attaches importance to it, the increase in the number of troops they dispatch far exceeds the development of the Revolutionary Army in a short period of time. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army and the world government have had many head-to-head confrontations in a short period of time, and the final result can only be that the Revolutionary Army is crushed by increasingly terrifying forces. They are not always so lucky and can achieve rapid development in a short period of time. This is not difficult to judge. What is truly rare is that despite successive victories, one can still make such a calm judgment and express it firmly. There is no doubt that Roja has never been dazzled by victory after victory. He has always led the Revolutionary Army on the right path calmly and rationally. I don't think there is a problem. We have indeed been too popular during this period. Fujitora was the first to express his opinion. I also agree that the power gap between us and the world government is too huge. If we continue to confront each other head-on, there will definitely be problems. Long Ye said. As the son of Garp, he is very aware of the strength of Marine and the terror of Admiral. Although this battle is successful, what if Marine continues to send his father Garp? Where is Chief of Staff He? Where is Marshal Sora? Zephyr, who has basically resigned from the position of Admiral, is not impossible to send. Coupled with the large and small branch bases all over the world that have been deployed for hundreds of years, the terrifying standing force. When Marine, a huge and terrifying war machine, is really mobilized to target an organization with all its strength, the combat power it can unleash is extremely terrifying. Fujitora, Dragon Queen, Xiong, Ivankov, Aokiji, and Jimmy also successively recognized this goal from light to dark. Seeing that no one had any objections, Roja immediately began to discuss how to carry out underground work in detail. Finally, a draft for carrying out underground work was finalized. Different from the previous one written by Roja in East Blue, that one was more about developing the organization itself, developing the effective force of the Revolutionary Army in small islands and small towns. And this one is more inclined to establish its own intelligence system. The main focus is to penetrate into each franchise country and each branch base, conduct intelligence work, and build an intelligence system to assist the development of the Revolutionary Army organization. In general, the future development strategy of the Revolutionary Army is to occupy inconspicuous islands, mainly small towns, develop forces, lay a good mass base, penetrate large countries, large towns, and branch bases, supplemented by marine internal development, information calendar area. The two complement each other and are developed in response to the fact that world government's control over the world itself is relatively weak. North Blue is in charge of the Crows. Roja made specific personnel arrangements. Crow's strength is now completely incomparable to Fujitora and Aokiji, but his potential is not low, his physical talent is good, and with the Logia fruit, he is more than enough to deal with Shikai-level pirates. And he has a good mind and good leadership skills, which can be seen when the Lubuni Kingdom developed its trade union. In addition to the 5 major base forces controlled by Combelt Roja, the power Crow now controls should be the largest part of the Revolutionary Army. The rebel workers from several parties followed Crow to the far North Kingdom. In addition, he is from North Blue himself, so he is naturally more comfortable working in the local area, with Senior assisting him. South Blue is left to you, Mr. Xiong. Roja looked at Big Bear. The bear himself is from South Blue, and is the king of South Blue's Sorbet Kingdom. The Revolutionary Army does not have much power in South Blue, although Roja himself is from the Kingdom of Roja in South Blue. Contrary to this, before joining the Revolutionary Army, Ryu and the others had always been centered on the Sorbet Kingdom and carried forward the ideas of the self-reliant army. although the progress has always been difficult. But in South Blue, the self-reliant army undoubtedly has a foundation, and the difference between the self-reliant army and the revolutionary army is only whether they have the guidance of advanced ideas. Their background has always been the same. 1. After Xiong returns, he can rely on the kingdom of Salbei as usual, rely on the ideas of the revolutionary army, and rely on the foundation laid by the self-reliant army to rapidly develop the underground revolutionary army. 1. I understand. Xiong nodded. He has a gentle voice. Although he is huge, his personality is completely opposite to his size. He is a rare warrior who opposes his own class. His consciousness is so high that even Roja admires him. The 3 members of the Xiong army are basically like this, so Luo trusts them very much. I'll leave it to you for West Blue, Jimmy. I will arrange for Mr. Kojiro to help you. If necessary, you can also use the power of Ohara's scholars, but remember to stay hidden. Roja looked at Jimmy and said. Although Jimmy's strength is average, his talents are outstanding. He is calm, rational, and full of wisdom. His wisdom in war and judgment of situations are extraordinary. He first came from East Blue's uncertainty terminal. At that time, he temporarily emerged because of his talent and became one of the earliest cadres. Later, he led people from East Blue to North Blue and participated in the workers' uprising in the kingdom of Lubunny. He also participated in the Free Fans War and had rich fighting experience. As for the final East Blue, it is still dominated by Gomon. These are basically the 4 main persons in charge of the Revolutionary Army in the 4 Seas, who are fully responsible for all the work of the Revolutionary Army in the 4 Seas. This is just Sihai's development strategy, Mr. Roja. Long said, did Grand Line come out separately? Yes. Roja looked at Long and nodded, his eyes full of admiration. He feels more and more that Long is extraordinary. He is very powerful, and his vision is sharper and broader. In the current revolutionary army, he is definitely a great talent who can stand alone. 1. I basically have a general understanding of the 4 Cs. The dormant development, intelligence penetration, and the strategy of small islands surrounding large islands are basically decisions made through these investigations. It is also based on the judgment that today's world government will focus on the situation in the 4 Cs. However, the Grand Line and the situation are very different from those in the 4 Cs. In addition, we have information about the Paradise and New World. Not much. So for the strategic designation of Grand Line, I am just an idea at the moment. To truly implement it, further investigation is needed. This is also our next goal. Roja explained with a smile. This is also the reason why he left so many cadres behind, including Mori who is still in the Lubunny kingdom. They will conduct a detailed exploration of the Grand Line together in the future. Especially in the subsequent chaotic New World, the demand for war calendars is even greater. Then, that's it for now, let's break up the meeting first. Roja sorted out the information and conclusions of the meeting, and everyone got up and left. In the chat room, Crane, he is really calm and rational to the extreme. He is not discouraged by the strength gap between the 2 sides, nor is he proud of the victory in several wars. He always has a clear control of the world situation. It's really scary to have a keen and long-term vision for future development. Crane couldn't help but admire Roja's analytical skills. The characteristics of this world revolutionary war, Roja clearly and thoroughly analyzed the world situation, the advantages and disadvantages of the enemy and ourselves, and demonstrated his personal abilities vividly. Moreover, in response to the situation, the enemy is strong and we are weak, he can make the best response and formulate the most correct strategic policy. This kind of person is really scary. As the leader of a large organization, he has no shortcomings. If you watch the movie carefully until now, you will find that every step Roja takes is on the right path. He is rational and calm and has never been inflated. After the Goa Kingdom's uprising was successful, it did not choose to break away from the world government. East Blue's strategy was not to rush into a head-on confrontation with the world government, but chose to lie dormant early. The Lubunny Kingdom's war was bold and meticulous, with detailed investigations and adequate preparations. It mobilized multifaceted and multidimensional forces to arm the workers in a short period of time. After success, they turned around and left without hesitation. In addition, this time Free Fans was brave and careful. When faced with the attack of a powerful enemy, he used the art of mobile warfare command to win, and then further used the influence of the war into political advantage to resolve the Free Fans crisis. He also made accurate decisions, retreated bravely, and at the highest point of the Revolutionary Army's reputation, made the decision to lie dormant and take root underground. As Marine's Chief of Staff, he knows that this kind of leader is the most terrifying. For an organizational leader, strength is never the first factor. Ensuring that the development of the organization does not go in the wrong direction is the most important thing, and Roja is undoubtedly such a person. Under his leadership, the Revolutionary Army developed at an alarming rate. Even if he was left dormant for several years, he could not even imagine how far the Revolutionary Army could develop. Doflamingo, hey, 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 with such an enemy, the 5 elders will probably curse their mothers. Once the Revolutionary Army is dormant, no matter how powerful they won't be able to use it. After all, they are such a group of aloof and short-sighted people who can only see the enemy on the surface. Doflamingo's psychological quality is still very good. Although he was arrested by Roja early before he developed in the other world, at least he is still there in this world. With strong power, strong personal strength, and the identity of Shishibukai here, he gradually relaxed his mind. And now, on Mariejois. 5 elders is really frustrated at the moment. They actually wanted the Revolutionary Army to make a bigger fuss, the better. When the Revolutionary Army becomes more and more powerful, and the world government feels a strong threat, it will make up its mind to use that power. Under that power, even if the Revolutionary Army has an admiral-level presence, they can be completely wiped off the map directly. However, Roja did not give them a chance at all.